Chapter 1. The Doctor in Black Stockings. Yi Chuan's academic performance in high school was exceptionally commendable. He had neither encountered the landlady nor crossed paths with his classmate Yui. However, his mental state was somewhat difficult to articulate. For instance, at this moment, seated before him was a female doctor adorned with rimless spectacles. Perhaps due to the sweltering weather, her white coat had become damp with perspiration, revealing glimpses of the alluring scenery beneath. Below the coat were her fair, exquisitely shaped legs, elegantly encased in black stockings, with 10 dainty, rosy toes concealed within slender, high-heeled shoes. Upon reviewing Yi Chuan's medical record, the doctor furrowed her brows, her gaze tinged with skepticism. "Are you suggesting that every living creature you behold resembles a pig, including me?" "Indeed." Yi Chuan nodded in affirmation. The doctor unfastened the buttons of her white coat, allowing it to fall open as she leaned closer to Yi Chuan's face. "And what do you see now?" "2 pigs." The doctor's heart skipped a beat at his words, prompting her to swiftly conduct a physical examination. Subsequently, she noted in the medical record that his physiological functions were normal, yet he harbored no earthly desires towards mature, attractive women. After all, if a woman appeared as a pig in his eyes, it would indeed be peculiar for him to possess any desire for her. "Please go for an X-ray. I need to ascertain the precise cause." "Understood. Thank you, doctor." Yi Chuan adjusted his trousers and left to get the X-ray, returning to the consultation room to present the results. "What a handsome young man. What a pity. I believe I have discerned the reason you perceive everything as pigs," the doctor sighed, casting a wistful glance at the silent young man before her. "You have significant issues with your spine." She retrieved a spinal model from the side. "Behold, this represents your spine. It is severely deformed, compressing both your brain and optic nerves, which is the primary reason you see everything as pigs. The only solution to rectify this issue is surgical intervention to correct your spine. However, this surgery carries considerable risk. Failure could potentially leave you paralyzed from the neck down." Yi Chuan gazed at the figure in the white coat, grasping the situation with a semblance of understanding, and extended his hand. "Doctor, have you finished? May I have my spine back now?" The doctor, holding the spinal model, stood there in a daze, her expression complex as she added a note in the medical record indicating severe psychological irregularities. Moments later, Yi Chuan emerged from the hospital, clutching a spinal model, and boarded a bus heading to school. Ever since he could remember, everything he saw resembled a pig. While one might classify this as an ailment, it hardly impacted his daily life, save for his romantic pursuits. After all, Yi Chuan was not like Sangu, who could find a lure in pigs. Initially, he had hoped to resolve this condition before the transfer ceremony commenced, but it seemed unlikely now. Nonetheless, Yi Chuan never aspired to a particularly illustrious career, as the awakened profession was invariably linked to one's parental vocation. His mother was a chef, while his father was a renowned butcher, having developed an entire methodology for slaughtering pigs, swiftly severing the throat, delivering 2 precise strikes to ensure a clean kill, akin to a master chef filleting a fish. The offspring of a butcher and a chef would likely find themselves in a life-oriented profession, barring any surprises. Upon returning to Qingchang High School, Yi Chuan found the campus thronged with students. Just as he entered his classroom, a tall, graceful girl approached him. "Wow, Yi Chuan, you finally made it. I was worried sick. If you had been late, I would have given you a beating." Su Lingxian threatened playfully, her small fist waving in the air. Her figure was voluptuous where it needed to be, slender elsewhere, and her delicate features were framed by a youthful face, already poised to blossom. Yet, to Yi Chuan, she appeared merely as a standing pink pig waving its trotters. At that moment, the surrounding crowd erupted in jeers. "Su Lingxian, are you once again clinging to your Yi Chuan? Do you two have to flaunt your affection every day? They've grown up together as childhood friends. I suppose they'll be getting married and having children right after the transfer." They jested. Hearing their teasing, Su Lingxian's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she resolutely stood by Yi Chuan's side, gazing up at him with adoration, as if drawing strength from him. Yi Chuan felt goosebumps rise. Anyone being gazed at affectionately by a pig would likely react as he did. "All right, enough of this." The homeroom teacher's stern voice resonated through the room. Please line up according to your student numbers. The transfer ceremony is about to commence. A nearly 3-meter-high transfer altar lay quietly in the center of the playground. In this world, every individual attended school, engaging in study and physical training to continuously enhance their fundamental attributes of strength, agility, and mental fortitude. The higher the three-dimensional attributes, the greater the likelihood of awakening a higher-tier profession. Awakening a combat profession of advanced rank was akin to defying fate, comparable to passing the imperial examination in ancient times. The first student stepped forward, brimming with anticipation, slowly raising their foot. The transfer altar fell silent for a moment before emitting a faint white light. Life profession, intermediate mechanic, the principal, Zhao Ming, announced with a solemn shake of his head. The student sank to the ground, as though all hope had been drained from him. Awakening a combat profession was no easy feat during Zhao's tenure as principal. He had witnessed far too many students face failure. The pale-faced student was assisted off the stage, and soon the second student stepped up, followed by the third, fourth. A total of 20 individuals awakened, all life professions. By the time the 24th student stepped up, the transfer altar finally radiated a dazzling yellow light. Principal Zhao's eyes lit up with joy at the sight of the yellow glow. Such a rarity indicated a high-level profession. Even within life professions, earning tens of thousands a month post-graduation would be effortless. When Zhao discerned the specific type of profession, his excitement escalated. Combat profession, rare grade Shadow Blade Master. The student leaped for joy, and the onlooking students cast envious glances, for this was the first combat profession of their cohort, and it was rare from the outset. Classmate, what is your name? Zhao Ming inquired eagerly. Ao Ming, my name is Lu Jinglong, the boy replied. Lu Jinglong? A splendid name. Rest well, I will personally visit your home to discuss your future plans with your parents. Zhao Ming clapped Lu Jinglong on the shoulder. Thank you, principal. Lu Jinglong exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, for he knew that from this day forward, his fate had changed. The transfer ceremony proceeded in full swing, and soon it was each one's turn to step up. Throughout the process, a handful of combat professions had been awakened, but none matched Lu Jinglong's rarity. Consequently, many students gathered around Lu Jinglong, showering him with compliments, uttering phrases about not forgetting one's friends in times of wealth and prosperity. Yichuan, good luck. Su Lingxian cheered for him, her face flushed. Thanks. Yichuan nodded, striding confidently towards the transfer altar. He took a deep breath as he ascended the altar, fully aware that he might likely awaken as a life profession, yet still clinging to a sliver of hope. Ordinary individuals typically had a combined three-dimensional attribute score hovering around 3.0, yet his astonishingly tallied an impressive 10.0, more than 3 times that of the average person. Perhaps a miracle might unfold? Boom! The moment Yichuan stepped onto the transfer altar, a blood-red beam of light shot skyward. Chapter 2. The God-Level Butcher. The crowd that had gathered around Lu Jinglong turned their heads, bewildered, towards Yichuan's direction. Why is there red light? What does red light signify? I don't know. I only know that legendary professions emit black light, epic professions emit purple light, and rare professions emit yellow light. The rest are all white light. Could the transfer altar be malfunctioning? As the students speculated, Principal Zhao Ming finally regained his composure from the shock, tremblingly extending a finger, his pupils quivering in unison. Divine level. It's truly a divine level. Our Qingsheng High School has produced a divine level profession. With this proclamation, the crowd erupted into an uproar. All eyes converged on the slender youth, filled with astonishment. Divine level? Wasn't that a profession level reserved for textbooks? How could such a rarity emerge from their small, remote town? Just moments ago, the star of the crowd, Lu Jinglong, felt a twinge of subtle jealousy flicker in his eyes. Principal Zhao, quickly check what specific profession Yichuan possesses. Yichuan's homeroom teacher urged impatiently. Oh. Zhao Ming snapped back to reality, hastily examining the situation, a divine level profession. This was indeed divine. Zhao Ming devoted his entire life to serving as the principal of Qingsheng, never once encountering a legendary profession. As he approached retirement, he was unexpectedly bestowed with a divine-level occupation. Fate had not been unkind to him. It seemed he might ascend even further before his retirement. However, when Zhao Ming beheld Yi Chuan's profession, he was utterly flabbergasted. He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, ensuring that he was not mistaken, and then, in a daze, he murmured, "A life profession. Divine level. Pig slaughterer? What on earth?" Zhao Ming's eyes burned crimson, his breath coming in ragged gasps, feeling as if his lungs were about to explode. A divine-level profession, and yet it turned out to be a life profession. Life profession aside, it was a pig slaughterer? Was heaven truly mocking him? Reaching divine level, even a life profession could be considered a priceless treasure. Think of divine-level blacksmiths, divine-level alchemists, and divine-level healers. The moment such professions emerged, countless combat professions would flock to curry favor with them. Yet, among these, a pig slaughterer was unequivocally absent. What use was a divine-level pig slaughterer? It only meant he could slaughter pigs. Who in their right mind would seek to curry favor with a pig slaughterer? This was akin to adorning a 1060 graphics card with diamonds. No matter how many precious gems were affixed, a 1060 would still be unable to outpace a 4090 in performance. At this moment, the originally excited crowd's expressions shifted to something peculiar. A divine-level pig slaughterer? They would rather have a high-ranking combat profession instead. What? You say that a divine-level pig slaughterer can kill pigs swiftly and ruthlessly, mastering countless methods of pig slaughter? What good is that? At the end of the day, he is still just a pig slaughterer. Ye, my dear student, this. Sigh. Zhao Ming sighed. For the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He had anticipated Yi Chuan to unveil something extraordinary, only to find himself confronted with a monumental letdown. Yi Chuan, however, felt no surprise. The son of the Hokage would naturally become a Hokage, the son of a strategist would become a strategist, and the son of a scapegoat would ultimately become a scapegoat. It was quite reasonable for the son of a pig slaughterer to become a pig slaughterer himself. Yi Chuan began to examine his profession panel. Name: Yi Chuan. Profession: divine level pig slaughterer. Level: first tier apprentice 0. Strength 5. Agility 3. Spirit 2. Professional talent: Nemesis of the Pig Clan, Blade of the Slaughter God. Professional skill: Blood Shadow Butcher LV1. Nemesis of the Pig Clan. Attacks against pigs deal an additional 50 damage for every pig slain. This talent's enhancement increases by 1, and the damage dealt to you by pigs is halved. Blade of the Slaughter God. Designate a weapon as your slaughter knife. Every pig that falls beneath your slaughter knife will grant you 0.1 points in free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher. The pig slaughterer unleashes his own malevolent aura, forcing pigs into a state of fear for 1 second. After reviewing his skills and talents, Yi Chuan could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. A divine-level pig slaughterer was indeed remarkable, granting him not 1, but 2 talents with limitless growth potential. If the nemesis of the Pig Clan and Blade of the Slaughter God were to stack, even the mightiest of pigs would likely succumb to a single strike. Alas, these abilities were only effective against pigs. Suddenly, Yi Chuan found solace in the notion of being somewhat eccentric, for to him, the world was teeming with pigs, and now, he was set to hunt them down. Yi Chuan descended from the altar. In an instant, a cacophony of astonishment, disdain, ridicule, pity, and schadenfreude mingled, like a flurry of arrows aimed at him. Awakening a divine profession only to find it was a pig slaughterer was an incongruity of cosmic proportions. The homeroom teacher approached, placing a hand on Yi Chuan's shoulder, offering words of comfort. It's all right. Don't be disheartened. Although you are merely a pig slaughterer, you will surely be free from one in the future. It's not entirely without merit. As the teacher spoke, his voice dwindled, lacking conviction even in his own attempt to reassure. In a world rife with monsters and myriad races, the value of combat professions and life professions could hardly be compared. Had Yi Chuan awakened a divine combat profession, it would have undoubtedly stirred the top academies into a frenzy, rushing to recruit him and invest all resources in his training. But a divine pig slaughterer? He would merely become the subject of casual jest during mealtime conversations. I thought Qingsheng High School would produce a true dragon, yet it turns out to be a mere pig slaughterer, Lu Jinglong exclaimed, his eyes glinting with unabashed schadenfreude. Indeed, the commotion was so great, only to reveal a pig slaughterer. How laughable. What value does such a trash profession hold, even if it is divine? It pales in comparison to a high-level alchemist, another chimed in. Brother Jinglong, the only true dragon of Qingchang High is you, Lu Jinglong. As others rallied to Lu Jinglong's side, eager to flatter the sole rare combat profession among them, Yi Chuan felt the weight of their mockery. It's all right, Yi Chuan Gich. You've awakened as a divine pig slaughterer. It's just following in your father's footsteps. Uncle Yi will surely be delighted, and my father will be pleased as well, Su Lingxian said, tiptoeing to pat Yi Chuan on the head. Thank you, Yi Chuan replied, nodding calmly. He and Su Lingxian were neighbors, their parents both engaged in life professions, and there had always been an inclination to bring them together. With a sense of resignation, Su Lingxian had always been perceived by Yi Chuan as nothing more than a mere pig throughout her life. It was truly difficult for Yi Chuan to convince himself that he could harbor feelings of love for such a creature. Now it's my turn, Brother Yi Chuan, she exclaimed playfully. I wonder whether I will inherit my mother's profession as a tailor or my father's as a brewer, with a cheeky stick of her tongue. Su Lingxian made her way towards the class change altar. Having just witnessed Yi Chuan's remarkable transformation into a god-level butcher, all eyes were now fixated on him, with whispers and discussions swirling around, leaving Su Lingxuan's impending class change largely overlooked, even by the school leaders and teachers. However, the moment Su Lingxian stepped onto the class change altar, an unexpected event unfolded. A dense black pillar of light erupted from the awakening stone, casting an eerie hue upon the faces of countless onlookers. In an instant, the once boisterous playground fell into an uncanny silence, with mouths agape in astonishment as they gazed at the black beam. It was only when a startled cry pierced the stillness that the silence was shattered. A legendary class. Someone has awakened a legendary class. Chapter 3. Snow Soul, Sword Immortal Principle. Zhao Ming sprang to his feet, his eyes fixated on the black pillar of light. Surely not? We just had a god-level garbage class. It cannot be that another legendary garbage class follows. Zhao Ming's heart raced with anxiety. The crowd was similarly awestruck, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Having just witnessed a god-level awakening, now another legendary one appeared. This year, Qingchang High School was truly thriving. All gazes converge upon the enchanting figure beneath the violet beam. Su Lingxuan's already stunning beauty was further accentuated by the mysterious allure cast by the black light, evoking an irresistible curiosity in those who beheld her. Simultaneously, the once clear sky began to sprinkle with pure white snowflakes, accompanied by a melodious sound of a sword's resonance echoing in everyone's ears. The interplay of black and white resembled a traditional ink painting, with the woman within it as the sole protagonist. A combat class, the legendary Snow Soul Sword Immortal. Zhao Ming's face flushed with excitement. It had been ages since Qingcheng had produced a legendary combat class. Not to mention, even an epic-level combat class would have warranted a grand celebration. It's Su Lingxian. She has awakened a legendary combat class. How could she, the daughter of two life-class professionals, have undergone such a transformation? One was a god-level butcher, and the other a legendary combat class. Could it be that Su Lingxian would still trail behind Yi Chuan like a shadow? Such a notion was absurd. Su Lingxian was advancing, while Yi Chuan remained stagnant. If the fool had any sense, he would distance himself from Su Lingxian. The sisters are right. Today we gather here. Amidst the clamor, Zhao Ming hastened to Su Lingxian, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Rest assured, Su Lingxian, whatever you require, Qingcheng High School shall do its utmost to fulfill your wishes. Life's experiences are often unpredictable, just when one gambles that it is a trivial matter. Reality tends to offer a surprise. Zhao Ming, who had felt despondent upon witnessing Yi Chuan's god-level butcher class, was suddenly invigorated by the emergence of a legendary combat class that we have a remarkable genius at Qingcheng High School this year. Thank you, Principal, Su Lingxian replied politely, descending from the class change altar like a tea that moment. The gaze of the entire school was upon her, making her the undeniable center of attention. Yet, no one dared to approach Su Lingxian to curry favor. For all understood that from this moment forth, her life would diverge from theirs like two non-parallel lines that would never intersect again. Congratulations, Yichuan clapped, a smile gracing his face, genuinely pleased for Su Lingxian. Yichuan, a hint of complexity flickered in Su Lingxuan's eyes that I admit there were some misunderstandings between us, but from now on, those misunderstandings should be resolved. We are no longer from the same world. The audience turned their attention to Yichuan, their expressions filled with amusement, awakening a god-level profession as a butcher, only for his childhood friend to awaken a legendary combat class and immediately wish to sever ties. How ironic life's twist can be. Many who awoke life-class professions found solace in Yichuan's plight. At least they were luckier than he. All right, Yichuan nodded calmly, though to the onlookers in Su Lingxian, it merely appeared as a facade of composure after being rattled. I know this is a significant blow to you, but you're merely a butcher. Ultimately, you will find it challenging to achieve great things. Do not blame me at this point. Su Lingxian felt a pang of discomfort. Her gaze toward Yichuan tinged with a trace of compassion. After all those days and nights spent together, she wasn't made of stone. It was impossible for her to feel absolutely nothing. She had genuinely liked Yichuan and had once contemplated sharing a future with him. To place blame solely on fate would be unfair. She had awakened a legendary combat class, while Yichuan remained a mere butcher. They were no longer from the same world. How could a graceful swan ever be with a toad wallowing in the mud? Meanwhile, the other students in the square looked at Yichuan with expressions filled with derision and disdain. Witnessing someone fall from grace was a spectacle not to be missed. Yet, they found Su Lingxuan's reaction entirely reasonable. Why should a butcher be deemed worthy of someone like her, who had awakened a legendary combat class? If you have no objections, then it is settled. I hope you will not pursue me any further. I will clarify things with my parents. Su Lingxian averted her gaze from Yichuan, believing that the two of them would no longer intersect. And it was best to draw the line early to avoid any lingering hopes he might harbor. Why Yichuan felt somewhat speechless. It was odd to have a pig before him chattering away, while demanding not to be pursued. Su Lingxian, do you need me to teach him a lesson, to help him face reality? Lu Jinglong gazed at Su Lingxian with fervor that a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, unless one is male and the other female. If he could win Su Lingxuan's heart, with one a rare combat class and the other a legendary combat class, their lives would surely flourish. Seeing Su Lingxian ignore him, Lu Jinglong turned his ire toward Yichuan. Hey, butcher, come here! Lost in thoughts about where to find pigs to slaughter, Yichuan did not hear Lu Jinglong's words. As Lu Jinglong felt himself treated like air, his eyes narrowed dangerously. A mere butcher daring to disregard the words of someone with a rare combat class? He had already been displeased with Yichuan for stealing his limelight, and now his anger surged. Are you talking to me? Can't you hear? Lu Jinglong's voice dripped with icy menace that why Yichuan glanced at him but chose to ignore him. Turning to leave, he felt there was no reason to linger any longer. To butcher is a life-class profession. As long as he slaughters pigs, he can level up. Rather than waste time here, it would be wiser to return home and have his father arrange for him to work in the slaughterhouse. However, Yichuan's retreat did not yield peace. Instead, it emboldened Lu Jinglong to become even more aggressive, stepping in front of him. Leave? Not so easily. Step aside. Wai Yichuan lifted his head, casting a calm glance at the boorish figure before him. Yet that very glance sent a shiver of dread coursing through Lu Jinglong. He felt as though he was being targeted by a formidable predator, his body involuntarily taking steps back before he stumbled and fell to the ground. Chapter 4. I am insane in that instant. Lu Jinglong's face flushed crimson, his composure utterly shattered. How outrageous! I was frightened to the ground by a butcher. You worthless fool! How dare you glare at me? You are nothing but a butcher! Who do you think you are? Enraged, Lu Jinglong launched a punch toward Yichuan's face, delivering it with tremendous force and without any restraint. A rare-level Shadow Blade Master. Although Lu Jinglong wielded no weapon, the power behind his punch carried the weight of a blade, amplifying its impact. Such was the terrifying nature of combat classes. The onlookers gasped in shock. if they faced such a blow. They would not only perish but likely be left crippled. They believed Yi Chuan was finished. Yet at that moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Yi Chuan did not flinch or evade. Instead, he retaliated with a punch of his own. His attributes were exceptionally high. Why would he fear Lu Jinglong? Under the augmentation of the nemesis of the swine tribe, Yi Chuan's punch exerted an extraordinary enhancement, while Lu Jinglong's fist was diminished by half. As their fists collided, a sharp crack echoed, and the ferocity on Lu Jinglong's face turned into a blank stare, as if he had never anticipated such a result. Lu Jinglong let out a wretched scream. Staggering backward, his fist now twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly indicating a fracture. This is impossible. You are merely a butcher. The incredulity on Lu Jinglong's face was evident, as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. While life-oriented professions can indeed enhance one's strength and realm, they pale in comparison to combat-oriented professions, whose skills and talents offer no substantial augmentation in battle, in a confrontation of equal levels. Even 10 life-oriented professionals combined would be insufficient to contend with a single combat-oriented professional. It's so unreasonable for a butcher to possess considerable strength. But you, unable to defeat even a waste. What does that make you? Yi Chuan inquired calmly. Lu Jinglong's anger and urgency were palpable, clearly shocked that he had been bested in a single strike by Yi Chuan, a mere butcher. This scene left the onlookers astonished. A butcher had fractured the hand of a rare-level combat professional with a single punch. This butcher seemed rather extraordinary indeed. Yi Chuan, I will take your life. With a clang, a chilling, illusory long sword manifested in Lu Jinglong's hand. Its razor-sharp blade causing a prickling sensation against the skin. It was evident that Lu Jinglong had invoked his shadowless blade master profession skill. Yi Chuan's gaze grew serious. A butcher wielding a knife must be treated with caution. Yet a knife-wielding butcher is ultimately still just a butcher. Oh no. Brother Jinglong is serious now. A rare-level combat professional. How terrifying. This time, Yi Chuan was in for a serious trial. Why must he, a mere butcher, engage with a combat professional? Could he not simply admit defeat and back down? The illusory long sword summoned by Brother Jinglong was truly fearsome. It could likely slice through steel pipes with ease. Many spectators murmured among themselves, their eyes filled with astonishment, as this marked their first glimpse of the might of a rare-level combat professional. Some even took out their phones to record the spectacle. Lu Jinglong gripped the illusory long sword, preparing to charge at Yi Chuan, unable to tolerate the humiliation of losing face in front of the crowd. Yet before he could act, a flurry of snowflakes descended, clinging to Lu Jinglong like a parasite, rendering him motionless. Moreover, Lu Jinglong could distinctly sense a terrifying sword intent locking onto him. Su Lingxian, why are you aiding him? Lu Jinglong exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. Su Lingxian was a legendary combat professional, and he knew he stood no chance against her. Let him go, Su Lingxian stated coldly. Lu Jinglong's expression fluctuated between anger and despair, ultimately sheathing the illusory long sword. Fine, today I shall give you the face of Su Lingxian. He then shot a venomous glare at Yi Chuan, his eyes filled with malice, clearly harboring murderous intent. Why, Yi Chuan, you must have seen by now that we are no longer of the same world. This shall be my final act of assistance to you, a farewell to the past. Su Lingxuan's gaze towards Yi Chuan took on an air of arrogance. Having experienced the sensation of power, she was acutely aware of the vast disparity between her strength and Yi Chuan's. The Lu Jinglong, whom Yi Chuan found insurmountable, was but a mere cur in her eyes. She realized that she and Yi Chuan could no longer be considered beings of the same dimension. You should leave. It would be best to find a way out of Qingcheng. Otherwise, should Lu Jinglong seek revenge, I will not intervene again. Yi Chuan paid no heed to Su Lingxuan's incessant chatter. Silently turning to depart, his figure appearing forlorn in the eyes of the onlookers. Your silence merely a last desperate attempt to salvage your pitiful pride. Su Lingxian shook her head to her. Yi Chuan's silence signified his recognition of the insurmountable chasm between them, leading to a deep-seated feeling of inferiority. Su Lingxian couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, despite having been close to Yi Chuan over the years. She was grateful that nothing more had transpired between them, having barely held hands a few times. Otherwise, she would truly be filled with regret now. As a legendary combat professional, her future was bright. If she were to seek a partner, it must be a formidable individual, certainly not a mere butcher. And on his way home, as Yichuan turned a corner, he was met with a cacophony of barking. An unrestrained gray dog, baring its teeth, incessantly barked at him, blocking his path. Yichuan moved left, and the dog mirrored him. He moved right, and the dog followed suit, its barking ringing painfully in his ears. An elderly lady, sporting a noodle-like hairstyle and heavily lined eyes, stood nearby, gazing adoringly at the dog, clearly its owner. "Excuse me, could you please restrain your dog?" Yichuan politely inquired. "I asked the road yours." The elderly lady rolled her eyes at him. "Your dog is blocking my way." Yichuan. The creature before him was simply a four-legged pig confronting a two-legged one. "Come on, you're such a big person. Why are you quarreling with a dog? It doesn't understand anything. It won't bite you. Is that how you exhibit your manners? Young people these days really have no compassion." The elderly lady became irate upon Yichuan's retort, hands on her hips as she berated him. Yichuan remained silent, seizing the opportunity to validate a theory of his. Instead of arguing with the lady, he approached the ferocious dog and unleashed a series of swift, precise strikes. The once ferocious dog shrank back in terror, tucking its tail between its legs as Yichuan advanced. Without any hesitation, he executed a series of moves: cuddle dumpling, dragon fruit, followed by a war tread, swiftly sending the vicious dog to its demise. His speed and ferocity left the elderly lady stunned. In that instant, Yichuan received a notification. Butcher Yichuan has dispatched a small pig. Level increased by 0.1. Additional damage from the nemesis of the swine tribe increased by 1. Just as he had suspected, Yichuan felt a surge of excitement within him. His mental condition at this moment had become his greatest asset because he perceived everything as a pig. His godly butcher talent was applicable to all creatures, including dogs. Finally, the elderly lady snapped out of her shock. "You dare kill my son? You bully an old lady like me. I will fight you." Yichuan, unperturbed, calmly produced his medical records that "I am mentally ill." Chapter 5. The mysterious organization. The elderly lady froze, and upon seeing Yichuan's medical records, her vision darkened. While the elderly may be considered T0 in this world, a lunatic transcended the 6 realms, existing beyond the 5 elements. In simpler terms, it meant that she could not target him, regardless of whether Yichuan killed her dog or not. Even if he had a mental episode and harmed her, it would be in vain. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Yichuan calmly tucked away his medical records, turning to exit with a flourish, leaving the once arrogant elderly lady too intimidated to even attempt to stop him. The elderly lady was unreasonable and unruly, but she wasn't foolish. Who would willingly provoke a lunatic? "I'm home." Yichuan opened the door, and the rich aroma of pork bone soup wafted through the air. This scent was familiar to Yichuan. Having a father who was a butcher meant an endless supply of pork and bones every day. Clad in an apron, Wu Jingzhu was busily working at the stove. Upon hearing Yichuan's voice, she peeked out with a warm smile. "Back already? Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready when your dad returns." In no time, for dishes and a soup were served on the dining table. Just then, the door swung open again, revealing a man who bore a slight resemblance to Yichuan, but with a more weathered demeanor. Years of butchering had left Yichuan with a faint aura of menace. "Xiao Chuan, how did your job transfer ceremony go? Was it smooth? Just like you, I became a butcher," Yichuan replied, picking up a piece of roasted rib. "But at the divine level butcher," both Wu Jingzhu and Yichuan exclaimed in unison. "Indeed," Yichuan nodded. "Dad, I don't want to go to school anymore. Can I accompany you to the slaughterhouse to butcher pigs tomorrow?" "Of course. It's only fitting to follow in your father's footsteps." "Rest assured, with your dad around, you will surely become the most renowned butcher among humanity, instilling fear in every pig across the globe." Yichuan was filled with uncontainable joy. His son, a prodigy in the art of butchery, would undoubtedly surpass him one day. Rising from his corner, he retrieved 2 bottles of wine. "Come, let us enjoy a toast together today. If you wish to drink, then drink on your own. My son has just come of age. Please do not lead him astray. Wu Jingzhu shot Yi Qiyuan a disgruntled glance. Hee, I am merely celebrating. By the way, what about the daughter of the old Su family? What profession has she awakened to? Yi Qiyuan inquired eagerly. A legendary combat profession, the snow spirit sword immortal. Yi Chuan replied, I could tea that moment. A sudden silence enveloped the dining table, and an air of awkwardness hung between Wu Jingzhu and Yi Qiyuan. Son, it's all right. As the saying goes, there are fragrant grasses everywhere. Once you master your father's butchering skills, you will surely find a wonderful wife, Yi Qiyuan reassured. Indeed, son, do not be too disheartened. Liking someone does not necessarily mean being together. As long as she is happy, that is what matters, Wu Jingzhu chimed in, anxious that Yi Chuan might be troubled. After all, the two children had grown up together, and it was only natural they would marry if all went well. I am not upset, Yi Chuan replied, somewhat exasperated. Ah, you rascal. Why pretend to be strong in front of your parents? I understand your feelings. When I pursued your mother and was rejected for the first time, my heart was shattered. Come, let us drink to forget our sorrows. Yi Qiyuan filled a cup for Yi Chuan, and Wu Jingzhu did not intervene further, as they deemed it necessary for Yi Chuan to release his emotions. Yi Chuan felt overwhelmed. Why did the entire world assume he was hopelessly in love with Su Lingxian? As Yi Qiyuan continued to comfort him while merrily drinking, he became inebriated before Yi Chuan had even finished a few cups. Consequently, Yi Chuan had to assist him to the bedroom for rest. After ensuring Yi Qiyuan was settled, Yi Chuan returned to his room, filled with anticipation for the slaughterhouse visit the following day. Each pig he slaughtered would enhance his damage output, and finding a suitable butchering knife could further elevate his attributes. After spending several days at the slaughterhouse, his strength would surely undergo a tremendous transformation. With hope for the future in his heart, Yi Chuan drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Yi Qiyuan, who had been thoroughly intoxicated, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and devoid of any signs of drunkenness. Outside his bedroom window stood a shadowy figure, silently observing. You have seen it. My son is merely an ordinary butcher. Please do not disturb us any further. We seek only a peaceful life. Yi Qiyuan spoke in a low voice. As a divine butcher considered ordinary? That shadow's voice was raspy, as if gravel were lodged in its throat. Even if one were a divine butcher, what of it? It is still just a butcher. Yi Qiyuan shook his head. Leave now. Depart from here. Well, I never expected the son of the Grim Reaper to truly be a butcher. Why, Yi Qiyuan, is this child truly yours? Should you not investigate whether your wife has been unfaithful? The shadow teased at why Yi Qiyuan's faint aura of menace suddenly intensified. Do not be angered. I was merely jesting. Since your son is indeed just a butcher, the organization will no longer trouble you. The shadow let out a ghastly laugh and leapt out of the open window, vanishing into the night. Has it left? Wu Jingzhu entered the room, her face etched with concern. Yes, rest assured, we will soon lead a life of ordinary people, free from incessant disturbances, Yi Qiyuan replied, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He had feared that Yi Chuan would awaken a combat profession, which would undoubtedly disrupt their tranquil existence. Fortunately, matters had not spiraled into the worst possible outcome. Although Yi Chuan possessed a divine profession, he was merely a butcher. Splendid. Wu Jingzhu embraced Yi Qiyuan tightly, relieved that she no longer had to live in fear. There, it is all right. Yi Qiyuan affectionately comforted Wu Jingzhu. Why do you never inquire about those individuals? Are you not afraid that I was once a nefarious villain? I do not need to know your past. I only require the assurance that you genuinely love me, that you are my man, and that you are willing to share a life with me. That is sufficient, Wu Jingzhu stated earnestly. Indeed, you are my wonderful wife. Now that everything is resolved, we need not live in trepidation any longer. How about we consider having a second child? Yi Qiyuan chuckled. With Xiao Chuan already 18, how can you still entertain such thoughts? How shameless can you be? Chapter 6. Learning butchery, a night passed without incident. The previous night, Yi Chuan had attempted to swat a few mosquitoes, yet he had not received any notification, suggesting that the pigs he had slaughtered had specific size requirements. Smaller creatures like mosquitoes and ants could not trigger the pig clan nemesis. Thus, at dawn the next day, Yi Chuan rose early in eager anticipation for his father to take him to the slaughterhouse. Oddly, however, Yi Qiyuan, who usually awoke at the crack of dawn to butcher pigs, did not emerge from his bedroom until nearly 10 o'clock, appearing groggy and disoriented, while Yichuan thought little of it, assuming his father had simply overindulged in drink the previous night. After a brief wash, he accompanied his father to the slaughterhouse where he had long been employed. Upon entering the slaughterhouse, a nauseating stench of blood mingled with the odor of pig excrement assaulted his senses. "Old Yi, you've arrived. Why so late today?" "Ah, is that not your son, Yichuan? What brings him here?" As soon as Yichiyuan stepped into the slaughterhouse, several co-workers greeted him, for he was renowned as a skilled butcher, famed for his swiftness and precision. "That I'm bringing this lad to inherit my craft. My son, the divine butcher," Yichiyuan declared proudly. His co-workers were taken aback by the revelation. For ordinary folk like them, a divine profession was an unattainable pinnacle. Why, Yichiyuan reveled in their astonished gazes as he led Yichuan to his workstation. He reached for a black butchering knife from a nearby rack, its blade gleaming coldly, while the handle, worn smooth from years of use, almost melded with the lines of his palm. For reasons unknown, Yichuan sensed that in that moment his father, wielding the knife, had transformed entirely. "I will demonstrate first. Observe how much you can learn," Yichiyuan proclaimed, brandishing the knife. With a single hand, he hoisted a pig and hung it from a hook, and before the animal could utter a sound, the knife had already sliced through its neck, severing its throat. With a swift kick, a metal basin positioned perfectly beneath the pig's neck caught a copious flow of fresh blood. Throughout the process, the pig remained eerily silent, devoid of struggle. Once the blood had drained, Yichiyuan swiftly decapitated the pig, proceeded to eviscerate it, and then cleaved the hefty animal in two. Yichuan was soon treated to a spectacle that bordered on artistry. The knife in Yichiyuan's hand danced like a butterfly, expertly separating the kidneys, fat back, tenderloin, shank, elbow, ribs, tailbone, front leg bone, and hind leg bone. In mere minutes, a whole pig had been transformed into an array of neatly categorized parts. "Do you understand?" Yichiyuan inquired, glancing at Yichuan. "I grasped the gist of it." Yichuan nodded. "Good. Now choose a knife and give it a try," Yichiyuan encouraged. Yichuan selected a hefty butchering knife from the rack. Its weight formidable. Even the back of the blade could easily crush a skull. He chose his dedicated butchering knife. The skill slaughter god's edge activated, granting him 0.1 points of free attributes for each pig slain under its blade. Mimicking Yichiyuan's earlier actions, Yichuan summoned his strength and lifted a pig, only to realize, now that the task fell to him, how challenging it was to control such a creature. With his robust strength attribute, he clumsily managed to hang the pig from the hook, then swung the knife down. Roar! The pig, suspended from an iron hook, emitted a chilling scream that reverberated throughout the slaughterhouse, while the vibrant crimson blood splattered across the floor as it struggled. Yichuan was startled, and without hesitation, he activated his skill, Blood Shadow Butcher. A terrifying aura coalesced into a tangible form, surging towards the pig and forcing it into a state of sheer terror. Seizing the moment, Yichuan rushed forward and delivered 2 swift strikes, the pungent blood splattering onto him. Yet fortunately, the pig ceased its struggles at last. The butcher Yichuan skillfully dispatched a large pig, resulting in a level increase. An enhancement of 1 in the extra damage against the swine race, and an addition of 0.1 to his free attributes. Yichiyuan, witnessing this, couldn't he help but chuckle softly. "Well done, you've mastered about 70 to 80% of the technique. Though regrettably, you have yet to grasp its essence." Yichiyuan extended his hand, measuring a few inches downward from the pig's head. "Here lies the pig's vital point. With a single strike, you can fully comprehend the essence of its life. As long as your blade is swift and precise, you can instantaneously render the pig incapable of resistance. Now, aim for that spot and give it another try." Yichiyuan procured another hefty pig, and under his guidance, Yichuan's butchering skills became increasingly refined, with the system's notification chimes ringing out incessantly. Yichuan, the butcher, dispatched another large pig, gaining another level, with an increase of 1 in the extra damage against the swine race and an additional 0.1 to his free attributes. Initially, Yichuan required the use of skills and several strikes to butcher a pig. Yet, as he continued his work, his abilities improved significantly. He no longer needed to employ the Blood Shadow Butcher skill. and the number of strikes he needed to deliver diminished, that be by the time the sun began to set. Yi Chuan had perfected the art to the extent that he could reliably dispatch a pig within 3 strikes. On good days, he could even replicate his father Yi Chi Yuan's prowess, achieving a single strike to the throat, depriving the pig of any chance to struggle or cry out. A flicker of astonishment gleamed in Yi Chi Yuan's eyes. Yi Chuan's capacity for learning was truly remarkable. Particularly during his first experience with butchering, he remained unfazed by the sight of the foul entrails and blood. Was this the hallmark of a master butcher? Thankfully, Yi Chuan could only butcher pigs. Otherwise, he might become a butcher feared by all. You've done exceptionally well. To reach this level on your first day has exceeded my expectations. Yi Chi Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Let us head home for dinner. Yi Chuan cast a reluctant glance back at the slaughterhouse. Over the course of the day, he had dispatched a total of 49 pigs, with the extra damage against the swine race now soaring to 100. And his 3-dimensional attributes rising from 10.0 to 14.9. Had his hands not been so fatigued that he could scarcely lift them, he would have wished to continue his work, for reasons unknown. Yi Chuan found butchering to be a remarkably stress-relieving and pleasurable endeavor, as if he could never tire of it. Chapter 7. So many pigs' time slipped away like an aging elder, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Before long, 5 days had passed. Yi Chuan rose with the sun and retired with its setting. His life could be summed up in 2 words: butchering. He was like a parched sponge, continually absorbing knowledge of pig slaughter from Yi Chi Yuan. As he dispatched more pigs, Yi Chuan's skills grew increasingly adept. Under the pig's inattentiveness, he could nearly ensure a 1-strike kill. During this period, he had slaughtered a total of 250 pigs, leading to a dramatic transformation in his attributes. Name: Yi Chuan occupation, Master Butcher level, Tier 3 Apprentice, 50. 1. Strength, 15 Agility, 15 Spirit, 15 Occupational Talent. Swine Slayer, Godslayer S. Edge Occupational Skill. Blood Shadow Butcher, LV1, Swine Slayer. Attacks against pigs deal an additional 301 damage. Each pig slain increases this talent's enhancement by 1. And damage inflicted by pigs is halved. Godslayer S. Edge. Select a weapon as your butcher's knife. Each pig that dies beneath it grants you 0.1 free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher. The butcher releases his aura, forcing pigs into a 1-second state of feared. A life-based profession. Yi Chuan's advancement to the next tier as an apprentice required only 5 free attributes. Fortunately, with the existence of the Godslayer S. Edge talent, the 250 pigs had provided him with 25 free attributes, elevating his 3-dimensional attributes to 45. But the additional damage from Swine Slayer had also escalated to 301. Yi Chuan felt confident that even combat-oriented professions would not match him at this moment. Perhaps it was time to venture beyond the slaughterhouse. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. While butchering pigs in the slaughterhouse was undoubtedly safe, the efficiency left much to be desired. Here, he had to ensure the integrity of the pigs and perform the laborious tasks of meat processing and bone removal. However, if he were to hunt other creatures as he did pigs, he merely needed to eliminate them. With no concern for the aftermath, he asked Yi Chi Yuan for a day off, claiming he was tired after 5 days of butchering. To which Yi Chi Yuan readily agreed. The following morning, Yi Chuan set off with a backpack containing a butcher's knife and some provisions. In this world, myriad races coexisted, with monsters rampant. Humanity had shed its national divisions, forming the Human Federation, divided into 9 special zones. The location of Qingcheng was at the fringes of the 5th special zone, once beyond the confines of human territory and into the wilderness. Dangers from countless races awaited, many of which preyed upon humans. Yet for combat-oriented professionals, the wilderness was precisely where one could hone their skills and enhance their strength most rapidly. One could not become a top-tier powerhouse by remaining behind closed doors. Before exiting the city, Yi Chuan registered briefly at the city gate, where the staff kindly provided him with a wilderness survival guide. This guide included various taboos, preparations for the wild, and details about the races active near Qingcheng. As a life-based profession, you may only operate within a kilometer of the city after leaving. Otherwise, you risk life-threatening dangers that you understand. The staff member reminded him, I understand. Yi Chuan replied obediently with a nod, then turned to leave the city. The wilderness and the city presented starkly contrasting scenes. Although Chingcheng was merely a border town, it still bustled with life. Upon exiting, Yichuan was greeted by a landscape of desolation and decay. Overgrown with weeds and swept by yellow sands, where he even spotted some skeletal remains by the roadside, the origin of which was uncertain. He proceeded directly in the opposite direction of the city gate. The staff had indicated that there would be no life-threatening dangers within a kilometer, suggesting that nearby beasts and monsters had already been eradicated. True to this, Yichuan encountered no peril as he journeyed. As he ventured deeper into the wild, the surroundings grew increasingly silent, with only the whispering wind breaking the stillness. Upon entering a thicket of low shrubs, Yichuan instinctively became wary, sensing that he was being watched. Adjusting his backpack to the front, he gripped the butcher's knife within. Rustled out, a commotion erupted from the bushes, and in the next moment, a humanoid creature approximately 1 meter tall leaped out, brandishing a spiked iron rod. Roaring and charging toward Yichuan, a goblin, observing the green-skinned creature before him, Yichuan instantly deduced its race. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Blood Shadow Butcher skill, unleashing a wave of malevolence that plunged the goblin into a state of terror. Rather than attacking it, Yichuan drew forth his butcher's knife and struck downward behind him. Behind him, a goblin stealthily approached, brandishing a dagger, only to be left dumbfounded. Before it could react, Yichuan cleaved it in two with a single stroke. With the additional damage bonus of 300 from the swinefolk nemesis, this goblin stood no chance of resistance. The butcher Yichuan had just slain a special pig, resulting in a level increase of 5. An additional damage increase of 1 for the swinefolk nemesis, and a boost of 0.1 to his free attributes that it seemed that the stronger the pig he killed, the greater the enhancement to his realm. Yichuan mused. Slaying an ordinary fat pig only granted him a level increase of 1, whereas dispatching a goblin directly raised his level by 5 at the speed at which he killed goblins was comparable to that of pigs. Yet the gains in power from slaying goblins were evidently far superior to those from butchering pigs. The teacher at school had made it abundantly clear. Goblins are treacherous and malevolent creatures, deeply united, and they never act alone. Whenever a goblin emerged to draw your attention, it usually signified that others were poised to ambush you, which was precisely why Yichuan turned around without hesitation. Upon witnessing his companion's demise, the goblin wielding an iron club wasted no time in fleeing. Why Yichuan did not rush to pursue, but instead followed at a distance. Goblins existed in tribal units. By trailing one, he would eventually locate its tribe. True to form, the fleeing goblin led him to a dim cave, where it swiftly disappeared. Without hesitation, Yichuan entered the cave, only to be met with a barrage of arrows from the darkness. Unfortunately for them, Yichuan's mental and agility attributes had both reached 15, rendering him nearly untouchable. The few stray arrows that managed to evade him were effortlessly cleaved in two by his butcher's knife. In the shadows, countless pairs of blood-red eyes glimmered, accompanied by low, guttural growls. It was evident that this cave served as the stronghold for the goblin tribe, gazing at the multitude of goblins before him. A gentle smile crept across Yichuan's lips. Oh many pigs. Chapter 8. The cave maiden faced with a cave teeming with goblins. Yichuan exhibited no fear. Instead, he charged forward, brandishing his butcher's knife. Goblins, unless they birthed a goblin shaman or captured formidable females from other races as breeding stock, were at the bottom of the food chain among the myriad of species. Were it not for their astonishing reproductive capabilities, they would have long been extinct. With a swift stroke, the nearest goblin fell without struggle or cry, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yichuan had once again slain a special pig, resulting in a level increase of 5. An additional damage increase of 1 for the swinefolk nemesis, and a boost of 0.1 to his free attributes. With a keen understanding of the goblin's life force, Yichuan regarded these ferocious goblins as nothing more than the plump pigs in a slaughterhouse. As long as the blade struck true, killing goblins presented no difference from butchering pigs. The death of their companion did not instill fear in the other goblins. Rather, it ignited their latent brutality. The goblins charged at Yichuan, their faces contorted with rage, eager to consume him if he fell into their clutches. Yichuan tore a sleeve from his clothing, binding his right hand to the butcher's knife. and thus commenced a slaughter, with the staggering additional damage of 300 from the swinefolk nemesis. Combined with the butchering techniques learned from his father, Yi Chuan's speed in dispatching goblins was nothing short of astonishing. Each swing of his knife struck true, claiming the life of a goblin with almost every blow. Yet amidst the onslaught of goblins, Yi Chuan too bore wounds, though the swinefolk nemesis ensured that any damage inflicted upon him was halved. This made it exceedingly difficult for the already weak goblins to leave any fatal injuries on him. Instead, Yi Chuan grew more valiant with each kill, his three-dimensional attributes and the additional damage from the swinefolk nemesis continuously rising. The techniques imparted to him by Yi Chuan were further solidified through practical experience. Butchering was simply about delivering death in the most effortless manner, swiftly halting all life activities of a pig. This encapsulated the essence, or perhaps the true meaning, of butchering. An hour later, the cave lay littered with the bodies of goblins, none remaining standing. Many of the corpses were remarkably intact, save for a single cut across the throat. After the battle, Yi Chuan grimaced in pain, his body bearing numerous injuries, a bloody puncture marring his thigh. Though the goblins were weak, their attacks were insidiously treacherous. Had he not dodged in time, he might have faced far worse than a mere hole in his thigh. He could have become Yi Chuan the sister. Despite his injuries, excitement radiated from Yi Chuan's face in just 1 hour. He had slain a staggering 73 goblins. To put this into perspective, during a day at the slaughterhouse, he could only manage around 50 pigs. While the wilderness posed dangers, the efficiency of power enhancement far surpassed that of the slaughterhouse. 1 hour in the wild equated to an entire day in the slaughterhouse. Yi Chuan continued deeper into the cave. In the depths of the cave, a nauseating odor pervaded the air, and Yi Chuan soon encountered the breeding area of the goblins. Female goblins, stripped of their dignity and covered in wounds, were suspended from wooden frames. Among them were humans and individuals from other races, each exhibiting a vacant expression, their eyes hollow, displaying no reaction to Yi Chuan's arrival. Without uttering a word, Yi Chuan lifted his butcher's knife and struck down. Yi Chuan had just slain a two-legged pig, resulting in a level increase of 1, an additional damage increase of 1 for the swinefolk nemesis, and a boost of 0.1 to his free attributes. Under the torment of the goblins, the consciousness of these individuals had crumbled, their minds rendered incapable of thought. They had become mere breeding stock devoid of agency. Females rescued from the goblin lair often lost their capacity for normal life. Emerging as little more than husks, for them, death would be a release. Yi Chuan began his grim work. The faces of these individuals reflected not fear, but rather smiles, revealing the inhumane torment they had endured within the goblin stronghold. Yi Chuan swiftly progressed, his knife capable of severing life in an instant. When he reached the final woman cowering in the corner, he halted his blade. This last woman was clothed, and though dirty, she did not appear to have suffered at the hands of the goblins. Raising his hand, he delivered a sharp slap, awakening her from her stupor. "Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I don't want the goblins." "Ah!" the woman screamed in terror, her voice piercing the air with an intensity that made Yi Chuan's ears throb. Without hesitation, he stuffed her sock in her mouth, silencing her. "Be quiet. The goblins are all dead." Seeing the woman regain some semblance of self-awareness, Yi Chuan sheathed his knife. The panicked woman steadied herself, and upon realizing she was in the presence of a human, she rushed forward to embrace Yi Chuan, weeping uncontrollably. Thank you so much. I was on the brink of being ravaged by those goblins. Do I need to award you for that?" Yi Chuan's voice cut through her sobs, bringing her cries to an abrupt halt as she sensed something was amiss with her savior. She glanced around, her eyes landing on the bodies Yi Chuan had felled. They were killed by goblins. Yi Chuan, unfazed, pushed the woman away from him and continued deeper into the cave. The woman hurried after him. Realizing that only by staying close to Yi Chuan could she find any semblance of safety, "My name is Xiaonan Nan. What is yours?" "Yi Chuan, you're amazing. Are you a combat class as well?" Xiaonan Nan inquired eagerly. Yi Chuan ignored her. Having reached the end of the cave, a barren space surrounded by stone walls, he approached, tapping on the stone wall, which echoed hollowly. With a swift kick, he shattered the hard stone wall, revealing several goblin offspring huddled together in terror, resembling pitiful little puppies. "Are you going to kill even the young?" Xia Nan questioned, glancing at the pitiable goblin pups. Her heart wavering. "Of course, otherwise, who will I kill next?" Yi Chuan retorted. Xia Nan instantly fell silent, too frightened to speak further. After dealing with a few goblin cubs, Yi Lin wiped his pig-killing knife clean and emerged from the goblin's lair. This venture proved to be quite fruitful for him. Nearly 100 goblins propelled his rank from a third-stage apprentice to a sixth-stage apprentice, elevating his three-dimensional attributes to 70 points. Such a rapid progression would undoubtedly leave many in awe if it were known. It is worth noting that Yi Chuan had not received any cultivation resources. He relied solely on his own efforts. Looking across the myriad of realms, it is unlikely that anyone could match Yi Chuan, single-handedly wielding a pig-killing knife, achieving the sixth-stage apprentice rank in merely 6 days. The only drawback was that his knife had become somewhat dulled, which was to be expected, as it was merely an ordinary tool and had been used to clash against the weapons of goblins. Savoring his success, Yi Chuan tidied up his belongings, preparing to continue his hunt for pigs, only to notice that Xia Nan was trailing closely behind him. "Stop following me. Head in that direction. The city gate is over there." Yi Chuan indicated towards the gate. "That I dare not." Xia Nan was evidently shaken. Terrified by the earlier encounter with the goblins, she could hardly fathom what fate awaited her had Yi Chuan not intervened. Why, Yi Chuan, growing impatient, drew his pig-killing knife, its cold gleam startling Xia Nan. Leaving her pale face, "Wait, don't harm me. I am the daughter of Xia Bei Hai." Chapter 9. A transaction. Xia Bei Hai. The Xia Bei Hai of the Qingcheng Xia clan? Yi Chuan's heart skipped a beat. The Xia family held significant power in Qingcheng, being one of the two major alliances representing the four top forces of the city. Among them, the Xia family, led by the master Xia Bei Hai, was a 9th-stage master-level transmuter, merely a step away from the Grandmaster realm. "Indeed," Xia Nan nodded. "Please help me. Rest assured, I will not let your efforts go unrewarded. You may name your price." A smile broke across Yi Chuan's face. This was truly serendipitous, for he had been at a loss as to where to procure a superior pig-killing knife. After all, his parents were ordinary folk and could offer him no assistance. The Xia family, with its wealth, could surely help him find a skilled blacksmith. "Miss Xia, you misunderstand. With your beauty, how could I, Yi Chuan, bear to harm you? I merely wish for you to admire the craftsmanship of my knife." Yi Chuan sheathed his weapon. "Fear not. From this moment forth, your affair shall be my concern. Speak of what assistance you require." Xia Nan felt a chill at Yi Chuan's broad grin. Yet, recalling how he had single-handedly slaughtered an entire goblin tribe, she retained some faith in his abilities. "In a few days, it is my mother's birthday, and I wish to find a blood moon flower as a gift. That is why I sneaked out. If you help me locate the blood moon flower and ensure my safe return to Qingcheng, I will grant you any reward you desire." "What do you say?" Xia Nan inquired. "Blood moon flower?" Yi Chuan consulted his wilderness survival guide and quickly located the relevant information. The blood moon flower was an exceedingly rare treasure, guarded by the formidable blood moon giant python. However, it bore no enhancement to one's strength. Its sole purpose was to delay the aging of one's appearance. Hence, few sought it out, given that an adult blood moon giant python's prowess could rival that of a 9th-stage apprentice-level human transmuter. "Wait." Yi Chuan looked at Xia Nan in confusion. "You, who can barely defeat a goblin, dare to seek the blood moon giant python, a creature on par with a 9th-stage apprentice? I can handle it." Xia Nan retorted, flustered. "When I left, I had my father's protective charms with me. Even a transmuter at the ascending realm would not be my opponent, but that group of goblins was treacherous. I was ambushed. That is how I was captured." Xia Nan's voice dwindled, evidently aware of her own embarrassment. Why, Yi Chuan rolled his eyes. "Well then, your protective measures could deter an ascending realm transmuter, yet you were captured by a horde of goblins? It is akin to Liu, Guan, and Zhang attempting to challenge El Bu, only to be captured midway by Xing Daorong. That I can assist you. But upon completion, I require you to find the finest blacksmith in Qingcheng to forge me a new knife." "Is that all?" "A mere trifle. Consider it done." Xia Nan readily agreed. Both she and Yi Chuan smiled widely, believing they had struck a beneficial deal. Xia Nan retrieved a map from her pocket, carefully unfolding it. "I purchased this from someone else. It marks the locations where the blood moon giant python appears, as long as we locate it. We are sure to find the blood moon flower. She pointed to a spot on the map. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart. Yichuan exclaimed, lifting his pig-killing knife. Hold on, you are still injured. Tend to your wounds first, Xia Nan Nan called out. Handing over her bag, I have some medicine. Take whatever you can use. Why Yichuan glanced into Xia Nan Nan's bag and gasped in surprise. The Xia family indeed had wealth and was thus extravagant. The bag was brimming with various potions, those for external injuries, internal ailments, detoxification, and stamina recovery, all of the highest quality. Yichuan even spotted a few second-grade potions. It was known that a single first-grade potion could easily fetch several thousand. While second-grade potions could be sold for tens of thousands, Xia Nan Nan had effortlessly brought a trove of valuable supplies. How fortunate it is to have wealth. Yichuan chuckled bitterly. Had he not known she was Xia Beihai's daughter, he might have been tempted to seize her belongings with nothing but a pig-killing knife, a few bottles of water, and some dry bread in his possession. He felt like a refugee in comparison to Xia Nan Nan. However, it was a relief to travel alongside her, as he need not worry about injuries. This little heiress had ample supplies of potions that Yichuan selected a rejuvenation potion from Xia Nan Nan's bag. The potion, of vibrant green, brimmed with vitality and melted in his mouth. Under its influence, Yichuan's wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. In under 10 minutes, the injuries inflicted by the goblins had completely mended, leaving only faint scars that moment. Xia Nan Nan returned, having washed the grime from her face, revealing a delicate visage with a rosy glow. Despite standing nearly 1.7 meters tall with a curvaceous figure, her youthful features presented a stark contrast. Yichuan glanced at Xia Nan Nan before averting his gaze. I am healed. Let us set off. Xia Nan Nan paused, for the first time in her life, questioning her appearance. Yichuan's earlier gaze had felt as though he were eyeing a piece of meat. Was she truly that unattractive? Given Yichuan's previous inclination to brandish his knife, she dared not inquire further and merely followed him silently. Following the map provided by Xia Nan Nan, they soon encountered a fierce beast, a silver-horned giant rhinoceros, peacefully grazing. Its heavy silver armor gleamed under the sun, radiating a metallic luster. This creature is herbivorous and not very aggressive. Let us avoid it and proceed around, Xia Nan Nan suggested. But before she could finish, Yichuan had already marched forward with his pig-killing knife raised. If it dares to graze today, it will surely dare to prey on humans tomorrow. It must not be spared. Xia Nan Nan was horrified and hastily protested. The silver-horned giant rhinoceros boasts formidable attack and defense, comparable to a 7-stage apprentice. Do not invite trouble. Just as her words fell, Yichuan struck swiftly, and with a single blow, the massive silver-horned giant rhinoceros fell, a crimson line marking its neck. Chapter 10. An unexpected reunion. Xia Nan Nan was left dumbfounded. Point one strike, and he had slain a silver-horned giant rhinoceros. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would have found this hard to believe. The silver-horned giant rhinoceros was renowned for its exceptional defense. Its heavy silver shield-like armor was reputed to be impervious to blades. Yet before Yichuan, the creature had not withstood even a single cut. Yichuan mounted the back of the silver-horned giant rhinoceros and deftly severed the long horn from its head. This item was an excellent material for forging, capable of fetching a handsome price when sold. While the rhinoceros's hide was also quite remarkable, its weight rendered it cumbersome for travel. So Yichuan chose not to take it. He stowed the horn in his backpack and gave a gentle pat to the still-dazed Xia Nan Nan. Let us go. What are you waiting for? Oh, right. Okay. Xia Nan Nan, still recovering from her shock, followed Yichuan in a daze. Soon, she witnessed an even more unbelievable scene. Along their journey, regardless of the ferocity of the beast they encountered, Yichuan dealt with them effortlessly, often with a single strike. If one blow proved insufficient, he simply followed up with a second. His intent to kill was palpable. Any beast within his line of sight was swiftly dispatched. Yichuan's justifications for his actions were equally absurd. One beast appeared to be suffering from heat stroke, another looked ill, and yet another had excessively long fur. Despite traversing a perilous wilderness, he moved with the nonchalance of a butcher in his own pigsty. Xia Nan Nan was left astounded. Was this fellow a reincarnated butcher? Yichuan, what exactly is your profession? After witnessing Yi Chuan effortlessly slay a black-scaled giant lizard that rivaled an 8th-tier apprentice, Xiaonan could no longer contain her curiosity. I'm merely a pig butcher, Yi Chuan replied candidly. Impossible. You're only a 6th-tier apprentice, yet you can easily slay foes 2 tiers above you. You must be at least an epic-tier combat profession. Although Xiaonan was somewhat naive, her upbringing in a prominent family endowed her with a keen sense of discernment. Believe it or not, it makes no difference to me, Yi Chuan shrugged. His relationship with Xiaonan was purely transactional. He had no obligation to clarify her doubts, seeing that Yi Chuan was once again ignoring her. Xiaonan gritted her teeth in frustration, yet found herself powerless against him. Despite being an epic-tier combat profession with a level not inferior to Yi Chuan's, she had no confidence in dodging his astonishing strikes. Yi Chuan continued his relentless slaughter, ensuring that anything alive along their path felt the edge of his blade. Under the strain of such high-intensity combat, Yi Chuan's level rose once more, elevating him to a 7th-tier apprentice. He then examined his attribute panel. Name: Yi Chuan profession, God-tier pig butcher level, 7th-tier apprentice, 13.1, strength, 27 agility, 27 spirit, 26 professional talent, nemesis of the pig clan. Blade of the Butcher God professional skills, Blood Shadow Butcher, LV1, nemesis of the pig clan, deals an additional 450 damage to pigs, with each pig slain enhancing this talent by 1. While reducing damage taken from pigs by half, Blade of the Butcher God, designate a weapon as your pig slaughter knife. Each pig that falls beneath its blade grants you 0.1 points of free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher. The butcher releases a menacing aura, forcing pigs into a state of fear for 1 second. In the realm of Qingsheng, a 7th-tier apprentice was considered a minor figure, especially with Yi Chuan's God-tier pig butcher profession. Even a 9th-tier apprentice would seem insignificant in his presence. As for a transcendent figure, Yi Chuan had never engaged one in combat, leaving him uncertain of his own capabilities against them, given the vast differences between each tier. We are nearing the location of the Blood Moon Python, Xiaonan exclaimed, glancing at the map with excitement as she tugged at Yi Chuan to move. Wait, there are people ahead. Yi Chuan's gaze sharpened. As a pig butcher, he was highly attuned to the scent of pigs, and he detected at least 20 ahead, one of which emanated a formidable presence. In the wilderness, one must be cautious not only of various ferocious beasts and demons, but also of their fellow humans. The human heart can sometimes be far more terrifying than any beast. Who's there? Step forward. Yi Chuan initially intended to wait for them to pass before proceeding, but the powerful pig seemed to have sensed their presence and bellowed out. Come out, don't hide. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Yi Chuan remained silent, quietly gripping his pig-slaughtering knife hidden in his bag as he stepped forward. The moment Yi Chuan and Xiaonan appeared, both parties were taken aback, for they were familiar faces. The one who had just shouted was none other than Zhao Ming, the principal of Qingcheng High School, Su Lingxian. Lu Jinglong, and a dozen students who had awakened their combat professions followed closely behind him. Clearly, Zhao Ming had brought these students into the wilderness for training. Given Zhao Ming's strength, as long as Su Lingxian and the others did not stray too far, he could ensure their safety without any issues. Yi Chuan, what are you doing here? Zhao Ming could not restrain his curiosity. He remembered this student well. A god-tier profession reduced to a mere pig butcher, a true waste of talent. Zhao Ming had been waking up in the middle of the night, slapping himself for allowing such a travesty to exist. How could a god-tier profession be a pig butcher? More perplexing was why this individual, with a lifestyle profession, would venture into such a dangerous place. Just passing through, Yi Chuan replied truthfully. Passing through? Yi Chuan, do you expect me to believe that? I think you're still hung up on Sister Lingxian, which is why you followed her into the wilderness like a stubborn leech. A slightly plump girl behind Su Lingxian sneered. Upon hearing this, the crowd wore expressions of sudden understanding, and oh wonder Yi Chuan, a lifestyle profession, found himself so far into the wilderness. If he had come to pursue Su Lingxian, everything made sense in an instant. The onlookers regarded Yi Chuan with a mix of disdain and mockery, as if he were a deluded toad. Tiske. Even after breaking up, he continues to stalk and cling on. How frightening! Lingxian, Having dated such a loser is like carrying a criminal record. Truly ordinary yet confident. Yi Chuan. Don't you ever look in a mirror? Sister Ling Xian is a legendary combat profession. What right do you have to pursue her? Exactly. You even went as far as to follow her into the wilderness. Consider yourself lucky if you don't get devoured by a ferocious beast. This fellow truly resembled a clown, as the crowd chattered. Su Ling Xian had not thought much of it initially, but as she listened to their words, her gaze toward Yi Chuan grew increasingly impatient. Yi Chuan, I believe I made myself clear last time. Why do you continue to cling to me? It is impossible for us. We are already from two different worlds. Chapter 11. One punch defeats the enemy. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Yi Chuan stroked the pig-slaughtering knife in his bag. However, considering Zhao Ming standing nearby, he obediently returned the knife to its place. Remaining silent, he was disinclined to argue with pigs. He could always deal with them later when the opportunity arose. Yet his silence was interpreted as submission by those across from him. Lu Jinglong stepped forward with a sinister grin. Yi Chuan, how dare you show your face before me? Perfect. I was worried I wouldn't find you hiding away. A long knife appeared in Lu Jinglong's hand, and as it was drawn, it gleamed with a chilling light. Wow, Jinglong's knife must be a genuine spirit weapon. Indeed, my uncle is a blacksmith. I've seen spirit weapons before. That knife is already of inferior yellow tier. Spirit weapons are vastly superior to ordinary ones, and given that Jinglong was now a 4th-tier apprentice, with that spirit weapon, he could likely contend with a 6th-tier apprentice. The crowd's expressions grew serious. Spirit weapons are forged by specialized blacksmiths and are typically classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, each further divided into 4 grades. A formidable spirit weapon can significantly enhance a combatant's strength, potentially doubling Yi Chuan. I warned you to leave Qingsheng. This time, I will not come to your aid, Su Lingxian remarked, shaking her head in exasperation. Having been so resolute last time, Yi Chuan still clung to her like a stubborn leech in the wilderness. If she were to assist him again, it would only give him the impression that she still harbored feelings for him. Allowing Lu Jinglong to teach him a lesson would serve him well and help him grasp reality. Lu Jinglong had hoped to see fear etched on Yi Chuan's face, but he was soon disappointed. Instead of fear, Yi Chuan's gaze was fervently fixed on a knife in his hand. An inferior yellow-tier spirit weapon must be quite valuable. Right? Yi Chuan inquired of Xia Nan. Nan beside him, it's decent. Could sell for several 100,000, but that knife isn't of exceptional quality. Xia Nan nodded in response. Several 100,000? That's more than enough. Yi Chuan nodded in satisfaction, recalling how his father had toiled at the slaughterhouse for an entire year, wielding the butcher's knife, yet earning barely a few 100,000. Witnessing Yi Chuan treat his spiritual weapon as if it were already his own, Lu Jinglong's temper flared intensely. You, a mere swine butcher, what are you pretending for? Lu Jinglong charged forward, swinging his blade down upon Yi Chuan with a strike that seemed to vanish in a thin air. As swift as the wind, Yi Chuan raised his butcher's knife to block. Clang! With a resounding clash of metal, sparks flew, and Yi Chuan's knife was cleaved in two. One half of the blade spun through the air before embedding itself in the ground. In stark contrast, Lu Jinglong's sword remained as sharp as ever, not a single nick upon its edge. Compared to a spiritual weapon, an ordinary blade was as feeble as paper. Your butcher's knife is broken. Soon, you won't even be able to slaughter pigs. Lu Jinglong's laughter echoed, releasing the pent-up frustration that had long been suppressed. Unexpectedly, Yi Chuan cast aside the broken half of his butcher's knife. Against you, I need no weapon. Barely had the words left his lips when Yi Chuan sprang into action. His speed reached its zenith, arriving before Lu Jinglong in the blink of an eye. The Shadow Blade Master was known for agility. Yet in that moment, Lu Jinglong was caught utterly off guard as Yi Chuan's fingers coalesced, and with a powerful thrust of his leg, he landed a punch squarely on Lu Jinglong's chest. Crack! 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 A series of sickening, bone-cracking sounds resounded. And Lu Jinglong's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, propelled by Yi Chuan's strike. His chest caved in at a bizarre angle, clearly indicating broken ribs. This spectacle left everyone frozen in shock. None had anticipated that Yi Chuan, a mere butcher, could so effortlessly overcome Lu Jinglong, a life profession triumphing over a combat profession. How absurd! It wasn't until Lu Jinglong emitted a pained scream that the crowd snapped back to reality. Zhao Ming gazed at Yechuan in astonishment. You are already a 7th-tier apprentice? Upon this revelation, disbelief flickered in the eyes of the students from Qingqing High. Even Su Lingxian was no exception. Despite her rigorous training at Qingqing High, she had only just reached the 6th tier. How could Yechuan possibly advance faster than her? Just pure luck. Yechuan approached and picked up Lu Jinglong's sword. Though not a butcher's knife, it was still a spiritual weapon, superior to his previous ordinary knife. Observing the long blade closely, he noticed 2 characters inscribed at its base. Qingfeng at a yellow-grade low-tier spiritual weapon. The Qingfeng blade, that it seems you've spent this time slaughtering pigs. Except for eating and sleeping, that's why your level has risen so rapidly. However, Yechuan, this is ultimately futile. A butcher is merely a life profession. Zhao Ming sighed and began to elucidate to the students of Qingqing High. Although the tier distinctions between life and combat professions were identical, their paths to advancement were entirely different. Combat professions required diligent cultivation, comprehension of combat techniques, and accumulation of battle experience, or enhancement through elixirs and rare resources. Life professions, on the other hand, were simpler. For instance, a butcher merely needed to slaughter pigs, and Yechuan's level would continue to rise. Artifact and elixir masters followed the same principle. They did not need to engage in combat. As a godly butcher, if Yechuan were to focus solely on slaughtering pigs during his apprentice stage, his advancement would indeed be swift. However, once he reached the ascendant tier, or even master tier, the number of pigs he would need to slay to elevate his rank would be astronomical. At that point, advancing as a butcher would become an arduous endeavor. Conversely, combat professions could simply continue their training to enhance their strength, with the only concern being the pace of their growth, devoid of the challenges of stagnation. After hearing Zhao Ming's explanation, the crowd suddenly understood. In other words, although Yechuan could easily defeat Lu Jinglong now, in a few years he would find himself on the receiving end of such a beatdown. Wasn't that only natural? A butcher, after all, was merely a life profession. As levels increased, combat professions would acquire more skills and techniques, rendering Yechuan's high rank ultimately inconsequential, as he would still only be capable of slaughtering pigs. No wonder he was found in the wilderness. Surely, he hadn't come to showcase his abilities in hopes of winning back Sister Lingxuan's affections. Holy cow, I feel like you've hit the nail on the head. This butcher is truly repugnant. Sister Lingxian, please don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. The principal has already stated that his initial rapid advancement stemmed from his high rank and attributes, allowing him to triumph over Lu Jinglong. Once he reaches the ascendant tier, there won't be enough pigs left for him to slaughter. Su Lingxian also frowned at Yechuan, shaking her head in resignation. Yechuan, what are you doing this for? To be frank, I've already been recommended to Tianxiong Academy. In a few days, the teachers from Tianxiong Academy will come to escort me. We are now from 2 entirely different worlds. Chapter 12, A Sudden Change. Tianxiong Academy. Upon hearing this name, everyone gasped in astonishment. This was the finest academy in the 5th district of the Human Federation. It was rumored that the security guards at Tianxiong Academy were all masters, and even those who had reached the master tier did not qualify to guard its entrance. Those who graduated from this academy were invariably powerful figures capable of safeguarding a region. They never imagined that Su Lingxian could gain admission to Tianxiong Academy. This was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. No matter what Yechuan had accomplished in their eyes, it would merely be a show for attention. Go home, Yechuan. Don't be reckless. Uncle Yi and Aunt Wu have only you as their son. Don't make them worried. Su Lingxuan's beautiful eyes were filled with indifference, gazing at Yechuan as if he were a stranger. She felt it was imperative to make Yechuan recognize the gap between them, ensuring he would be utterly disheartened. Yechuan, don't blame me. I only seek what is best for you, Su Lingxian thought to herself. Yechuan ignored her, but Xia Nan was not pleased. When had the young lady Xia ever suffered a loss? With hands on her hips, she stepped forward. Are you all done yet? Yechuan is here to help me find the blood moon flower. Encountering you is merely an unfortunate coincidence. What are you all babbling about? Seeing Xiaonan dare to retort, those eager to curry favor with Su Lingxian immediately turned their ire towards her. Oh, a discarded man that Sister Lingxian doesn't want, yet some dare to treasure him? Truly blind. This Yechuan lacks skills in other areas, but he certainly excels at wooing women, doesn't he? So quickly he's managed to charm another. Ah, a match made in heaven, destined to last forever. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps rang out. Before those individuals could finish their words, Xiaonan had stepped forward and slapped each of them once. You dare strike me? You're courting death. Instantly, the group was enraged. They were all combat professionals, ready to retaliate. Try laying a finger on me. My father is Xia Beihai, Xiaonan declared coldly. Stop. Zhao Ming immediately intervened, scrutinizing Xiaonan closely. Earlier, Xiaonan had appeared rather disheveled, and he had not thought much of it. But upon closer inspection, he realized this girl was indeed the daughter of Xia Beihai, Miss Xia. What brings you here? Zhao Ming's tones softened considerably, akin to soothing a child. None of your concern. I can go wherever I please, Xiaonan replied icily, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Ming. And you, Principal Zhao, the conduct of your students is truly concerning. Yes, it is my oversight that I will ensure they are properly disciplined, Zhao Ming said, ingratiatingly. They must apologize to Yechuan, Xiaonan pointed at the group. Did you hear? Apologize, Zhao Ming commanded sternly. Although the group was reluctant, since Zhao Ming had spoken, they could only begrudgingly mutter an apology. And what about her? Xiaonan turned her gaze to Su Lingxian. Zhao Ming's expression grew complicated. Miss Xia, Lingxian is the first legendary combat profession to emerge from our Qincheng in a century, and she has been recommended to Tianqiong Academy. Given time, she will undoubtedly become a renowned figure within the Human Federation. Even your father would likely refrain from provoking her. Wouldn't he? So what? If one does wrong, they must apologize. Xiaonan showed no signs of backing down. Zhao Ming felt overwhelmed, caught between the Xia family and Su Lingxian, who had already been accepted into Tianqiong Academy. Offending either side would be a significant loss. Fortunately, at that moment, Yechuan intervened. Never mind, let's go. Yechuan had no desire to waste time on these people. He would rather spend that time slaughtering a few more pigs to enhance his strength. You can't leave. Return my Qing Feng blade. Lu Jinglong's eyes were blood red, filled with resentment as he fixed his gaze on Yechuan. A low-tier yellow-grade spiritual weapon was, for him, exceedingly precious. If you have the ability, come and reclaim it yourself. I am ever ready for the challenge. Why Yechuan walked away without a backward glance. Though somewhat reluctant, upon seeing Yechuan speak, Xiaonan could only glare at Su Lingxian in indignation before turning to follow Yechuan. Watching the departing figures of the two, Su Lingxian felt a twinge of discomfort. Although she had no desire for Yechuan, witnessing Xiaonan's fervent defense of him inexplicably irked her. Alas, if she could win Xiaonan's favor and become a son-in-law of the Xia family. Perhaps that would be the best fate for him. Su Lingxian shook her head. Unlike Yechuan, her aspirations lay among the stars and the vast seas. The stage of Qingchun was far too limited for her. I am infuriated. Why did you stop me just now? Xiaonan ground her silver teeth. That average girl. You clearly weren't looking for her. Why didn't you clarify? Was it truly necessary? Why engage in a futile contest with a fool? Observing Xiaonan's flustered demeanor, Yechuan couldn't help but chuckle. Even if Su Lingxian knew I wasn't seeking her, what difference would it make? What benefits could I gain? Explaining would be laborious and thankless. What you say does possess some merit, yet I remain vexed. Xiaonan shook her fists in frustration. All right, calm down. We should have arrived at the Blood Moon Giant Python's territory by now. Why Yechuan glanced at the map. Indeed, they had stepped into the realm of the Blood Moon Giant Python. Why Yechuan tightened his grip on the Qingfeng knife, and a notification chimed. Exclusive slaughter knife selected. The Divine Slaughter Blade is now active. Each pig that perishes beneath the blade will grant you 0.1 points in free attributes. The faint, fishy odor permeated the air, a scent unique to serpents. The damp atmosphere clung to their skin like a serpent's tongue, inducing discomfort. Xiaonan retrieved two spherical objects from her backpack, clutching them tightly while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. By the way, how could someone as strong as you be a butcher? It's entirely normal for a butcher like me to possess a bit of strength. What do you have in your hands? Yi Chuan's gaze shifted to the objects in Xia Nanin's grip. Thunderfire orbs. Xia Nanin appeared eager for action. Without prior warning, even a realm ascendant would suffer grave injuries from this. When the Blood Moon giant python appears, leave it to me. As they ventured deeper, the Blood Moon giant python still did not reveal itself, but a peculiar plant came into view. 2 crimson flowers, resembling the color of congealed blood, shimmered with a translucent luster, exuding an alluring fragrance. The 2 flowers intertwined, inseparable. Xia Nanin gasped. This is no ordinary blood moon flower. It is the blood crystal twin flower. The blood crystal twin flower is a mutated variant of the blood moon flower. While ordinary blood moon flowers merely slow the aging process, the blood crystal twin flower grants eternal youth. It is said that only one emerges from every 100,000 blood moon flowers. If I could acquire this, Yi Chuan mused, feeling a stir of desire. He could bring one home for his mother. Wu Jingzhu. After all, which woman wouldn't he wish for an ageless visage? Stay here. I will gather the flowers. If the Blood Moon giant python appears, you can unleash the Thunderfire orbs. All right, Xia Nanin nodded, her small face flushed with excitement over the appearance of the blood crystal twin flower. Yi Chuan, gripping the Qing Feng knife, tiptoed cautiously towards the blood crystal twin flower. Upon reaching its side, the surroundings remained eerily silent, suggesting the Blood Moon giant python was not nearby. He breathed a sigh of relief, plunged the Qing Feng knife into the soil beneath the flower, and carefully excavated it along with the earth, placing it gently into his backpack. Just then, he suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor. Not daring to look back, he dashed forward. In the next moment, a massive red serpent's head appeared where he had just stood, its gaping maw poised to strike. Had Yi Chuan not evaded in time, he would have surely met a grim fate. The Blood Moon giant python was adorned with crystalline red scales, its yellow slit-like eyes brimming with fury, its towering form reaching 2 to 3 meters high. Exuding an aura of intimidation, why Yi Chuan's heart raced. This Blood Moon giant python, if not at the realm ascendant level, was undoubtedly perilously close to the pinnacle of a 9th-tier apprentice. Blood Shadow Butcher. Without hesitation, Yi Chuan activated his skill, unleashing a potent aura that plunged the Blood Moon giant python into a state of fear. Xia Nanin strike. Yi Chuan bellowed as he sprinted to the side. Xia Nanin, understanding the urgency, promptly hurled the Thunderfire orbs. 1 blue, 1 red, 1 thunder, 1 fire. The 2 orbs hurtled towards the Blood Moon giant python, which had just begun to shake off its fear. The orbs collided with a blinding flash. Lightning arcs and flames intertwined, erupting in a cataclysm of energy that obliterated everything in the vicinity. The Blood Moon giant python scales were robust, yet against the Thunderfire orbs, they proved inadequate. The scales splintered, blood gushing forth. The splattered blood was instantly vaporized by the searing heat of the explosion. When the chaos subsided, the Blood Moon giant python lay charred, its vibrant hue replaced by a sooty black. Wafting the aroma of roasted meat, Yi Chuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Had the Thunderfire orb struck him, his fate would likely have mirrored that of the Blood Moon giant python. He approached, delivering a decisive blow to the already dying serpent. Butcher Yi Chuan has slain a unique pig. Level increased by 30, additional damage against pig kind enhanced by 1, and 0.1 points in free attributes gained. A single Blood Moon giant python grants 30? Yi Chuan was taken aback, yet it made sense. Had the Blood Moon giant python not been weakened by Xia Nanin's Thunderfire orbs, he would have faced a daunting task to defeat it. Let us head back, he said. The sun was about to set, and having been out all day, if they delayed further, Yi Chiyuan and the others would surely grow concerned. Just then, Xia Nanin's pupils dilated. Yi Chuan, look behind you! Yi Chuan spun around sharply, only to behold 2 additional suns hanging in the sky. No. Those were not suns. They were 2 enormous, beastly eyes. A Blood Moon giant python, twice the size of the previous one, emerged before them, radiating the aura of a realm ascendant. The Blood Moon flower had transformed into the Blood Crystal Twin flower, and now the Blood Moon giant python had multiplied. Yi Chuan's heart raced as he turned to Xia Nanin. Do you have any Thunderfire orbs left? None. My father only provided me with that pair for protection. Xiaonan shook her head. Then what are we waiting for? Run! Yi Chuan seized Xiaonan's hand, pulling her along as they fled. However, the Blood Moon giant python had no intention of allowing these two thieves to escape. Its colossal tail swept through the air, resembling an earthquake, snapping ancient trees in half as if they were twigs. Yi Chuan raised his arms to shield himself, but was sent flying, blood surging violently within him, a salty tang rising in his throat. Had it not been for the pig-kind nemesis ability mitigating the impact, he would have sustained severe injuries from that tail strike. The chasm between the realm ascendant and the apprentice realms was vast, especially since Yi Chuan was merely a 7th-tier apprentice. It seemed escape was futile. They would have to eliminate it. You carry the bag. Find a place to hide. Yi Chuan passed the backpack to Xiaonan before drawing his Qingfeng knife. Have you lost your mind? That Blood Moon giant python is clearly at the realm ascendant level. Xiaonan was startled by Yi Chuan's audacity, a 7th-tier apprentice attempting to slay a fearsome beast of the realm ascendant. What madness was this? I understand. Yi Chuan charged forward, dodging the sweeping tail of the Blood Moon giant python and landing a strike upon its body. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as the Qingfeng knife scraped against the scales of the Blood Moon giant python, producing a shower of sparks and leaving a shallow gash from which a trickle of blood seeped. Yi Chuan inhaled sharply. The defensive capabilities of this realm ascendant Blood Moon giant python were astonishing. It must be noted that he possesses an extraordinary damage bonus against the pig clan. And furthermore, the weapon in his hand is a spiritual blade. He can scarcely imagine the scene that would have unfolded had he wielded his previous ordinary pig slaughtering knife. It likely wouldn't have even breached the defenses of the Blood Moon giant python. Infuriated by the pain, the Blood Moon giant python struck down with its massive tail while simultaneously opening its gaping maw, aiming to bite down on Yi Chuan. The two ends formed a deadly pincer, leaving Yi Chuan no room to evade. With a sharp gleam in his eyes, Yi Chuan focused intently on the Blood Moon giant python. Its defensive capabilities were formidable. In a standard confrontation, overcoming this creature would pose a considerable challenge. The only opportunity left for him was to gamble on a desperate maneuver. Resolving himself, Yi Chuan sprang forth, propelling himself off the ground like a cannonball, and charged headlong into the cavernous mouth of the Blood Moon giant python. Yi Chuan! Xiaonan gasped in shock. The Blood Moon giant python instinctively closed its jaws, intent on swallowing Yi Chuan whole, confident in its ability to digest any prey with its potent gastric acids. It raised its neck high and began to writhe its muscles, attempting to push Yi Chuan into its stomach. Yet at that moment, a sharp long knife erupted from the python's neck. With a swift motion, the azure blade sliced through the creature's throat, leaving it bewildered as its massive eyes widened in confusion. Covered in grime, Yi Chuan leaped from the python's neck. The Blood Moon giant python had clearly underestimated the attack power of its prey. Armed with a spiritual weapon, coupled with the pig clan nemesis's additional damage of 450, his intrusion into the python's body was akin to Sun Wukong entering Princess Iron Fan's belly. He could do as he pleased. With a resounding thud, the colossal head of the Blood Moon giant python crashed to the ground, its life extinguished. The butcher Yi Chuan had successfully slain a unique pig, elevating his level by 60 and enhancing the additional damage from the pig clan nemesis by 1, while also increasing his free attribute by 0.1 following the demise of the Blood Moon giant python. Yi Chuan's realm experienced a breakthrough, reaching the rank of an 8th-tier apprentice. Xiaonan was left in a state of shock. She could hardly believe that Yi Chuan, a mere 7th-tier apprentice, had truly managed to slay a Blood Moon giant python of the Ascended Realm. Even if it were only a 1st-tier Ascended Realm creature, it was still formidable. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Xiaonan would never have believed such a feat was possible. Goodness, Miss Xia, your task was truly daunting. Had I known you were to face a beast of the Ascended Realm, I would not have come, Yi Chuan remarked with a wry smile. You nearly scared me to death. Xiaonan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Why did you take such risks? You were almost turned into excrement by the Blood Moon giant python. Fortune favors the brave, Yi Chuan shrugged, but the moment he did so, pain shot through him, causing him to grimace. The python's earlier swallow had compressed his entire body, leaving him in excruciating discomfort with every slight movement. Upon seeing Yi Chuan's comical expression, Xia Nan, who had previously been teary-eyed, burst into laughter. "Serves you right. Let's see if you dare to take such risks again," Xia Nan teased, retrieving a vial of medicine from her bag and handing it to him. "Here, take this. Once you do, the pain will subside. And after that, find somewhere to wash up. You reek of the python's saliva and digestive fluids." Yi Chuan accepted the medicine without hesitation and swallowed it. Feeling the pain diminish significantly, he then removed his soaked clothing, revealing his well-built upper body. Xia Nan immediately turned her head in embarrassment, but couldn't resist sneaking glances at him, that why Yi Chuan's physique and appearance were undeniably impressive. Otherwise, prior to his awakening, Su Lingxian would not have been so infatuated with him. "Let us head back. It's time to return," Yi Chuan said, shouldering his backpack and azure blade. He felt a sense of gratitude toward Lu Jinglong. Had he not delivered a spiritual weapon from afar, he would not have been able to contend with the Blood Moon giant python. Sa Nan nodded shyly. Her cheeks flushed as she stole glances at Yi Chuan. They split the blood crystal twin flowers evenly, each taking one, and hurried back to Qingcheng before the sun completely set. As they entered the city gates, a large group of elegantly dressed, anxious members of the Xia family quickly surrounded them. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and no beard. "Oh dear, my young lady. Where have you been? The head of the family is nearly frantic. Uncle Zhao, I'm so sorry. I cause you all worry," Xia Nan said, lowering her head in shame. This journey outside the city had made her realize how foolish her decision to venture alone in search of the Blood Moon flower had been. Had it not been for Yi Chuan's timely appearance, she would likely have found herself trapped in a goblin's lair. "Thank goodness you are back safe." Uncle Zhao sighed with relief, then turned to Yi Chuan. "And who might you be?" "Uncle Zhao, this is Yi Chuan, my savior. Thanks to him, I was able to return safely. He is truly remarkable." Xia Nan introduced him. "Oh, I see. Thank you, Yi Shui, for your assistance. May I inquire what profession you belong to?" Uncle Zhao asked amiably. "I'm a butcher." Yi Chuan replied candidly. "A butcher?" Uncle Zhao paused, his expression turning noticeably colder as he produced a card and handed it to Yi Chuan. "Young man, you are indeed quite accomplished. This card contains 200,000. Consider it a reward for saving my young lady." "That's not necessary." Yi Chuan pushed the card back. "Returning your young lady was merely a transaction between us. I only require the agreed-upon reward." "Oh, is that so?" Uncle Zhao raised an eyebrow, a hint of wariness in his gaze. "What reward do you seek?" "Uncle Zhao, Yi Chuan wishes to find the most skilled blacksmith in Qingcheng to forge a spiritual weapon for him." Xia Nan interjected from the side. "I understand. Young lady, I shall handle this matter. Allow them to escort you home first. The head of the family is quite worried," Uncle Zhao advised, while Xia Nan glanced back at Yi Chuan with reluctance. Knowing she had to follow the family servants home, that if she delayed any longer, her father would surely come charging over. Once Xia Nan departed, Uncle Zhao's smile faded, replaced by a more serious demeanor. "Yi Shui, I sincerely appreciate you saving my young lady, but you and her are not of equal standing. I must implore you to refrain from harboring any inappropriate intentions, as it would not bode well for either party." Uncle Zhao was astute. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted as the steward of the Xia family. He had noticed the unusual glances Xia Nan had cast at Yi Chuan and felt compelled to extinguish any budding notions before they could take root. Yi Chuan found himself at a loss for words, who would develop worldly desires for a pig-headed individual. Yet he could not articulate this. He certainly couldn't tell Uncle Zhao that he viewed his young lady as a mere pig-headed fool. "No problem. I assure you I won't entangle myself with your young lady. But about the spiritual weapon?" Yi Chuan inquired. "Rest assured, the young lady will honor her promise. Master Tai Xian and my family have good rapport. I will inform him, and you may go see Master Tai Xian directly tomorrow." Uncle Zhao nodded, offering reassurance. "Once you acquire the spiritual weapon, I kindly ask that you maintain your distance from my young lady as much as possible." "Understood." Yi Chuan waved his hand and turned to leave. His objective had been accomplished, and he had no desire to linger in conversation with Uncle Zhao. Meanwhile, in the wilderness outside Qingcheng, a tall, barefoot woman appeared beside the two slain Blood Moon giant pythons. This woman bore horns atop her head, had elongated ears, and her eyes were vertical slits, indicating she was not human. Her icy gaze first fell upon the corpses of the blood moon giant pythons. Before she strode towards the location of the blood crystal twin flowers, the meticulously nurtured blood crystal twin flowers had vanished without a trace, leaving only a small pit in the ground. Her eyes turned even colder as she gouged out the eyes of the blood moon giant python, revealing Yi Chuan's reflection within them. You dare to slay my beast companion and seize my spiritual plant. You audacious human. Suddenly, a dazzling and bizarre blood-red glow erupted from the alien woman, tinting the moon in the sky a deep crimson. Sensing her fury, all the ferocious beasts in the wilderness of Qingcheng prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. Chapter 15. Qingcheng Trading House here. Take this. Upon returning home, Yi Chuan handed the blood crystal twin flower to Wu Jingzhu. This is the blood crystal twin flower? Where did you acquire it? Wu Jingzhu was somewhat taken aback that I ventured outside the city to explore the world beyond and fortuitously stumbled upon two massive red pythons engaged in a fierce battle. They fought until they perished. And I noticed a flower on the ground, which I decided to pluck and bring back with me. Yi Chuan scratched his head shyly. You, my child, is it wise to wander into such places outside the city? Do you comprehend the dangers that lurk beyond the city walls? You are not to go there again. While Wu Jingzhu reprimanded Yi Chuan, her heart was filled with warmth. The child had grown and now showed concern for his mother. The blood crystal twin flower holds an unparalleled allure for every woman. Understood. Mother, I won't dare to go again. Yi Chuan quickly acquiesced. However, the prospect of not venturing outside the city was impossible. He had already savored the thrill of hunting pigs beyond the walls. Outside the city, every individual was a talent, their words melodious, and it felt like home. How he adored his excursions beyond the city. Yi Chuan comfortably reclined on his bed, utterly exhausted from the day's events. The following morning, he greeted Yi Chuan before heading out to seek Master Tiexin, as mentioned by Uncle Zhao. Master Tiexin was the most renowned blacksmith in Qingcheng, crafting spiritual weapons that were priceless and highly coveted by the city's adventurers. He owed a debt of gratitude to the Xia family. Without them, even with money, finding a blacksmith of Master Tiexin's caliber would be a daunting task. He hailed a taxi, heading directly to Master Tiexin's residence. Upon arrival, Yi Chuan was greeted by a symphony of metallic clinks and clanks emanating from within, reminiscent of a melodic composition. That he approached and knocked on the door, which swung open to reveal a burly man with a beard, his physique brimming with muscle, scrutinizing Yi Chuan. Whom do you seek? Hello, Sir Dao. I was sent by Uncle Zhao from the Xia family to find Master Tiexin. Yi Chuan replied, Oh, you must be Yi Chuan. Come in. I'll take you to see the master. The burly man turned and led the way, with Yi Chuan following closely behind. Inside was a workshop ablaze with fire, where numerous muscular men labored vigorously, wielding their forging hammers. After passing through the forging area, Yi Chuan beheld a wall adorned with an array of spiritual weapons, each more dazzling than the last. At the foot of the wall sat an elderly man on a sandalwood chair. His hair and beard were entirely white, yet his face bore no wrinkles, and his physique was remarkably robust, akin to stone. Master, young friend, Yi Chuan has arrived, the burly man announced. Master Tiexin nodded and spoke. I have been informed of your intentions by the steward of the Xia family. Just tell me what kind of spiritual weapon you wish to forge. Seeing Master Tiexin's straightforwardness, Yi Chuan did not hesitate. Master Tiexin, I would like to forge a pig slaughtering knife. Master Tiexin's hand froze, the cup of tea hovering near his mouth as he gazed at Yi Chuan with an odd expression. Young friend, you are not jesting with this old man, are you? You wish to forge a pig slaughtering knife? To be honest, I'm a pig slaughterer. Yi Chuan paused before adding, of divine rank. Divine rank pig slaughter? I see. You're the lad from Qingcheng High School. Master Tiexin's eyes widened in realization. The news of a divine rank profession emerging from Qingcheng High had spread throughout the city. How intriguing. I have forged countless spiritual weapons in my lifetime, yet never a pig slaughtering knife. Oh, you have any specific requirements for this knife? Just one requirement. It must be exceptionally sturdy and durable. Yi Chuan was acutely aware that his parents were ordinary folk, and finding a blacksmith of Master Tiexin's caliber again would be a matter of uncertain time. Hence, The knife he had forged must accompany him for a long while. Exceptionally sturdy and durable. What sort of requirement is that? Any random low-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapon would suffice for slaughtering thousands of pigs. Master Tianxin laughed heartily. Well, I dare to elaborate further on my requirements. Yi Chuan produced the Qingfeng knife. I want a knife that can sever this blade without sustaining any damage itself. Master Tianxin was taken aback. What kind of pigs are you planning to slay? Yi Chuan fell silent. Noticing the young man's reticence, Master Tianxin chose not to press further. Very well. I shall not force you to speak. Come back in 10 days to collect your knife. Thank you. Master Tianxin. A smile finally broke across Yi Chuan's face. There's no need to thank me. Express your gratitude to the Xia family instead. Now, please take your leave. Master Tianxin waved his hand dismissively. After departing from Master Tianxin's residence, Yi Chuan did not head home, but instead made his way to the Qingchang trading post. He had slain numerous alien beasts during his excursion and still had many valuable items to process. With a large bag slung over his shoulder, he arrived at the trading post, which could be considered one of the most bustling places in Qingcheng. In the Human Federation, each city boasts its own trading post. Here, one could trade various materials, spiritual weapons, elixirs, and treasures. Even items for self-defense were available. For instance, Yi Chuan had seen the Thunder Fire Pearl, which Xiaonanan had previously used, but the price had deterred him. It could be said that there was nothing you could imagine that could not be found in the trading post. That he approached the counter and placed his items on the table. Hello, I am here to sell beast materials. The young lady at the counter, slightly plump and dressed in professional attire that accentuated her curves, brightened upon seeing Yi Chuan. The ability to hunt beasts indicated a combat-oriented profession, and his handsome appearance marked him as a promising candidate. Good day, sir. Please hold on a moment. The young lady began extracting items from the bag one by one, providing Yi Chuan with quotes as she did so. The horn of the silver-horned giant rhinoceros is valued at 10,000 per horn. The complete pelt of the shadowless spirit cat is valued at 3,000 per piece. The roots of the century-old tree ant are valued at. Your total recovery price for these materials is 38,000 D. You wish to proceed with the sale? The young lady gazed at Yi Chuan with eyes as clear as water, confirmed that why Yi Chuan nodded. All right, please provide your account information. The young lady began processing on her computer. Moments later, 38,000 appeared in Yi Chuan's account. He couldn't help but marvel at how quickly one could earn from slaying alien beasts. His father, wielding a knife at the slaughterhouse, earned just over 20,000 a month. Yet after a single day of hunting alien beasts, he had made 38,000. And this as well, I wish to sell it. Yi Chuan placed the Qingfeng knife on the counter. The Qingfeng knife was too slender for his liking. He preferred the heft of a pig slaughtering knife, a low-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapon. The young lady was somewhat taken aback. Her gaze towards Yi Chuan now filled with even more fervor. Sir, exchanging spiritual weapons for cash is not very cost-effective. I suggest you directly exchange it for another spiritual weapon that suits you. What do you think? Is that possible? Yi Chuan was quite surprised. He had not known this. Of course. For a handling fee of 10,000, you can exchange this knife for another low-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapon. The young lady said with a sweet smile. Please take me to see the options. Yi Chuan replied. Certainly, please follow me. Since this is your first visit to the trading post, I will register you as a member. In the future, you can use this membership account to accept tasks at the trading post, the young lady said as she stood up slowly, leading Yi Chuan to the area where spiritual weapons were displayed. Hundreds of spiritual weapons hung on the walls, leaving Yi Chuan awestruck. His gaze shifted from the weapons to the armor. Having secured the pig slaughtering knife from Master Tianxin, it would be more prudent to exchange the Qingfeng knife for a piece of protective gear. Soon, Yi Chuan's attention was drawn to a piece of soft armor. It appeared to be crafted from the scales of a certain beast, gleaming subtly, yet exuding quality. Bring that soft armor over for me to inspect. Chapter 16. I am not normal before long. The young lady returned with the soft armor. The moment it touched his hands, Yi Chuan found it incredibly comfortable and remarkably smooth. Sir, you truly have an eye for quality. The flame scale soft armor is made from the scales of the claw fire serpent. Not only does it possess extraordinary defensive capabilities, able to withstand sword thrusts and knife slashes, but it also boasts remarkable insulation. capable of resisting extreme cold down to -20 degrees. The young lady began her introduction, as Yichuan donned the fiery scale armor and tried it on. The moment it enveloped him. He was enveloped by a cozy warmth, and it did not impede his movements in the slightest. "This is the one," he declared decisively. "I'll exchange my Qing Feng sword for this armor." "Very well, no problem. Please proceed to this side to pay the handling fee," she instructed. Under her guidance, Yichuan successfully acquired the fiery scale armor, and with the remaining funds, he purchased a first-grade rejuvenation pill. This item was exceptionally effective for healing injuries and could prove life-saving in critical moments. After acquiring the rejuvenation pill, Yichuan found himself once again destitute. He experienced a twinge of toothache. While class changers earned money quickly, they spent it just as swiftly. Once Master Tai Xian finished forging the slaughtering knife, he would have to venture out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts again. Seizing the moment, Yichuan perused the tasks available at the trading post. There was a request for a branch of the fire dragon bamboo, offering a handsome price of 500,000. High-value purchases for the abyssal worm eggs at 3,000 each, with no limit on quantity, and a task to hunt down an adult giant swamp crocodile and bring back its intact carcass for a reward of 150,000. The tasks at the trading post were diverse and plentiful. Even featuring a hefty bounty for a child, he spotted several tasks that suited him, yet he could not leave the city at present. So he had to set them aside for now. Just as he was about to depart, the young lady at the counter slipped him a business card, biting her cherry lips. "If you can't sleep tonight, give me a call. I'm a responsible woman." From Yichuan's demeanor, she had already recognized him as a potential asset. If she could secure him, her future would be set. Unfortunately, in Yichuan's eyes, she was merely a well-endowed pig's head. Thus, as he exited the trading post, he casually tossed the business card into the trash bin. The notion of pursuing a pig's head seemed exceedingly neurotic to Yichuan. Upon returning home, he sought to rest in his room. However, a sudden commotion erupted outside his door. "What? You say my son stole your son's spirit weapon? Are you joking? My son is a butcher." Wu Jingzhu's incredulous voice reached Yichuan's ears, prompting him to hastily open the door. Stepping outside, he found Lu Jinglong standing in his living room, alongside a middle-aged man whose features bore a resemblance to his own. His expression, "I see Y.S.O. You brought the big guns after the little ones?" "Dad, it was him who stole my Qing Feng sword." Lu Jinglong glared at Yichuan, indignant. Just as Yichuan returned home, he stepped forward to mediate. "My friend, is there some misunderstanding here? How could my son, a mere butcher, possibly steal a spirit weapon from someone of combat profession? I have inquired with Principal Zhao Ming and several students from Qingxing High. It was indeed your son who stole it. There's no mistake." Lu Xing ignored the couple, striding towards Yichuan. "Where's the Qing Feng sword? Show it." For Lu Xing, a low-grade spirit weapon was not a trifling matter. He had only been able to afford the Qing Feng sword by exhausting the family savings, hoping to secure a brighter future for his son Lu Jinglong. Naturally, he could not tolerate its theft. "Why don't you ask your esteemed son why he got robbed?" Yichuan retorted. Lu Xing turned to Lu Jinglong, who averted his gaze, clearly aware that he was in the wrong, having provoked Yichuan repeatedly. Observing his son's reaction, Lu Xing began to piece together the situation and addressed Yichuan. "Regardless of the circumstances, it is an undeniable fact that you stole my son Jinglong's yellow-grade, low-grade spirit weapon. Hand over the sword. Your son wanted to kill me. I merely took his sword. In truth, he came out ahead in this affair. I've already sold the sword, so you'll have to go to the trading post to retrieve it." Yichuan replied, "Nonsense. I had no intention of killing you. I merely wished to spar with you." Lu Jinglong vehemently denied, why Yichuan cast him a cold glance. Uninterested in further conversation, had Lu Jinglong been an ordinary butcher, he likely would have been slain by him by now. "Sold? What a fine tale. Now you owe me compensation. 1 million. Once the money is in, this matter will be settled." Lu Xing plopped on the sofa in Yichuan's living room. 1 million. Yichuan gasped. "What are you joking about? A yellow-grade, low-grade spirit weapon is worth at most 300,000. Do you think I'm negotiating with you?" Lu Xing's eyes flashed with malice, and the aura of a 6th-tier ascendant transmigrant radiated from him, pressing down on Yichuan's family, making it difficult for them to breathe. "If you know what is good for you, pay up quietly. If you don't, Lu Xing slammed his palm onto Yi Chuan's marble table. The sturdy surface shattered instantly, splintering into a heap of debris. A blatant threat. Think carefully and don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. You have half a month to raise the money. Son, let us go. Lu Xing stood and departed, with Lu Jinglong following closely behind, casting Yi Chuan a smug grin. Why Yi Chuan's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. He had not anticipated that Lu Jinglong's father was a 6th-tier ascendant transmigrator, his current level. Even dealing with a 1st-tier ascendant transmigrator would be exceedingly challenging. He needed to elevate his own rank to ascendant within this half-month, so he could have the confidence to confront Lu Xing. The fact that Lu Xing had come directly to his home to threaten his parents had crossed the line for Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan lit a cigarette, taking slow puffs, his brow furrowed deeply. Although the family had some savings, 1 million was still an astronomical sum for them. Xiao Chuan, what on earth is going on? Yi Chuan couldn't help but inquire. Dad, don't worry. I'll handle it, Yi Chuan assured him. How can I be at ease when you're not even telling the truth? Yi Chuan sighed. Yes, Xiao Chuan, you must share everything with us. We can solve it together as a family. Wu Jingzhu also chimed in. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chuan decided to speak the truth. After all, he lived under the same roof as his parents. He could not keep them in the dark forever. Dad, Mom, actually, I'm not normal. Chapter 17. The butcher's knife technique. As soon as Yi Chuan uttered these words, Yi Chuan and Wu Jingzhu's hearts sank. They exchanged glances, each seeing fear reflected in the other's eyes. Not normal. In what way exactly? It can't be what we're thinking, can it? You don't like women? Wu Jingzhu tentatively asked. Why Yi Chuan nodded. Wu Jingzhu fell silent for a moment before reaching out to gently pat Yi Chuan's head. Speaking lovingly, it's all right. Mom is very open-minded. Pursue your happiness boldly. Just keep your distance from your father. Why Yi Chuan? No, Mom, it's not just that I don't like women. I also don't like him, to be precise. I don't like humans at all. Yi Chuan explained. You're into the second dimension? Both parents asked in unison. Not exactly. Yi Chuan hesitated as he searched for the right words. Could it be? Yi Chuan's expression changed. Xiao Chuan, you must not follow the example of that old Tang family. Humans and ferocious beasts don't mix. Don't lead yourself astray. That's not it. Yi Chuan decided to lay it all bare, ready to explain everything in one go. Fearing to imagine what wild conclusions his parents might concoct otherwise, I went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said my cervical spine is pressing on the nerves, causing me to have a mental illness, which makes me see all creatures as pigs. I've had this condition since I can remember, and I've never dared to tell you. Yi Chuan fell silent, taking one drag after another from a cigarette. Remaining silent, Wu Jingzhu was at a loss for words, feeling as if her mind was about to short-circuit. You're a butcher. You have a mental illness, and you see all creatures as pigs. Does that mean you can treat all creatures as pigs to slaughter? In disbelief, Wu Jingzhu looked at Yi Chuan, who nodded in affirmation. Wu Jingzhu fell silent, snatching the cigarette from Yi Chuan's hand and began to smoke as well. But you don't know how to smoke? Yi Chuan was taken aback. I only quit after meeting you. Wu Jingzhu inhaled deeply, 2 columns of white smoke billowing from her nostrils. Darling, do you think Xiao Chuan's situation counts as a combat profession? It should be, I suppose. Yi Chuan furrowed his brow. Observing the distressed expressions on the faces of the two, Yi Chuan hastily offered reassurance. Father, Mother, do not worry. I will certainly resolve the issue with Lu Xing. Trust me. Yi Chuan absent-mindedly nodded. Lu Xing, such a figure of the 6th age of the Ascendant realm, was hardly worthy of his concern. What troubled Yi Chuan was not Lu Xing, but how he would explain to others that Yi Chuan could treat all living beings as mere pigs to be slaughtered. He understood clearly that while Yi Chuan's perception of everything as pigs had nothing to do with him, once the word got out, people would undoubtedly assume it was a result of his deliberate upbringing. At that point, the tranquility of their family of 3 would certainly be shattered. His son truly had a knack for causing trouble. Xiao Chuan, did the doctor say if your condition of seeing everything as pigs can be treated? Yi Chuan inquired. Yes, it can be treated, but it requires surgery. If it fails, you'll be paralyzed below the neck. Yi Chuan replied candidly. Yi Chuan painfully shut his eyes. How was this any different from being untreatable? It seemed it was fate. So be it. Let the soldiers face the soldiers and the water meet the earth. Yi Chiyuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within them. Xiao Chuan, come with me. Although Yi Chuan was puzzled, he quickly followed. Yi Chiyuan led him to the slaughterhouse, which was eerily empty under the cover of night, save for the two of them. After finishing a cigarette and extinguishing the butt, Yi Chiyuan declared, having slaughtered pigs for many years, I have gained profound insights and created my own method of pig slaughtering that I shall impart it to you today, so observe closely. The moment Yi Chiyuan grasped the knife, his entire demeanor transformed, as though he had become another person entirely. The slaughtering knife in his hand seemed to morph into a weapon of unrivaled prowess. Simplicity is the essence of the Great Way. And slaughtering pigs is no different. A pig slaughtering knife requires no superfluous techniques, only precision and speed. By simplifying the complex, one can grasp the true essence. Hence, this method consists of merely 3 moves. The first move, named Falling Star, Yi Chiyuan swung the knife. In an instant, a resplendent river of stars appeared before Yi Chuan's eyes, and a blade of light sliced through the heavens, and the starry sky instantly lost its brilliance. As stars dimmed and fell from the 9th heaven above, where the blade passed, the stars perished. None were spared. The overwhelmingly shocking scene left Yi Chuan frozen in place, his eyes wide in disbelief. The second move, called Falling Moon, Yi Chiyuan swung the slaughtering knife once more, and suddenly countless beams of bright moonlight erupted across the heavens, as a pristine full moon ascended, breathtakingly beautiful. In the next moment, the blade flashed from the 9th heaven. The pure and unsullied full moon was cleaved in two. The divided moon deviated from its orbit, plummeting downward, causing the surrounding space to distort with its disappearance. Upon landing, the severed moon exploded into myriad silver sparks, a sight that was both enchanting and heart-stopping. The third move, known as Devouring Sun, Yi Chiyuan's gaze turned solemn as he raised the slaughtering knife high and swung it down. The knife radiated an unparalleled brilliance, soaring into the clouds. At the distant horizon, the blazing sun trembled at the impact of this strike, its light rapidly contracting until it was completely extinguished. In that moment, all things were shrouded in darkness, as if the apocalypse had descended. The glory of the sun was entirely consumed. This strike seemed to annihilate all light in the world. Yi Chuan staggered back several steps. Barely managing to stabilize himself, he could not help but close his eyes, replaying the 3 moves Yi Chiyuan had just executed in his mind, deeply etched in his memory. Whenever Yi Chuan wished, he could begin to comprehend these 3 moves at any moment. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a premonition that he might not even be able to perform the simplest first move, Falling Star. He looked at Yi Chiyuan, this father who slaughtered pigs daily, now emanating an aura that made him feel as though he were gazing up at a towering mountain. These 3 moves constitute my self-created method of pig slaughtering. Master them, and you will inherit my skills in this craft. Yi Chiyuan stated. Yi Chuan's expression turned peculiar, unable to restrain his curiosity. Father, are these 3 moves truly meant for slaughtering pigs? Of course, they are. I am your biological father. Would I deceive you? Yi Chiyuan shot him a glare. Why do I feel as if something is amiss? Yi Chuan scratched his head in confusion. He was well aware that his father, Yi Chiyuan, had been a renowned pig slaughterer for many years, even creating his own method. However, these 3 moves hardly seemed appropriate for slaughtering pigs. What sort of pig would require such techniques? The pig of Marshal Tianpeng. Zhuge Beiji, Chapter 18. Yi Chuan's hospitalization. Enough of this nonsense. Focus on the 3 moves I have taught you. I am getting old and cannot stay up late. I shall return to rest. Yi Chiyuan yawned, reverting to his harmless, simple-minded butcher persona, as if the one who had just executed those earth-shattering moves was not him at all. Upon exiting the slaughterhouse, Yi Chiyuan revealed a meaningful smile in the night. Murmuring to himself, "Foolish boy, do you truly believe those 3 moves are merely a method for slaughtering pigs? Your realm is still too low. Learning those 3 moves now is akin to mimicking a cat drawing tiger. One day, when you ascend to the Emperor realm, those 3 moves could cleave through heavenly beings." After Yi Chiyuan departed, Yi Chuan evidently felt an itch for action. He casually picked up a slaughtering knife and Mimicking Yi Chiyuan's earlier stance, swung it down forcefully while shouting, "Falling star!" But rather than slicing through a river of stars like Yi Chiyuan, Yi Chuan saw not even a single glimmer of starlight. Unwilling to accept defeat, he shut his eyes and began to replay the movements of the first move in his mind, repeatedly swinging the knife. Gradually, Yi Chuan became completely immersed in the process. Once, twice, 100 times, 1,000 times. Eventually, he lost track of how many times he had swung the knife. The sky began to brighten as the first rays of morning sunlight tore through the inky darkness of the night. In that fleeting moment, inspiration struck Yi Chuan. It felt as though he had grasped something, and with a powerful swing, he unleashed the knife that Yi Chuan felt as though all his strength had been drawn out with that stroke. And in a daze, he seemed to glimpse a galaxy before everything turned dark, and he knew nothing more. When Yi Chuan awoke again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the serious face of the female doctor from before, who wore frameless glasses. She was conversing with his mother, Wu Jingzhu. "Your son is fine. He merely fainted from exhaustion. His medical report indicates that he engaged in an extraordinarily high intensity of physical activity in a short time, leading to severe hypoglycemia and anemia, which caused him to lose consciousness." Extraordinarily high intensity of physical activity? Wu Jingzhu's face was filled with confusion. Yes, the female doctor adjusted her frameless glasses, based on the lactic acid accumulation in his body. It appears he performed 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 squats, and even ran 100 kilometers all in one night. "Doctor, you must be joking." Wu Jingzhu was stunned. Such feats were beyond the capability of a human in a single night. Normal individuals certainly cannot accomplish such feats. However, considering your son Yi Chuan's mental state, it seems quite reasonable. The female doctor spoke earnestly, recalling her previous experience treating Yi Chuan. She had not encountered such a wildly spirited patient in quite some time. "Thus, I strongly recommend that you allow Yi Chuan to stay in the hospital for treatment, where I can provide him with one-on-one guidance." Wu Jingzhu hesitated, but just then, Yi Chuan's voice broke through. "Mom, why am I in the hospital?" "Xiao Chuan, you finally woke up? You scared your mother to death." Upon seeing Yi Chuan awake, tears of relief streamed down Wu Jingzhu's face. Soon, Yi Chuan learned from her why he was in the hospital. Early that morning, the slaughterhouse staff had found him unconscious in the slaughterhouse. Realizing he was still alive, they quickly rushed him to the hospital and notified his parents. "I fainted in the slaughterhouse." Yi Chuan felt his head was still somewhat foggy. He remembered practicing the pig slaughtering techniques his father had taught him all night. How could he have suddenly fainted? It appears that until he elevates his own realm, he should refrain from recklessly practicing those 3 blades. Fortunately, he fainted at the slaughterhouse. Had he lost consciousness in the wilderness, by the time he regained his senses, he would likely have been dragged away by a ferocious beast. "Mom, I'm fine now. Please let me out of the hospital." Yi Chuan sprang up from the hospital bed, determined to elevate his strength to a level sufficient to contend with the 6th-tier ascendant realm before Lu Xing's next visit. Otherwise, both he and his parents would undoubtedly be imperiled at him. Yi Chuan, please lie back down. Your mental state is far from optimistic, and you require hospitalization." The female doctor interjected, blocking his path. "I'm perfectly fine. My mental state is just playing a game." Yi Chuan retorted, disregarding the doctor as he dragged Wu Jingzhu out of the hospital. It was a joke, if he truly cured his mental illness, and no longer saw other beings as mere pigs, wouldn't he have rendered himself utterly useless? Upon exiting the hospital, Yi Chuan headed straight for the slaughterhouse. Master Tai Xion's blade was not yet complete, and with no access to the wilderness, his only option to enhance his strength was to return to the slaughterhouse and continue butchering pigs. Over the next 9 days, Yi Chuan rose early and returned late. His life reduced to 3 simple activities: eating, sleeping, and slaughtering pigs. In those 9 days, he managed to kill over 500 pigs, raising his realm to the 9th-tier apprentice level. Name: Yi Chuan. Occupation: Divine Pig Butcher level, 9th-tier apprentice 4. 8. Strength: 50 agility, 50 spirit, 50 occupational talent. Nemesis of the Pig Clan, God-slaying blade. Occupational skills: Bloodshadow Butcher, LV1. Nemesis of the Pig Clan. Attacks against pigs inflict an additional 1,000 damage. Each pig slain increases this talent's enhancement by 1, and damage dealt by pigs is have God-slaying blade. Designate a weapon as the pig slaughtering knife. Every pig that dies beneath this knife grants 0. 1 points of free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher. The butcher releases his malevolent aura, causing pigs to enter a state of fear for 1 second. The gap between the 9th tier apprentice realm and the 1st tier ascendant realm was indeed vast. Yuan sighed in resignation. In truth, he had reached the 9th tier apprentice realm as early as the 3rd day. However, upon reaching this level, the experience gained from slaughtering a large pig diminished from 1 to 0. This meant that the experience required to advance realms had increased tenfold. He needed to venture into the wilderness. The slaughterhouse was too slow for leveling up. While he could enhance the additional damage of his nemesis of the pig clan talent at the slaughterhouse, without the support of a sufficient realm, its effectiveness diminished significantly. If, at the apprentice realm, he could inflict 5 points of damage, then 1,000 additional damage would only amount to 50 points. Yet, if he reached the ascendant realm or master realm, even without that 1,000 damage boost, his damage output would far exceed 50 points. One must forge oneself before forging weapons. The higher his realm, the greater the impact of his nemesis talent. Thankfully, today marked the 10th day. It was the day he had arranged with Master Tai Xin to collect his blade. Chapter 19. Slaying dragons and drinking blood, Yuan left home early, arriving at Master Tai Xin's residence. Having come a second time, he was evidently well acquainted with the path. After knocking, the burly man with the pig's head appeared once more, recognizing Yuan immediately and leading him to Master Tai Xin. Master Tai Xin, I apologize for the interruption. I have come to collect the blade. Yuan greeted politely. You are quite punctual. The blade is ready. Shaoli, fetch the pig slaughtering knife for him. Master Tai Xin instructed the burly man beside Yuan. Yes, master. The man turned and left, returning shortly with a square, solid sandalwood box, which he presented to Yuan. Upon receiving the box, Yuan's face instantly registered surprise. The box weighed an astonishing 100 pounds. Young friend, within this box lies the knife you requested. Please examine it and see if it meets your satisfaction, Master Tai Xin said with a smile. Feeling a surge of excitement, Yuan inhaled deeply and lifted the lid of the sandalwood box. A chilling aura emanated forth, causing his skin to tingle painfully under its influence. His pupils constricted sharply. Inside the box lay a hefty pig slaughtering knife, resting quietly upon satin. The blade shimmered with a remarkable cold light, adorned with silver patterns that coiled around it, exuding a faint malevolent aura. The handle and blade appeared as a single entity, clearly forged from the same metal, with the sides of the handle covered in a wood material for grip. A dark red blood groove extended from the blade to the end of the handle, indicating that Master Tai Xin had considered the issue of blood affecting grip during frequent slaughter. Yuan grasped the knife, feeling its smoothness yet considerable weight, akin to wielding a sledgehammer. He swung a few times, and the air erupted with sonic booms. What a magnificent blade! Yuan exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm that if Master Tai Xin's crafted knife was akin to El Bu, then the green blade he had previously seized from Lu Jinglong was comparable to Xing Durong. Yuan sensed that if he were to clash this new knife against the green blade, it would likely shatter the latter in mere moments. Young friend, I am glad you are satisfied. Since you appreciate it, why not give this knife a name? You shall be its rightful owner from this day forth. Master Tai Xin nodded with a smile. A name? I shall call it Dragon Slayer, Yuan declared, gazing at the pig slaughtering knife in his hand. Dragon Slayer? Even Master Tai Xin's usually stoic demeanor faltered at this moment. Just a pig slaughtering knife, and you name it Dragon Slayer. What do you intend to do? Ascend to the heavens. As long as the young friend is pleased. The expressions of Master Tai Xin and his disciple were peculiar. But what could they do? After all, Yuan was the one who commissioned the work. By the way, Master Tai Xin, what tier is this knife classified as? Yuan inquired. Yellow grade, superior. Master Tai Xin responded. Yuan gasped in astonishment. Having rescued Xia Nan, the Xia family presented him with a yellow grade superior weapon as a token of gratitude. It was undeniable that the Xia family was indeed affluent. He had initially thought a yellow grade inferior pig slaughtering knife would suffice. Thank you, Master Tai Xin. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. With his new knife in hand, Yichuan was eager to leave the city and test it out. Armed with this superior yellow-grade knife and his fiery scaled armor, Yichuan felt an immense surge of confidence as he prepared to venture forth. Shaoli, see off young friend Yichuan, Master Tai Xian calmly instructed. After departing from Master Tai Xian's abode, Yichuan headed straight for the city gates. 10 days had elapsed, and he had only 5 days left before Lu Xing's deadline. Within these 5 days, he needed to at least break through to the first-tier ascendant realm to confidently confront Lu Xing. As he exited the city, Yichuan noticed a significant increase in the number of injured adventurers near the city gates. Damn it, recently I don't know what's going on outside. Those alien races and ferocious beasts have gone berserk, attacking anyone they see. It's utterly bizarre. Indeed, I passed by a plated earth bull, thinking it was herbivorous and that I would be safe at a distance. But that beast chased me for dozens of miles. What a misfortune. Thankfully, I outran my teammates. Is something significant happening lately? Yet the upper echelons have issued no notifications. Regardless, it's best to avoid venturing outside for now. The ferocious beasts not only exhibit increased aggression, but their numbers have also swelled considerably. Stepping out now is akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death from the conversations of those adventurers. Yichuan learned that the numbers and aggression of the ferocious beasts and alien races in the wilderness had surged significantly, attacking anyone in sight. This, paradoxically, was good news for him, as he had been concerned about finding beasts to test his new knife. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yichuan completed the registration and strode out of the city, eager to seek out ferocious beasts and try his new blade. However, shortly after exiting the city, he became aware of being watched. 3 individuals had been discreetly trailing him from a distance, their concealment skillful, yet they could not escape Yichuan's keen perception. After all, his spirit attribute had reached an impressive 50 points. Many Ascendant Realm adventurers lacked such high spirit attributes. Feigning ignorance, he maintained an air of nonchalance and continued deeper into the wilderness. The individuals following him were evidently waiting for him to stray far from the city gates. Sure enough, as Yichuan reached a more secluded area, he heard a whooshing sound behind him that he instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding a slender throwing knife that whizzed past his scalp, severing a few strands of his black hair. "Oh, you managed to evade my ambush," a young man in his late 20s with curly hair emerged from the shadows, playfully twirling a gleaming flying dagger in his hand. It was evident that the earlier strike had originated from him. At the same moment, a somewhat short and stout fellow, accompanied by a buzz-cut youth, also stepped forward. The aura radiating from the 3 of them unmistakably indicated that they were all at the pinnacle of the 9th-tier apprentice realm. Lu Xing had indeed been correct in his assumptions. This young man dared to venture beyond the city walls, seemingly prepared to abandon his parents and flee. The short and stout man sneered. "You really have some nerve, kid. We've been lurking at the city gate for 10 days just to finally find you." The buzz-cut youth stretched his neck, remarking, "What did Lu Xing say? If this kid dares to leave the city, we should sever his tendons and bring him back." The curly-haired youth licked his dagger, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "What are we waiting for? Let us make our move." The stout man brandished a spike club, charging directly at Yichuan. Yichuan calmly regarded the trio, a radiant smile gradually illuminating his face. "I initially believed that the first blood drawn by my dragon-slaying blade would be that of a ferocious beast from another realm. Yet it seems it shall be human blood instead." He reached into his backpack, grasping the hilt of the dragon-slaying blade, and slowly drew it forth. The wave of terrifying malevolence instantly surged forth, as if a weapon well-versed in the taste of blood was about to make its grand entrance. The razor-sharp aura of the blade even pricked the skin painfully. The curly-haired youth and his companions were momentarily stunned, their hearts racing at such an overwhelming presence, compounded by the formidable name of the dragon-slaying blade. Even the stout man hesitated, rooted to the spot, momentarily daunted. In the midst of their bewilderment, Yichuan brandished the dragon-slaying blade fully, revealing its glimmering form. Chapter 20. 3rd-tier mysterious pill clang. A brilliantly polished butcher's knife sparkled under the sunlight. The trio's initial shock at the sight of the pristine knife quickly erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha! You call that a dragon slayer? Isn't it meant for slaughtering pigs?" One of them guffawed. And no offense, buddy, I wake up every day to abstract concepts, yet I can't match your innate talent. You're far too abstract. They mocked, using a butcher's knife as a dragon-slaying blade. Are you mentally unwell? Their laughter echoed, starkly contrasting with Yi Chuan's previous demeanor. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of the blade cut through the air. One of the youths fell silent mid-laugh, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Yi Chuan. That a fine line of blood appeared on his throat, unbeknownst to him until he touched it. The moment he did, blood gushed forth like a fountain, and he collapsed backward, lifeless. Yi Chuan, the butcher, had dispatched a two-legged pig with his knife, gaining 5 levels, an additional damage boost against the pig race, and an increase of 0.1 in free attributes. Yi Chuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that treating humans as pigs yielded different experience points. The higher the realm and strength of the individual, the greater the enhancement to his own power. At this moment, the curly-haired youth and the stout man were utterly dumbfounded. Their laughter froze on their faces as they stared at the corpse of their companion, their expressions comically dismayed. He is dead, the curly-haired youth murmured, struggling to accept the reality before him. The stout man's throat bobbed nervously, his grip on the spiked club trembling. They knew that the buzz-cut youth was nearly equal in strength to themselves. The fact that Yi Chuan had effortlessly butchered him as one would a pig sent waves of fear coursing through them. Did this imply that Yi Chuan could do the same to them? Run! The curly-haired youth turned on his heels without hesitation, unwilling to gamble with his life. You bastard! The stout man, witnessing the curly-haired youth abandon him, felt a surge of panic that he too wished to flee. But Yi Chuan had already closed the distance. Striking downwards, the stout man raised his spiked club in defense, but against the superior dragon-slaying blade. His metallic weapon was as fragile as paper. Swish! The blade fell, cleaving the stout man's weapon in two with a smooth cut. Along with it, the stout man's body was bisected. The curly-haired youth, driven to madness, fled desperately. Yet he hadn't escaped far when a heavy butcher's knife pierced through his heart, pinning him to a tree. Blood trickled down the blade, pooling on the ground. Yi Chuan approached, withdrawing his butcher's knife. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Xing would send people to ambush him at the city gate. Thankfully, with his new knife in hand, confronting 3 peak 9th-tier apprentices had become somewhat manageable. After dispatching the trio, Yi Chuan embarked on his first looting experience. As the trio were all transferees, they were bound to possess valuable items. The curly-haired youth was adorned with an array of flying daggers and concealed weapons, none of which interested Yi Chuan, so he left them behind. The stout man's only valuable possession was the spike club, a low-tier spiritual weapon, but alas, it had been ruined by Yi Chuan's blade. The buzz-cut youth's belongings, however, left Yi Chuan sorely disappointed. This individual was nothing more than a lecher, his pockets filled with aphrodisiacs. Yet amidst this, Yi Chuan managed to find a 3rd-tier mysterious pill. This particular pill was said to cause an explosion of mysterious energy within a female's body upon ingestion, disorienting her mind. Even the most formidable opponents would find themselves incapacitated and at the mercy of their assailant. Yi Chuan pocketed the mysterious pill, although he had no use for it. Being a 3rd-tier pill, it could fetch a handsome sum if sold. Just as Yi Chuan thought his only prize was the mysterious pill, he noticed that the buzz-cut youth's clothing appeared oddly bulky. Approaching, he tore away the fabric, discovering a skill scroll hidden within the lining. What a fortunate find! Yi Chuan exclaimed with excitement. Generally, transferees unlock a unique skill upon reaching a new major realm. Besides that, acquiring new skills could only be achieved through 3 means: self-creation, which was nearly impossible without years of experience; teaching, such as the lessons imparted to him by his father, Yi Chiyuan, or through skill scrolls. Skill scrolls encapsulated the insights of predecessors regarding a particular skill, made available for future generations to learn. By utilizing a skill scroll, one could instantly master a new skill. The buzz-cut youth had neglected it. Thus it became Yi Chuan's gain. Without hesitation, Yi Chuan activated the skill scroll. He acquired the intermediate agility skill, Shadow of the Netherworld. Shadow of the Netherworld. Minor completion. When activated, it boosts the user's agility by 30 for 30 seconds. Just an intermediate agility skill? Nonetheless, it's still worthwhile. especially since it was free. Why each one revealed a smile. The skill levels and profession levels are categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. For someone like Yichuan, who was financially challenged, acquiring an intermediate skill scroll for free was a momentous occasion. After finishing his meal, Yichuan did not depart. Instead, he concealed himself among the branches of a nearby tree after dispatching the 3 men with buzzed hair. Utilizing the strong scent of blood from the 3 corpses, it would not be long before the surrounding beasts would be lured to him, rather than exerting effort to search for them. It was far more efficient to lie in wait for them to come to him. As expected, it was not long before a spike demon was drawn to the scene. The spike demon belonged to a lower tier of the demon race. Moving on all 4s like an ape and covered in protruding bone spikes, when faced with mortal danger, the spike demon would launch all of its bone spikes in a single strike. The creature before him was clearly at the 9th tier apprentice level. The spike demon approached the 3 corpses, sniffed cautiously, and then, after surveying its surroundings with vigilance, opened its mouth filled with fangs and bit down on the head of the man with the buzz cut. Savoring the flesh, the sound of teeth grinding against bone echoed as the spike demon remained alert while feeding, entirely oblivious to the figure that had leapt down from the tree. By the time the spike demon sensed Yichuan, it was already too late. Startled, the spike demon let out a roar, launching its bone spikes at Yichuan in an attempt to drive him back. However, Yichuan was not about to allow that to happen. With a sudden twist of his waist, he turned his back to the spike demon, curling his body into a ball. The bone spike struck against his back, but failed to penetrate that moment. The flame scale armor proved invaluable. After withstanding the spike demon's onslaught, Yichuan turned around and slashed with his blade. The sequence of movements was seamless, swiftly ending the life of the spike demon. The butcher Yichuan used his cleaver to slay a special pig, raising his level by 5, increasing his additional damage against the pig race by 1, and adding 0.1 to his free attribute. Chapter 21. Breaking through to the entry level after dealing with the spike demon, Yichuan climbed back up the tree. He was like a fisherman in this place, with the corpses of the buzzed-haired men serving as his bait. Countless ferocious beasts were drawn to the scent of blood. Yet, what awaited them was not food, but Yichuan's butcher's knife. Yichuan believed in treating all equally, no matter the beast that approached or its strength. He would only strike once. With the 1,000 bonus from being a pig race nemesis, no beast had yet withstood a second blow from him. After all, this area was not particularly deep, and the strongest beasts encountered were merely at the 9th tier apprentice level. He had yet to encounter any beasts at the entry level. Gradually, as the corpses of the beasts piled up like a small mountain, none dared to approach any longer. After all, ferocious beasts are not foolish. A place with the scent of blood indicates food, and an area with an especially strong scent signifies that they themselves are the food. Unable to continue lying in wait, it seemed he would have to venture deeper. Yichuan stretched lazily. Having crouched in the tree all day, his waist sore from the position at this moment, he was not far from breaking through to the entry level, and he still needed to slay these powerful pigs for faster leveling. However, unbeknownst to him, as he prepared to delve further into the wild, a pair of crimson vertical pupils suddenly opened in the distant mountains. According to Yichuan's estimation, if he killed 1 more beast at the 9th tier apprentice level, or 4 or 5 at the 8th tier apprentice level, he should be able to break through to the entry level. Yet, after advancing several kilometers, he encountered not a single beast. Logically, with nightfall, it was the prime time for ferocious beasts to be active, making this situation rather abnormal. Yichuan tightened his grip on the dragon-slaying knife, becoming vigilant. He had an inkling that he might have inadvertently wandered into the territory of a powerful beast. This would explain why there were no beasts in the vicinity. Just then, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently, as if a dragon was turning in its sleep. That a golden spider leg burst forth from the earth. Lunging towards Yichuan, he swung his knife at it, but could not sever it. He merely knocked it aside, sparks flying in the darkness. What a hard leg! Yichuan was taken aback, and in the next moment, 8 crimson eyes lit up. Before him stood a massive spider, approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter, its 8 long legs gleaming with a metallic sheen, razor sharp, a 3rd-tier entry-level beast, the golden-legged wolf spider. Yi Chuan's pupils constricted sharply. No wonder he had not encountered any beasts on his journey. The golden-legged wolf spider was an omnivorous beast, preying not only on humans, but also on other ferocious beasts. Had he encountered this creature upon first leaving the city, Yi Chuan would have undoubtedly turned and fled without hesitation. But now, a surge of murderous intent rose within Yi Chuan. Slaying this golden-legged wolf spider would guarantee his ascension to the entry level. The entry level signified a significant milestone. Only those who entered this realm were considered to have truly embarked on the path of cultivation. The golden-legged wolf spider was evidently furious at the intrusion of this human into its territory. It lifted its massive body with its back 4 legs, while its front 4 legs acted like long spears, relentlessly jabbing at Yi Chuan. The clash of the dragon-slaying knife against the spider legs sparked a cascade of embers. Yi Chuan understood that he had to evade the spider legs to strike at the golden-legged wolf spider's body. The golden-legged wolf spider was not venomous. Its attacks and predation relied solely on its 8 powerful legs. He forcefully deflected a spider leg and charged toward the golden-legged wolf spider. The spider recognized Yi Chuan's intentions. Entry-level beasts possessed a certain degree of intelligence. In an instant, the golden-legged wolf spider crouched low, its 2 front legs sweeping toward Yi Chuan like sickles. While Yi Chuan leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike, a hint of cunning glinted in the 8 small eyes of the golden-legged wolf spider. And suddenly, another spider leg lunged at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan's expression shifted. He was suspended mid-air with nowhere to evade. He could only position the cleaver horizontally before him, relying on its sturdiness and the protection of the flame-scale armor to withstand the blow. He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several ancient trees before finally halting. Had it not been for the pig race nemesis diminishing the golden-legged wolf spider's attack, he might have broken a few bones. This beast's strength was indeed formidable. Why Yi Chuan winced in pain, gritting his teeth. If a 3rd-tier entry-level golden-legged wolf spider was this difficult to handle, he could hardly fathom the terror of Lu Xing at the 6th-tier entry level. As the golden-legged wolf spider's legs lunged once more, Yi Chuan resolutely activated the phantom shadow. It was as if a layer of dark gauze enveloped him, merging him with the night, transforming him into a specter in the darkness. With his agility attribute already at an impressive 50 points, the additional 30 from the phantom shadow made him swift enough to bewilder the golden-legged wolf spider before the spider could lock onto Yi Chuan's elusive figure. He struck first, a terrifying aura surging forth, blood shadow butcher activated. Even though the golden-legged wolf spider was a tier higher than Yi Chuan, it was inevitably plunged into a state of fear under the effects of the blood shadow butcher's divine skill. 1 second passed in the blink of an eye. For Yi Chuan, who had activated phantom shadow, 1 second meant he could advance 65 meters, just as the golden-legged wolf spider emerged from its state of fear. Yi Chuan had already arrived before it. Gripping his cleaver in reverse, he delivered a decisive blow, severing its life cleanly. This strike was one he had practiced thousands of times in the slaughterhouse, and he executed it with impeccable precision. The body of the golden-legged wolf spider was evidently not as resilient as its legs. Moments later, it collapsed to the ground, its 8 spider legs hanging limply. The butcher Yi Chuan used his cleaver to slay a special pig, raising his level by 15, increasing his additional damage against the pig race by 1, and adding 0.1 to his free attribute. He acquired the divine skill, soul-reaping knife intent. After dispatching the golden-legged wolf spider, Yi Chuan successfully broke through from the apprentice level to the entry level. This significant breakthrough also unlocked his 2nd profession-exclusive skill, and he eagerly checked his current attribute panel. Name: Yi Chuan profession, divine butcher level, 1st tier entry level, 6.2, strength, 102 agility, 102 spirit, 102 profession talent, pig race nemesis, slaughter god S edge profession skills, blood shadow butcher, LV2, soul reaping knife intent, LV2, other skills, phantom shadow, beginner, pig race nemesis, attacks deal an additional 1015 damage to pigs for each pig slain. This talent S enhancement increases by 1. Damage dealt by pigs is halved. The butcher's divine blade. Select a weapon as the slaughtering knife. Every pig that meets its demise beneath this blade will grant you 0. 1 points of freedom attribute. Blood shadow butcher. The butcher unleashes his malevolent aura, compelling the pigs to succumb to a state of terror for 2 seconds to soul-cutting blade intent. The butcher's knife inherently possesses blade intent, allowing it to disregard 20 points of defense when striking. Upon breaking through to the ascendant realm, Yichuan's three-dimensional attributes doubled instantly. The professional skills unlocked at this realm also filled him with astonishment. To ignore 20 points of defense, was this not akin to having an innate armor-piercing effect? The exclusive skills related to his profession would indeed enhance alongside the advancement of the practitioner's realm. For instance, the Blood Shadow Butcher skill, which transformed from a 1-second control effect to 2 seconds after Yichuan ascended to the Ascendant realm. Once his realm elevated further, would the soul-cutting blade intent not be able to completely disregard defense? Yichuan felt a surge of excitement. The disparity in strength before and after his breakthrough was monumental. Should he face that golden-legged wolf spider again, he was confident that a single strike would suffice to vanquish it. Now, I am certain I can deal with Lu Xing. A glimmer of determination flickered in Yichuan's eyes as he ignited a campfire, intending to rest for a moment and satiate his hunger before promptly returning to Qingqing. Having slain 3 of Lu Xing's subordinates, he feared that if he delayed his return, Lu Xing might retaliate against his parents. Yichuan skillfully severed a leg from the golden-legged wolf spider, placing it over the fire to roast. The distinction between this creature and the king crab lay solely in their habitats. One dwelled in the sea, while the other roamed the land, yet both provided high-quality protein when cooked. Just as Yichuan focused on his grilling, a woman with horns and elongated ears approached, her voluptuous legs gliding toward him, a bright smile adorning her face. "Hey there, your roast smells heavenly. Would you be so kind as to share a bit?" Chapter 22. Demon Race Succubus. A chill raced up Yichuan's spine, sending shivers cascading along his vertebrae. His heart began to race uncontrollably. He had not even noticed when this woman had appeared by his side. This indicated that she was either exceptionally skilled in stealth or possessed power far surpassing his own. Of course, just a moment while I add some seasoning. Yichuan grinned, feigning ignorance as he retrieved a 3rd-tier xianin pill from his pocket, crushed it into powder, and sprinkled it over the spider leg like cumin before handing it over. He even thoughtfully cracked the shell of the leg, seizing the opportunity to observe the woman's features. Beneath her horned visage lay a graceful form, clad in wine-red stockings that embraced her fair legs. From the curvature of her horns, Yichuan deduced her race, the demon race succubus. "Thank you," she replied, her smile radiant as she accepted the spider leg, nibbling delicately while engaging Yichuan in conversation. From her, he learned her name was Maritiz. By the way, have you seen a pair of blood-red flowers nearby? They grow in 2s, side by side. Maritiz suddenly inquired. Blood-red flowers? The blood crystal twin flowers? Yes. Yichuan nodded affirmatively. "Oh, where are they?" Maritiz pressed eagerly. "Those flowers were taken by a vile human named Lu Xing. He even killed the 2 adorable little snakes guarding them. Would you like revenge? I can help lure him out of the city," Yichuan asserted confidently. You take me for a fool? Trying to use my hands to deal with your enemy?" Maritiz's lips twitched slightly. "I advise you to speak the truth. My beast companion recorded your appearance before it perished. Did you really think I would not find you?" "Oh, so you knew. You should have said so earlier." Yichuan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. In the next moment, he launched an attack, swinging his dragon-slaying blade toward Maritiz's head. Swish! The sharp blade sliced through Maritiz's form, producing a series of sonic booms. Her figure flickered and then vanished from sight. Illusion? Yichuan's expression shifted dramatically. The textbooks had mentioned that succubi were exceptionally skilled in illusionary arts, which is why he had kept his gaze fixed on Maritiz's long legs, avoiding her eyes. Yet, even so, he had unwittingly fallen prey to her trickery. "I will ask you one last time. Where have my blood crystal twin flowers gone?" Maritiz's cold voice resounded, but Yichuan could not pinpoint her location. "As long as you return those flowers to me, this matter can be settled," she continued. For a succubus like Maritiz, the blood crystal twin flowers held immense significance. They were vital to her race's sustenance, enabling them to maintain their youth through constant mating with other races. For a succubus to grow old and lose her allure was tantamount to approaching death. "The flowers are in the city," If you let me go, I shall retrieve them. Yi Chuan replied, It appears you remain uncooperative, and no matter. I will make you tell the truth. Just as Meritus's words fell, a plume of pink smoke surged toward Yi Chuan. Despite having held his breath in anticipation, he still felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. And soon after, darkness enveloped him, leaving him oblivious. When he regained consciousness, Yi Chuan discovered himself shackled by iron chains, suspended from a wooden frame. Maritus stood nearby, holding two slender iron rods, her expression one of cheerful anticipation. Awake. Do you know, I possess a particular form of torture called playing the violin, wherein these two rods are pierced through your testicles, and I pull back and forth. The more stubborn you are, the faster I will play. Upon hearing this grim introduction to her torture, Yi Chuan's face turned ashen. At that moment, he could even recall the answers to the security questions he had set when he was 8. I'll tell you everything. My father is Hu Jun, my mother is Zhang Meili, and my home is at 1001 Fando Garden, Fando Street. What do you want to know? I shall reveal it all. Is that so? Then where are my blood crystal twin flowers? Maritus asked, gripping Yi Chuan's chin. They were taken by the Xia family. They are likely already consumed. Yi Chuan replied truthfully that Meritus's expression changed instantly. Even though she had anticipated that her blood crystal twin flowers might not return, the confirmation stoked her fury that in that case, I shall take you as a substitute for my flowers. Maritus lunged at Yi Chuan with her iron rods. Damn it! Yi Chuan's complexion shifted drastically. With a powerful tug, he managed to snap the iron chains binding him, landing deftly on the ground as Meritus's iron rod struck the wooden frame instead. You were able to break free from those chains. Maritus was taken aback. How could a mere first-stage ascendant possess such strength? Yet, regardless of Yi Chuan's remarkable power, it was still insufficient against her. As Maritus prepared to strike again, she suddenly felt a wave of heat coursing through her body, as if a strange force was rampaging within. She sensed her limbs growing weak, unable to maintain her balance. Finally, it worked. Yi Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief. He had nearly doubted the authenticity of the Xianin pill. The delayed effect after crushing it had seemed overly prolonged. What have you done to me? Maritus asked, her voice tinged with panic. I gave you a little something special. How does it feel? Are you feeling particularly hot now? Perhaps in need of a robust man? Yi Chuan flashed a friendly smile at Maritus. It was that spider leg. You drugged me. Maritus quickly grasped the situation, mustering the strength to straighten her body. However, being a succubus, she was inherently burdened by heavy yin energy, and with the effects of the Xian yin dan intensifying. The scene before her began to blur. Crouching in the corner, legs tightly crossed, she was evidently struggling against the effects of the potion at that moment. She caught a glimpse of Yi Chuan striding purposefully towards her. Maritus bit her crimson lip. Not a child anymore. She had already surmised what Yi Chuan intended to do. Nothing more than to exact vengeance. Very well, she thought, I shall use this human boy to alleviate the potion's effects before ending his life. Resigned, she ceased her resistance. Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze became hazy as she looked at Yi Chuan. Come to me. I desire you, Maritus uttered with a sultry tone. In such a state, even a most seasoned veteran would recognize the dangerously enticing allure. Coupled with Meritus's otherworldly beauty, it was unlikely that any man could withstand her charms at that moment, surely awakening the most primal instincts within him. Yi Chuan was no exception. His gaze ignited with fervor. Akin to a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, he lunged towards Maritus. She even began to tear at her own clothing, fully immersed in the ocean of desire. Yet just then, a flash of white light jolted Maritus back to her senses. For instead of a delectable Peking chicken roll, Yi Chuan had drawn forth a glistening butcher's knife. With a swish, the blade, sharp beyond measure, flashed through the air. Without hesitation, Yi Chuan struck, confident that the power of the soul-reaping knife would ensure his strike could sever Meritus's head from her body. After all, while the succubus's form was resilient in bed, out of it, her body was considerably more fragile than that of many demons. Maritus screamed, exerting every ounce of strength to evade to the side. Even so, Yi Chuan's butcher knife left a deep, bone-revealing gash across her face. That I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Merites glared at Yi Chuan with venomous slit-like eyes, the excruciating pain on her face compounded by the effects of the Xian Yin Dan within her. Seeing that his surprise attack had not succeeded in dispatching Merites, Yi Chuan felt a pang of disappointment. Yet he understood that he could not linger any longer. Her power was too formidable. He needed to escape swiftly while she was still incapacitated by the potion, for if she recovered, he would surely find himself ensnared by her. With his bag slung over his shoulder, Yi Chuan activated the shadowy phantom and charged toward the exit. It was evident that he was deep within Merites' lair. As he fled, he stumbled upon numerous emaciated corpses, some human, some orc, and even a multitude of goblins. Undoubtedly, these skeletal remains were remnants of Merites' feasts. For succubi fed on vitality, Yi Chuan dashed onward, only to discover that he had been led to a mountain by Merites. What now? Yi Chuan was taken aback, surrounded by towering ancient trees, with no point of reference in sight. If he chose the wrong direction and ventured away from Qingcheng, he would be doomed, as a first-tier ascendant. Venturing too far into the wild could lead to being devoured by a formidable beast. Yet if he remained here, waiting for Merites to regain her strength, he would meet the same fate. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his trump card. Yi Chuan's eyes sharpened. He would throw the knife to find his way. With that, he tossed the butcher's knife into the air, and as it fell, he dashed toward the direction it pointed. He could only entrust his fate to fortune. Yi Chuan plunged into the dense thicket. However, misfortune seemed to favor him not. Barely had he run for a while when a monstrous beast emerged, roaring with rage. The creature stood nearly 5 meters tall, its fur ablaze like fire, its body a mass of explosive muscle, a 9th-tier ascendant beast. The wind-fire-leaping ape. Yi Chuan's face darkened considerably. Encountering such a beast while fleeing was tantamount to a death sentence. The wind-fire-leaping ape roared, bringing down a massive paw upon Yi Chuan. It was then that Yi Chuan noticed something amiss. The beast's speed was unreasonably slow. Wait, this creature is injured. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed as he quickly discerned that while the wind-fire-leaping ape bore no visible wounds, several areas of its body were sunken, indicative of having sustained blunt force trauma. In its prime, the wind-fire-leaping ape would have posed an insurmountable challenge for Yi Chuan, but a gravely wounded beast, its strength reduced to a mere fraction of its former self, presented a different story altogether. Yi Chuan made a swift decision, activating the shadowy phantom to enhance his speed, deftly evading the enraged strike of the wind-fire-leaping ape. He then leaped forward, positioning himself directly in front of the beast. Blood Shadow Butcher. Yi Chuan unleashed his skill, forcing the 9th-tier ascendant into a state of terror for 2 seconds. With the butcher's knife in hand, he struck the power of the soul-reaping knife, rendering the wind-fire-leaping ape incapable of resisting his blow. The butcher Yi Chuan had successfully slain a special pig, resulting in a level increase of 12. With an additional damage boost against the pig race of 1, and a gain of 0.1 in free attributes, he watched the wind-fire-leaping ape's corpse crash heavily to the ground. Yi Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it had been in a weakened state. Otherwise, he would have been in dire trouble. You actually managed to kill this wind-fire-leaping ape? From the tree emerged a man in his 40s. Wielding a large hammer, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, his piercing eyes curiously scrutinizing Yi Chuan. It was immediately apparent to him that Yi Chuan was merely a first-tier ascendant, even in its injured state. The wind-fire-leaping ape should not have been a foe he could handle. Yi Chuan's gaze sharpened. Instinctively taking a few steps back, he would not allow himself to be lulled into a false sense of security merely because he was facing a human. Moreover, he sensed an aura of extreme danger emanating from the man, indicating his realm was far superior. Uncle Qian, what is going on? A girl carrying an ancient zither stepped out, draped in a flowing white dress. Her silhouette elegant, yet her face bore a hint of childlike innocence. The juxtaposition of sensuality and adorableness was striking. Miss Jiang, the wind-fire-leaping ape that just escaped from our grasp has been slain by this young man. Qian Ligan stated as he approached the corpse, clicking his tongue in wonder at a clean cut to the throat. This fellow possesses quite the precision. Jiang Shiyan turned her beautiful eyes toward Yi Chuan. curiosity glimmering within. "Thank you for your assistance, kind sir. I ask your name?" "I am Yichuan, and no need for thanks. Could you kindly inform me which direction leads to Qingsheng?" Yichuan inquired. "You hail from Qingsheng? Then why not accompany us? We are just heading back there, and it will be beneficial to look out for one another along the way. By the way, we are members of the Nine Heavens Alliance." Jiang Shiyan replied with a smile. "The Nine Heavens Alliance?" Yichuan exclaimed in surprise. Among the two major alliances, one was indeed the Nine Heavens Alliance. This was the most formidable force in Qingsheng, rivaling even the Xia family. In that case, I would be honored to join you. Yichuan agreed wholeheartedly, a warm smile gracing his face. Though he was unaware of Meritus's true strength, he reasoned that should she pursue him, the members of the Nine Heavens Alliance, even if unable to fully withstand her, would at least buy him some time to escape. "Very well. Once we finish dealing with this wind-fire-leaping ape, we shall set off." Jiang Shiyan nodded. Her interest in Yichuan piqued. This young man, daring enough to venture alone into such treacherous territory, would surely become a pillar of the Nine Heavens Alliance given time. At that moment, Qian Ligon and 3 others had jumped onto the wind-fire-leaping ape's corpse, busily preparing to process it. "Are you going to skin it?" Yichuan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he watched. "Indeed," Jiang Shiyan responded. "The skin of the wind-fire-leaping ape is exceptionally unique. With a bit of refinement, it can grant immunity to high-temperature flames. Shall I assist?" Yichuan offered, feeling a sense of urgency. Although Qian Ligon and his companions were stronger than him, their skinning speed was painfully slowed. If they continued to delay, Meritus would likely be hot on their heels. "You can? The skin must be removed intact." Jiang Shiyan clarified. "Fear not. I shall manage it." Chapter 24. The Thunderline Alliance. Yichuan strode forward, wielding a butcher's knife. For him, a master butcher of divine caliber, skinning a pig was as effortless as eating or drinking. In an agile leap, Yichuan ascended onto the wind-fire-leaving ape, taking over Qian Ligong's position. Soon, the knife in his hand began to dance, each stroke precisely severing the connections between the ape's skin and muscle fibers. The fluidity of his movements was a sight to behold, akin to a mesmerizing performance of art. Qian Ligong and Jiang Shiyan instinctively held their breath, wary that even the sound of their inhalations might disturb Yichuan. 10 minutes later, a pristine hide appeared in Yichuan's grasp, untouched by any blood, as if it had naturally shed. His Qian Ligong inhaled sharply. "Why, Yichuan, your skinning technique is remarkable. Did you train specifically for this?" While skinning the wind-fire-leaving ape was not particularly difficult, achieving such speed while maintaining the integrity of the hide was exceptionally challenging, a feat Qian Ligong believed he could not accomplish. "I learned a bit from my father," Yichuan replied, handing the hide to Qian Ligong. "Let your father teach me as well when you have the chance. This skill is truly impressive." Qian Ligong clapped Yichuan's shoulder enthusiastically. In a short span of time, Yichuan had surprised him twice. "All right, Uncle Qian, now that we have the wind-fire-leaving ape's hide, let us return," Jiang Shiyan suggested. Qian Ligong grinned widely. "Finally, the materials are all gathered. With everything in place, we shall surely be able to enter the Burning Sky Valley." "Let us hope so," Jiang Shiyan nodded. However, the emergence of the Fireblade King's legacy in the Burning Sky Valley will undoubtedly attract numerous formidable individuals. An entry does not guarantee any rewards. Why Yichuan silently listened to their conversation, not intending to interject, which made Jiang Shiyan somewhat anxious. She had hoped to mention the Burning Sky Valley to pique Yichuan's interest and entice him to join the Zhoutian Alliance. But his lack of response left her bewildered. Could it be that he was rather dim-witted? Seeing no other option, Jiang Shiyan decided to be straightforward and asked, "Yichuan, are you not interested in the legacy of the Fireblade King?" Yichuan's eyes sparkled with clarity as he blinked. "Who is the Fireblade King?" Jiang Shiyan. After a moment of silence, Jiang Shiyan began to explain. "The realms of transcendence are divided into apprentice, entry, master, and grandmaster stages, each consisting of 9 minor tiers. To break through the 9th tier of grandmaster is to attain kingship. The Fireblade King is a powerful being of the kingship realm." Yichuan's expression shifted to one of realization. "So, that is how no one had ever mentioned such matters to me before. After all, Under normal circumstances, a butcher could spend a lifetime slaughtering pigs without ever breaking through to the entry stage. Would you like to join me? Yi Chuan inquired out of course, as long as you join the Zhuqian Alliance. Jiang Shiyan replied, seizing the opportunity now that Yi Chuan showed interest that I will think about it. Yi Chuan did not immediately acquiesce. Firstly, he was still being pursued by Marites. Secondly, even if he were to obtain the legacy of a kingship realm expert after joining the Zhuqian Alliance, it was highly unlikely that it would fall into his hands. After all, throughout the entire Qincheng, there were scarcely a few grandmasters, let alone kingship-level individuals. In blunt terms, Jiang Shiyan was merely painting a grand vision for him. All right, once you've made your decision, feel free to find me at the Zhuqian Alliance or seek out Uncle Qian. Jiang Shiyan was not overly anxious. She had already extended the olive branch as the group commenced their return journey. With Jiang Shiyan and the others accompanying him, Yi Chuan found himself devoid of any opportunity to act. Qian Ligong, wielding a massive hammer, led the way. Any ferocious beast that dared to appear before their party was either frightened into retreat or met with a fatal blow from Qian Ligong's hammer. Yi Chuan speculated that Qian Ligong had likely reached the master stage. As they exited the mountain, an overwhelming aura of killing intent assailed them. Initially, Yi Chuan presumed it was Marites the succubus in pursuit, and prepared to flee. However, he quickly discerned that the source of the killing intent was not an alien creature, but rather humans, a kindly smiling figure clad in gray, flanked by a group of individuals. Encircled Yi Chuan and his companions. They were all dressed in uniform attire, with a vividly embroidered lion, poised upon thunder, emblazoned on their chests. Qian Ligong, I've heard that your Zhuqian Alliance not only acquired the glaze fire lamp, but also successfully hunted a wind fire-leaving ape? The leader, a gray-clad man, inquired with a smile. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the Thunderline Alliance members, Qian Ligong's expression turned grim. The Thunderline Alliance was also a top-tier force in Qincheng and held an adversarial relationship with their Zhuqian Alliance. The precision with which they located them and knew of their acquisition could only indicate that there was a traitor within their ranks. Qian Ligong first glanced at Yi Chuan, but quickly realized it could not be him. Not only had Yi Chuan encountered them by chance, but the glazed fire lamp had been secured before they met him, leaving Yi Chuan with no knowledge of it. Have you betrayed the Zhuqian Alliance? Qian Ligong glared at the other three members of his team. One long-haired man distanced himself from Yi Chuan and the others. Boss Qian, the Thunderline Alliance has offered me a superior yellow-tier spirit weapon and a bundle of high-level skill scrolls in exchange for information about you all. One must act in self-interest, after all. Jian Yin, are you not afraid of losing your life for the sake of such gain? Qian Ligong glared fiercely at the traitor among them. Humph. Worry about yourself instead. Jian Yin scoffed. You're courting death, Qian Ligong bellowed, swinging his hammer towards Jian Yin. Jian Yin's face paled. He was only at the 9th tier of the entry stage, while Qian Ligong had already reached the master stage. A blow from Qian Ligong would undoubtedly be fatal for him. Lord Lei Gang, save me! Jian Yin cried out to the members of the Thunderline Alliance, just as Qian Ligong's hammer was about to descend. Lei Gang extended a hand, directly intercepting Qian Ligong's strike with a forceful palm that a flash of lightning erupted, causing Qian Ligong to stagger back several steps. You have broken through to the 2nd tier of the master stage? Qian Ligong's expression shifted dramatically. What's wrong? Afraid? Then hand over the glazed fire lamp and the hide of the wind fire-leaving ape, and we can all maintain our dignity, Lei Gang sneered, attempting to coax. Dignity be damned. Do you think just because your realm is 1 tier higher than mine, I would fear you? Qian Ligong roared, his hammer crashing down towards Lei Gang with tremendous force, a display of overwhelming might. Linan, Su Wanxin, you two take Miss Jiang and Yi Chuan away. Don't worry about me. Qian Ligong commanded, swinging his hammer towards the members of the Thunderline Alliance, forcing them to retreat. Humph. Leave. Not a single one of you from the Zhuqian Alliance will escape today. With a thunderous roar, Lei Gang's gaze hardened, and a torrent of violent lightning surged from his hand, directly targeting Qian Ligong. Faced with Lei Gang's onslaught, Qian Ligong was compelled to respond with caution, as his realm was inherently lower. With Qian Ligong no longer obstructing them, the members of the Thunderline Alliance swiftly pursued Yi Chuan and the others. All of them were at the entry stage, with several having reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier. We cannot escape. We must confront them. Jiang Shun's delicate face hardened, and she began to unstrap the ancient zither from her back. Yi Chuan felt a sense of helplessness. He had intended to seek assistance from Jiang Shiyin and her group against Marites. Yet it seemed that he was now the one tasked with aiding them against the Thunder Lion Alliance's pursuit. This turn of events was a significant setback for him. Chapter 25. A critical moment. 10 slender, jade-like fingers glided across the translucent strings of the zither. A.S. Jiang Shun gently strummed. An ethereal melody resonated, akin to the soothing sound of a mountain spring, both beautiful and captivating. However, beneath this heavenly music lay an unspoken intent to kill. With each pluck of the strings, waves of sound transformed into tangible blades. Slicing through the air toward the members of the Thunder Lion Alliance, one member of the Thunder Lion Alliance, unable to evade in time, found a deep gash appearing on his chest, visibly exposing bone. Stop her! Do not allow her to continue playing. In the Thunder Lion Alliance, several practitioners adept in ranged attacks immediately unleashed their skills: fireballs, frost spells, and vine strikes, hurling a barrage of magical assaults towards Jiang Shiyin. Li Nan and Su Wanxin positioned themselves protectively behind Jiang Shiyin, braving the relentless onslaught from the Thunder Lion Alliance. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan had already utilized Shadow of the Netherworld to distance himself from the crowd. His gaze fixed intently on the battlefield between Lei Gang and Qian Liganji. Why Yi Chuan understood that the skirmish involving Jiang Shiyin and her companions was merely a trifling affair, only the clash between the two master-level combatants, Lei Gang and Qian Ligong, could truly determine the outcome of this battle. That it was essential to assist Qian Ligong in overcoming Lei Gang to shift the tide of the conflict, seeing Yi Chuan not only refraining from aiding them, but instead loitering about. Li Nan and Su Wanxin were instantly filled with frustration. They were fighting for their lives, yet Yi Chuan seemed to be enjoying a spectacle instead. Why Yi Chuan? What are you doing? Help us! Su Wanxin exclaimed anxiously, her dark red leather armor barely covering her chest, revealing her impressive abdominal muscles. In her wild fury, she resembled a fierce female leopard. Enough, Wanxin, he is not one of us from the Jutian Alliance. And considering he is merely at the first stage of the Ascending Realm, it would indeed be unfair to involve him in this battle, Jiang Shiyin said, shaking her head. Although Su Wanxin and Li Nan felt somewhat dissatisfied, they had no choice but to acquiesce to Jiang Shiyin's words. At that moment, the battle between Qian Ligong and Lei Gang had reached a fever pitch, with Qian Ligong evidently at a disadvantage. Each strike from Lei Gang's thunderous attacks sent waves of paralysis coursing through Qian Ligong's body. As the situation deteriorated, Qian Ligong's muscles grew increasingly sore and sluggish. If this continued, defeat was inevitable for him. Qian Ligong was acutely aware of this reality. A fierce determination flashed in his eyes as he gripped his massive hammer tightly. Mountain-splitting hammer. With a mighty swing, Qian Ligong brought down his hammer with the force to crack mountains, intending to end the fight in one decisive blow rather than prolonging it. Finally, you've fallen for my trap. Lei Gang, witnessing this, displayed a cunning smile rather than any sign of panic. Qian Ligong, I have awaited your foolishness. Thunderstorm net, Lei Gang bellowed, unleashing a multitude of bolts of lightning that coiled like serpents, forming a vast net of electricity that crackled ominously. Qian Ligong's face paled. He was uncertain if his hammer strike could defeat Lei Gang. But one thing was clear. If he fell for this attack, he would suffer devastating consequences. Yet at this juncture, retreat was not an option. He could only charge forward, hoping for a mutual destruction in that critical moment. An indescribable, formidable aura surged forth, crashing towards Lei Gang. God-tier skill, Blood Shadow Butcher. Yi Chuan made his move. Under the impact of this terrifying aura, even Lei Gang, a second-stage master, could not escape the grip of fear. Yi Chuan understood that the only skill capable of threatening Lei Gang was the control exerted by Blood Shadow Butcher, and he had been waiting for this opportunity. Lei Gang succumbed to fear. The thunderstorm net fell apart on its own. Although Qian Ligong was still trying to comprehend what had transpired, his instinct as a seasoned fighter kicked in. He seized the moment, spotting an unguarded opening. Qian Ligong struck Lei Gang directly in the chest with his hammer. Poof! Lei Gang spat a mouthful of blood, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. A closer inspection revealed that his chest had caved in from the force of Qian Ligong's blow. Oh no! The members of the Thunder Lion Alliance, who had been focused on besieging Jiang Shiyan, suddenly turned pale. If Lei Gang fell, Qian Ligong would surely crush them one by one, akin to whack-a-mole. They abandoned their pursuit of Jiang Shiyan and rushed towards Lei Gang instead. My lord, are you all right? Someone rushed to support Lei Gang, hastily offering him healing potions. ITSU. Lei Gang, now sitting up, glared fiercely at Yichuan. You are merely at the first stage of the ascending realm. How could your skill affect me? Are you a legendary combat profession? This is impossible. In recent years, there has only been one legendary combat profession from Qingcheng, and she is a woman. Lei Gang's eyes brimmed with confusion and shock. It was known that they were separated by an entire realm. Only a legendary profession's skills could potentially cross such a vast divide. Who are you to define my gender? Yichuan retorted. Lei Gang was momentarily stunned, then coughed up another mouthful of blood. Jiang Shiyan gazed at Yichuan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. The surprises he had bestowed upon her were simply overwhelming. What other astonishing revelations lay hidden within this seemingly younger boy? Retreat! Lei Gang roared in frustration. Now severely wounded, continuing the fight would only lead to a mutual downfall with the Zhutian Alliance. Qian Ligong and the others understood this as well. Despite Lei Gang's injuries, he remained a second-stage master. After all, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. Thus, they had no intention of pursuing the remnants of the Thunder Lion Alliance. The members of the Thunder Lion Alliance arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Among them was the traitor Jian Yan, who sought to escape with the Thunder Lion Alliance. Qian Ligong charged directly at him. You may leave, but you treacherous scoundrel, shall not. He bellowed. Please, spare me. I know I was wrong. I just got married, and my wife is already pregnant. Please, let me go. Realizing escape was impossible, Jian Yan fell to his knees, weeping profusely. Had he known that the Thunder Lion Alliance would not be able to kill Qian Ligong, he would have never dared to betray them. Rest assured, brother, for your plea, I shall take good care of your wife. I promise to ensure she receives a generous supply of shampoo for your child every night. With a resounding thud, Qian Ligong's hammer descended, smashing Jian Yan's head as if it were a ripe watermelon. He showed no mercy to such a traitor. If Jian Yan could sell them out once for personal gain, he could easily do so a second or third time. Such a person must not be allowed to live. After dealing with the traitor Jian Yan, Qian Ligong strode towards Yichuan, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Ha! Brother Yichuan, I owe you my gratitude. Once we return to Qingcheng, I shall treat you to a foot bath. The finest one. If ever you need anything in Qingcheng, just call out, and I will come running. Qian Ligong understood that had it not been for Yichuan's pivotal control skill, the one severely injured now would have been him, not Lei Gang. Uncle Qian, you can wash your own feet. Don't lead Yichuan astray. Jiang Shiyan shot him a disapproving glance, exasperated by his crude words, especially with the two girls present. That is a grave misunderstanding. A boy's transition into manhood is marked by the composure he exhibits when donning a badge. Qian Ligong chuckled as Yuan Xin stepped forward and, with a playful gesture, wrapped her arm around Yichuan's neck, causing him to feel a heavy sense of suffocation. I'm sorry, Yichuan. I was too impulsive and wrongly accused you that I thought you were deliberately spectating. Consider it a favor owed to you. And please don't take it to heart, she said, somewhat embarrassed. How could it be just you who owes Yichuan a favor? We all owe him a debt of gratitude, a life-saving one. Jiang Shiyan interjected. They all nodded in agreement. Without Yichuan, they would undoubtedly have faced peril. Brother Yichuan, may I boldly inquire about your profession's level? Li Nan could not restrain his curiosity. God tier, Yichuan replied candidly, still ensnared in Su Wanxin's embrace. The others gasped in astonishment. Such a profession level was among the most exceptional of talents, even within the 9 special districts of the human race. But wait, are you not from Qingcheng? If a god-tier profession emerged from Qingcheng, there is no way Zhutian Alliance would not have received word of it. Jiang Shiyan questioned, puzzled. Miss, we have indeed received news. Considering Brother Yichuan's sword, have you not pieced together the implications? Qian Ligong interjected, clearing his throat to draw attention. God tier. Sword? Jiang Shurian's beautiful eyes transformed the confusion within into sheer astonishment. You are that legendary pig killer? Li Nan and Su Wanxin's expressions also turned peculiar. The good news, a divine-level profession. The bad news, it was a pig killer. But isn't a pig killer only capable of slaughtering pigs? How is it that Yi Chuan, this pig killer, can skillfully dispatch a wind-fire separation ape with a single strike? However, they all wisely refrained from pressing further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and prying too deeply would show a lack of discretion. Let's take a moment to regroup. Running around now would only make us more vulnerable to another ambush from the Thunderline Alliance that I've already sent out a distress signal. And the Nine Heavens Alliance will soon come to our aid. Qian Ligong shifted the topic. The others readily agreed. Li Nan and Su Wanxin took it upon themselves to remain vigilant, preventing any sudden attacks from ferocious beasts. Yi Chuan, feeling somewhat bored, approached Jiang Shurian and inquired, Miss Jiang, could you demonstrate that sonic attack you used against the Thunderline Alliance on me? You can just call me Shurian to D.O. You wish to refine your movement skills using the concentrated sonic attack. Jiang Shurian discerned Yi Chuan's intention. Indeed, Yi Chuan nodded. The shadow of the underworld was a skill he had learned from Scroll, which could not be enhanced with his level, but could only be improved through relentless practice. The rapid and concentrated sonic attack was perfect for honing his agility. Are you certain? My level is significantly higher than yours. If you are not careful, you might get injured, Jiang Shurian asked with a hint of concern. Absolutely, Yi Chuan responded. Very well then, just be cautious that I will gradually increase the speed. Do not push yourself too hard. Seeing Yi Chuan's determination, Jiang Shurian removed the guqin she had been carrying on her back. Clearly a remarkable spiritual weapon, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. As she began to play, the melodious sound resonated, and the sonic waves coalesced into a sharp blade. Slicing towards Yi Chuan, he effortlessly dodged with a swift movement. Shurian, you can go a bit faster. Jiang Shurian nodded, and when she struck again, the blade multiplied from 1 to 3. Faster, quick, faster. Jiang Shurian's music quickened, and the sonic blades surpassed 20 in number. Any ordinary practitioner at the first level would have been severely wounded or even slain by such an onslaught. Yet Yi Chuan moved with ease, as though the sonic blades posed no threat to him. Jiang Shurian's eyes sparkled with intrigue, while Qian Ligong, Su Wanxin, and Li Nan watched Yi Chuan in astonishment. You can still go faster. I'm managing just fine, Yi Chuan urged. Jiang Shurian nodded again, increasing the number of sonic blades. With a resonant twang, 25 blades surged towards Yi Chuan, shadow of the underworld. Yi Chuan's gaze sharpened as he activated the skill. His speed surged, allowing him to dodge Jiang Shurian's attacks at increasingly obtuse angles. Jiang Shurian and the others were left dumbfounded. It seemed Yi Chuan had not even employed his movement skill until now. Realizing she could not view Yi Chuan through conventional lenses, she took a deep breath and decided to unleash 70% of her strength. As the cascading sounds of the guqin flowed like water, dozens of sonic blades relentlessly targeted Yi Chuan. Under such intense pressure, his proficiency with the shadow of the underworld soared. As time passed, beads of sweat dampened Jiang Shurian's bangs, yet Yi Chuan showed no signs of slowing down. By now, several cuts adorned his body. Had it not been for the protection of the flame scale armor, his injuries would have been far worse. Still, he pressed forward, closing the distance to Jiang Shurian. Reducing his reaction time to evade, Yi Chuan was willingly placing himself in a perilous position. Yet Jiang Shurian soon realized that despite the proximity, Yi Chuan's speed was only increasing. Shadowy afterimages began to appear, and with a swift movement, Yi Chuan escaped her attack range, positioning himself behind her. Thank you. Yi Chuan expressed his gratitude with a bow. The pressure Jiang Shurian exerted had allowed him to master the shadow of the underworld to a remarkable degree. Shadow of the underworld. Mastery upon activation. It boosts agility by 40 for 1 minute, and while moving rapidly, leaves behind a series of afterimages to confuse adversaries. Not only had the amplification increased by 10, but the duration had also doubled, along with an additional afterimage effect, significantly enhancing Yi Chuan's capabilities. Jiang Shurian wiped the sweat from her forehead. You, my dear, are truly an anomaly. Being your sparring partner is exhausting. Just as Yichuan was about to express his thanks, he suddenly sensed something and turned to face Jiang Shurian's rear, offering an awkward smile. Don't rush. Something more exhausting is coming. Chapter 27. The Succubus Chase, something more exhausting? What do you mean? Jiang Shurian asked, puzzled, as she followed Yichuan's gaze and turned to look behind her that a tall woman with horns on her head approached slowly, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. A deep scar, visible to the bone, extended from the corner of her eye to her jaw, occasionally seeping blood. A succubus? Jiang Shurian's expression shifted slightly, while Qian Ligong gripped his hammer, eyeing Maritas warily to tease my target. All of you stay out of this. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. Maritas pointed at Yichuan, her vertical pupils filled with crimson malice. Such bravado. Then why not show me how you intend to kill someone? Qian Ligong snorted disdainfully, positioning himself in front of Yichuan. Li Nan and Su Wanxin readied themselves for battle, clearly unwilling to relinquish Yichuan. In that case, you shall die alongside him. Maritas's fingers danced, and pink light radiated from her, enveloping Yichuan and his companions. Damn, this succubus is at least a 5th-level master, Qian Ligong exclaimed in shock. Why Yichuan? How on earth did you provoke this monster? Run, run. He struck the ground with his hammer, causing a tremor that destabilized Maritas, before swiftly leading the group to flee. Though Yichuan had the lowest level among them, his exaggerated attributes allowed him to keep pace with Qian Ligong. Who was a master? Why Yichuan? How did you anger this succubus? Su Wanxin asked. I inadvertently dug up her blood crystal twin flower. She wanted to kill me, so I gave her a slice. Yichuan recounted the events as briefly as possible. Qian Ligong's brow furrowed upon hearing this. Succubi are extremely vain about their appearance, having uprooted a flower that grants eternal youth and martyr beauty. This situation had become irreconcilable. What if we split up? That succubus's target is me. She won't trouble you, Yichuan suggested. What do you take us for? Jiang Shurian rolled her eyes. You just saved us. We owe you a debt of gratitude if we abandon you now. Wouldn't we be ungrateful? Jiang Shurian was right. Yichuan felt a tinge of disappointment. He had thought that if Jiang Shurian and the others were willing to betray him, he could simply activate the shadow of the underworld and escape. He only needed to outrun Qian Ligong and the others, not Maritas. Surprisingly, Jiang Shurian and the others displayed a sense of loyalty. Qian Uncle, if I can immobilize that succubus like I did with the Thunderline earlier, do you think you can kill her? Yichuan asked. Qian Ligong's eyes lit up. How long can you hold her? 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Qian Ligong pondered. We can give it a try. Killing her may be difficult, but we can buy ourselves some time to escape. After all, succubi excel in illusions, and their physical strength is quite average. All right, when she catches up, we'll strike, Yichuan said nonchalantly. The 5 of them continued their hasty retreat, with the murderous Maritas closing in behind them, the distance between them diminishing. Now, just as Maritas was about to catch up to Li Nan at the rear, Yichuan shouted, abruptly halting in his tracks. Blood Shadow Butcher! A formidable aura coalesced into a tangible form, hurtling directly towards Maritas. Momentarily halted, Maritas, ensnared in a state of terror, was propelled forward by sheer inertia, a golden opportunity. The mountain-splitting hammer. Qian Ligong seized the moment. Swinging his massive hammer with the finesse of a baseball player, aiming it squarely at Maritas. Though the strike might not inflict lethal damage, it was potent enough to send her flying several hundred meters away, granting them precious time to escape. Bang! As anticipated by Qian Ligong, Maritas was indeed sent hurtling through the air. Yet at that moment, he was astonished to discover that Yichuan had appeared on the path Maritas would inevitably traverse, with only a fleeting shadow remaining beside him. Why Yichuan? What are you doing? Come back, don't be foolish. That is a 5th-tier master demon. Qian Ligong shouted anxiously. Why Yichuan remained silent, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He realized that if he did not eliminate this demon, he might never escape the city again. The intent of the soul-breaking blade coalesced upon the dragon-slaying blade, and with the enhancement of a 20-point armor-breaking effect. Bolstered by the force of Qian Ligong's strike, Yichuan plunged the blade mercilessly into Maritas' back. Purple blood gushed forth, staining Yichuan's face with its hue. emerging from her state of fear. Marites let out a piercing scream, her eyes ablaze with fury, mingled with a barely perceptible hint of dread, that I shall flay you all alive. The dream realm. A pink mist spread like wildfire. This was the illusionary domain in which the demon clan excelled. Those ensnared within would find themselves trapped, unable to awaken. This demon is desperate. Yi Chuan, run. Keep your distance from her, Qian Ligong urged with urgency. Enveloped by the pink mist, Yi Chuan's gaze indeed grew somewhat vacant. However, in the next instant, he bit down hard on his tongue, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The sharp pain allowed him to maintain the last vestiges of clarity within the illusion. Gripping the butcher's knife tightly, he began to twist it within Marites' innards. Marites screamed in agony. As a demon, she found herself outmatched in close combat. Her usual tactics rendered ineffective. She could only desperately unleash her illusions, striving to ensnare Yi Chuan's consciousness within her deceptive realm. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan relentlessly stirred the butcher's knife within her viscera, intent on extinguishing the life of this demon, but a standoff ensued between a single man and a demon. Qian Ligong and the others observed with growing trepidation, but they were powerless to intervene. Yi Chuan and Marites were locked in a close embrace, making ranged attacks perilous. Approaching would only risk falling victim to Marites' illusions. In this deadlock, Marites was the first to falter. If this continued, she would bleed out. With a sudden twist, her neck cracked nearly 180 degrees, bringing her face to face with Yi Chuan. Enchantment Technique, Chapter 28. Elegant dissection in that moment. Marites' eyes transformed into two pink heart-shaped orbs, radiating an uncanny allure. This was the innate skill of the demon clan, capable of evoking the most primal desires within the hearts of others. Even the mightiest of warriors would find it challenging to resist such a charm, often developing unexpected feelings towards her. Yet, Marites soon sensed something amiss, for Yi Chuan's gaze bore no trace of worldly desire. He looked at her as one might regard a piece of pork. This technique might have worked on others, but for Yi Chuan, it was utterly ineffective that a pig's head, regardless of how alluringly it might be presented, remained just that. A pig's head. One does not develop a craving for a pig's head. Nor should one unaffected by the enchantment. Yi Chuan withdrew the butcher's knife from Marites' back. To him, she was no different from the pigs he had slain before, merely a slightly more formidable version. Swish, the sharp blade flashed, leaving a fine crimson line along Marites' slender neck. Her head began to tilt slowly, her expression one of disbelief, as if she could not fathom her demise at the hands of a mere first-tier human. Yi Chuan, the butcher, had successfully dispatched a special pig, resulting in a 150-level increase, an additional damage boost against the pig race, and an increment of 0.1 in free attributes. The decision to counterattack Marites, though perilous, yielded extraordinary rewards for Yi Chuan. His level had ascended directly to the second tier of the first realm, mere steps away from the third tier, and it was only with Qian Ligong's assistance that Yi Chuan dared to make such an audacious choice. Had he been alone, encountering this demon would have surely prompted a hasty retreat. That moment, Jiang Shiyin and her companion stood in stunned silence, their expressions vacant, gazing at Yi Chuan as if he were an extraterrestrial. A first-tier ascending to counter a fifth-tier master? What nonsense is this? Even novels would hesitate to depict such a scenario. Though Marites was not adept in close combat and had been caught off guard by Qian Ligong's powerful blow, she remained a fifth-tier master demon. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have scoffed at anyone who dared to suggest such an event. Yi Chuan knelt before Marites' corpse. Commencing his practice, the looting, he calmly began to dissect the demon. A master-level demon should have crystallized magic within. Sure enough, after carefully extracting and arranging her organs, he uncovered a peculiar gem, emanating an otherworldly glow. This gem, pitch black and oval-shaped, resembled black agate, yet felt exquisitely smooth and somewhat pliable, harboring a terrifying power within. The cultivation methods of other races differed from those of humans. They would form energy crystals within their bodies. For instance, high-level demons would crystallize magic, while high-level monsters would form monster crystals. These energy crystals had numerous applications, from enchanting spiritual weapons to alchemy, and with special treatment, even combat-focused professions could absorb their energy. A magic crystal from a master-level demon could easily rival that of a high-quality yellow-tier spiritual weapon in value. What a windfall! Yi Chuan beamed with delight. This singular magic crystal justified the immense risk he had taken in confronting Maritas. He turned to share his elation with Qian Li Gong and the others, only to find them regarding him with wariness, fear glimmering in their eyes. "Uncle Qian, Shiyin, what's wrong?" Yi Chuan inquired, puzzled. "No, it's nothing." "Yi Chuan, you continue with what you're doing," Qian Li Gong's throat bobbed nervously. Previously, when they had witnessed Yi Chuan skinning the wind Fire Lian, they had felt little unease, as it was merely a beast. Yet now, seeing Yi Chuan meticulously disassemble Maritas, a humanoid being, piece by piece, an uncontrollable fear began to swell within them. It was undeniable. Yi Chuan's speed and elegance in dismembering Maritas were astonishing. So graceful that they began to suspect he had perhaps conducted experiments on live subjects before. That Yi Chuan seemed to have grasped their thoughts. Awkwardly scratching his nose, that it was only natural for one pig to fear witnessing another being dismembered before it. At that moment, several figures rushed forward, kneeling before Jiang Shiren. The foremost among them had short hair, standing upright like steel needles, emanating an aura that even Qian Li Gong found oppressive. "Miss, we have arrived late. Please punish us. This is not your fault. We did not anticipate that there would be a traitor among the ranks of the Zheqian Alliance. You have arrived in good time. Escort us back." Jiang Shiren nodded, then turned to Yi Chuan. "Why Yi Chuan? Will you come with us?" "No, I already know how to return to Qingcheng." "You go ahead." Why Yi Chuan shook his head. His previous alliance with Jiang Shiren had been to enlist their aid against Maritas. And now that she was dead, there was no need for him to accompany them. "Very well, take care. Should you decide to join the Zheqian Alliance, feel free to seek me out, should you join. A spot in the upcoming expedition to the Burning Sky Valley will be guaranteed for you in 6 months." Jiang Shiren made a solemn promise, as soon as these words left her lips. The newly arrived members of the Zheqian Alliance gazed at Yi Chuan with astonishment. That a slot in the Burning Heaven Valley is indeed a heavy commitment. It is worth noting that many talented youths within the Zheqian Alliance have fought tooth and nail for such an opportunity, often to no avail. "Thank you. I will give it due consideration," Yi Chuan replied with a calm nod. For those in combat professions, joining a powerful faction undoubtedly offers numerous advantages. For instance, such factions possess an abundance of resources for enhancing strength. Access to formidable mentors, opportunities for hunting ferocious beasts and alien races outside the city, as well as companions for support. However, therein lies the dilemma. Yi Chuan does not belong to a combat profession. He is merely an unremarkable pig butcher. His strength derives solely from his relentless slaughter of pigs. Aligning himself with any faction would, in fact, feel like a constraint. After watching Jiang Shiren and her companions depart, Yi Chuan chose not to return to Qingcheng, but instead shouldered his pig slaughtering knife and set off towards the lair of Maritas. Merely acquiring a magic crystal is insufficient. A 5th-tier master-level succubus undoubtedly guards a trove of valuable treasures within her lair. Chapter 29. Advanced skill scrolls relying on his memory. Yi Chuan swiftly returned to Maritas' lair, slipping into an inconspicuous cave. The cave's exterior bore no signs of life, littered only with the corpses drained of their essence by Maritas. These remains served as a clear warning to any lost beasts or humans. This cave is not a place to tread lightly. Venturing deeper in the cave, Yi Chuan first arrived at the torture chamber where Maritas had once suspended him. Beyond this grim chamber lay the true heart of Maritas' lair. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets echoed in Yi Chuan's ears. As he passed a stone pillar, a small pool came into view. The dark purple water within the pool flowed gently, each droplet creating ripples that shimmered with strange energy waves. Could this be the underworld pool? Yi Chuan pondered for a long while before recalling a description of this very pool he had once seen in the library of Qingcheng High School. Each time a demon ascends in rank, they must temper their bodies with the waters of the underworld pool to accommodate greater amounts of demonic energy. The waters of the underworld pool also possess the ability to refine human physiques, which is why many trading posts in major cities offer them for sale. That a small jar of underworld pool water can fetch tens of thousands of coins, given the size of this pool. Its value is unlikely to be less than the magic crystal in his possession. Who would have thought that the succubus Marites was, in fact, a little rich lady? Without hesitation, Yichuan stripped off his clothes and leapt into the pool, submerging his head while extending a hollow tube for breathing. The water was icy cold, and as he entered, Yichuan shivered, his lips turning blue from the chill, but a relentless prickling sensation coursed through him, as if countless steel needles were simultaneously piercing his every pore. The intense pain contorted Yichuan's features, yet he gritted his teeth, showing no intention of emerging from the underworld pool. He could distinctly feel his body's strength gradually increasing under the pool's stimulation. The enhancement of his physical strength not only promised greater defense and vitality, but also endowed him with terrifying explosive power. Time slipped by unnoticed. Yichuan could not ascertain how long he had been immersed in the underworld pool. The agony began to subside gradually, and when the waters no longer provoked any sensation in his body, he finally stood up. Dark purple droplets cascaded down his muscular form, slowly dripping onto the surface of the pool. His physique, having been baptized by the waters of the underworld pool, radiated a metallic sheen. As he gently closed his fingers, a surge of formidable power coursed from his fists to every limb. Feeling the tumultuous strength within him, Yichuan could not help but smile that he felt confident that, even without his slaughtering knife, he could overpower a third-tier ferocious beast with sheer physical prowess. Such a vast underworld pool should not be wasted. Yichuan mused, stroking his chin. He then scoured Marites' lair for any containers capable of holding water, filling each to the brim before stuffing them into his bag. Even so, he managed to carry away only a third of the pool's waters. If only he had a storage artifact or even a pair of yoga pants would suffice. Gazing at the remaining large portion of the underworld pool, Yichuan felt a twinge of regret. Although the waters he had collected had diminished in potency due to his immersion, they could still fetch a handsome sum. Since he could not take more, Yichuan ceased his yearning and continued to rummage through Marites' lair. Soon, he unearthed several bundles of skill scrolls, but alas, they were inscribed with the language of the demon race, rendering them incomprehensible to him. He could only hastily shove them into his backpack. At this point, he had nearly scavenged all the valuable items from Marites' lair. What remained was either worthless or too cumbersome for him to carry. With a bulging backpack, Yichuan contentedly exited the cave. Upon returning to Qingsheng, Yichuan made a beeline for the trading post. As he stepped through the entrance, all eyes within the establishment converged upon him. The reason was clear. The bulging pack he carried appeared ludicrously oversized, reminiscent of an ant bearing a grain of rice. "Hello, I come to sell some items." As Yichuan placed his pack upon the counter, the entire structure shook slightly. The attendant was none other than the plump, dark-skinned lady from his previous visit, who regarded him with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. "Am I ugly?" "Huh." Yichuan was momentarily taken aback. "I asked if I am ugly," the lady pressed. "Not particularly. I wouldn't say so," Yichuan replied, his conscience momentarily faltering that he viewed everyone as mere pig heads. How could he discern which pig head was more aesthetically pleasing? "Then, why haven't you contacted me?" For several nights, she had donned an enticing ensemble, eagerly awaiting Yichuan's return, yet he had not appeared. "I've been quite busy these past few days. Can you process my items first?" Yichuan retrieved a teapot from his bag, its spout sealed tightly. "What is this?" the attendant inquired, puzzled. Water from the underworld pool. Yichuan's revelation astonished her, and she opened the teapot for inspection. "Indeed, while there are some impurities, it is indeed water from the underworld pool. This all you have. There's more, 5 buckets for cups, 3 basins, 2 spittoons, and 1 night kettle." Yichuan continued to extract various containers of pool water from his bag, leaving those around the counter in sheer disbelief. "In a way. Dude, you're using these rusty old containers for water from the underworld pool. That is akin to storing Maotai in a red plastic bucket." "Sir, please hold on. I need to find staff for testing." The attendant cradled the teapot and departed, returning moments later. "There's no issue with the water, though the impurities are considerable. Thus, we can only offer 70% of the market price for it." "Does that work for you?" she inquired. "Sure." Yichuan nodded, considering that the underworld pool had been used by both him and Marites. The presence of impurities was entirely reasonable. Selling it for 70% exceeded his expectations. IV calculated that you have a total of 78.5 liters of pool water. The market rate of 35,000 per liter, discounted to 70%, that is 25,000 per liter. Totaling 196,250. Is that acceptable? No problem. Let us proceed with the transaction. Before long, Yichuan received confirmation of the transaction, and the sudden influx of wealth left him feeling somewhat surreal. Surely your trading post employs someone versed in demonic script. How much would it cost to hire a translator? Yichuan inquired. We charge per character, just 1 coin each, fair and square, the attendant replied with a smile. All right, please translate these 4 bundles of skill scrolls for me. Yichuan produced the 4 bundles he had discovered in Marita's lair. After a brief interlude, the attendant returned, having translated the scrolls into a language comprehensible to humans. Good day, sir. The translations are complete. Among these 4 bundles, there are 3 intermediate skill scrolls and 1 advanced skill scroll. Yichuan glanced over the 3 intermediate skill scrolls, each inscribed with captivating abilities. While these skills might prove advantageous for a succubus, they seemed rather superfluous to him. Rather than enchanting a pig, he preferred the straightforward approach of delivering a decisive blow. Consequently, he decided to sell all 3 skill scrolls to the trading post. Netting himself a handsome sum of 1,500,000. However, it was the advanced skill scroll that piqued Yichuan's interest. Illusory Strike, Chapter 30, Orphaned. Although he had no desire to learn the enchanting arts of the succubus, the realm of illusions intrigued him greatly. Illusion is the most unique among all skills, at times deemed a divine technique, while at other moments it holds little value. Its efficacy largely depends on the wielder's ingenuity. After all, the inherent lethality of illusions is exceedingly limited, yet, when employed skillfully, they can yield unexpected victories. Yichuan tucked the final skill scroll into his pocket, deciding against selling the magic crystal. With 3,500,000 in his possession, he found himself financially secure for the time being. Instead, he wished to utilize Mari Tissi's magic crystal to enhance his own strength, perhaps by enchanting his dragon slayer's sword. With his current wealth, even if he couldn't afford the renowned Master Tai Exin, he could certainly hire a well-regarded blacksmith. As Yichuan turned to leave, a young lady hurried after him, once again pressing a contact number into his hand. Sir, please remember to reach out to me. I can make hot water, jelly, and popping candy. After speaking, she bashfully retreated behind the counter, her conviction that he was a promising individual solidified by his 2 prior transactions. A slight twitch of Yichuan's lips betrayed his amusement. Was she really this eager? He promptly discarded the contact information into a nearby trash bin. While being catered to was indeed effortless, he found it utterly unappealing. Moreover, he couldn't possibly harbor earthly desires for a mere pig. Yichuan made his way home, eager to share the joy of his newfound wealth with his parents. Upon pushing the door open, he called out, "Mom and Dad, I'm back." His exuberant expression froze as he took in the disarray of his home. The sofa lay overturned, the television shattered on the floor, and fragments of furniture littered the ground, making it appear as if a band of marauders had ransacked the place. "Dad? Mom?" A chill gripped Yichuan's heart, and panic surged within him. He frantically searched the house, but his parents were nowhere to be found. His eyes reddened with despair. And stay calm. Just breathe. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. His father was a somewhat well-known butcher, and his mother a cook. Both belonged to the life professions and maintained a simple social circle, having never offended anyone. They had a cordial relationship with their neighbors and could not have vanished without reason. Unless Lu Xing. Yichuan's head snapped up, rage boiling within him like a beast ready to pounce. It was no surprise that his parents' disappearance was linked to Lu Xing. With his butcher's knife in hand, Yichuan stormed towards Qingcheng High School. The security guard at the entrance was powerless to stop him. He strode past the gate, heading straight for the records room. The teacher in the records room attempted to intervene, but Yichuan swiftly knocked him unconscious. He pored over the files of their class and quickly located Lu Jinglong's address. Armed with this information, he dashed off. Lu Jinglong's residence was situated in the affluent district of Qingcheng, characterized by standalone villas with gardens. All guarded by security personnel, Yixuan approached with fervor. Several guards attempted to obstruct him, but they were no match for his speed. He arrived at Lu Jinglong's doorstep and, without hesitation, delivered a powerful kick that sent the iron gate flying. Damn it! Who dares kick in Lu Xing's door? The commotion quickly drew Lu Xing and Lu Jinglong out of the house. Upon recognizing Yixuan, Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback, then smirked at, "Oh, it's you. I thought you had fled. You have quite the audacity to confront me after what you've done to my son. Cut the nonsense. Where are my parents?" Yixuan's fury surged. His parents were his only family. His most sacred boundary. Crossing that boundary was akin to touching the dragon's reverse scale. Death was the only outcome. Your parents? Haha. The sins you have committed will naturally be borne by them. They are no longer with us. I have disposed of them to feed the fish. In fact, it's about time I checked on the feeding. Lu Xing crossed his arms. Mockery etched across his face. This is the outcome of bullying my son. Understand? Lu Jinglong cowered behind Lu Xing, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The buzzing sound filled Yixuan's ears. The moment Lu Xing mentioned that he had dismembered his parents, silence enveloped him. All he could see was the pig's face before him, incessantly jabbering. Dead? His parents dead? Yixuan felt a cold wave wash over him, his vision blurring with emptiness. That it was he who had caused his parents' demise. He struggled to comprehend this harrowing reality. It wasn't until 5 security guards hastily pinned him to the ground that Yixuan's consciousness finally returned to his body. The moment he regained his senses, his eyes turned crimson with rage. "Get away!" Yixuan roared like a furious beast, effortlessly tossing the 5 guards away from him. After enduring the trials of the underworld pool, his physique had reached a formidable level, far beyond the guards' capabilities. That Yixuan's gaze locked onto Lu Xing, his murderous intent palpable. "Lu Xing, the blood debt for my parents' murder shall not go unavenged. I shall bathe in the blood of your entire family to honor my parents' spirits." As his words hung in the air, Yixuan charged at Lu Xing. "Ha! A joke. You think you can threaten me?" Lu Xing's expression was one of disdain. He had heard such threats countless times and continued to thrive. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, had remained unchanged throughout history. If one were to blame, it would be oneself for being weak. Yixuan clenched his fist, launching it toward Lu Xing's head. Lu Xing, with a nonchalant expression, raised a hand to block the strike, believing that with his 6th-tier power, stopping Yixuan would be a trivial matter. However, at the moment of impact, Lu Xing's expression shifted dramatically. His pupils constricted in terror as an unparalleled force surged from Yixuan's fist, crashing into his face. Bang! Lu Xing was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the house behind him. Debris flew, and dust filled the air. Chapter 31, Barehanded. The sudden turn of events left Lu Jinglong frozen, mouth agape, staring blankly at Yixuan. His father, Lu Xing, was a 6th-tier powerhouse. How could Yixuan, unarmed, have sent a 6th-tier fighter flying with a single punch? Wasn't he just a butcher? How could a mere butcher possess such terrifying combat prowess? With a stern expression, Lu Xing emerged from the rubble. Eyes filled with uncertainty, he had not held back. He simply could not withstand Yixuan's punch. His arm throbbed painfully, as if struck by a freight truck. 2nd tier. It was only then that Lu Xing realized something was amiss. His pupils dilated in shock. Why Yixuan's aura unmistakably emanated the power of a 2nd-tier fighter. A butcher, how could he have leveled up so quickly? Even if he slaughtered all the pigs in Qingcheng, that wouldn't account for such rapid advancement. Fueled by the flames of vengeance, Yixuan ignored Lu Xing's astonishment and charged at him again. He sought retribution, not wishing for Lu Xing to die swiftly. Rather, he aimed to pummel him to death, blow by blow. As he surged forward, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Lu Xing, as if a ferocious beast were barreling toward him. Yixuan's fingers coalesced, preparing to unleash a devastating punch aimed squarely at Lu Xing. Lu Xing raised his hand to block, having already anticipated the attack this time, yet he was still sent staggering back for over 10 meters before barely regaining his footing. His feet left deep grooves in the ground beneath him. Before Lu Xing could catch his breath, Yixuan's figure once again surged towards him like a specter. Lu Xing inhaled sharply. This young man not only possessed astonishing strength, but also boasted a speed that was nothing short of appalling. However, he had no time to be astonished. as Yi Chuan unleashed a whip-like kick aimed directly at his head. Lu Xing was once more sent flying by the blow, and upon landing, he felt a surge of anger. "Do you really think I, Lu Xing, am as malleable as clay?" he roared. "Rock armor!" At last, Lu Xing summoned his true power. As a mid-level combat profession, his entire body became enveloped in a hard granite armor, transforming him into a shade of gray. The rigid granite covered nearly every inch of Lu Xing, leaving only his eyes, nostrils, and mouth exposed. Yi Chuan struck him again with a punch, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Yet this time, protected by the granite armor, Lu Xing suffered virtually no injuries. "Stop wasting your efforts, you mere butcher. It is impossible for you to breach my defenses," Lu Xing bellowed, after Yi Chuan landed another punch. Lu Xing retaliated with a powerful blow to Yi Chuan's chest. The immense force sent Yi Chuan crashing heavily against the iron railing behind him, causing it to warp severely. Had it not been for the enhancements he received in the abyssal mire, that punch would have left him gravely wounded. Lu Xing leaped high, aiming a flying knee strike at Yi Chuan. Boom! The knee struck through Yi Chuan's form, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a deep crater. An afterimage. Lu Xing was momentarily stunned, while Yi Chuan had already utilized the speed enhancement from the phantom shadow to appear behind him. Bang! Yi Chuan's fist landed squarely on the nape of Lu Xing's neck, followed by a second, third, and fourth punch. Yi Chuan attacked like a robot programmed for destruction, his expression devoid of any emotion, delivering rapid punches in succession. Each blow landed in the same spot, and despite his hands becoming bloodied and mangled, he showed no intention of stopping. Lu Xing was overwhelmed by this relentless barrage, failing to realize he should retaliate. Crack! 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 Suddenly, a series of shattering sounds resonated from the back of his neck. The granite armor there fractured under the weight of Yi Chuan's punishing fists. "What?" Lu Xing gasped in shock, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear. How could this young man's bare hands shatter his granite armor? Just how formidable was his physique? Clenching his fists, Lu Xing swung backward. Yi Chuan raised his hand to block, yet was still sent flying. Even with the damage reduction for being a nemesis to the pig tribe, Yi Chuan's reckless approach caused blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. But he was undeterred, pressing forward again, absorbing Lu Xing's elbow strike with his back, then delivering a powerful punch to Lu Xing's abdomen. In an instant, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the granite armor, covering Lu Xing's midsection. "Madman, you insane lunatic!" Lu Xing's pupils constricted sharply. Yi Chuan was completely reckless, willing to trade injuries for injuries without a second thought. He struck fiercely, attempting to push Yi Chuan back, but Yi Chuan stood his ground as if his feet were embedded with steel spikes. With each kick Lu Xing delivered, Yi Chuan returned the favor with a knee strike, and with each punch Lu Xing threw, Yi Chuan responded with an elbow strike. They remained locked in a fierce exchange. Lu Xing's granite armor gradually fracturing piece by piece. The more they fought, the more alarmed Lu Xing became. This individual was a monster, a truly reckless monster. He had never witnessed a life profession possessing such a robust physique and close combat prowess. Lu Xing was genuinely frightened. His granite armor was shattering too severely, no longer capable of providing adequate protection. Terrified, Lu Xing seized an opportunity to turn and flee, but Yi Chuan would not grant him that chance. The moment Lu Xing attempted to escape, Yi Chuan lunged forward, delivering a powerful left roundhouse kick to Lu Xing's back, sending him staggering. Following this, a right whip kick struck Lu Xing's head, causing him to collapse like a mountain crumbling under an avalanche. Yi Chuan mounted him without hesitation, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The resounding thuds echoed as initially. Lu Xing managed to shield his head with his arms, but as Yi Chuan's strikes grew heavier, Lu Xing's arms began to drop weakly. His forearms twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. After several strikes, the granite armor on Lu Xing's face shattered, and Yi Chuan's fist began to make direct contact with his head. In no time, Lu Xing's head swelled grotesquely, resembling a massive pig's head. Lu Xing could even hear the agonizing creaks of his skull. That Yi Chuan, too, was not in an ideal state. His fists were bloodied and raw, revealing glimpses of bone beneath. Yet Yi Chuan showed no signs of relenting, his expression impassive as he continued to rain blows upon Lu Xing's skull. Terror flickered in Lu Xing's swollen eyes. Yichuan genuinely intended to beat him to death. Frightened, Lu Xing cried out in desperation. Wait! Hold on! I didn't kill your parents. It has nothing to do with me. They might still be alive. Chapter 32. The letter under the table. Lu Xing's words halted Yichuan's fists, and a flicker of life returned to his lifeless gaze. Then where are my parents? Yichuan inquired, only to realize his voice had grown hoarse without him noticing that I don't know. Lu Xing shook his head. As Yichuan's fists prepared to descend once more, Lu Xing shouted in panic that I truly don't know. That day, upon learning you had killed my 3 subordinates, I indeed intended to capture your parents. However, when I arrived at your home, aside from your parents, there were several figures in black cloaks. Black cloaks? What kind of black cloaks? Yichuan frowned. He couldn't recall ever encountering such figures at home. I couldn't see clearly. Those individuals were fully cloaked in hoods, making it impossible to discern their gender. But I can assure you of one thing. An extreme fear flickered in Lu Xing's eyes, reminiscent of sheep encountering a wild tiger. Those black cloak figures are incredibly strong. Their mere presence was suffocating. Qingchang certainly does not harbor such formidable beings. Yichuan's brow furrowed deeper. His parents were just ordinary people. How could they have attracted such powerful foes? Those black-cloaked individuals seemed to be embroiled in some conflict with your parents. They were arguing, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. Oh, right. Their black cloaks bore a ghostly face emblem. Lu Xing recounted hurriedly, like a bamboo tube spilling beans. I wanted to get closer to eavesdrop, but just then, one of the cloaked figures noticed me, shot me a glance, and I fainted instantly. When I regained consciousness, your home was deserted, left in ruins that I swear. I have no connection to your parents' situation. Lu Xing pleaded desperately, terror etched across his face under the threat of death. Black cloaks, arguing, disappearance. Yichuan's brow knotted deeply. He was perplexed. Could it be that his parents were concealing something from him? However, the possibility that they were still alive eased the tension in his heart. He lowered his gaze to Lu Xing, whom he had pinned beneath him, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Although Lu Xing had not murdered his parents, it was clear that a bitter enmity had formed between them. As the saying goes, when grievances meet, when will they end? To grind bones to dust brings no sorrow. That if Lu Xing were to survive, it was likely he would continue to bring trouble in the future. Lu Xing was startled by the look in Yichuan's eyes, which resembled the gaze directed at a slab of meat. Trembling, he stammered, "Don't do anything reckless. There are cameras here, and so many people are watching. If you kill me, you won't escape either." Yichuan lifted his head and, to his astonishment, realized that his altercation with Lu Xing had already attracted the attention of the surrounding neighbors, who curiously peered out to witness the commotion. He released Lu Xing, brushed off the dust from his clothing, and silently departed. That in the heart of the city, committing murder under the watchful eyes of many would undoubtedly lead to complications. After Yichuan left, Lu Xing, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for breath. Lying on the ground with a vacant gaze fixed on the sky, he had never felt so close to death before. How could a mere butcher possess such terrifying combat prowess? Was this reasonable? Moments later, Lu Xing's expression twisted into one of malevolence. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. If he could not contend with Yichuan himself, he would seek out someone capable of dealing with him. He refused to believe that even a second-tier master-level transmigrator could not eliminate Yichuan. Staggering to his feet, Lu Jinglong hurried over to support him. "Dad, are you all right?" Lu Jinglong's face was flushed with shame. He had lacked the courage to intervene while witnessing Yichuan mercilessly beat Lu Xing. I could see that moment. Yichuan had resembled a frenzied beast. Lu Jinglong had wanted to step in and halt Yichuan, but his legs had betrayed him. Why Yichuan's presence had evidently become an insurmountable mountain in Lu Jinglong's heart. "It's nothing. You needn't concern yourself with this. Your father will handle it. Go fetch my phone." A flash of fierce determination glimmered in Lu Xing's eyes. After Lu Jinglong retrieved the phone, Lu Xing dialed a number. As the call connected, he suppressed the excruciating pain in his body and spoke in an overly ingratiating tone. "Cousin, it's me, Lu Xing. Oh, Lu Xing, what's the matter?" Lei Gang casually lounged on a plush sofa, attended by 2 delicate young women on either side. while his taste buds and Klaus's petite physique interacted incessantly. "Cousin, I was nearly killed. You must help me," Lu Xing exclaimed with a mix of fury and despair. "Oh, in Qincheng, someone dares to kill you. Who are they?" Lei Gang's brow furrowed. "They're just an ordinary family. But this fellow is extraordinarily peculiar. A butcher with a terrifyingly strong physique. That I suspect he possesses something valuable. Cousin." Lu Xing's eyes darted cunningly. "Oh, a butcher who nearly killed you. A 6th-tier master. Now that piques my interest. Wait for me. I will come to you tonight." Lei Gang concluded the call abruptly and turned to the young women. "Have you found that scoundrel who disrupted my Lei Lion Alliance's plans?" The young woman looked up. "Lord Lei Gang, not yet. Our subordinates are urgently investigating." Hurry up. This matter must not be easily dismissed. I want that scoundrel to pay a bloody price." A glint of ruthless killing intent flashed in Lei Gang's eyes. Their Lei Lion Alliance had finally found an excellent opportunity to ambush members of the Zhoutian Alliance, only to be thwarted by an unknown upstart. Even if Lei Gang could swallow this grievance, the members of the Lei Lion Alliance certainly could not. Meanwhile, each one returned directly to his home, which felt desolate and empty. At this hour, his mother would typically have prepared a steaming pot of pig bone soup for him. Yichuan meticulously began to tidy up the house, convinced that his parents would not have left without reason. Even if compelled to depart, they would surely have left him some clue. He cleaned with great care, even sifting through the contents of an overturned trash bin piece by piece. In the vast, empty house, the only sound was that of Yichuan organizing the clutter. Finally, while clearing off the dining table in the living room, Yichuan discovered a letter hidden beneath a marble slab. His heart raced with excitement, yet a thread of fear crept in. Taking a deep breath, Yichuan steadied his gaze and opened the envelope, pulling out a sheet of paper. Upon reading its contents, his pupils dilated in disbelief. Chapter 33. Rooting out the weeds, the wind rustled the leaves outside the window, casting dappled sunlight across Yi Chiyuan's desk. A pen twirled on his thumb as he pondered. He had countless words to share with his child, yet he was uncertain where to begin. After a moment's hesitation, the pen tip touched the paper before him. "Xiao Chuan, your father once believed you to be an ordinary butcher, and that our family of 3 could lead a stable and peaceful life. That it was not until that day, when you told me you could slaughter all living beings like pigs, that I realized fate had played a cruel joke on me. Your mother and I can no longer accompany you. The path ahead must be walked by you alone. You have always been a sensible child, and I trust you can take care of yourself. Do not attempt to find us. You are not their match, as long as you live happily and joyfully. That is enough." Yi Chiyuan sighed deeply, pausing his writing. To Wu Jingzhu gently embraced him from behind, her eyes red, clearly having already wept. "Chiyuan, is it too cruel for us to treat Xiao Chuan this way? Little eagle. Only by leaving their parents can young ones truly spread their wings." Yi Chiyuan spoke solemnly. "Moreover, our child is not a fledgling, but a young dragon. I have never heard of a profession that grows stronger solely through slaughter." Yi Chiyuan turned to hold Wu Jingzhu close. "Xiao Chuan has grown. He must forge his own path. If he aspires to reach the highest peaks, I, as his father, will lay the steps for him. If he tires of killing and desires to be an ordinary person, I shall bear the storms for him." Yi Chiyuan placed the finished letter on the table. That moment, the letter found its way into Yichuan's hands. Yi Chuan clutched the paper, his brow furrowed. The they his father referred to must be the black-clad figures Lu Xing had seen. Who exactly were they? Why did his ability to slay all living beings necessitate the departure of his parents? A multitude of questions swirled in Yichuan's mind, tangled like a ball of yarn. Taking a deep breath, he carefully stored away the letter left by Yi Chiyuan. Although he could not find answers to those questions, he now possessed a singular clue. The ghostly face emblem on the black robe described by Lu Xing. Yet at least 2 pieces of good news had emerged. The first was that his parents were still alive. The second was that Yichuan had shed 2 vulnerabilities. This meant that he could focus solely on enhancing his strength. Once his power reached a level capable of defeating those black-clad individuals, he would surely reunite with his parents. With this understanding, Yichuan's expression softened considerably. He retrieved the bundle of advanced skill scrolls he had discovered in the succubus lair and used one immediately. He acquired the advanced illusion skill, Phantasmal Strike, Phantasmal strike. Minor completion conceal oneself and generate an illusion 1 meter in front to confound enemies. Those with lower mental strength than the caster cannot see through the illusion. Yi Chuan felt a surge of joy. With the passive skill God-slaying blade, it would be challenging to find anyone of equal realm with greater mental strength than him. Although this skill bore no offensive capability, it could yield unexpected results if applied cleverly. After utilizing the advanced skill scroll, Yi Chuan continued to tidy up his disordered home, WY Nightfall. What had once been a chaotic dwelling transformed into a clean and tidy space, albeit somewhat empty, devoid of furniture. After preparing a simple meal of instant noodles to satisfy his hunger, Yi Chuan tucked the dragon-slaying blade into his coat and descended from the building, opting neither for the stairs nor the elevator. He leaped from the balcony, landing smoothly before vanishing into the night. Dressed in an oversized trench coat, with a hat and mask obscuring his identity, he returned to the affluent district where Lu Xing resided. Having already visited during the day, Yi Chuan navigated the area with ease, so much so that the security guards failed to notice his presence. Arriving at Lu Xing's doorstep, he knocked on the door. "Hurry and open the door. It must be your cousin." The voice of Lu Xing echoed within the room, quickly followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Lu Jinglong hastily opened the door, only to find a razor-sharp butcher's knife pressed against his neck the moment it swung open. Feeling the chilling blade against his skin, Lu Jinglong's muscles tightened in fear, his throat convulsing as he struggled to swallow. Just as he began to plead for mercy, Yi Chuan swiftly ended his life with a single, decisive stroke. Lu Jinglong collapsed to the ground like a slaughtered pig, his eyes wide with disbelief. Unable to utter a single cry, he was a rare combat profession, with a bright future ahead. How could he possibly meet his end in such a manner? Yi Chuan calmly closed the door behind him and walked into the room. "Cousin, you finally arrived. Please have some tea." Lu Xing emerged with a steaming cup, only to be met by a figure shrouded in darkness, brandishing a bloodied butcher's knife. "Who are you?" Lu Xing immediately became wary, sensing the malevolence radiating from a stranger. His heart sank further when he caught a glimpse of Lu Jinglong's lifeless body at the door. "Jinglong, my son." Lu Xing's eyes filled with tears of rage. "That I will kill you." In a flash, rock armor enveloped Lu Xing's body, granting him astonishing defensive capabilities. However, his efforts were met with Yi Chuan's deadly strike. Fueled by the activation of Shadow Phantom, in an instant, a thin line of blood appeared at Lu Xing's throat as the once impenetrable granite armor crumbled before Yi Chuan's butcher knife, as if it were mere tofu. The moment Yi Chuan activated Shadow Phantom, Lu Xing recognized him immediately as he felt the warmth of his life ebbing away. He clutched his neck, fixating a desperate gaze upon Yi Chuan. "How is this possible? We were locked in a fierce battle just this afternoon. How could I now be so defenseless against this strike?" Lu Xing's body fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, refusing to close in death. "What are you two doing? Why is there such a commotion?" A wealthy woman, adjusting her facial mask, stepped out from the inner room, upon seeing the two corpses in the living room. Her mouth fell open in horror, ready to scream, but Yi Chuan swiftly silenced her with another strike, ensuring the family remained intact. "It's done." Yi Chuan nodded in satisfaction. A pig that could attack was not worth sparing. It was best to eliminate it without delay. After resolving the troublesome Lu Xing, Yi Chuan set a fire, flames soaring high into the night, consuming the opulent villa in a brilliant blaze in an instant. The surrounding onlookers were roused by the inferno. Once the deed is done, depart quietly, keeping hidden. Seizing the moment of chaos, Yi Chuan slipped into the shadows, seeking to escape. But just then, a crack of thunder struck towards him. Chapter 34. The investigator arrives. This strike was terrifying, clearly beyond Yi Chuan's capacity to withstand. Illusory strike. Yi Chuan left behind a phantasm that mirrored his form perfectly, while the real Yi Chuan remained concealed behind it. The violent lightning crashed into the illusion before him, creating a massive crater in the ground. Had he taken the blow directly, Yi Chuan would undoubtedly have been gravely injured. Realizing that his opponent was beyond his ability to confront, Yi Chuan wasted no time in retreating, vanishing into the darkness with a few swift movements. "Don't run." The blue arcs of lightning danced between Lei Gang's fingers as he pursued, yet he soon lost sight of Yichuan. Lei Gang's brow furrowed deeply. For some reason, Yichuan's silhouette had struck him as eerily familiar, as if he had encountered him before. Moments later, the inferno at Lu Xing's residence was extinguished, and 3 charred corpses were retrieved. Lei Gang's eyelids twitched slightly. Although he held little affection for Lu Xing, witnessing the annihilation of Lu Xing's family stirred anger within him. Investigate this. I want to know who has the audacity to commit such an act. Lei Gang commanded sternly. Meanwhile, Yichuan, having narrowly escaped, let out a sigh of relief. He recognized that Lei Gang was the second-tier master who had previously ambushed him in Jiangshan. Fortunately, Lei Gang's mental prowess was limited. His illusory strike had successfully deceived him, or else escaping would have proven far more challenging. If ensnared by second-tier master, Yichuan would have little hope of survival, given the vast disparity in their levels. Why was Lei Gang present in that location? Could it be that he was the cousin Lu Xing had mentioned? Yichuan's expression grew peculiar, pondering whether he had inadvertently crossed paths with Lu Xing's family. Discarding all his clothes, Yichuan donned only a pair of shorts and returned home via the balcony that a single fire was sufficient to incinerate much evidence. It would not be easy for Lei Gang to trace the incident back to him. After all, who would believe that a mere butcher could silently eliminate a 6th-tier master? In the following days, Yichuan adopted a much more low-key lifestyle. His daily routine consisted of a simple 2-point line: waking up to slaughter pigs at the butcher's yard and returning home to sleep once he had finished. While slaying ordinary fat pigs resulted in slow progression, it did not hinder his ability to enhance his supplementary damage against the pig race or his overall attributes. However, 5 days later, Yichuan found himself confronted at his doorstep. Yet it was not the Lei Lion Alliance that sought him, but rather the investigators. Holding an apple in hand, Yichuan opened the door to find 2 investigators standing before him, 1 male and 1 female. Both exuding a formidable aura. Yichuan's gaze sharpened. The investigators were part of the Human Federation's organization dedicated to maintaining public order, and their visit indicated that the inquiry into Lu Xing's demise had led to him. Mr. Yichuan, good day. Do we have a few questions to ask you? May we come in? The tall female investigator spoke in a serious tone, flashing her credentials. Of course, Yichuan welcomed the 2 investigators inside. Please have a seat. The investigators exchanged glances, momentarily silent, as Yichuan's home lacked even a single chair. The living room was stark and devoid of furnishings. Thank you, we can stand, the female investigator, Huang Meilin, replied, retrieving a notepad and pen. Prior to their arrival, she had thoroughly reviewed Yichuan's records. Yichuan, standing at 1.78 meters tall and weighing 72 kilograms, possessed attributes of Strength 5, Agility 3, and Spirit 2, classified as a life profession. A god-tier butcher. His father, Yi Chiyuan, and mother, Wu Jingzhu, were both engaged in life professions, one as a senior butcher and the other as a mid-level chef. Lu Xing had visited Yichuan's home prior to his death, resulting in a confrontation, and Yichuan had 2 recorded outings from the city, each time returning with valuable spoils. After the second outing, he inexplicably stormed into Lu Xing's residence, engaging in a fierce brawl. In plain view, a life profession butcher, unarmed, had pummeled a 6th-tier combat professional into a bruised pulp. Most crucially, this Yichuan was deemed mentally unstable. Huang Meilin had reviewed Yichuan's medical history, noting that cervical compression had led to hallucinations, severely affecting his mental state. It was evident that Yichuan's file was rife with peculiarities, a butcher suffering from mental illness, who after 2 outings had managed to overpower a 6th-tier life profession. Such a scenario was as inconceivable as a eunuch visiting a brothel twice, only to be adored by the leading courtesan. Yichuan, there's no need to be nervous. I will ask questions, and you will answer, understood? Huang Meilin stated patiently. Upon seeing Yichuan nod, she commenced her inquiries. Where were you the night 5 days ago? At home, Yichuan replied. Is there anyone who can corroborate that? Huang Meilin pressed. No. Yichuan answered truthfully. So, no one can verify your whereabouts that night. What were you doing at home? Huang Meilin seized upon the critical lead, suggesting that Yichuan possessed the opportunity to have killed Lu Xing. I was looking for my parents. They have gone missing. Can you help me find them? Yichuan lifted his head, gazing innocently at Huang Meilin, his damp eyes resembling those of an abandoned puppy. Huang Meilin felt uncomfortable under Yichuan's earnest gaze and quickly redirected the conversation. So, your parents didn't inform you of their whereabouts before mysteriously disappearing? Huang Meilin inquired. Yes, I returned from the city and couldn't find them, Yichuan replied. Huang Meilin's eyes revealed a contemplative expression. Could the disappearance of Yichuan's parents be related to the death of Lu Xing's family? Huang Meilin felt as though she was on the verge of uncovering the truth. If Lu Xing were indeed the mastermind behind the disappearance of Yichuan's parents, then Yichuan would have a strong motive to harm Lu Xing's family. The motive and the timing were both present. However, one question remained. The records indicated that Yichuan was a practitioner of a lifestyle profession. How could someone of such a background silently eliminate Lu Xing, who was at the 6th level of the Ascendant Realm? This was clearly nonsensical. Yet, on the afternoon before Lu Xing's death, Yichuan had assaulted him, which added another layer of absurdity. Observing Yichuan munching on an apple, Huang Meilin seized the opportunity to press further. Yichuan, could you enlighten me as to the purpose of your 2 excursions outside the city? To kill pigs, Yichuan responded candidly. Are there pigs outside the city for you to slay? Yes, but the pigs outside are particularly formidable. There are many that I cannot defeat, Yichuan replied. Many pigs? You cannot defeat them? Huang Meilin narrowed her eyes, continuing her inquiry. Besides killing pigs, what else do you engage in? Buffed. Yichuan tilted his head back, launching a piece of the apple into the air. I also watch television. Chapter 35. The enchanted pig slaughtering knife. The saliva-coated piece of apple landed squarely on Huang Meilin's head. Her expression darkened, yet considering Yichuan's mental state, she ultimately refrained from losing her temper. Yichuan, do you know Lu Xing? Huang Meilin patiently pressed on. I do. He is a bad person. His son bullied me, and yet he came to confront me, accusing me of stealing his son's belongings. He even demanded compensation from my family. Yichuan gritted his teeth, his hands nervously twisting the hem of his clothing, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks upon observing this. Huang Meilin squinted and bluntly asked, So, did you kill Lu Xing? At this question, both Huang Meilin and another investigator felt a surge of tension, bracing themselves for a confrontation. If Yichuan were indeed the murderer of Lu Xing, it would imply he possessed combat prowess above the 6th level of the Ascendant Realm. No, I cannot kill 2-legged pigs. Only 4-legged ones can be slain. Yichuan tilted his head, revealing a ghastly grin. You too are the 2-legged pigs. Huang Meilin and the other investigator felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had been marked by a formidable predator, instilling an involuntary sense of dread within them. All right, I understand. Rest assured regarding your parents. We will dispatch individuals to investigate their whereabouts. Huang Meilin closed her notebook, an instinctual urge compelling her to leave this place immediately, after departing from Yichuan's residence. The other investigator could not help but question Huang Meilin. Why not arrest him? Yichuan is highly suspicious. At present, we lack substantial evidence. Moreover, based on his recent behavior, he is evidently suffering from severe mental illness. Even if we took him in for questioning, it would yield little. Huang Meilin regarded the other investigator. Consider this. Even if we were to extract information, the testimony of a mentally ill person, lacking capacity and accountability, would hold no weight as evidence. The other investigator fell silent, realizing the validity of Huang Meilin's reasoning. Given Yichuan's current condition, even if he were to confess to killing Lu Xing, without concrete evidence, it would be rendered ineffective. That a look of contemplation crossed Huang Meilin's beautiful eyes. Uncover the truth of this matter. We must investigate the whereabouts of Yichuan's parents. I have a premonition that finding them will lead us to the resolution. Very well. Let us proceed from the direction of Yichuan's parents. The other investigator nodded in agreement. After Huang Meilin and her companion departed, Yichuan emerged slowly from the shadowy corridor. This plan had progressed exceedingly smoothly. Not in vain for the great risks he took to annihilate Lu Xing's family. Apart from the unexpected appearance of Lagon, there had been no significant interruptions. The 9 major special zones of the human race all had investigators present, making it most suitable to enlist this organization to assist in locating Yi Qiyuan and Wu Jingzhu. otherwise relying solely on himself. Even if his power increased in the future, finding his parents amid the vast sea of humanity would be no easy feat, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Next, he would turn his attention to the Leisure Alliance, but a grave expression flickered in Yechuan's eyes. If investigators were already on his trail, it would not be long before those from the Leisure Alliance also discovered him. He could not remain in this home any longer. Yechuan gazed at his residence, feeling a twinge of reluctance. The members of the Leisure Alliance would not be as courteous as the investigators. After hastily gathering his belongings, Yechuan set forth from his home. The only path before him was to align himself with the Jiuqian Alliance that, of course, he could leave Qingsheng, but having fled immediately after Huang Meilin questioned him would imply a sense of guilt. To allow Huang Meilin to pursue leads regarding his parents without worry, Yechuan resolved to remain in Qingsheng. He first made his way to Master Tiexin's residence, seeking out the master once more. "Is it you?" Master Tiexin recognized Yechuan at once. Having forged spirit weapons for an entire lifetime, he had never encountered someone who used spirit weapons to slay pigs, thus leaving a profound impression on him. "What brings you here? Is there an issue with the knife I forged for you?" "No, I have come to humbly request Master Tiexin's assistance." Yechuan replied politely to "Oh, what do you need my help with?" "Surely you are not asking me to forge another pig-slaying knife?" Master Tiexin raised an eyebrow, picking up a nearby pipe to smoke. "No, Master, you'll understand shortly." Yechuan produced a magic crystal from his possession. "A magic crystal from a master-level demon? You managed to acquire such a fine treasure." Master Tiexin's gaze sharpened, unable to resist taking a closer look at Yechuan. The aura emanating from him clearly indicated he was only at the second level of the Ascendant Realm. "Wait, the second level of the Ascendant Realm?" Master Tiexin choked on the smoke, breaking into a fit of coughs. He distinctly remembered that the last time Yechuan visited him to forge a knife, he had been merely an 8th-level apprentice. Had he ascended an astonishing pace? Master Tiexin scrutinized Yechuan, sensing that this young man was far from ordinary. "Are you looking to enchant your pig-slaying knife with this magic crystal?" Master Tiexin inquired. "Precisely," Yechuan nodded. Master Tiexin approached, taking the magic crystal from Yechuan's hand for a thorough examination. The demon's magic crystal, based on its energy fluctuations, was likely from a being that had existed at the 4th to 6th level of the Master Realm. The effects of enchanting with this type of magic crystal would be somewhat limited in terms of enhancing lethality, but it could add diversity to your attacks that in my experience, it will likely render your knife elusive and unpredictable. "Are you certain you wish to enchant your pig-slaying knife with this?" Master Tiexin's expression was somewhat peculiar. "Why go to such lengths for the slaughter of pigs?" "I am certain," Yechuan affirmed. "Very well. The processing fee will be 3 million. Master Tiexin quoted his price. Yechuan gasped, his face reflecting shock. "Master Tiexin, are you jesting? 3 million could purchase another high-grade yellow spirit weapon. Why would I deceive you? This process is not guaranteed to succeed. If it fails, I would need to procure another magic crystal for you. 3 million is already the price after deducting the value of your magic crystal." Master Tiexin tapped his copper pipe. "All right, please proceed, Master Tiexin." Yechuan gritted his teeth. He had amassed 350,000 in savings from his 2 excursions, only to find that enchanting would cost him 3 million. "Rest assured, if it succeeds on the first attempt, I will refund you 1 million. Now, present your pig-slaying knife." Master Tiexin extended a favor to Yechuan, recognizing the value of befriending such a promising young talent. "Thank you, Master Tiexin." Yechuan handed the butcher's knife to Master Tiexin. Upon receiving the knife, Master Tiexin grasped a magic crystal with his other hand, and astonishing flames began to rise from his palm. The magic crystal gradually melted in Master Tiexin's hand, transforming into a vibrant pool of iridescent black liquid. Subsequently, guided by Master Tiexin, the black liquid enveloped the butcher's knife, slowly forming a pattern upon the blade. This pattern was incredibly alluring, depicting a seductive pink heart-shaped peach flanked by black wings. Just a glance at this design caused Yechuan's expression to shift dramatically. My heavens, ISNT, that elude mark. Chapter 36. The Trickster Artificer. Why Yechuan could hardly contain himself. Although he had indeed used a succubus's magic crystal to enchant the butcher's knife, did it really necessitate branding it with a lewd mark? The mere thought of that image made Yi Chuan feel rather vulnerable. He suddenly found himself hoping that Master Tai Xian's enchantment would fail this time. However, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. Under Master Tai Xian's exquisite forging skills, the lewd mark grew increasingly radiant, ultimately merging completely with the butcher's knife. The enchantment was successful. It seems fortune smiles upon you, young friend Yi Chuan. Master Tai Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes brimming with delight. Yi Chuan. What is the matter, young friend Yi Chuan? You appear rather discontented. Master Tai Xian inquired, puzzled. Nothing, I'm quite happy. Yi Chuan forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Master Tai Xian assumed Yi Chuan was dissatisfied with the price he charged and began to explain. Young friend Yi Chuan, don't be misled by the seemingly swift process of enchantment. The cost is primarily attributed to the craftsmanship involved. T.S. akin to lockpicking. After all, in Qing Sheng, you won't find a more skilled enchanter than I. Master Tai Xian. I harbor no grievances regarding the price. I merely recalled something disheartening. My wife is remarrying. Yi Chuan jested casually. I hadn't anticipated that young friend Yi Chuan, at such a tender age, would have experienced so much. Truly, one may traverse myriad journeys yet return unchanged in spirit. Master Tai Xian marveled. Master Tai Xian, what is the effect of this knife's enchantment? Yi Chuan inquired. Merely inscribing a lewd mark upon the blade, but if the enchantment's effect is subpar, Yi Chuan would genuinely be on the verge of breaking down. Why not give it a try yourself? Master Tai Xian chuckled, brandishing the enchanted butcher's knife towards Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan swiftly dodged, yet he failed to notice any difference in the knife from before. It wasn't until Master Tai Xian unleashed the ninth strike that the butcher's knife radiated an otherworldly pink light, and the pattern upon the blade seemed to come alive. The black wings fluttered, and the pink heart pulsated rapidly, exuding an irresistible allure. The scene before Yi Chuan transformed, and no longer did he see the robust, white-haired Master Tai Xian, but rather a pair of exquisite legs, long, fair legs clad in white stockings. Elegantly crossed, emanating an enchanting magical aura at the top of the stockings, they disappear beneath a pair of extremely short shorts adorned with a cartoon dog motif, while the upper half featured a matching white spaghetti strap top that revealed smooth skin and enticing collarbones. And continuing upward, there was a pig's head at that moment. The pig's cheeks were flushed, gently nibbling on his cherry lips, gazing longingly at Yi Chuan. My heavens! Yi Chuan jolted awake, and as he regained his senses, the scene reverted to its original state, the white-stockinged pig's head vanishing into thin air. He quickly sidestepped to avoid Master Tai Xian's strike. Huh! Master Tai Xian exclaimed softly, surprised that Yi Chuan could awaken from the illusion so swiftly. So, how does it feel to experience the enchantment firsthand? He extended the enchanted butcher's knife toward Yi Chuan. Upon receiving the knife, Yi Chuan finally comprehended the enchantment's effect. Enchantment effect. Allure. Allure. After 9 consecutive strikes. A captivating illusion will randomly manifest. Yi Chuan felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that the enchantment effect from Meritai's magic crystal would be so impressive. The intensity of that alluring illusion was something he had personally experienced. Had he not seen a pig's head at the last moment, he would have been unable to resist the urge to produce a Beijing-style chicken roll in combat. If an enemy were to suddenly fall into such an illusion, it would undoubtedly be fatal. Yi Chuan stroked his chin, realizing that this enchantment effect, combined with the allure strike, aligned perfectly with his penchant for bewildering foes. Unbeknownst to him, he had transformed from a mere butcher into a trickster artificer. Thank you. Master Tai Xian. Yi Chuan promptly handed over 2 million, thinking that if it was merely a lewd mark, so be it. As long as the enchantment effect was commendable, what more could a poor man like him desire? After securing the alluring dragon-slaying knife, Yi Chuan prepared to head straight for the Nine Heavens Alliance. However, halfway there, he was unexpectedly halted. Yi Chuan, I finally found you. I was frantic. Principal Zhao Ming of Qing Chung High School rushed up to Yi Chuan. Panting heavily, Yi Chuan instinctively took a step back. What is it, Principal? Yi Chuan, the alma mater has nurtured you for 3 years. Now that it is in peril, you must lend a hand. Zhao Ming grasped Yichuan's hand. I am sorry, Principal, but I'm rather busy. Yichuan withdrew his hand and I'll pay you more. Zhao Ming exclaimed. Principal, I suddenly have some free time. Yichuan smiled, for what he lacked most was money. Seeing Yichuan relent, Zhao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He was merely worried that Yichuan would refuse to assist. Here, as the situation. Are you familiar with the Dragon Breath training grounds? Zhao Ming inquired. Why? Yichuan nodded. The Dragon Breath training grounds are considered one of Qing Chang's iconic structures, located adjacent to the Qing Cheng trading post. It serves as a venue for combat-oriented professions to hone their skills and accumulate battle experience. If one can afford it, the training grounds will also provide equally matched sparring partners. This year's college entrance examination competition will be held at the Dragon Breath training grounds. But, classmate Lu Jinglong unfortunately passed away, leaving Qing Cheng High School with an open spot. The principal wishes for you to fill it and help Qing Cheng High School secure first place in the competition. Upon hearing Zhao Ming's words, Yichuan felt a twinge of confusion. Isn't Su Lingxian available? She's the only legendary combat profession in Qing Cheng this year. Who could possibly rival her? You're not a combat profession, so you may not be aware. Zhao Ming chuckled wryly. Su Lingxian will undoubtedly claim first place, but that will only account for her individual victory. The college entrance examination competition tests the overall strength of the schools. Employing a point system. The first place garners 10 points, the second place 9 points, and so forth. The 10th place receives only 1 point, and those not in the top 10 do not accumulate points at all. With a total of 55 points available, in simple terms, even if Su Lingxian secures first place, if no one else from Qing Cheng High School enters the top 10, we still cannot claim the championship. Yichuan nodded, grasping Zhao Ming's intent. There are 4 high schools in Qing Cheng. If Zhao Ming's hypothesis holds true, and Su Lingxian takes first place while no one else from Qing Cheng High School breaks into the top 10, then Qing Cheng High School could potentially end up last. After all, if the other 3 schools share the 45 points, each would receive 15 points. However, are you sure that a life profession butcher like me can participate in the college entrance examination competition? I don't believe there has ever been a precedent for this in the entire human federation. Why Yichuan's expression was somewhat peculiar. Zhao Ming, upon hearing this, looked at Yichuan earnestly. Is that what you should be worrying about? Yichuan, let me tell you, you are unlike anyone else. Don't waste your time on butchering. Chapter 37. The reward of Yichuan. There is no precedent for life professions participating in the college entrance examination competition, simply because no school would engage in such an abstract endeavor. Pitting life professions against combat professions is akin to asking Benbo Erba to eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples, even if their realms are equivalent. Life professions would merely be subjected to relentless beatings by combat professions. Zhao Ming felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If it weren't for the fact that, aside from Su Lingxian and Lu Jinglong, Qing Cheng High School had no other standout students this year, he would not have sought out Yichuan. The previous encounter in the wild, where Yichuan effortlessly defeated Lu Jinglong with a single punch, indicated that his combat prowess was unlikely to be inferior to Lu Jinglong. As at this point, he could only pin his hopes on a dying horse. All right, as long as life professions can take the stage, I have no objections. Now, shall we discuss the matter of rewards? Yichuan beamed with a radiant smile. As long as you can secure a spot in the top 10, the reward is negotiable. What do you desire? Zhao Ming pressed on. I wish for a spiritual weapon with storage capabilities. Yichuan articulated his demand, as such a weapon was the most scarce resource he currently needed. Possessing storage space would significantly increase the variety of ferocious beast materials he could bring back every time he ventured out of the city, which translates to a considerable fortune. Yichuan, aren't you being a bit greedy? Zhao Ming grimaced at the thought. A spiritual weapon with storage capabilities is something that no blacksmith in all of Qingqing could forge, and each one is worth a handsome sum. Even Zhao Ming himself did not possess such a coveted item. Then perhaps you should seek someone else. Why Yichuan shook his head. He lacked for nothing else, as slaying some pigs outside the city would suffice. Wait, not so fast. Zhao Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. How about this? If you can place in the top 3, I will procure you a spiritual weapon with storage capabilities. If you make it into the top 10, but not the top 3, I will grant you a bonus of 500,000. How does that sound? as long as each one could secure a spot in the top 10, combined with Su Lingshuan's guaranteed first place. The championship for Qingchang High School would be virtually assured. As for the top 3. It wasn't that Zhao Ming underestimated Yi Chuan, but rather that achieving such a feat was no simple task. Anyone who could reach the semifinals in the college entrance examination competition was no ordinary opponent. A life profession, relying solely on an initial advantage in realm, might suffice to make it into the top 10. But aiming for the top 3, that was nothing more than a pipe dream. Why Yi Chuan's smile was radiant, fully aware of Zhao Ming's ulterior motives without needing to call them out. The top 3? He remembered that the first prize in the Qingqing College entrance examination competition was a bundle of rare skill scrolls. That I represent my school in expressing heartfelt gratitude for your timely assistance. Zhao Ming exclaimed excitedly as he grasped Yi Chuan's hand. Securing 500,000 to facilitate this arrangement was undoubtedly a lucrative deal for Zhao Ming. Both men wore smiles, convinced they had struck a fantastic bargain. In 10 days, the college entrance examination competition would commence. Just come to school to assemble when the time comes. In these 10 days, remember to slay more pigs, and make sure to elevate your strength to the first stage of the entry realm before the competition. Understand? Zhao Ming advised earnestly. Of course, Principal Yi Chuan's expression was somewhat peculiar. Elevate to the first stage of the entry realm, but he was already at the second stage. After seeing Zhao Ming off, Yi Chuan proceeded directly to the Zhuqian Alliance. Along the way, he sensed that someone was following him, a feeling that only dissipated upon reaching the entrance of the Zhuqian Alliance. If he were to hazard a guess, those lurking in the shadows were undoubtedly members of the Leisure Alliance. That was fast. Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. The Zhuqian Alliance was located in the heart of Qingcheng, housed within a towering building entirely owned by the Alliance. Hello, could you kindly notify them? My name is Yi Chuan, and I am here to see Jiang Shurian. Yi Chuan approached the guard at the entrance with respect. You are young Master Yi Chuan. Miss Jiang has instructed that you need not announce your arrival. I will escort you inside. Upon hearing Yi Chuan's name, the guard's face instantly brightened. Leading him directly in, he brought Yi Chuan to a room and gently knocked on the door. Miss Jiang, young Master Yi Chuan has arrived. Oh, please invite him in. The guard opened the door, revealing Jiang Shurian, clad in a flowing gown, a golden phoenix hairpin adorning her head, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Yi Chuan, have you come to a decision? Jiang Shurian's face lit up with evident delight upon his arrival. Well, not exactly. It's more that I've been cornered with no way out. If I hadn't come to the Zhuqian Alliance, I suspect I would have met a grim fate on the streets within days. Yi Chuan replied with a wry smile. Cornered with no way out? Is it the Leisure Alliance? Jiang Shurian narrowed her eyes. Yi Chuan nodded. My apologies. It seems we have implicated you. Jiang Shurian looked somewhat embarrassed. Rest assured, the Zhuqian Alliance will not treat you poorly. If one day you grow strong enough and wish to leave the Zhuqian Alliance, I will not hinder you. Then I must thank Miss Jiang for taking in this homeless individual. Yi Chuan said with a smile. As I mentioned before, just call me Shurian. Jiang Shurian shot Yi Chuan an exasperated glance. You've arrived at an opportune time. We have just procured a substantial amount of water from the underworld demon pool. This water is immensely beneficial for the physical bodies of those undergoing job transitions. Allow me to take you there. Water from the underworld demon pool? Yi Chuan paused momentarily, then asked with a slightly odd expression. Did you acquire it from the Qingqing trading post? Huh. How did you know? Your sources of information are quite impressive. Jiang Shurian queried, puzzled. No matter. You can enjoy it. I shall pass. Yi Chuan declined repeatedly, fully aware that the water from the underworld demon pool at the Qingqing trading post was what he had sold after using it. You truly are a peculiar person. You won't even soak in the water from the underworld demon pool. Then let me show you around the Zhuqian Alliance. Jiang Shurian led Yi Chuan out. Beginning to explore the interiors of the Zhuqian Alliance, the Zhuqian Alliance was equipped with all manner of amenities, resembling a miniature city. The first floor primarily served as a reception area, while the second floor housed a cafeteria. Upon reaching the third floor, intense energy fluctuations began to emanate. The third floor is the skill practice area. As you may know, aside from the inherent talent skills of each profession, all other skills require continuous practice to enhance proficiency and control. Jiang Shurian explained patiently, akin to a tour guide. The fourth floor is the combat zone that if you wish to gain combat experience, you may come to the fourth floor, where powerful individuals will be stationed to provide guidance. As for the fifth floor, you are absolutely forbidden from entering. Jiang Shiyan pressed her lips together, her earlobes slightly flushed. Initially, Yi Chuan was unaware of the reason, but as they passed the fifth floor, strange sounds emanated from within. Brother Tong, didn't you say we were classmates before? Why are you starting to learn from me now? Yi Chuan's expression turned peculiar. It seemed the fifth floor of the Zhoutian Alliance was likely a recreational area. Chapter 38. Skill Practice Area. Jiang Shiyan swiftly pulled Yi Chuan away from the fifth floor, effectively shutting out the indecent sounds. The members of the Zhoutian Alliance often ventured out to hunt ferocious beasts. Living perilously. The fifth floor's offerings of light-hearted entertainment were merely intended to provide the members with better outlets for relief. Point 1. Must not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. Above the sixth floor. All areas were designated for residential purposes. Which floor would you prefer to reside on? Higher or lower? Jiang Shiyan inquired. That I'm fine with either, as long as I won't be sharing with anyone else. Yi Chuan responded. Then I will arrange for you to stay on the 8th floor. Jiang Shiyan led Yi Chuan to the 8th floor. 8S. She entered a passcode on the door lock. A fingerprint scanner emerged from the door. Please register your fingerprint. Yi Chuan raised his hand and pressed it against the scanner. The device flickered momentarily before emitting a green light, and with a click, the door swung open. All right, from now on, you will reside in room 803, and no one else can enter without your permission. Upon stepping inside, Yi Chuan found the room spacious, with a pleasing view. Standing on the balcony, he could see a large portion of Qingcheng. What are the requirements for joining the Zhoutian Alliance? Yi Chuan inquired. Since you are at the entry realm, you are required to complete a task of at least 2 stars each month. This can be either a team task or an individual task. Tasks will yield contribution points, which can be exchanged for any items you desire within the Zhoutian Alliance, Jiang Shiyan explained, counting on her fingers. For instance, spiritual weapons, skill scrolls, or one-on-one guidance from powerful individuals can all be redeemed with contribution points. If you wish to exchange for money, 1 contribution point is equivalent to 1,000 that I understand. Yi Chuan nodded slightly. The Nine Heavens Alliance was essentially akin to a large corporation, albeit one populated entirely by transmuters. The Lacier Alliance was undoubtedly keeping a watchful eye on you, so it would be prudent for you to refrain from undertaking any missions for the time being. I shall arrange for an additional 100 contribution points to be credited to your card, allowing you to lay low within the Nine Heavens Alliance for a while and take some well-deserved rest. Jiang Shiyan smiled at Yi Chuan and kindly shut the door behind him. Lying on his bed, Yi Chuan began to contemplate his future plans. With only 10 days remaining until the impending college entrance examination competition, it was imperative that he abstain from venturing outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts, lest he find himself cornered by Lei Gang and his entourage. During these 10 days, his sole focus would be to enhance his proficiency in the skills of Shadow of the Underworld and Phantom Strike within the Nine Heavens Alliance. The remaining matters could be addressed after the competition concluded, particularly once he acquired a storage-enabled spiritual weapon from Zhao Ming. Having come to this resolution, Yi Chuan rose with the intention of heading to the skill practice area on the 3rd floor. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by the smiling face of Qian Ligong standing at the threshold. "Little brother Yi, you've finally arrived," Qian Ligong exclaimed, pulling Yi Chuan into a hearty embrace. "Here, take this. It's your identity card that you'll need it for task transfers and to accumulate contribution points that if you lose it, you'll have to go to the 1st floor to get a replacement." He handed Yi Chuan a card resembling a work badge. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, added, "So, how about I take you to the 5th floor for a taste of the pleasures of adulthood?" "Don't worry, it's on me." "No need, Uncle Qian. I have extremely sensitive skin," Yi Chuan quickly declined. "Alas, you child, you don't recognize kindness when you see it. In a few years, you'll understand just how rare it is to have a friend willing to treat you to a foot bath." Qian Ligong shook his head, assuming Yi Chuan was simply too young to grasp the deeper meanings of affection. "What are your plans next?" "I wish to practice skills on the 3rd floor." "By the way, how many contribution points are required to exchange for a bundle of skill scrolls in the Nine Heavens Alliance?" Yi Chuan inquired, knowing he needed to learn some skills with lower lethality in preparation for the competition. As he had always favored swift and decisive strikes, low-level skill scrolls cost 100 contribution points, Intermediate ones 300, and advanced ones 1,000 at rare-level scrolls are not available for exchange, and some specialized skills require an additional fee. Qian Ligong replied without hesitation, clearly well-versed in the workings of the Nine Heavens Alliance. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yichuan rubbed his nose. With only 100 contribution points, exchanging for a low-level skill scroll would deplete his entire balance. Do you need skill scrolls? Just tell me what type you're looking for. Qian Ligong pressed that I'm interested in melee or blade-type skill scrolls. Yichuan responded. Any particular level you require? Qian Ligong asked. None. Yichuan shook his head. All right, go wait for me on the 3rd floor. I'll fetch them for you shortly. Consider my treat, Qian Ligong declared with a pat on his chest. Thank you. Uncle Qian, Yichuan said appreciatively that don't mention it. If you say thank you again, I might just get angry. Qian Ligong feigned annoyance, pretending to kick at Yichuan. Yichuan made his way to the skill practice area on the 3rd floor and approached the front desk. Hello, could you please direct me to the agility skill practice area? Certainly. The agility skill practice area is located in zone C.1. Contribution point grants you access for 24 hours. The receptionist replied with a smile. I'll take a day for now, Yichuan said, handing over his identity card. With a beep, his contribution points decreased to 99, but he proceeded to Zone C and entered a random room. The room was modest in size, about 50 square meters, and directly ahead was a screen that allowed him to adjust the difficulty of the evasion exercises. Yichuan cautiously selected the lowest setting. Before him, 2 magical arrays illuminated, and shortly after, 2 wind blades surged towards him from the front and rear. Yichuan, relying on his agility attribute exceeding 100, effortlessly evaded them, realizing that even the lowest difficulty was surprisingly simple. He promptly increased the challenge as the difficulty escalated. The number of wind blades multiplied. Yet, this still did not reach Yichuan's limits. He unhesitatingly adjusted the practice difficulty to the highest hellish level. The screen flickered momentarily before every direction. Front, back, left, right, above, and below was illuminated by magical arrays. Realizing what was about to happen, Yichuan's expression shifted dramatically. Oh damn! As predicted, in the next instant, countless wind blades descended upon him from all sides. The 50-square-meter room became filled with a swarm of wind blades, despite Yichuan activating Shadow of the Underworld to its utmost limits. Leaving behind a series of afterimages, he could not entirely avoid the blades, which left several lacerations across his body. Yet rather than fear, excitement gleamed in Yichuan's eyes. Under such terrifying pressure, he could distinctly feel his proficiency with the skills steadily increasing. At this rate, it would not be long before he mastered Shadow of the Underworld to perfection. The sounds of the wind blades whistling through the air from Yichuan's room left those practicing agility skills in Zone C utterly astonished. Such a commotion could only signify the activation of hellish-level practice difficulty. Within the entire Nine Heavens Alliance, few transmuters could withstand the hellish level of practice. Who on earth isn't there practicing? Is it Mo Qing or Huang Xinyang? Only those 2 master-level assassins could manage such a level of difficulty. Right? I have no idea, but it's definitely someone exceptionally adept at speed. Indeed, at hellish difficulty, blades fly from every direction. A moment's lapse in concentration could turn one into a pile of shredded meat. Let us just wait and see. Those inside 1T last long at that level. The crowd nodded in agreement. Even Mo Qing and Huang Xinyang, the fastest in the Nine Heavens Alliance, could only endure 1 or 2 hours under hellish conditions. The sheer intensity of such training demanded unwavering mental focus to dodge the wind blades, posing a serious challenge not only to agility, but also to mental fortitude. Everyone anticipated the occupant of the room would emerge shortly, yet they found themselves waiting for a full 3 hours. What is going on here? It's been 3 hours already. Surely that person hasn't perished inside. Normal people can't possibly endure hellish difficulty for that long. We should get someone to check. We can't risk a life here. Panic spread among the crowd. Just then, the door swung open, and Yichuan stepped out, his body marked by a dozen lacerations from wind blades, his clothes drenched in sweat. Seeing a throng of onlookers at the door, Yichuan was taken aback. "Brothers, what is going on here?" he asked warily, regretting not having brought a cleaver with him. The gazes of those from the Nine Heavens Alliance upon Yichuan were akin to that of spectators witnessing a marvel. This man had managed to remain for a full 3 hours under hellish difficulty and emerged with only superficial injuries. Some even felt compelled to investigate the room he had occupied, curious if the magical arrays had malfunctioned. Hey, what is all this commotion? Are you all bored? So what if he lasted 3 hours under hellish difficulty? What is so astonishing about that? Qian Ligong's booming voice cut through the crowd, dispersing them. Truly, what a bunch of simpletons, Qian Ligong muttered to himself. Compared to what Yichuan had accomplished outside the city, this was nothing. If they had witnessed a master-level succubus being decapitated by Yichuan due to underestimating him, that would have been truly shocking. Little brother Yi, I brought the skill scrolls you requested. Qian Ligong handed Yichuan 2 bundles of scrolls, one for a melee skill and the other for a blade skill. Both of intermediate level. Yichuan began to express his gratitude, but the moment he uttered the first syllable of thank you, Qian Ligong glared at him fiercely, prompting him to swallow the second expression of thanks. Now that's more like it. I told you, there's no need to thank me, unless you no longer consider me a friend. Qian Ligong laughed heartily. Well then, I'm sure you're eager to practice your new skills. So I'll leave you to it. If you need someone to spar with after learning the new skills, feel free to seek me out. I'm off. As he watched Qian Ligong's departing silhouette, Yichuan couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Indeed, Qian Ligong was an intriguing individual. He then lowered his gaze to the 2 bundles of skill scrolls and proceeded to utilize them. He acquired the intermediate knife technique, breaking the cloud slash. Minor achievement, increases attack power by 50. The blade strikes with the might of shattering clouds, swift and ferocious. Capable of instantly vanquishing foes when executed adeptly, he also obtained the intermediate melee skill, Shattering Stone Fist. Shattering Stone Fist, minor achievement, concentrates all surrounding power upon the fist's edge within 3 seconds, unleashing a strike that can shatter stone and topple mountains. Why Yichuan's eyes sparkled with delight. These 2 bundles of skill scrolls were undoubtedly the very types he needed at present. With Shattering Stone Fist, even without the slaughtering knife, he could unleash terrifying combat prowess in conjunction with his exaggerated 3-dimensional attributes. Furthermore, the Breaking the Cloud slash, paired with the Spirit Slaughter Knife intent, would undoubtedly elevate his already formidable knife skills to new heights. Yichuan promptly approached the front desk and rented 2 practice rooms, one for knife techniques and the other for fist techniques. Over the next 10 days, aside from eating and sleeping, Yichuan spent nearly all his time on the 3rd floor, tirelessly practicing the Breaking the Cloud slash, Shattering Stone Fist, and Phantom Shadow skills. The illusory strike was a high-level skill, and mastering it was no easy feat, so he dedicated all his energy to these 3 intermediate skills. His relentless practice drew astonished gazes from the members of the Zhoutian Alliance. Even Qian Ligong and Jiang Shiyin made a special trip to check on Yichuan, fearing that he might push himself to the brink. Yichuan merely chuckled, offering no explanations. The adversaries he would face in the future could be far more terrifying than he imagined, and he needed to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. On a moonlit night 10 days later, with stars twinkling high above, the silvery light enveloped the Zhoutian Alliance building. Inside a movement skill practice room on the 3rd floor, 6 arrays of light flickered incessantly, and a flurry of wind blades howled forth, nearly filling the entire practice space. That moment, there were actually more than a dozen individuals present, and the wind blades struck them, passing through without inflicting any harm. After a moment, the arrays gradually dimmed, and all the figures vanished, leaving only Yichuan standing alone. With a sigh of relief, he realized that he had mastered the Phantom Shadow skill. Yichuan's eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, sparkled with joy. In these 10 days of relentless practice, he had reached a major achievement level in both Breaking the Cloud slash and Shattering Stone Fist, while Phantom Shadow had also attained its pinnacle. Breaking the Cloud slash, major achievement, increases attack power by 80. The blade strikes with the might of shattering clouds, swift and ferocious, capable of instantly vanquishing foes when executed adeptly. Shattering Stone Fist, major achievement, concentrates all surrounding power upon the fist's edge within 2 seconds, unleashing a strike that can shatter stone and topple mountains. Phantom Shadow, perfection upon activation, increases agility by 70 for 3 minutes. During rapid movement, leaves behind a series of afterimages to confuse opponents. Although Yi Chuan's realm and three-dimensional attributes remained unchanged since he joined the Jiutian Alliance 10 days prior, still at the second stage of the Ascendant Realm, the combat power he could unleash was undoubtedly worlds apart. Now, Yi Chuan could easily surpass the version of himself from 10 days ago. With some time remaining before heading to school, he pondered whether to find someone for a real battle. Why Yi Chuan's expression grew contemplative. He had been solely practicing skills for the past 10 days, and engaging in combat with a skilled opponent would undoubtedly deepen his understanding of his abilities. With that thought, he sought out Qian Ligong on the 9th floor, where Qian Shushu was also awake, and they engaged in combat on the 4th floor. Chapter 40. The bright moon and the firefly, the first ray of morning sunlight, tore through the dark night, bathing the entire Qing city in a golden HU. Yi Chuan packed his belongings and stepped out of the Jiutian Alliance's doors. It was time. Today marked the day of the highly anticipated college entrance examination, and Yi Chuan still had Zhao Ming's storage artifact on his mind. The entrance. Jiang Shiyin and Qian Ligong, who had developed panda-like eyes, bid farewell to Yi Chuan. Shushu, what happened to your eyes? Jiang Shiyin inquired, curiosity evident in her gaze. Don't mention it. That kid is a monster, and he asked the reason for my eyes. Qian Ligong replied with irritation. He had been sleeping soundly when Yi Chuan abruptly pulled him up. Still groggy, Qian Ligong arrived at the combat zone on the 4th floor, initially thinking that with Yi Chuan being a mere second-stage Ascendant Realm and himself a Master Realm expert, it would be a futile exercise. However, the moment they clashed, Qian Ligong realized he had underestimated the situation. Why Yi Chuan's movement was extraordinarily elusive, leaving afterimages with each shift. Moreover, when Qian Ligong attempted to counter, he discovered yet another phantom appeared before Yi Chuan. This left him bewildered, struggling to discern the real Yi Chuan from the illusions. Not daring to underestimate him any further, Qian Ligong began to fight with all his might. Seeing his earnestness, Yi Chuan also drew forth the slaughtering knife, each strike sharp and fierce, making Qian Ligong wary. Yet after the 9th strike, Qian Ligong suddenly caught sight of his first love from when he was 18. And she was wearing a complete set of QQ lingerie. He was momentarily frozen in shock. And in the next instant, Yi Chuan delivered a shattering stone fist directly to his eye socket. This left Qian Ligong feeling utterly vexed. Though he did not deploy his spiritual weapon, he could only exert about 60 to 70% of his strength. However, for a Master Realm expert to be struck in such a manner by a mere second-stage Ascendant was undeniably embarrassing. Jiang Shiyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unlike their previous encounter with the succubus outside the city, where Qian Ligong had assisted, this time Yi Chuan had genuinely injured a Master Realm expert in direct combat. To inflict damage upon a Master Realm practitioner as a second-stage Ascendant was undoubtedly remarkable. Shushu, what do you think would happen if we took Yi Chuan to that place? Jiang Shiyin suddenly asked. Qian Ligong frowned and cautioned, Miss Jiang, while I have great fondness for that kid and acknowledge his strength, this matter cannot be rushed. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yes, I understand. Let us discuss it further after we return from the Burning Sky Valley. If he truly is suited for that place, I believe he will shine brilliantly in the Burning Sky Valley. Jiang Shiyin smiled, her beauty breathtaking. Upon entering the school, Yi Chuan encountered the teacher managing the records room. I remember you. You are that one from last time, the teacher exclaimed in terror, pointing a trembling finger at Yi Chuan. Without hesitation, Yi Chuan knocked him unconscious once more and proceeded directly to the principal's office. When Yi Chuan revealed his second-stage Ascendant Realm prowess, Zhao Ming could barely contain his delight. Even as a lifestyle profession, a second-stage Ascendant would likely secure a place in the top 10. Good. Yi Chuan, go gather downstairs and we will set off together to the Dragon Breath training ground in 20 minutes. Zhao Ming exclaimed excitedly, patting Yi Chuan on the shoulder. Why Yi Chuan nodded and made his way downstairs to the gathering place. For the college entrance examination, each school would send forth 30 of their most outstanding students. The other 29 had already been waiting there. Some were meditating, others whispered among themselves, while a few gazed enviously at a girl standing gracefully in the center of the crowd. Cradling a long sword, the girl resembled a snow-capped mountain, pure and ethereal, untouched by the mundane world, and free from the dust of society. Dressed in a white gown that accentuated her radiance, she resembled a celestial being dwelling within the moon palace. A gentle breeze stirred her hair and skirt, revealing her delicate, fair calves, evoking a sense of inexplicable longing. Having transitioned to the legendary battle profession of snow spirit sword immortal, Su Lingxuan's aura had become markedly more frigid. For ordinary individuals, merely standing before her would invoke feelings of inadequacy. Wai Chuan's arrival drew the collective gaze of the crowd upon him. Astonishment, confusion, bewilderment, and disdain filled their eyes, a complex tapestry of emotions, as they wondered why a mere butcher was present among them. Yet when they caught a glimpse of Su Lingxian, who stood apart from the rest, their understanding clicked into place. So, Yichuan still sought to entangle himself with Su Lingxian. Her gaze, devoid of emotion, swept over Yichuan without a hint of fluctuation. No matter what Yichuan did, he could no longer capture her interest. Recognizing that he was unwelcome, Yichuan chose not to provoke them further and instead leaned against a wall to await Zhao Ming's arrival. However, his desire to avoid trouble did not deter others from confronting him. Why Yichuan, as a grown man, are you truly so shameless? Su Lingxian has made it clear several times that she does not like you. Why must you continue to pursue her? Indeed, during the last encounter, one even ventured outside the city, accompanied by a woman, intending to provoke Lingxian. What, having found that tactic ineffective, is now resorting to new schemes. Truly revolting, the sole blemish on Lingxuan's past is having someone like you as her childhood companion. Shouldn't you hastily depart? Your presence here is utterly unwelcome. The expressions of the crowd were laden with outrage, as if they were on the verge of inscribing the words, "We do not welcome you," upon their faces. Why Yichuan chose not to engage in futile banter with them. Instead, he first revealed his psychiatric medical records to the onlookers. He then stepped forward, fingers clenched, and delivered a punch to the stone pillar. The robust stone column was instantly cratered, with spiderweb-like fissures sprawling across its surface. The sheer magnitude of this destructive force rendered the crowd speechless, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear, and none dared utter another word. That a madman was already terrifying enough, but a madman with such formidable destructive capabilities was utterly dreadful. Simultaneously, the crowd was filled with confusion, questioning how Yichuan, a mere butcher, could unleash such terrifying power. Isn't the butcher a mundane occupation, merely a spectacle, devoid of substance? Su Lingxian couldn't help but shake her head, her gaze towards Yichuan filled with disappointment. Yichuan, how could you have devolved into this? How many times must I reiterate that showing off before me is futile? No sooner had she finished speaking than several streaks of sword light, swift as lightning, struck the stone pillar that Yichuan had just assaulted. The once solid stone column abruptly fractured into 4 or 5 segments, the breakage smooth as a mirror, impeccably even. Gasps of astonishment escaped the crowd as they regarded Su Lingxian, their eyes alight with wonder. For many, this was their first glimpse of Su Lingxian in action, a legendary combat profession, terrifyingly powerful. Remarkably, she had not even drawn her sword from its sheath, yet could still unleash such fearsome sword light. They dared not imagine the horror that would unfold if Su Lingxian were to unsheath her sword. It was likely that all present would be no match for her alone. Despair etched itself upon their faces. If Su Lingxian was the resplendent moon in the sky, they were but fireflies upon the ground. Concurrently, their disdain for Yichuan intensified, a mere firefly daring to aspire to stand alongside the brilliance of the moonlight. Chapter 41. The Dragon's Breath Trial Grounds. Why Yichuan slightly narrowed his eyes. From the aura Su Lingxian emitted, he discerned her realm. Indeed, a legendary profession is extraordinary, although Su Lingxian was merely at the 4th stage of the Ascendant Realm. Her displayed prowess surpassed that of Lu Xing at the 6th stage. Before Su Lingxian, Lu Xing would struggle to endure even 10 exchanges. Observing Yichuan's silence, Su Lingxian assumed he was intimidated by her strength and coldly inquired, "What are you still doing here? If you persist in this futile pursuit, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Principal Zhao Ming sent me. If you have any issues, address them with him." He assured me that I could leave immediately. Why Yichuan shrugged nonchalantly. "What does Principal Zhao want with you?" Su Lingxuan's beautiful brows furrowed in concern. I have no idea. Perhaps he requires my services to slaughter a pig. Yi Chuan, disinterested in further explanations, made his way to a nearby staircase and sat down. Su Lingxian regarded his retreating figure, choosing to remain silent. She was curious to see what scheme he was concocting. Before long, 20 minutes slipped by. Zhao Ming, sporting a slick hairstyle and dressed in a suit, descended. All right, I'll call out names. After confirming, we shall proceed to the Dragon's Breath training grounds. Su Lingxian, present. Wushuang. Here. Wenjin, I am here. Soon, Zhao Ming completed the roll call for the preceding 29 individuals. When he uttered the final name, the crowd was left in shock. Yi Chuan. Here. Yi Chuan stood up. Zhao Ming nodded and proclaimed, excellent. The 30 students present are the most outstanding of this year's Qingcheng High School cohort. You will represent our school in this year's college entrance competition that I hope you all exhibit your utmost capabilities. Leave no regrets. If there are no further questions, let us depart. Zhao Ming was about to lead the group when a voice suddenly interrupted. Principal, I have a question. Isn't Yi Chuan a butcher? Are you truly allowing a life profession butcher to occupy a spot in the college entrance competition? A student stepped forward, prompting others to voice their agreement. Indeed, how did a life profession manage to infiltrate our ranks? What will other schools think of us? And what of Lu Jinglong? He is a rare combat profession. Is he not participating? How can Yi Chuan replace Lu Jinglong? This was sheer nonsense. These students were rather uninformed, many unaware that Lu Jinglong had already departed with his family. Zhao Ming's expression darkened as he prepared to explain. That moment, Yi Chuan interjected. Principal, allow me to handle this. I shall clarify to my classmates why I am here. Zhao Ming nodded. Very well, then. Before Zhao Ming could finish a sentence, Yi Chuan surged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. He had long found these individuals displeasing. His physique had been fortified by the abyssal demon pool, and combined with his extraordinary attributes, dealing with these individuals was akin to battling elementary school students. With a single Iron Mountain slam, 4 or 5 people were sent flying. Almost immediately, he delivered punches with precision. Anyone struck by his fist felt as though they had been hit by a truck. When an individual attempted to ambush Yi Chuan from behind, he turned and delivered an elbow strike, rendering the assailant unconscious. In mere moments, a dozen individuals lay on the ground, bruised and battered. Yi Chuan ceased at once. Zhao Ming exclaimed in shock that he had not anticipated that Yi Chuan's explanation would resort to physical force. Rest assured, Principal, I have not applied excessive force. They merely bear superficial injuries. Now, they will surely refrain from questioning my inclusion on the list. Yi Chuan sheepishly scratched his head, resembling a bashful neighbor boy. Zhao Ming's lips twitched slightly. He surveyed the other students, and indeed, the fear in their eyes when they looked at Yi Chuan was palpable. Well, I suppose that will suffice. Let us set off. Zhao Ming led the students onto the bus, which then proceeded towards the Dragon's Breath trial grounds. The group began disembarking in an orderly fashion, with Su Lingxian leading the way and Yi Chuan closely following. Upon their exit, the others felt emboldened to disembark as well. Principal, I will head up first, Su Lingxian announced. All right, Zhao Ming nodded. Su Lingxian had already been accepted into the Celestial Academy, and as such, students granted automatic admission like her were exempt from participating in the first round of the college entrance competition. As Zhao Ming escorted the students into the arena, he explained the rules of the competition. The first round would employ a Swiss system. Each participant would draw lots at random, and accumulating 3 wins would lead to advancement, while 3 losses would result in elimination. Participants could not be matched against fellow students from the same school. The second round would follow a knockout format, divided into winners and losers brackets. Losing even once would place one in the losers bracket, and 2 losses would lead to immediate elimination. Once in the losers bracket, the best possible placement would be second. As he spoke, Zhao Ming guided everyone into the Dragon's Breath trial grounds that a considerable crowd had already gathered in the stands, cheering enthusiastically. The college entrance competition had always garnered significant attention, and this year, with the emergence of a legendary combat profession from Qingcheng, even more spectators were drawn in. Numerous internet celebrities had traveled from other cities to live-stream the event. Journalists from television stations had already secured the best vantage points. Zhao Ming first led the students to the registration desk. then turned and patted Yi Chuan on the shoulder. "Chuanzi, this time, it all rests on you. About the storage spirit weapon," Yi Chuan inquired. "Oh, not worry. As the principal of Qingchang High School, I would not go back on my word. As long as you secure a spot in the top 3, I will spare no expense to acquire it for you." "Hurry and register," Zhao Ming assured, thumping his chest. "All right, thank you." Principal Yi Chuan flashed a beaming smile, revealing 8 pristine teeth, and strode towards the registration desk. "Name?" The staff member sat upright, adjusting their glasses as they looked at Yi Chuan. "Yi Chuan. School? Qingchang High School. Profession? Butcher." The staff member inscribed the words "Pig Butcher" on the registration form, but midway through, he suddenly realized something was amiss. "Wait. No, hold on." The staff member furrowed his brow and inquired of Yi Chuan. "Classmate, I advise you not to cause trouble. If this information is filled out incorrectly, it could ruin your life. The college entrance examination is not only a chance for students to bring glory to their schools, but also an opportunity to showcase their abilities, thus attracting the attention of esteemed institutions. Take Su Lingxian, for example, who attended the Sky Vault Academy. Not a single individual who has emerged from there is weak, that I'm not making this up. I truly am a pig butcher." Yi Chuan replied helplessly. "What on earth is a pig butcher doing participating in the college entrance examination? Are you here to stir up trouble?" The staff member was visibly irritated. "Why can't a pig butcher participate in the college entrance examination?" "Who made that rule?" Yi Chuan countered. The staff member was taken aback. He pulled out a book of examination regulations and flipped through it from cover to cover. It seemed there was no mention of a pig butcher being barred from participation. Yet which livelihood would send a practitioner to compete against those of combat professions? Was that not madness? Chapter 42. The pig butcher enters the arena ultimately. After Yi Chuan's insistence, the staff member begrudgingly completed the registration. After all, aside from his profession, Yi Chuan met all the criteria. He was indeed this year's high school graduate. More importantly, Yi Chuan threatened to file a complaint if he was not registered. With his registration completed, Yi Chuan successfully entered the main arena of the Dragon Breath Trial Grounds. At that moment, the arena was adorned with a total of 60 large fighting platforms, evidently prepared for the first round. As all participants finished their registrations, a stern-faced, middle-aged man ascended the stage and spoke in a deep voice. "Please prepare yourselves, adjust your emotions, and state. The first match of the first round is about to commence. Give it your all and showcase your talents. The teachers from Sky Vault Academy, True Martial Academy, and Primordial Academy are all watching you from the stand. If you are like gold, then shine brightly for the teachers to see. Only then will you have the chance to enter the highest institutions for further study." As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of all present ignited with fervor, turning toward the 3 formidable figures seated at the judges' table. At the center sat the teacher from Sky Vault Academy, a middle-aged beauty with a cold gaze and an aura of aloofness that seemed to repel others. Su Lingxian and another handsome young man stood behind her, presumably students of Sky Vault Academy. The teacher from True Martial Academy was tall and rugged, clad in golden armor, appearing to be under 40, with terrifying fierceness in his tiger-like eyes. The representative from Primordial Academy was a young woman whose face was veiled, rendering her features indistinguishable, yet her amber eyes sparkled like jewels, captivating all who beheld them. To receive their attention, and an acceptance letter would be tantamount to a life-changing opportunity. Though Primordial Academy and True Martial Academy were not as prestigious as Sky Vault Academy in the 5th District, they were still formidable forces not to be underestimated. The aura emanating from the 3 individuals made Yi Chuan feel a sense of oppression. Unsurprisingly, these 3 were undoubtedly the strongest individuals Yi Chuan had ever encountered. He could not discern what realm they belonged to. Were they grandmasters? Perhaps even higher-tier monarchs? The teachers from the 3 academies clearly ignited the fighting spirit within the crowd, as many began to roll up their sleeves. Eager to make their mark, the Dragon Breath Trial Grounds wasted no time. After all, the first round was merely an appetizer, with the main event lying in the second round. Soon, the large screen at the center began to roll, and after a series of rotations, the random draw was completed. Yi Chuan quickly located his match information on the screen. Platform 15, Inkai High School's Liu Kai, Profession, Advanced Thunder Eagle Gunner, against Qingcheng High School's Yi Chuan. Profession, divine-level pig butcher, that he rose and made his way toward platform 15. The previously quiet Dragon Breath trial grounds erupted into chaos at that moment. All eyes were fixated on platform 15. Disregarding the 50-some other matches, in no way. Dude, what kind of joke is this? How can a pig butcher be on stage? Am I hallucinating from too many deer? A pig butcher is actually competing. Is he out of his mind? Even if he's a divine-level pig butcher, he's still just a pig butcher. There are no pigs to slaughter on the platform. Is this not akin to a eunuch traveling overseas to make a living in a country known for its romantic films? The crowd buzzed with strange expressions. Even Qin Yin, a teacher from True Martial Academy, could not help but comment, "I've traveled to so many cities for recruitment, and this is the first time I've seen a life profession on stage. What is this kid thinking?" Teacher Lu Jingyao from Sky Vault Academy cast her gaze downward. Perhaps it's a whimsical notion. Don't you men enjoy doing such absurd things? She looked at Su Lingxian. Lingxian, he should be the so-called childhood friend you mentioned, right? Yes, Teacher Lu. I made it very clear to him. Please rest assured, Su Lingxian replied. That Lu Jingyao nodded and addressed the handsome young man beside Su Lingxian. Xiao Yu, if that kid still fails to recognize his intentions toward your classmate, you should step in and teach him a lesson to make him see reality. All right, Teacher Lu. I guarantee he won't even dare to look at Su's classmate again. Lin Yu chuckled that to teach a presumptuous pig butcher a lesson was a piece of cake for him. That on platform 15, Lu Kai was nearly beside himself with joy. All the spectators of the Dragon Breath trial grounds were now focused on this scene. And such exposure was a golden opportunity for him. Initially, he had been troubled about how to stand out amidst so many competitors and catch the attention of those three teachers. Little did he know that he wouldn't have to strategize at all. Yichuan had already paved the way for him, as long as he showcased his formidable strength and decisively dealt with Yichuan. Half the battle would be won. Lu Kai could not contain his excitement and quickly approached Yichuan, grasping his hand with gratitude. "Brother, thank you. I can't thank you enough. After the match, I'll treat you to a meal." Inkai High School's Lu Kai. One warning, please return to your position or your qualification will be revoked. The judge in the center of the platform admonished. "Apologies, Judge. I was just too excited." Lu Kai swiftly returned to his position, throwing Yichuan a wink. "Remember, brother, after the match, I'll treat you to a meal." "You're surprisingly nice." Yichuan scratched his head. They were clearly opponents, yet Lu Kai was already asking to treat him to dinner. Was this the friendliness of Inkai High School students? "Are you all ready?" The judge asked sternly. "Ready. X2 first match on platform 15 begin." With the judge's command, a black spear appeared in Lu Kai's hand, accompanied by the sound of an eagle's cry and flickering blue arcs of electricity. Exuding an astonishing aura, Lu Kai leaped high, swinging the spear down toward Yichuan, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. He could already envision a bright future beckoning him. Chapter 43. The first round of the grand tournament in the audience. Lu Wenlei, the principal of Inkai High School, wore a teasing expression as he looked at Zhao Ming. "Old Zhao, does your Qingsheng High School really have no one left? How can a pig butcher be competing? If you're short on people, just say the word. I'll lend you a few from Inkai High School." "Huh. Exactly. We could lend you some from Qingyan High School as well. Why let a pig butcher take the stage to seek attention?" Another principal, Xia Xian, could not help but chime in with a laugh. "Both of you, stop laughing. That might be old Zhao's secret weapon. After all, he's a divine-level pig butcher, one tier above legendary." The principal of the final high school, Wen Zhongwei, added sarcastically. "Humph, just wait and see." Zhao Ming smirked. He paid no mind to the trio's mockery, fully aware that their disdain stemmed from jealousy over Su Lingxuan's emergence from Qingxing High School this year. So what if he was a pig butcher? He was a pig butcher of the second stage of the Ascendant Realm. On the arena, Lu Kai's black spear descended upon Yichuan with lethal intent. It was poised to cleave directly into Yichuan's skull, yet Yichuan remained utterly motionless. Had this butcher been rendered senseless by fear? Did he not even contemplate evasion? Lu Kai was already an 8th-tier apprentice. Such a strike from him would surely leave the butcher either dead or grievously wounded. Indeed, it would serve him right, a practitioner of a life-based profession daring to compete in a high-stakes examination. Merely a source of amusement for others, spectators buzzed with chatter, witnessing Lu Kai's ferocity, convinced that Yichuan was doomed. Bang! With a dull thud, a figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spattering from his mouth. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, for the figure that had been flung away was not Yi Chuan, but Lu Kai. In an instant, Lu Kai was sent sprawling, his spear grotesquely bent as if twisted by sheer brute force. Lying on the ground, confusion etched across his face, he wondered how he had ended up there as he attempted to rise. A searing pain in his chest drew a sharp intake of breath. The examiner approached, assessed his injuries, and declared, Yi Chuan from Qingchang High School, victorious. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What a jest! Most present in the Dragon Breath trial grounds had barely comprehended what had just transpired, only to hear the announcement of Yi Chuan's victory mere moments later. Laughter erupted from Zhao Ming, who turned to the other three principals, exclaiming, What say you, gentlemen? Do you still look down upon the butcher? Let us not forget, this is a divine-level butcher. While he may never become a formidable warrior, his current prowess allows him to dominate others with ease. The expressions of the three principals darkened, their faces drawn as they fell silent. They recognized that Yi Chuan had already ascended to the second tier of the Ascendant Realm. This revelation virtually secured him a place among the top 10. Coupled with Su Lingxian, this year's champion would likely fall to Qingchang High School. Such formidable strength from a mere butcher. Qin Yan's eyes gleamed with interest. As a master of physical training himself, he discerned precisely what Yi Chuan had accomplished. With a single punch, Yi Chuan had met Lu Kai's spear head-on, sending it flying. The speed and force of that blow were such that even those of the Ascendant Realm would hesitate to underestimate it. Alas, how unfortunate that he is a butcher! If only he were a combat-oriented profession. Qin Yan slapped his thigh in frustration, lamenting that had Yi Chuan been of a martial vocation, his recent display would surely have earned him a position at the Zhenwu Academy. As one ascends in rank, the progress of life-based professions becomes increasingly arduous. For butchers, the transition to master level requires the slaughter of tens of thousands of pigs, and at the grandmaster level, the figure escalates to a staggering hundreds of thousands. Even if the pigs were perfectly cooperative, allowing Yi Chuan to dispatch one per second, he could manage only 80,000 in a day. Working around the clock, thus far the highest-ranked butcher in human history had only reached the grandmaster level, and that achievement came at the age of 70. Another self-important individual. Qin Yan mused, there's no need to dwell on it. Lu Jingyao remarked coolly, those who embrace life-based professions yet refuse to accept their fate, striving to become powerful, are numerous, yet none have succeeded at all. It is merely a pity. Had he been of a combat profession, he would undoubtedly be an exceptional talent. Qin Yan shook his head as their conversation lingered. The first match of the first round concluded. Yi Chuan descended from the stage, calmly awaiting his next opponent. After a brief intermission, the large screen flickered to life once more. On the 15th arena, from Qingyan High School, Xiao Jiji, a mid-tier fire cloud mage, was set to battle Yi Chuan from Qingqing High School. A divine-level butcher. With the recent spectacle of Lu Kai's defeat, no one dared to underestimate Yi Chuan any longer. As the examiner announced the commencement of the match, Xiao Jiji distanced himself from Yi Chuan, evidently intending to exploit his range as a mage. However, he gravely underestimated Yi Chuan's speed. Upon activating the perfected level of the spectral shadow, Yi Chuan left a series of afterimages in his wake, closing the gap in an instant before executing a powerful kick. Mages primarily focus on spiritual attributes. The moment Yi Chuan closed in, Xiao Jiji's fate was sealed. With a swift kick, Xiao Jiji was launched off the stage. Yi Chuan from Qingchang High School, victorious. The announcement reverberated, marking Yi Chuan's second consecutive win. The expressions of the onlookers turned peculiar. 2 victories already. Should he secure another, Yi Chuan would advance to the second round. A butcher, emerging from a crowd. This was a most extraordinary occurrence unfolding before their very eyes. In the third match, Yi Chuan continued his sweep, advancing directly into the second round of the examination without needing to participate in the fourth and fifth matches. After 2 hours, the latter matches concluded, with the majority of participants eliminated and unable to progress. Those who did advance turned their attention forward. 3 figures descended from the high platform. Leading them was the ethereal Su Lingxian, akin to a celestial being. The atmosphere surged with excitement, as cheers erupted throughout the Dragon Breath trial grounds that a significant portion of attendees had come solely to witness the legendary combat-oriented profession of Su Lingxian. It had been many years since Qin Sheng had produced such a superlative talent. Following Su Lingxian were a male and a female, both already guaranteed a place in the second round. Wai Yichuan looked up and was taken aback. For he recognized the girl behind Su Lingxian. Chapter 44. The duel with Lu Wan or Xiaonan. Yichuan hadn't anticipated encountering the young lady from the Xia family at this juncture. Xiaonan clearly spotted Yichuan as well, playfully winking at him. Wai Yichuan chuckled, shaking his head. This little girl still appeared as if she would never grow up. With the arrival of Su Lingxian and her companions, excitement rippled through the Dragon Breath training grounds. Meanwhile, the other students bore heavy hearts, silently praying not to draw Su Lingxian or her companions as opponents. All three were of the Ascendant Realm. With Su Lingxian standing at the formidable fourth tier, to draw any of them would almost guarantee a place in the loser S bracket, if misfortune struck and one faced them consecutively. Even possessing considerable strength would lead to immediate elimination. Amidst the anxious anticipation, the draw for the second round began. The first match of the second round commenced. On the first arena, Qiu Yuan from Qingyan High School, a low-tier ice mage, faced off against Su Lingxian from Qingchang High School, a legendary-level snow spirit swordsman. On the second arena. On the third arena, Lu Waner, a rare-level berserker from Lingyun High School, was set to battle Yichuan, the divine-level butcher from Qingcheng High School. On the fourth arena. As the draw concluded, the students matched against Su Lingxuan's trio turned pale. The student facing Su Lingxian immediately conceded, declining to step onto the stage, fully aware that he could never hope to rival her. Rather than suffer humiliation, he preferred to conserve his strength for the loser S bracket. Aside from Su Lingxian's trio, the individual attracting the most attention was undoubtedly Yichuan, the unexpected butcher. Upon realizing his opponent was Lu Waner, the crowd erupted in schadenfreude that he has finished. Drawing Lu Waner means he be heading to the loser S bracket. Lu Waner was the hotly tipped seed from Lingyun High School, almost guaranteed a top 5 finish. If her profession were not merely rare level, she would undoubtedly have secured a direct admission. Even Zhao Ming, at this moment, wore a pained expression, lamenting Yichuan's ill fortune. How could his luck be so dire to draw such a formidable adversary in the very first match of the second round? If luck turned even more unfavorable and he faced one of the 3 guaranteed admissions, Yichuan would not only be out of the top 10, but would be eliminated entirely. Yichuan stepped onto the third arena, confronting his opponent. Before him stood a girl barely 5 feet tall, appearing somewhat frail. She was wrapped in a loose coat and gazed at Yichuan with a look of pitiful appeal. "Brother, would you kindly go easy on me? Fear not. I assure you, you can place your trust in me, Yichuan." Yichuan patted his chest. "Thank you, brother." Lu Waner's voice was sweet, evoking an immensely comforting sensation. The instant the examiner announced the commencement, Lu Waner shed her outer garment, revealing an extraordinarily robust physique. Wai Yichuan's pupils constricted sharply, as if his entire worldview had been shaken in a way. "Dude, are you Neza?" "Brother, please refrain from uttering such embarrassing remarks. You are quite likely to make someone fall for you." Lu Waner's voice remained sweet, yet her gaze had turned steely, her muscles taut and pronounced as she advanced, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Yichuan's head. Second tier of the Ascendant Realm. At the moment Lu Waner struck, Yichuan sensed that her realm was on par with his own. Her muscular build should be quite resilient. It's just perfect for me to test my new skill. Wai Yichuan showed no inclination to retreat. Instead, he clenched his fist, channeling his entire strength towards the tip of his fist. Shattered Stone Fist. The moment Yichuan unleashed his punch, all his power surged forth, colliding forcefully with Lu Waner's fist. Lu Waner's expression changed instantly, her delicate features revealing shock in the next heartbeat. Her entire arm twisted at an unnatural angle, evidently fractured by the explosive might of the Shattered Stone Fist. Clutching her arm, Lu Waner let out a pained howl, cold sweat cascading down her fair face. The entire Dragon Breath trial arena fell silent. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. A butcher, with a single punch, had broken Lu Waner's arm. From an outward appearance, Yi Chuan's thigh was even thinner than Lu Wanner's arm. How is this any different from your pet cat suddenly leaping up to bite off a Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck? This is impossible. The principal of Lingyun High School, when Zhongwei sprang to his feet, his face a mask of astonishment. Both Lu Wanner and Yi Chuan were at the second tier of the Ascendant Realm, yet the issue was that Yi Chuan belonged to the life profession. The previous 3 rounds could be explained as a realm advantage, but how could this be accounted for now? In a contest of equal realms, how could a life profession possibly triumph over a combat profession? This was sheer folly. I suspect Yi Chuan has used performance-enhancing drugs. I demand a drug test, urine test, and blood test, Wen Zhongwei declared loudly. His words jolted the spectators of the Dragon Breath training ground back to reality. Their gazes towards Yi Chuan tinged with suspicion. Indeed, if he had not resorted to drugs, how could a life profession exhibit such terrifying combat prowess? Many potions could dramatically elevate a transmuter's combat capabilities in a short span, but would subsequently inflict severe and irreversible harm on the martial artist. Consequently, these potions have been classified as banned substances by the Human Federation. Engaging in the sale, purchase, or use of such drugs would invite the scrutiny of the inspectors. The examiner furrowed his brow, looking at Yi Chuan. Student Yi Chuan, it seems we must trouble you to accompany us. And oh problem, thought why Yi Chuan nodded. Drugs? He had no need for such things. What had just transpired was merely him holding back. Had he not restrained himself, with the 12-fold additional damage against the Pig Clan, his punch could have turned Lu Wanner into a wilted flower. Soon, the Dragon Breath Trial Arena had arranged for several staff members to begin drawing blood from Yi Chuan, as well as collecting samples of his saliva, urine, and prostatic fluid for testing. Half an hour later, when the test results emerged, the examiner's expression was somewhat peculiar, yet he still announced, all tests for student Yi Chuan returned normal. The second round of the college entrance examination competition will continue. With this declaration, the arena erupted into chaos and no drugs. This meant that Yi Chuan, the butcher, had truly incapacitated a rare-tier combat profession with a single punch based solely on his own strength. What a terrifying tale this was. Chapter 45. Achieving success by entering the top 4 in Qingcheng. At the Dragon Breath Trial Arena, all spectators' gazes were now fixated on platform number 3. More accurately, they were riveted on Yi Chuan. Their eyes were filled with astonishment that a butcher capable of shattering the arm of a blood warrior of the same realm was akin to provoking a first-grade student only to end up with a broken leg. Yet the most astounded of all was undoubtedly Lu Wanner, the very party involved. He didn't use drugs? How is that possible? I actually lost a butcher. Lu Wanner felt as though her entire worldview had been irrevocably altered. With her strength, she could contend even with someone at the 3rd tier of the Ascendant Realm. Yet now, she had been bested by a butcher, which was utterly absurd, ridiculous to the point of being laughable. You can forfeit now, Yi Chuan urged, unable to suppress his desire to persuade her. Since he had passed the tests, it was only natural that their battle should continue. However, he had no desire to continue fighting Lu Wanner. It felt pointless, akin to an adult bullying a child. Not a chance? I refuse to be defeated by a butcher. Lu Wanner gritted her teeth. After all, she was one of the top talents of Lingyun High this year. What kind of nonsense was it to lose to a butcher? Blood frenzy! Lu Wanner cried out, her entire being flushed crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. The arm that had been broken began to slowly mend. This was the Blood Warrior's innate skill. Upon activating Blood Frenzy, not only could she enhance her attributes and reduce damage taken from opponents, but her injuries would also begin to heal. Lu Wanner let out a roar, charging at Yi Chuan like a true beast. If you desire to maintain your dignity, allow me to assist you. Yi Chuan shook his head, activating the shadow of the netherworld. The arena was filled with a series of afterimages. Lu Wanner couldn't even graze the hem of Yi Chuan's garments. He circled around her back and delivered a powerful left kick directly to her body. With Yi Chuan's speed, Lu Wanner had no chance to react. Her body traced a graceful parabolic arc through the air, heading straight for the audience. Not good. The examiner's face changed dramatically as he rushed forward to catch Lu Wanner, but upon seeing her speed, he silently lit a cigarette and took a drag that he realized that he could never reach her in time. It would be futile to try, and no matter, someone will intervene. Sure enough, just as Lu Wanner was about to crash into the audience, A gentle force caught her, preventing her from colliding with the spectators. It was the veiled woman from Taichu Academy who intervened. She gently lowered Lu Wan'er to the ground, where she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi Chuan of Qingchanghai, victory! The examiner extinguished a cigarette and announced Yi Chuan's triumph. The entire Dragon Breath trial arena fell into an eerie silence. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a butcher could defeat a blood warrior. The crucial point was that Yi Chuan had only executed 2 moves throughout the entire encounter. 1 punch to shatter Lu Wan'er's arm, and 1 kick to send her flying off the platform. It was evident to anyone with sense that Yi Chuan had not exerted his full strength. His realm was indeed the second tier of the Ascendant realm. There was no doubt about that. Thus, the only explanation for Yi Chuan's effortless victory over Lu Wan'er was that his 3-dimensional attributes had reached an extraordinarily exaggerated level at this moment. The gazes of all present towards Yi Chuan had begun to shift. Perhaps they had underestimated this butcher after all. It was truly perplexing. How had Yi Chuan achieved such feats? Was he truly worthy of investment and cultivation? Qin Yin, at this moment, was evidently intrigued by Yi Chuan. After all, based on Yi Chuan's current performance, his 3-dimensional attributes were exceedingly high, his physical strength remarkable, and his combat power incredibly fearsome. Aside from his profession being a butcher, Yi Chuan seemingly had no flaws. Sharon, they say you have a keen eye for talent. What do you think of Yi Chuan? Qin Yin inquired of the instructor from Taichu Academy, who stood beside him. So Sharon's amber eyes reflected curiosity as she regarded Yi Chuan. I can't discern much, but I have a vague feeling he is different from other butchers. The way he looks at people, it's quite unusual. Ultimately, a butcher is still just a butcher. The life profession is not worth cultivating. This has been validated countless times by the Human Federation. Lu Jingyao suddenly doused cold water over the situation. Qin Yin regained some composure. Despite his robust physique, his intellect was sharp. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Alas, it is true. A career in the life sciences is merely a career in the life sciences. As Yi Chuan descended from the arena, the gazes of the students in attendance shifted noticeably. If they had previously hoped to draw Yi Chuan, they now began fervently praying to avoid him. After all, this individual had the capability to incapacitate Lu Wan'er with just 2 moves. It seemed that apart from the trio of super geniuses, Su Lingxian and her peers, no one stood a chance against this butcher. In the subsequent rounds of elimination, Yi Chuan enjoyed a treatment akin to that of Su Lingxian. His opponents, even before stepping onto the stage, conceded outright that it wasn't he until the quarterfinals that he faced a first-stage student of the Ascendant realm. But for Yi Chuan, it was merely a matter of a single punch. He breezed through the winner's bracket, securing a spot among the final 4. Zhao Ming was nearly beside himself with joy. Were he not seated among the audience, he would have rushed down to plant a kiss on Yi Chuan. Reaching the semifinals was tantamount to success. Even if Yi Chuan were to lose every match henceforth, he would still secure a 4th-place finish. 4th place would award 7 points, and combined with Su Lingxuan's 1st place, they would amass a total of 17 points, nearly guaranteeing Qingchang High School the championship. At the very least, they could contend for 2nd place. His decision to have Yi Chuan replace Lu Jinglong was indeed a fortuitous one. Zhao Ming now hoped for Yi Chuan to stop at 4th. As long as Yi Chuan did not break into the top 3, he would only need to pay him 50,000 and save on the storage spirit weapon as well. This year featured 3 students with guaranteed placements, whose prowess was almost incomparably superior to others. This was precisely why Zhao Ming had confidently promised Yi Chuan a storage spirit weapon for a top 3 finish. He was certain Yi Chuan would not achieve it. At this moment, as the list of the Final 4 was revealed, many spectators at the Longxi training grounds wore expressions of sheer incredulity. The 3 students from Su Lingxuan's group, already assured of their placements, were no surprise. Their strength was evidently on a different level, which was why they had secured spots early on. However, the last individual in the Final 4 was a butcher. What was going on? A mere butcher participating in the grand examination and somehow making it to the Final 4. It felt as though the world had turned upside down. Chapter 46. Surrender once the list of the Final 4 was announced. The extra arenas were swiftly dismantled by the staff. Only the largest arena remained, prepared for the semi-finals and finals. As the grand stage was set, the draw for the semi-finals commenced. Many eyes were glued to the screen. Eager to see which competitors would face off in the Final Four, the screen gradually displayed a series of bold black letters. The first match of the semifinals features Su Lingxian from Qingqing High School, a legendary level Snow Spirit Sword Immortal, versus Lu Chun from Inkai High School, an epic level Frost Moon Sword Saint. Many spectators widened their eyes, instantly captivated. It was noteworthy that Su Lingxian had yet to lift a finger. Her opponents had all willingly surrendered upon encountering her. Her ethereal and elegant demeanor rendered some too intimidated to even steal a glance at her, feeling utterly inferior. Now, facing Lu Chun, another swordsman, they were poised to witness Su Lingxuan's prowess as this year's foremost genius in swordsmanship. The Longxi training grounds erupted with applause, cheers, and shouts of excitement. Su Lingxian. Let us see the true disparity between a legendary level profession and an epic level one. Lu Chen's eyes were ablaze with fighting spirit as he slowly drew his sword. The blade gleamed like frost, radiating a moonlit glow, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. As you wish. Su Lingxian unsheathed her long sword, its blade long and exuding a chilling aura. The moment her sword was drawn, the previously clear sky began to shower with large, soft snowflakes. Flurries of pristine white snow drifted gracefully around Su Lingxian, creating a breathtaking spectacle. That was an Xin-level spirit weapon. The Frost Blade. In the audience, some recognized the origin of Su Lingxuan's long sword. Gasping in astonishment, it was known that one would be hard-pressed to find even a handful of Xin-level spirit weapons throughout all of Qingqing. Lu Chen's face darkened considerably. Not only was Su Lingxuan's professional rank superior to his, but her spirit weapon was of a higher grade, and her realm surpassed his by 1 tier. How was he to compete? Lu Chen already foresaw his inevitable defeat. His only desire now was to showcase his abilities, even in loss. Yet, the moment Su Lingxuan's sword was drawn, Lu Chen's body was enveloped in a cold sweat. He could hardly comprehend how Su Lingxian had struck. Her blade was already poised at his throat. In other words, had Su Lingxian wished to slay him, Lu Chun would already be a corpse. The faint chill emanating from the frost blade sent a shiver through Lu Chun. You have lost, Su Lingxian stated coldly. Why, yes, I have lost. Lu Chun finally grasped the distinction between a legendary level profession and an epic level one. Profound disappointment washed over him. Mirroring the sentiments of everyone present at the Longxi trial grounds, Su Lingxian had not even regarded Lu Chun as a rival, treating him as one might casually dispatch a stray dog. Despair etched itself across Lu Chen's face. He knew he could not best Su Lingxian, yet he had not anticipated just how formidable she truly was. Before her, he found himself unable to withstand a single strike. Applause and gasps echoed through the Longxi training grounds. Lu Chun had been deemed a remarkable genius, a third-tier ascendant at such a tender age, a prodigy destined to dominate if he did not meet an untimely end. Yet the very genius they revered was dispatched in an instant by Su Lingxuan's sword. What terrifying strength did she possess? Your Qingqiang Academy has truly acquired a remarkable talent. That girl might even triumph over a 9th-tier ascendant. Qin Yin mused, a tinge of envy in his gaze. Qingqiang Academy had acted swiftly. Otherwise, their Zhenwu Academy might have had a fighting chance. Indeed, she was formidable. Paired with that Xin-level spirit weapon, the Frostblade, she could likely hold her own against even a slightly weaker first-tier master. Even Zhuo, who seldom spoke, could not help but commend Su Lingxian. Lingxian, given time, will undoubtedly become a renowned sword immortal within the Human Federation, requiring no further praise, Lu Jingya remarked with a smile. After her swift victory over Lu Chun, Su Lingxian descended from the stage, her demeanor aloof, not even sparing each one a glance at why each one, however, was unconcerned. With Su Lingxuan's match concluded, it was now his turn. In the second match of the semifinals, Xia Nan from Lingyun High School, an epic-level spectral mage, faced Yichuan, the divine gray butcher from Qingqing High School. Observing the graceful figure of Xia Nan across the arena, Yichuan was overwhelmed with nostalgia. Who would have imagined that this super genius, now guaranteed a spot, had nearly met her demise in a goblin's lair just over a month ago? Life is indeed a curious affair. Yichuan, it's been a while, Xia Nan greeted, her tone tinged with a hint of resentment, finally seizing the opportunity to converse with him. "Yes, it has been a while," Yichuan replied, sensing the awkwardness in the air, and added, "How is your mother?" "She is well. She was very pleased to receive the blood crystal twin flower," Xia Nannan responded, somewhat speechless. It was unusual to inquire about a girl's mother upon reuniting after a long absence. "That's good," Yichuan nodded, and the atmosphere fell into an even deeper awkwardness. "What have you been up to this past month? Why haven't you come to find me?" Xia Nannan asked, having sneaked out of the city. She had been confined at home upon her return, expecting Yichuan to seek her out for companionship. Little did she know that Yichuan seemed to regard their encounter as merely a transaction. "I've been busy with butchering. I didn't come looking for you because your family wouldn't allow it," Yichuan replied candidly. Why family wouldn't allow it? Why? Xia Nannan questioned, perplexed. Her family had never restricted her friendships. "They're afraid I might harm you." "Harm me?" Xia Nannan paused. Then, upon realization, her cheeks flushed bright red. While his words were blunt, they were rather too crude. "Are you two going to fight or not?" The judge interjected, somewhat exasperated, wondering if the two had come to the arena merely to chat. "That if not, I concede. I cannot contend with him." Xia Nannan decisively stepped down from the arena. The examiner was taken aback. Yichuan was stunned, and the audience in the stands was equally bewildered. Concede defeat, an epic battle profession, yielding before a mere butcher. Was this a mistake? Given that Yichuan had just engaged in an extensive conversation with Xia Nannan, reddening her cheeks in the process, they could only conclude that she was intentionally conceding to avoid a confrontation with him. What a disaster! After all precautions, it turned out that the young lady was infatuated. In the audience, Zhao Bo, the butler of the Xia family, covered his head in despair, overwhelmed by a headache that he had thought that by keeping Yichuan away from Xia Nannan, he could avert disaster. But it seemed he had been overly naive. Except for Xia Nannan herself, everyone present believed that her statement about not being able to defeat Yichuan stemmed from her affection for him. A deliberate attempt to save face for him. Only Xia Nannan knew the truth. She had witnessed Yichuan's true strength. This fellow had yet to wield his butcher knife, indicating that he had not exerted his full power, and she was acutely aware that she stood no chance against him. Moreover, he showed no mercy in his assaults, indiscriminately striking regardless of gender. Xia Nannan had no desire to inexplicably endure a beating. Chapter 47. The pure love warrior Yichuan. Yichuan gracefully entered the finals of the college entrance examination competition. The final match had devolved into an internal conflict among the students of Qingqing High School. In the stands, Zhao Ming felt as though he might faint from sheer happiness that it's all good. It's all good. Securing the first and second places individually meant that Qingqing High School would undoubtedly claim the top spot in total points this year. This implied that, for the upcoming year, they would enjoy the best educational resources and student recruitment opportunities. Although the thought of having to part with a storage spirit weapon for Yichuan caused him some discomfort. Overall, it was a highly favorable exchange. That "I'm done here, feeling unwell with all this death. I'm leaving." Xia Xian, the principal of Qingyan High School, strode away in her high heels, unwilling to endure the humiliation of their school finishing at the bottom this year. Failing to even secure a spot in the top four. "Don't rush off, Principal Xia. Stay and chat with us." Zhao Ming laughed heartily. "I just remembered something joyous. My wife is about to give birth." Zhao Ming's laughter boomed, while Xia Xian seemed to respond to his voice, quickening her pace until she vanished from sight. The audience at the Longxi trial grounds began to rise in clusters, eager to leave. The finals had become a mere internal affair for Qingqing High School, with Su Lingxian as the clear favorite. There was even a high probability that the butcher, Yichuan, would concede without putting up a fight. To them, there was nothing left to see. A match devoid of suspense held no allure. Zhao Ming shared this sentiment, turning to Yichuan with a cheerful expression. "All right, Yichuan, your task is complete. First and second place is secured for Qingqing High School. You should concede now." "I don't think so. Only the first place can obtain the rare skill scroll. How about you let Su Lingxian concede instead?" Yichuan replied with a cheerful demeanor, appearing innocent. Little did he know, his words plunged the entire Longxi training ground into an eerie silence. Many who had intended to leave found themselves frozen in place, as if struck by a spell. All eyes converged upon Yichuan in that moment. What did this butcher mean? Did he seriously intend to battle Su Lingxian? Had he lost his mind? Had he genuinely gained confidence? Zhao Ming's smile faltered. Yichuan, stop joking around. This isn't funny. Just concede and let us wrap this up that I'll fetch you a storage spirit weapon right away. Principal, I'm not joking that I genuinely wish to obtain that rare skill scroll. Yichuan insisted earnestly. Zhao Ming pinched himself to avoid fainting on the spot. Did this guy even realize what he was saying? My good sir, that is Su Lingxian, the only legendary battle profession this year, who defeated another student, Lu Chun, with a single strike. You actually want to challenge her? Why not just say you want to reach for the heavens? Zhao Ming was growing anxious. Principal, it's all right, since he wishes to fight. I shall accompany him for a match. Su Lingxuan's cold voice resonated as she approached the arena, sword in hand, that Wai Yichuan leapt onto the stage with enthusiasm. Zhao Ming's expression fluctuated between concern and resignation, eventually letting out a sigh. Very well, Lingxian, please do not take his life. With a modicum of understanding of the past between Yichuan and Su Lingxian, Zhao Ming knew that they had been childhood friends. Inseparable until Su Lingxian awakened her legendary battle profession, causing their paths to diverge. In Zhao Ming's view, Yichuan's desire for the rare skill scroll was a pretense. He sought to prove himself in front of Su Lingxian. Alas, silly boy, it matters not what you do. In the eyes of one who does not love you, you will always be in the wrong. Zhao Ming refrained from further comment. He had been young once, and some lessons were best learned through experience. Rest assured, Principal, I will exercise restraint, Su Lingxian assured, nodding as she fixed her gaze on Yichuan, her emotions a complex tapestry. Once upon a time, though she had resolved to part ways with him, a flicker of affection lingered in her heart, as Yichuan had been someone she genuinely liked in her youth. However, with Yichuan's attention-seeking antics, her feelings had since transformed into disdain as the impending battle drew near. Those who had planned to leave returned to their seats, eager to witness how a butcher could possibly muster the courage to confront a legendary battle profession. Was Yichuan out of his mind? Given Su Lingxuan's demonstrated prowess, even facing opponents of the 8th or 9th ranks would be trivial. Why would he persist in the fight? What many did not know was that I, too, am a student of Qingchang High School. Yichuan and Su Lingxian are childhood sweethearts. Upon hearing this, the crowd at the Longxi trial grounds widened their eyes, sensing the scent of gossip. Then what? Tell us more. Under the crowd's urging, the speaker recounted the story of their childhood and the transformation of Su Lingxian. Explaining his analysis that in my opinion, Yichuan's determination to step onto the stage stems from his reluctance to end things with Su Lingxian so easily. He wishes to rekindle her attention and their old flame. As the audience absorbed this revelation, they suddenly understood. It made sense why a butcher would insist on competing against a legendary profession. Who would have thought that Yichuan was a pure love warrior at heart? Sigh. He merely sought to win back the affection of his beloved. What fault lies in that? He stepped onto that stage with sincerity and courage. The one to lament should not be him. Yet fate can be a cruel mistress. The idealized love of youth often remains an unfulfilled longing. Had his profession not been that of a butcher, but rather a combat-oriented class, they might have been the perfect couple. Sigh, what a pity. Many young men empathized, feeling a pang of sorrow that a butcher and a legendary snow spirit swordsman were destined to be incompatible. Tales of princesses marrying paupers only existed in fairy tales. Don't despair, brother. At least you were brave. You are a true hero. Some in the audience began to cheer for Yichuan, but this only ignited the ire of another faction. Please, don't associate us with him. Childhood sweethearts merely indicate they grew up together. It signifies nothing more. Su Lingxian was advancing, while Yichuan remained stagnant. Safety for women. In public, he dares to cling to Su Lingxian relentlessly. Who knows what he might do in secret? A cunning phoenix man. I believe he is only pursuing her because he sees Su Lingxian has become a legendary profession. Who understands the plight? This is akin to a toad desperately clinging to a swan. What sort of pure love warrior is he? Someone should apprehend Yichuan. Chapter 48. Unveiling the treasure. As the two factions grew increasingly heated, even threatening to come to blows, the staff hurriedly intervened to restore order. Listening to the discussions above, Su Lingxuan's eyes flashed with disdain as she coldly remarked, Yi Chuan, you should not have stepped onto this stage. Your actions will not garner my attention. Rather, they will only serve to deepen my aversion toward you. Can we begin the fight now? Your words are excessive. She added, in Yi Chuan's eyes, there existed no other emotion. Only an insatiable yearning for the rare skill scroll. Su Lingxian shook her head. It appears you remain oblivious to the chasm that lies between us. Here's the deal. If you can endure for a minute without drawing your sword, I shall concede. Clutching her longsword, Su Lingxian radiated a pure and frigid aura, resembling a celestial maiden dwelling within the moon palace. Breathtakingly beautiful. That's what you said, Yi Chuan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Such a stroke of fortune. He had no desire to showcase his prowess before the crowd, and Su Lingxuan's words resonated deeply within him. Yes, I did say that, but I have one condition. Should you lose, I implore you never to pester me again. Before the words could escape his lips, a terrifying malevolence surged forth, almost tangible, launching itself at Su Lingxian. Yi Chuan activated the Blood Shadow Butcher skill, forcibly plunging Su Lingxian into a state of fear. He then lunged forward, swinging his arm in a sweeping arc, delivering a resounding slap to Su Lingxuan's face. To hell with you, smack! Su Lingxian spun like a top from the impact, her white skirt swirling around her in a romantically ethereal dance. Although the slap landed on her face, it rendered the entire audience in the Dragon Breath trial grounds completely speechless. The two factions that had been bickering just moments ago fell silent. Isn't this fellow supposed to be a pure-hearted warrior? Wasn't he attempting to reconcile with his childhood sweetheart? Is this truly how he goes about it? Just slapping her? The crowd was stunned, gazing at the arena below in disbelief. One anticipated that the legendary warrior Su Lingxian would be met with such a slap from Yi Chuan. The butchered Lu Jingya's expression darkened. This slap not only struck Su Lingxuan's face, but also tarnished the reputation of their Sky Dome Academy. After all, Su Lingxian had already been granted admission to the academy, and Yi Chuan had audaciously crossed a line. As for Su Lingxian, she was evidently the most bewildered of all. After receiving the slap, her eyes appeared much clearer. Clutching her swollen cheek, she stared at Yi Chuan in astonishment and confusion. You dare to slap me? Yi Chuan ignored her and glanced at the clock below the stage. Excellent. A minute has elapsed. He was genuinely pleased. The force of the slap he had delivered was just right, leaving Su Lingxian dazed long enough to reach the 1-minute mark before she could react. That's Su Lingxian. According to the condition you just stated, I have indeed endured for a minute. Please step down and concede. Yi Chuan urged. Noting her silence, he tilted his head and inquired, with so many witnesses, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Su Lingxian rose slowly, her gaze fixated on Yi Chuan with fierce intensity. Gone was her earlier ethereal and detached demeanor. With half of her face swollen, she now resembled a furious warrior. Why, Yi Chuan, I concede that I underestimated you. From this moment on, I shall regard you as a true adversary, unleashing all my strength against you. As her words fell, Su Lingxian unsheathed her frostblade. The mystical weapon seemed to resonate with its owner's fury, gleaming with icy brilliance. Wait, why do you speak without honor? Wasn't the agreement that if I withstood for a minute, you would concede? Yi Chuan scoffed at Su Lingxian. She gritted her teeth in determination. Rest assured, once I have you on the ground, I will concede. I, Su Lingxian, am not one to break my word. With a swift motion, Su Lingxian lunged at Yi Chuan, her sword dancing through the air like a flurry of snowflakes, exuding a palpable killing intent that aimed directly at his throat. Even from a distance, Yi Chuan felt a chill creeping towards his neck. Without hesitation, he activated the Nether Shadow, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Su Lingxian's enraged thrust pierced only through the illusions, etching numerous intersecting scars on the arena floor. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chuan approached Su Lingxuan's side, channeling his power into a devastating stone shatter fist, which was met with a slight change in Su Lingxuan's expression. Snow dance, frost blossom. Her longsword twirled in a breathtaking display, summoning a storm of snowflakes that surged towards Yi Chuan. As the snowflakes grazed his cheek, a fine line of blood appeared on Yi Chuan's face. Those seemingly innocuous snowflakes proved to be sharper than any blade. The stone shatter fist struck, shattering countless snowflakes, yet more continued to rush towards him. Why each one, left with no choice, relied on the speed granted by the nether shadow to evade once more. The audience was left in a state of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Yi Chuan, a mere butcher, could truly engage Su Lingxian in such a fierce exchange. After all, even the epic tier warrior Lu Chun had been dispatched by a single strike from Su Lingxian. Did this imply that Yi Chuan's strength surpassed that of Lu Chun? Within the arena, Yi Chuan dodged left and right, a myriad of afterimages intertwining, leaving Su Lingxian unable to discern the genuine Yi Chuan. Meanwhile, he continuously sought an opportunity to land a decisive blow, but each time he attempted to strike, those pesky, razor-sharp snowflakes clung to him like a relentless parasite, denying him any chance to retaliate. Yi Chuan, do you intend to scurry about like a rat, jumping and dodging? Su Lingxuan's patience began to wane as she taunted him about why Yi Chuan finally came to a halt. Very well, it seems that bare-handed combat will not suffice against you. A legendary class is indeed extraordinary. I shall unveil my secret weapon. As his words fell, Yi Chuan reached into his trousers. What are you pulling out? I demand to know. Su Lingxuan's expression shifted as Yi Chuan's lewd action combined with his mention of a secret weapon led her thoughts astray. Yi Chuan, calm down. Don't do anything rash. There are so many people watching. The examiner, too, expressed alarm, attempting to dissuade him, but it was too late. He had already grasped it. Come forth, my treasured weapon. Yi Chuan smirked derisively, slowly revealing his hand. To the horror of the onlookers, he produced a gleaming butcher's knife. Chapter 49. Battle with Su Lingxian. A chill swept through the arena, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The examiner, who had rushed to cover Yi Chuan to prevent any inappropriate display, found himself frozen in place. After all that build-up, his prized weapon turns out to be a butcher's knife? Who on earth hides a knife in their trousers? And what is that mark on the blade? A succubus emblem, ISNT, that typically branded on the lower abdomen. Why would anyone carve such a thing onto a butcher's knife? Yi Chuan had initially intended to conceal his strength, but it became clear that without the butcher's knife, defeating Su Lingxian would be a formidable challenge. Feeling the knife's handle fit snugly against his palm, Yi Chuan experienced an inexplicable sense of security. Rest assured, this time I shall not recoil. Gripping the butcher's knife, he charged toward Su Lingxian. The chill ran down Su Lingxuan's spine. She felt as if she were being stalked by a predatory force, rendering her utterly uneasy. She stifled her discomfort and unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, the blade radiating a frost-like brilliance, creating a blinding white expanse. Why Yi Chuan wielded his butcher's knife in a sweeping motion, clashing with her sword beams and shattering them all. With a sudden, powerful downward stroke, he aimed directly at Su Lingxian. She raised her sword to block it. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out, sending sparks flying. Su Lingxian stumbled back several meters before barely regaining her balance, her sword hand trembling uncontrollably. Why Yi Chuan's strength was overwhelming. That last blow felt as though she had been struck by a speeding train. How could this fellow possess such terrifying power? Before Su Lingxian could ponder the answer, Yi Chuan was already upon her again, a lethal strike aimed at her throat. There was no mercy in this blow, aimed directly at her fair neck. A chill coursed through her as she realized that Yi Chuan was genuinely intent on killing her. In a split second, she could only lower her head instinctively. Swish! The blade whizzed past her crown, severing a substantial portion of her lustrous black hair, which danced in the breeze. Observing that his strike had missed, Yi Chuan brandished the knife and began to slash at Su Lingxian. Just moments ago, it had been Su Lingxian pursuing him, but now the roles had reversed, with Yi Chuan relentlessly chasing Su Lingxian as she darted about. This scene left the spectators and the audience dumbfounded. Wasn't he a paragon of pure love? Why did it seem as though that previous strike was aimed at Su Lingxuan's life? Could it be that love had turned to hatred? Is that really the crux of the matter? The focal point is that this butcher possesses genuine combat prowess against Su Lingxian. He is a practitioner of a life-based profession, the audience collectively gasped. If the initial slap had been the result of a sneak attack by Yi Chuan, what followed was a display of overwhelming strength. Su Lingxian had been striving to create distance for a counterattack. However, Yi Chuan afforded her no such opportunity, closing in with relentless speed, like a parasite clinging to her. Su Lingxuan's face flushed, a profound sense of humiliation swelling within her heart. Ever since she ascended to a legendary combat profession, when had she ever endured such disgrace? Yi Chuan, I want your life. Su Lingxian had evidently lost her composure. No longer evading, she thrust her sword towards Yi Chuan's heart. If Yi Chuan's strike were to fall, her sword would undoubtedly pierce his heart. What madness! Yi Chuan, exasperated, muttered to himself, incredulous that Su Lingxian desired to perish alongside him, who would risk their life in a high-stakes examination. Yi Chuan had no intention of indulging Su Lingxian in her tragic resolve. He swiftly sidestepped her thrust. Gasping for breath, Su Lingxian felt immense pressure from Yi Chuan. She could not afford to lose. How could she possibly suffer defeat at the hands of someone she had always looked down upon? A resolute glimmer flickered in Su Lingxuan's eyes, as if she had made a momentous decision. Sword resonance. Bodhi frost moon, surrounding her delicate form. Sword energy surged, and the hard stone arena bore deep. Intricate scars from its slicing. The temperature plummeted around her, coalescing into a frosty mist. Lingxian, do not act recklessly. This technique places an overwhelming burden on your body. Lu Jingya in the audience sprang to her feet. Forgive me, Teacher Lu, but I must win. Su Lingxuan's frost blade radiated a fierce light that Yi Chuan sensed a formidable threat emanating from her sword. Not only was her weapon a profound-grade spirit artifact, but the skill she wielded also seemed to possess considerable rank. Yi Chuan, it is not too late for you to concede. In Su Lingxuan's eyes, it appeared as though snowflakes were swirling. According to our wager, haven't you already lost? Yi Chuan retorted. Su Lingxian bit her lip in silence. And then her long sword descended with the force of a thunderbolt towards Yi Chuan. Where the sword light passed, an icy chill enveloped the air, freezing even the atmosphere itself. Yi Chuan immediately activated the shadow of the underworld. A series of afterimages materializing behind him, he had mastered this skill to its utmost, creating the illusion that there were several Yi Chuans on the arena. Yet upon closer inspection, it was still possible to discern the true body. Su Lingxian charged towards Yi Chuan's true form without hesitation, but her full-force strike merely passed through him. Su Lingxian was momentarily taken aback. Little did she know that the so-called true form she had struck was merely an illusion conjured by Yi Chuan's illusionary strike. Sky-splitting slash. Yi Chuan unleashed his perfected sky-splitting slash. Aiming to conclude the battle with a single blow, Su Lingxian attempted to evade, but this strike happened to be the ninth. The runes on the blade glowed with an enchanting radiance, emanating a captivating power that was utterly enthralling. That a look of bewilderment washed over Su Lingxuan's face as a strange scene materialized before her, causing her to blush deeply, unable to resist the urge to gaze longer. The vision encapsulated humanity's most primal desires. The allure of this power was not only effective on men, but was equally devastating for women. As Yi Chuan's blade descended, it struck Su Lingxuan's sword with a resounding clang, sending it clattering to the ground. Just as this blow seemed poised to claim Su Lingxuan's life, Yi Chuan suddenly altered his attack, slamming the weighty blade against Su Lingxuan's delicate face, sending her sprawling off the arena. Crashing heavily to the ground, Yi Chuan was not foolish enough to commit murder in such a public setting, especially with that teacher from Tianxiong Academy observing him closely. That if he truly attempted to take Su Lingxuan's life, he would likely face immediate retribution from Lu Jingya. A profound silence descended, spreading like a plague. The Dragon Breath Trial arena was now eerily quiet. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yi Chuan has won. A mere butcher triumphed over a legendary combat professional. Chapter 50. The tiger and the house dog. The faces of the audience were etched with disbelief that Yi Chuan not only emerged victorious, but it seemed that throughout the confrontation, Su Lingxian had not managed to inflict a single injury upon him. This was not merely a victory. It was a one-sided obliteration. If this were not a tournament, Yi Chuan could have effortlessly eliminated Su Lingxian without sustaining a scratch. How could a butcher from a life-based profession achieve such a feat? Did he treat Su Lingxian like a pig? Examiner, did I win? Yi Chuan's voice broke the stunned silence of the examiner, who hastily declared, yes, The victor of the finals, Yichuan from Qingcheng High School. The arena erupted in an instant. The examiner's announcement brought the audience back to reality. It was real. They were not dreaming that a butcher had genuinely defeated the legendary combat professional Su Lingxian. All eyes were riveted upon Yichuan below the stage, filled with astonishment, as if beholding a monster. Was this man truly just a butcher? Qin Yan's interest was piqued. Could it be possible that Qingcheng miscalculated during the assessment? Is Yichuan actually a combat professional? He found it more plausible that Qingcheng High School had misrepresented the data during the occupation assessment. Indeed, such occurrences have transpired in the annals of humanity. Perhaps a retest is in order. So Shiran nodded in agreement. Such matters had indeed happened a few times in human history, with their remarks. Staff members from the Dragon Breath Trial Arena quickly ascended the stage to reassess Yichuan's profession and rank. However, the results mirrored those of Qingcheng High School, a god-tier life-based profession. Butcher. Qin Yan fell silent, his brow furrowed. Clearly torn, he was grappling with whether to extend an olive branch to Yichuan and recruit him into the Zhenwu Academy. To label Yichuan as a bad seed would be misleading, given that he had decisively defeated Su Lingxian. Conversely, to deem him a good seed would be equally misleading, as he was undeniably a life-based butcher. Throughout human history, no life-based profession had ever emerged as a formidable force. As cultivation levels rose, the disparity in combat power between life-based and combat-based professions would only widen. So Shiran's fingers lightly tapped in contemplation, clearly struggling with the matter. As recruitment teachers, they too faced significant evaluative pressures. Two of you, surely you do not intend to recruit Yichuan, do you? At that moment, Lu Jingyao suddenly spoke up. What do you mean, Teacher Lu? Qin Yan squinted, questioning. This Yichuan has crossed paths with my Tianqiong Academy. Lu Jingyao replied, coldly, her gaze fixed upon the despondent Su Lingxian below. Lingshuan's defeat today will undoubtedly become an indelible thorn in her heart, compelling her to one day personally eradicate him to remove this obstacle. Upon hearing Lu Jingya's words, Qin Yan and Zhu Shiran found clarity in their hearts. While they were not intimidated by Tianqiong Academy, it was evidently unwise to offend them over a life-based butcher. Lu Jingya rose and stepped over to Su Lingshuan's side. She soared through the air, a master at the King's realm. Someone in the audience gasped in astonishment. The mastery realm is already considered the pinnacle of existence in Qingcheng. As for a King's realm expert, one would be hard-pressed to find another in the entire city. Su Lingxian sat frozen in place, her eyes vacant and unfocused, as if her soul had been lost. She had lost. She had actually lost to Yichuan. How could she possibly have lost to Yichuan? Upon witnessing Su Lingshuan's distressed demeanor, Lu Jingya felt a pang of sympathy and quickly spoke to comfort her. Lingxian, victories and defeats are commonplace. You need not take it to heart. Once you enter the Tianqiong Academy, within no more than half a year, nay, within just 3 months, Yichuan will find it arduous to keep pace with you. After all, he is merely a vocational student in the life sciences. Teacher Lu, there is no need for your consolation. A loss is a loss, Su Lingxian replied sorrowfully, shaking her head. Though I offer you solace. I speak only the truth. The students of Tianqiong Academy are undoubtedly formidable, Lu Jingya remarked, casting her gaze towards the boy who had initially stood beside Su Lingxian. Your senior Lin has only been at Tianqiong Academy for a year, and is but a year your senior. Though he specializes in an epic-level combat profession, believe me when I say, he could defeat Yichuan in no more than 3 moves. Lin Yu grinned widely, a terrifying aura emanating from him. The onlooker's pupils constricted in shock. 7th tier of the Master Realm? Is this the caliber of students from Tianqiong Academy? How terrifying. They murmured, if a student could reach the Master Realm within a year. What might be said of those who graduate after 4 years? They could very well be at the Grandmaster level, or even attain the status of a king. Is this the profound foundation of the strongest academy in the 5th district of the Human Federation? It seems that even a casual student they send forth could easily dominate our entire Qingcheng. A 7th-tier master is already considered a notable power in Qingcheng. Yet at Tianqiong Academy, he is merely a first-year student. Junior Lingxian, do not be disheartened. I shall teach him a lesson for you, Lin Yu said, flexing his wrists as he strode towards Yichuan with a cold smile that why Yichuan narrowed his eyes. He recognized that he had no assurance of victory against Lin Yu, a 7th-tier master, in a life-or-death struggle. He could at most muster a 30% chance of defeating Lin Yu. Moreover, he would also have to contend with Lu Jingya, a formidable king-level expert. Observing closely if Lin Yu truly intended to strike, Yichuan's only option would be to make a swift exit, just as Lin Yu was about to make his move. A light laughter rang out. "Teacher Lu, your Qianxiong Academy is, after all, the strongest institution in our 5th district. It seems rather inappropriate for a student who's been enrolled for a year to bully someone less experienced. Wouldn't you agree?" Dressed in a flowing white gown, Jiang Shiyan stepped forward, carrying a guqin on her back. Her aura appeared somewhat unsteady, clearly indicating a recent breakthrough to the Master Realm. Accompanying her were several master-level experts from the Jotian Alliance, including Qianli, who winked at Yichuan. "Heh, and what if we do bully you?" Lin Yu scoffed, gazing disdainfully at Jiang Shiyan and her entourage. "If you wish to support that pathetic pig butcher, then let all of you come at me together. Lin Yu, alone could crush you all." "Lin Yu, do not be rude," Lu Jingya admonished sternly, then turned to Jiang Shiyan with a smile that, "Miss Jiang, what brings you to Qingcheng?" As the admissions officer for Tianxiong Academy, Lu Jingya had traveled extensively through various human cities and was well aware that this young lady before her was not of simple origin. "Must I report to Teacher Lu wherever I go?" Jiang Shiyan replied playfully, "Of course not. Since Miss Jiang has intervened, this matter shall cease here," Lu Jingya said, smiling as she took Su Lingxian by the arm, ready to leave. "Lingxian, you have seen for yourself that Senior Lin Yu's talent surpasses yours. He has reached the 7th tier of the Master Realm in just 1 year. With your gifts within a year, you too shall at least be at the 9th tier of the Master Realm, if not breaking through to Grandmaster. Why then must you remain shackled by the present defeat? Can a tiger, upon losing to a mere house dog in its youth, abandon its pride? A tiger, once it matures, will inevitably reign as the king of beasts in the mountains. Meanwhile, a house dog will forever remain just that, a mere house dog." Upon hearing Lu Jingya's words, Su Lingxuan's countenance brightened slightly, yet she still bore an air of discomfort. After all, she had lost to Yichuan, the very person she looked down upon, before all those present. If she were indeed inferior to him, did that not imply that her decisive choice to leave him was a grave mistake? This was unacceptable. She, Su Lingxian, could not be wrong. She was no longer the follower who trailed behind Yichuan. "Thank you, Teacher Lu, for your guidance. I understand now," Su Lingxian said as she picked up her sword, her resolve reigniting as she coldly gazed at Yichuan. "Why, Yichuan, today I have lost, but not to you. I have lost to my own arrogance and underestimation of you. A year from now, I shall return to Qingcheng to seek you out. When that time comes, I will not underestimate you again, and I shall unleash all my abilities to battle you. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. When that time comes, I shall prove that my choice was correct." The fire of determination reignited in Su Lingxuan's eyes. Teacher Lu was right. She need not be confined by the present outcome. Her journey lay among the stars and the vast seas. "As you wish," Yichuan replied, uninterested in prolonging the conversation. His sole desire was to claim the storage spirit weapon promised by Zhao Ming and the rare skill scroll that could only be obtained by winning the grand examination. As for Su Lingxuan's declaration of a rematch in a year, he could only chuckle at the thought. Setting aside whether she could even find him a year from now, she was not his equal now, and the gap would only widen in the future. "Teacher Lu, let us depart," Su Lingxian said, her demeanor once again cool and composed. As they left, Lin Yu brushed past Yichuan, sneering, "Today, consider yourself fortunate to hide behind a woman. Otherwise, I could have dispatched you with a single strike." Perhaps, Yichuan shrugged. After the students from Tianxiong Academy departed, the remaining onlookers began to disperse in small groups, their expressions reflecting a sense of disbelief. After all, no one had anticipated that Yichuan, a mere butcher, could defeat the super genius Su Lingxian. It was almost unbelievable. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such an extraordinary event could occur. "Thank you," Yichuan said to Jiang Shiyan, acknowledging her assistance. Without her intervention today, he would likely have been forced to flee under Lu Jingya's pressure. Thank me for what? Since you've joined the Jyotian Alliance. You are one of us. Assisting you is only natural, Jiang Shiyan said, her eyes sparkling at why each one chose not to elaborate, merely committing her kindness to memory that a favor must be repaid and a grudge must be settled even more so. King level, you say? One wonders how many pigs he must slay to sever the head of a king. Soon enough, Yi Chuan received the reward for securing first place, a bundle of rare skill scrolls. Gazing at the scrolls before him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. His display of strength was solely to secure this prize. After all, the value of a bundle of rare skill scrolls could easily equate to 10 bundles of advanced skill scrolls. The disparity was undeniable. After acquiring the rare skill scrolls, Yi Chuan approached Zhao Ming to claim the reward they had previously discussed. Alas, Yi Chuan, you have acted too impulsively. By doing this, you have irrevocably offended both Tianxiong Academy and Su Lingxian. Zhao Ming said, shaking his head in resignation. He had initially thought Yi Chuan would try to persuade Su Lingxian to stay, but instead he had chosen to confront her directly. After speaking, Zhao Ming produced an ancient bracelet and handed it to Yi Chuan. The bracelet emanated a faint glow, its surface marked by the passage of time, with mysterious patterns entwined around it. Upon accepting the bracelet, Yi Chuan used his mental energy to explore its contents. Discovering that it housed a space of its own, roughly half the size of a basketball court and a floor high. While the space was not vast, it was sufficient for Yi Chuan, effectively resolving his immediate dilemma. This is what you sought, the Liuguang Jiawan, a yellow-tier premium spirit weapon. Take it and be gone, Zhao Ming said, waving his hands repeatedly, clearly anxious to avoid any further association with Yi Chuan that might provoke Tianxiong Academy's ire. Thank you, Yi Chuan exclaimed, donning the Liuguang Jiawan and returning to the Jyotian Alliance's headquarters alongside Jiang Shiyan. Once back at the headquarters, Yi Chuan first utilized the bundle of rare skill scrolls he had received. Acquired rare-level movement skill, Windwalk without trace. Windwalk without trace. Minor completion upon activation. Traverse the winds, enhancing one's agility attribute by 50 for a duration of 5 minutes when moving with the wind. This enhancement increases to 100, lasting for 10 minutes. Wow. Yi Chuan inhaled sharply. In comparison to Windwalk, the shadow of the underworld was utterly inferior. The disparity between intermediate skills and rare-level skills was indeed staggering, and it was worth his while to have taken the stage to defeat Su Lingxian. After utilizing the rare-level skill scroll, Yi Chuan set off to procure supplies, bottled water, canned food, vegetables and fruits, and healing elixirs. He ceased his shopping only when he had nearly filled the storage space within the luminescent bracelet, for if it were completely packed, he would have no room for the materials from the ferocious beasts. With these supplies in hand, even if the Thunderlion Alliance sent individuals to hunt him outside the city, he could easily retreat into the deep mountains and forests, evading them for 10 days or half a month. Having prepared to leave the city, Yi Chuan proceeded to the first floor to accept a mission from the Nine Heavens Alliance, quickly discovering one that suited him. The 2-star mission: hunt a giant armored crocodile and return its corpse intact, with a reward of 900 contribution points. Note: this task is best undertaken by Transcendent at the 8th rank or above. If completed in a team, the members should ideally be above the 5th rank. With no fewer than 5 participants, the giant armored crocodile boasted a thick shell-like armor, rendering it exceptionally defensive. Even 3 to 4 Transcendent individuals bombarding it may fail to inflict any damage, making it a notorious tough opponent. However, for Yi Chuan, who was adept at butchery and possessed armor-piercing skills, the giant armored crocodile represented a promising target. The Nine Heavens Alliance had consistently aided him, and he felt compelled to reciprocate. Yi Chuan promptly accepted the mission and exited the city. He had been cooped up within the city for far too long. The days of being unable to hunt had nearly driven him mad. Unbeknownst to him, the Thunderlion Alliance was also on the verge of madness. Just as Yi Chuan stepped outside the city, Lei Gang, preoccupied with a woman, received the news. You mean that Brat has finally emerged from the Nine Heavens Alliance? And he has ventured out alone? Yes. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Attribute report. Excellent. Splendid. A fierce killing intent flickered in Lei Gang's crimson eyes. In that case, I shall ensure this brat remains outside the city forever. Chapter 52. The giant armored croc-lion, Yi Chuan strode straight out of the city, as the saying goes. Practice makes perfect to be why his third excursion. Yi Chuan had shed the naivety of his first venture and was now well versed in the terrain. The giant armored croc-lion favored water. Aside from feeding, it typically lingered near water's edge, and the nearest river to Qingsheng was the swirling Qing River. Why Yi Chuan quickly pinpointed his target on the map. By following the river, he was certain to locate the giant armored croc lion. As he set off, he soon encountered a towering giant goblin. Unlike its diminutive counterparts, this goblin stood nearly 3 meters tall. Its body a mass of sinewy muscles. The giant goblin was a mutated variant, possessing formidable strength comparable to a 5th-rank transcendent. However, in Yi Chuan's eyes, a 5th-rank transcendent was hardly a challenge. Employing the windwalk technique he had just mastered, Yi Chuan felt the wind surge beneath his feet, his speed increasing exponentially as he appeared before the giant goblin in an instant. The giant goblin, wielding a spiked club, aimed to crush Yi Chuan's skull. Yet, Yi Chuan was swifter. With a flash of his butchering knife, he swiftly severed the goblin's throat. The giant goblin clutched its neck, eyes wide, as its massive form collapsed backward with a thunderous crash. Butcher Yi Chuan had slain a special pig, gaining 6 levels, with an additional damage increase of 1 against pig-type creatures, and earning 0.1 free attribute points. Yi Chuan stowed the goblin spike club into the storage space of the luminescent bracelet. It was an excellent material for refining, sure to fetch a handsome price upon his return. As he made his way toward the Qing River, Yi Chuan continued his path of destruction. Butcher Yi Chuan had slain a special pig, gaining 5 levels, with an additional damage increase of 1 against pig-type creatures, and earning 0.1 free attribute points. Butcher Yi Chuan had slain a special pig, gaining 4 levels, with an additional damage increase of 1 against pig-type creatures, and earning 0.1 free attribute points. Butcher Yi Chuan had slain a 2-legged pig, gaining 8 levels, with an additional damage increase of 1 against pig-type creatures, and earning 0.1 free attribute points. Yi Chuan quickly ascended to the 3rd rank of the Transcendent Realm. Rapidly advancing toward the 4th, the enhancement from the pig-slaying skill was already formidable, and coupled with the time he had spent consolidating his abilities within the 9 Heaven's Alliance, Yi Chuan was now nearly unmatched within the Transcendent Realm. The beasts he encountered were, in his eyes, merely pigs awaiting slaughter. With the luminescent bracelet at his disposal, none of the materials from these pigs would go to waste. They would all be put to good use. Armed with his butchering knife, Yi Chuan carved his way from the entrance of Qingcheng to the banks of the Qing River without so much as a blink, feeling his eyes grow dry. Yi Chuan applied some eye drops before beginning his search for the giant armored croc-lion along the riverbank. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Not a single ferocious beast was in sight. Yet, Yi Chuan remained vigilant. His alertness heightened in the wilderness. An eerie silence often signified that one had ventured into the territory of a powerful beast. The formidable beast lurking near the Qing River was likely the giant armored croc-lion. Sure enough, after a short while, Yi Chuan heard a beastly roar, an ominous warning directed at him. The corners of Yi Chuan's mouth curled into a smirk. He had come precisely for the giant armored croc-lion and had no intention of retreating. Yi Chuan activated Windwalk, pursuing the sound of the roar. Soon, he laid eyes upon the true form of the beast. It resembled a lion, devoid of fur, its body enveloped in thick scales, and a tail resembling an iron whip. The beast submerged half its body in the water, its bloodthirsty eyes fixated on Yi Chuan. The giant armored croc-lion was taken aback. Upon hearing its warning, this insignificant human did not flee, but dared to approach. Enraged, the giant armored croc-lion unleashed a furious roar, lunging at Yi Chuan with its massive jaws. The sheer force of its bite could obliterate even a defense-specialized transcendent. Yi Chuan deftly evaded the attack, shifting to the left as he sought an opportunity to strike. Given that the mission required him to return the corpse intact, he aimed for a decisive blow. This giant armored croc-lion was comparable to an 8th or 9th rank transcendent. And even Yi Chuan knew that a single strike would not come easily. With formidable defense and powerful strikes, the only vulnerability of the giant armored croc-lion lay in its speed. Fortunately, speed was Yi Chuan's forte. By alternating between windwalk and shadow of the underworld, he wore the giant armored crocodile down, leaving it panting for breath, while the beast could not land a single hit on him. "Keep it up, big guy. Is that all you've got?" Yichuan taunted with a provocative smile. Although the giant armored crocodile could not comprehend his words, Yichuan's attitude had clearly ignited its fury. It violently swung its head, its tail whipping toward Yichuan's head. Yichuan's eyes narrowed as he clenched his other hand into a fist. Shattering stone punch, he struck the giant armored crocodile's tail with tremendous force, sending it crashing back in pain. Roaring in agony, the giant armored crocodile opened its massive jaws, gathering terrifying energy within. This was the beast's innate skill. The energy it expelled could rival molten lava. Yet, instead of feeling fear, Yichuan's expression brightened. "I've been waiting for this move. Blood Shadow Butcher." The powerful, malevolent energy surged forth, enveloping the giant armored crocodile in an overwhelming fear, causing the energy it had been gathering to dissipate instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Yichuan charged forward, wielding his dragon-slaying blade. That moment, the giant armored crocodile had its mouth agape. Unprotected by any scales, ensure his strike would deliver a fatal blow. Yichuan executed the cloud-piercing slash. With the augmented power of the cloud-piercing slash, combined with the armor-piercing effects of the soul-slaying blade and the additional damage against pig-type creatures, the outcome was inevitable. The giant armored crocodile was instantly slain, utterly lifeless. Butcher Yichuan had slain a special pig, gaining 10 levels, with an additional damage increase of 1 against pig-type creatures, and earning 0.1 free attribute points. Mission accomplished. Yichuan's lips curled into a smile. Having dealt with the colossal armored crocodile lion, what awaited him next was a frenzied slaughter of pigs to elevate his realm. It must be said that the wilderness was indeed the most suitable place for him. Just as Yichuan intended to store the carcass of the colossal armored crocodile lion into the luminescent realm bracelet, a sudden human exclamation echoed nearby. "Yuan Gu, come quickly. There's a deceased adult colossal armored crocodile lion over here." Chapter 53. Unexpected discovery. A hunting party appeared within Yichuan's line of sight. The group consisted of 3 women and 2 men, 1 at the 8th stage of the Ascendant Realm, 2 at the 9th stage, and 2 masters, though Yichuan could not discern their exact levels. The exclamation had come from a long-haired woman among them, a master with striking black eyes and pearly teeth, who gazed in astonishment at the carcass of the colossal armored crocodile lion. Yu Xiaojuan's small face was filled with surprise. After all, the defensive capabilities of the colossal armored crocodile lion were exceedingly formidable. Even their small team of 5 would require considerable effort to bring down such a beast. Wang Yuan, whom she referred to as Yuan Gu, cast a look of astonishment towards Yichuan. "This friend, how should I address you?" he inquired amicably. Yichuan, he replied, all the while seamlessly storing the carcass of the colossal armored crocodile lion into the luminescent realm bracelet, storage spiritual weapon. Wang Yuan's gaze turned more wary. Given the youthfulness of his counterpart, possessing such a weapon suggested a background that was anything but ordinary. Noticing Yichuan's intention to depart after storing the beast, Wang Yuan hastily called out, "Brother Yichuan, wait a moment. Is there something you need? Where are the others in your party?" Wang Yuan asked. "I have no party. I am alone," Yichuan replied candidly, his right hand already surreptitiously resting upon the luminescent realm bracelet. Should the other party harbor intentions of treachery, he was fully prepared to inflict severe damage or even eliminate Wang Yuan in a swift strike. Alone? Wang Yuan's gaze reflected skepticism, in his view. Given Yichuan's apparent status, he must have strong allies, indicating a lack of trust on the latter's part. "You see, we discovered an entrance to a secret realm up ahead, but that realm lies within the territory of a gold-eyed water lion beast. Comparable to a 5th-stage master," Wang Yuan elaborated on his motive, "that we wish to seek your cooperation to slay the gold-eyed water lion beast. Naturally, once we enter the secret realm, any rewards will be based on individual merit. In this world, numerous secret realms existed, some remnants of fallen powerful beings, while others were naturally occurring spaces. The contents of these realms were unpredictable. Some were desolate, devoid of life, that a newly discovered secret realm represented a tremendous temptation for many. If news were to spread, it would likely deprive them of their opportunity, thus explaining Wang Yuan's urgency in seeking allies to tackle the gold-eyed water-lion beast, Secret Realm. Yi Chuan's interest was piqued. Very well, let us not delay. Let us proceed. Are you truly alone? Wang Yuan pressed further. Brother Yi Chuan, do not jest. Let the one who could handle the colossal armored crocodile lion reveal themselves. His expression began to darken. He had deduced that Yi Chuan's realm was likely around the 4th stage of the Ascendant Realm. At most the 5th, such strength would barely be sufficient to keep them from hindering their efforts, suggesting that someone else must have dealt with the colossal armored crocodile lion. Why Yi Chuan chose not to clarify. He was acutely aware that the other party underestimated his capabilities. With a swift motion, he clenched his fingers, channeling all his strength into a single punch within 2 seconds, executing the perfected shattered stone fist. Wang Yuan was taken aback and raised his hands instinctively to block. However, the additional damage from the pig tribe's nemesis was not so easily thwarted. Even a master like Wang Yuan was sent flying, stumbling back several dozen steps before barely regaining his footing, his hands trembling uncontrollably. What formidable strength! Wang Yuan gazed at Yi Chuan in awe. So, do I now possess the qualifications to collaborate with you? Yi Chuan inquired. Indeed. Wang Yuan nodded. With their team's strength, coupled with Yi Chuan's prowess, they should be able to take down the gold-eyed water lion beast. Yuan Ge, are you serious? We are truly enlisting the help of someone at the 4th stage of the Ascendant Realm? The other Ascendant Realm 9th stage male, Tung Yingyi, questioned with skepticism. Ahem, you shall see for yourself. Wang Yuan coughed twice, concealing his bruised arms behind his back. That I shall put to the test. What can someone at the Ascendant Realm possibly achieve? Before he could finish, Tung Yingyi was sent hurtling back by Yi Chuan's punch. Instantly, he understood the gravity of the situation. The others quickly grasped that Yi Chuan could not be assessed merely by his apparent realm. This individual likely held a professional rank above epic, making it commonplace for him to challenge those above his level. Yi Chuan, we welcome you to temporarily join our team. Wang Yuan extended his hand, clasping Yi Chuan's in a firm grip. Let us set forth. Yi Chuan nodded. The 6-member team proceeded southeast, during which Yi Chuan became acquainted with the others. The 2 other women were named Ho Xia at the 8th stage of the Ascendant Realm, and Jian Pan at the 9th stage. Wang Yuan and his companions sought collaboration not only due to the formidable strength of the gold-eyed water lion beast, but also because the other master in their party, Yu Xiaowan, lacked combat ability. Her profession was that of a fortunate star, which inherently lacked combat prowess but could significantly amplify the fighting capabilities of others. For example, Tung Yingyi and Jian Pan, both at the 9th stage of the Ascendant Realm, could contend with a 1st stage master under Yu Xiaojuan's enhancement without falling behind. With Wang Yuan being a 2nd stage master, with Yu Xiaojuan's blessing, his combat ability could rival that of a 4th stage master. Yi Chuan nodded, intrigued to discover how much his combat prowess might be enhanced by Yu Xiaojuan's blessing. Approximately 20 minutes later, Wang Yuan and his companions slowed their pace. Continuing forward a few hundred meters would lead them directly into the territory of the gold-eyed water lion beast. An entity of terrifying power, its golden eyes sharp as daggers. Wang Yuan cautioned, proceed with caution. Yi Chuan refrained from idle chatter, retrieving his slaughtering knife from the luminescent realm bracelet. The moment the knife emerged, a faint aura of malevolence enveloped the area, sending chills down their spines. The others trembled involuntarily, casting astonished glances at the knife in Yi Chuan's hand. From this blade emanated an ineffable sense of threat. Yi Chuan, why does that knife resemble a slaughtering knife? Yu Xiaowan could not help, but inquired at why. Yi Chuan raised an eyebrow and explained, in the slaughterhouse, one may call it a slaughtering knife, and I shall not dispute that. However, once outside the city, it must be referred to as a dragon-slaying knife. Chapter 54. Gold-eyed water lion beast dragon slaying. The expressions of Wang Yuan and the others became somewhat peculiar. The name was indeed grandiose. Yet the knife undeniably resembled a slaughtering knife. Doubts lingered in their hearts. Had they truly enlisted the help of someone who wielded a mere slaughtering knife as a weapon? Yet having come this far, they had no choice but to place their trust in Yi Chuan, for the strength he had just displayed was genuine. The group began to cautiously advance forward. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, A group lay hidden in the shadows, their gazes fixed upon them like snakes poised to strike. The beast has appeared. Be cautious. Wang Yuan suddenly spoke in a low voice. A fearsome creature emerged before them. Its entire body a deep shade of blue, its mane flowing like tendrils, with only its eyes glimmering golden. The beast stood nearly 5 meters tall, exuding an aura of terrifying oppression. The fifth-stage master, gold-eyed water lion beast. Tung Yingyi, you are swift. Your task is to distract that beast. Jian Pan, you will provide range support, obscuring the gold-eyed water lion beast's line of sight. Ensure its golden-eyed attacks do not land on us. Ho Xia, your role remains unchanged. Protect Wushuang. Wang Yuan issued commands with remarkable composure. Evidently, their team had undergone extensive coordination and had developed a strong sense of camaraderie. As for you, Brother Yichuan, since you were able to handle the colossal armored crocodile lion, your offensive capabilities should not be lacking. That we need you to inflict as much damage as possible on the gold-eyed water lion beast. Yichuan nodded that if there are no objections, let us proceed. Wushuang. Wang Yuan urged. While Wushuang raised her hand, and a gentle orb of orange light gradually coalesced in her palm, transforming into 4 luminous seals that flew towards Yichuan and his companions. Resonance spirit light. In that instant, enveloped by the light, Yichuan distinctly felt his 3-dimensional attributes begin to amplify at a terrifying rate. Name. Yichuan occupation. Divine level pig butcher level. 4-stage entry realm, 11. 2. Strength, 217.5, 82.5. Agility, 217.5, 82.5. Spirit, 217.5, 82.5. Occupational talent. Nemesis of the Pig Clan, Blade of the Butcher God. Occupational skills. Blood Shadow Butcher, LV2, Soul Slaying Knife Intent, LV2. Other skills. Windwalking without trace. Minor achievement. Phantom Shadow, Perfect, Illusory Strike, minor achievement. Shattering Stone Fist, major achievement. Cloud Splitting Slash, major achievement. Nemesis of the Pig Clan. Attacks deal an additional 1450 damage to pigs. For each pig killed, this talent amplifies by 1. And damage dealt by pigs is halved. Blade of the Butcher God. Designate a weapon as the Butcher's Knife. Each pig slain by this knife provides 0.1 points of free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher. The Butcher releases his malevolent aura, forcing pigs into a state of terror for 2 seconds. That soul-slaying knife intent. The Butcher's Knife inherently possesses knife intent, allowing strikes to ignore 20 defense from pigs. His original 3-dimensional attributes were all at 145. But under Wushuang's enhancement, they surged to 217 in an instant. Although Wushuang herself lacked combat prowess, she could amplify her teammates' 3-dimensional attributes by 50, which explained her presence in Wang Yuan's hunting party. She was essentially a human walking amplifier. Why Yichuan had a feeling that in this state, if he faced Su Lingxian, he could defeat her with a single punch, even without employing the dragon-slaying blade. Just as Yichuan reveled in the augmentation brought by Wushuang, Tung Yingyi had already charged forward. His speed was astonishing, darting past the golden-eyed water lion beast in a flash, instantly drawing its attention. The beast roared, and its sharp claws came crashing down towards Tung Yingyi. Countercurrent. Jian Pan, a mid-level windwalker, could manipulate the air currents around her. At the moment of her strike, a powerful gust surged upwards, directly resisting the claws of the golden-eyed water lion beast. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yuan struck with a silver spear, akin to a golden serpent emerging from its lair, piercing the beast and leaving a gaping wound. The golden-eyed water lion beast howled in pain, its golden eyes gleaming even brighter, reflecting Tung Yingyi's terrified visage. "It is over. Yuan Gu, that beast has locked onto me." Tung Yingyi's face turned pale. The most terrifying aspect of the golden-eyed water lion beast was those golden eyes, from which energy beams emanated with such intensity they could melt even metal, let alone a mortal body. That moment, a figure swept through the air, zipping past him. He was stunned, his expression akin to that of the Flash witnessing Superman looking back while in full sprint. The figure that had just rushed by was none other than Yichuan. Tung Yingyi's astonishment. Yichuan's speed surpassed his own. Tung Yingyi felt his worldview shatter. After all, his realm was higher than Yichuan's. and speed was his forte. Yet, what followed was even more shocking. Just as the golden-eyed water lion beast was about to unleash its energy beams, Yichuan leaped high into the air. If he had no means to gain traction while airborne, there would be no escaping. Yichuan, get back. The golden-eyed water lion beast's attack is extraordinarily lethal. You could lose your life, Wang Yuan shouted urgently. However, Yichuan remained unheeding, continuing his charge toward the golden-eyed water lion beast. The beast's eyes were now brilliantly radiant. If this continued, Yichuan's fate was sealed. He would be incinerated in an instant by the blazing energy beams. As expected, the golden-eyed water lion beast showed no mercy, unleashing two golden beams directly at Yichuan. But to the astonishment of Wang Yuan and the others, the beams pierced right through Yichuan's body without inflicting any harm. Even his clothes remained unscorched. Was that an illusion? Wang Yuan's pupils constricted as he instantly comprehended what had transpired. Why, Yichuan dashed towards the golden-eyed water lion beast, then swung his butcher's knife in a horizontal arc. Cloud-splitting slash. The strike was as swift as lightning, exceedingly precise. Almost in the blink of an eye, the golden-eyed water lion beast emitted a heart-wrenching howl. The golden beams vanished instantaneously, and two streams of blood wept from its eyes. The intense pain drove the beast into a frenzy, yet its once proud golden eyes were now completely blinded. The golden-eyed water lion beast had become the blind water lion beast, utilizing windwalking without trace to swiftly close the distance. Then employing illusory strike to bait the beast's attack, followed by the cloud-splitting slash that severed its sight. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. Wang Yuan and the others gasped in astonishment. Their eyes filled with shock. They now truly believed that Yichuan had single-handedly slain the armored crocodile lion. This fellow, despite being merely at the fourth stage of the entry realm, exhibited combat prowess that could overshadow many at the master realm. Chapter 55. Space Rift, stop gawking. Take advantage of its weakness and finish it off. Let us resolve this beast, Wang Yuan commanded, snapping Tung Yingyi and the others back to reality, with the golden-eyed water lion beast now blind. This was the perfect moment to eliminate it. Regaining their senses, Tung Yingyi and Jian Pan swiftly launched their attacks against the golden-eyed water lion beast. Several wind blades sliced towards it, while Tung Yingyi, moving like a dragon, left deep crimson gashes on its body in an instant. Wang Yuan wielded a silver spear, the intricate patterns on it fitting perfectly within his grasp, a dragon-taming overlord spear. With a thrust, a dragon's roar echoed, as if a true dragon soared into the sky, ferociously tearing at the golden-eyed water lion beast. Enhanced by Yushuang, Wang Yuan's strength rivaled that of a fourth-stage master, and this thrust pierced the beast through. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the beast's originally azure body. Having had its eyes blinded by Yichuan and then sustained severe injuries from Wang Yuan and the others, the golden-eyed water lion beast's aura visibly waned. Yet it was far from defeated. A Master Realm 5th-stage beast was not so easily vanquished. The golden-eyed water lion beast let out a chilling roar, its azure body radiating an even more dazzling blue light. The blue glow swirled, the center of the vortex being the beast's gaping, blood-stained maw. Yichuan and the others felt a formidable pull tugging at their bodies, as though their very blood were being siphoned away. Be cautious. The golden-eyed water lion beast, aside from its golden eyes, possesses water manipulation abilities. Keep your distance. Do not approach it. Wang Yuan shouted a warning. That beast was severely wounded. As long as we can stall it, it would bleed out and perish. Tung Yingyi and the others nodded, preparing to endure and bring down the golden-eyed water lion beast through attrition. But at that moment, Yichuan charged out once more. Ridiculous. As a butcher, how can I not actively pursue my prey to grow stronger? Blood Shadow Butcher. The malevolent aura surrounding Yichuan solidified and surged towards the golden-eyed water lion beast. The beast instantly fell into a state of terror, causing the vortex that threatened to drain their blood to dissipate. Why Yichuan employed wind-walking without trace, flowing like a breeze beneath the beast's neck. The butcher Yichuan had just slain a special pig, gaining 150 levels, enhancing the additional damage from his nemesis of the pig clan by 1. and earning zero point 0.1 points of free attributes. In the astonished gazes of Wang Yuan and the others, the massive form of the golden-eyed water lion beast slowly collapsed. A fine line of blood appeared around its neck, clearly the result of Yi Chuan's swift strike that severed its throat as he passed beneath. Yi Chuan couldn't help but marvel at Yu Shaowan's blessing. Without her enhancement, killing the golden-eyed water lion beast would have been far more challenging. Wow. Wang Yuan and the others were left speechless, astonished at this man who truly was only at the fourth stage of the entry realm. In the realm of the fourth stage of the ascendant realm, it might be plausible to sever the eyes of the golden-eyed water lion beast with a single strike. But how could one possibly slay it outright with a mere blow? Even with its grievous injuries and near demise, the ferocity of a cornered beast is notoriously formidable. Wait a moment. The fourth stage of the ascendant realm? Wang Yuan abruptly turned his gaze towards Yi Chuan. He realized that the aura emanating from Yi Chuan was undeniably that of the fifth stage of the ascendant realm. No wonder Yi Chuan is so formidable. It appears he has concealed his true power. Enlightenment dawned upon Wang Yuan. From many spiritual weapons and skills possess the ability to obscure the specific realms of their wielder. If Yi Chuan also harbored similar artifacts, then everything would fall into place. Why Yi Chuan rubbed his nose, tacitly acknowledging the implication. After all, he couldn't possibly divulge to Wang Yuan that he had just slain the golden-eyed water lion beast and leveled up. Could he? No ordinary class changer would ever rely on slaying ferocious beasts to gain levels. With the golden-eyed water lion beast dispatched, all obstacles were cleared. Wang Yuan and his companions led Yi Chuan to the edge of a cliff. Below, a rift in space, several centimeters wide, had appeared at some point. Through this rift, one could faintly glimpse another world beyond, with a chilling aura wafting through the opening. In a fleeting moment, Yi Chuan seemed to see countless desiccated corpses drifting past the rift. A shiver coursed through him. This rift exuded an ominous sense of foreboding. This is the secret realm we discovered. When we first found it, the rift was but a few centimeters wide at this rate. Within a day or two, it will widen sufficiently for a living being to enter. Wang Yuan began to explain, then added, Yi Chuan, we are both unaware of what lies within this secret realm. So once we enter, let us part ways. That I wish you fruitful discoveries. Why Yi Chuan nodded. He and Wang Yuan were not particularly close. If they were to team up, should they encounter something valuable, it could easily lead to conflict. They stood guard at the entrance of the rift, quietly awaiting the opening of the secret realm. As the spatial fluctuations grew more intense, the rift expanded further. Just as Wang Yuan and his companions thought they could soon enter, a pure white beam of light suddenly shot into the sky. The clouds high above were dispersed by this radiant beam. It was strikingly conspicuous, visible even from miles away. Immediately after, a chilling wind howled, and a malevolent aura began to engulf the white light. In the end, the beam vanished, and day was abruptly transformed into night. Damn it! Wang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Such a terrifying phenomenon would undoubtedly draw all nearby, powerful beings to this location. Those arriving might not solely be human. Even other races could appear. Yet simultaneously, Wang Yuan felt a flicker of excitement. The emergence of such an anomaly signified that this secret realm likely contained extraordinary treasures. With this thought, Wang Yuan quickly turned to Yi Chuan and inquired, Yi Chuan, I admit my earlier words were premature. Shall we continue to cooperate? Chapter 56. The eerie secret realm. Wang Yuan had initially planned to share the spoils of this secret realm with Yi Chuan. Given the current circumstances, it was prudent for them to join forces. With countless powerful beings likely to converge here soon, collaborating to secure the treasures within the secret realm was indeed a more favorable strategy. Once we enter, regardless of what we encounter, we will distribute the spoils according to our contributions, striving for fairness. How does that sound? Wang Yuan pressed out agreed. Why? Yi Chuan nodded. The blessing from Yu Shaowan provided him with a formidable boost in combat power. Moreover, it was evident that Wang Yuan and his companions were seasoned veterans of the wilderness. Teaming up with them for his first venture into a secret realm was undoubtedly a wise choice. These experienced individuals may lack in other areas, but their survival skills were surely top-notch. Excellent. Let us hasten, lest others arrive before us. Wang Yuan took the lead, charging towards the rift, which had now widened to half a meter. Ample enough for a person to pass through. To be cautious. Avoid brushing against the edges of the rift, or even spiritual weapons may be severed. Wang Yuan cautioned, that Wei Chuan carefully maneuvered through the rift, feeling a momentary sensation of weightlessness. Upon fully crossing over, he found himself in a completely new world. Just as Chuan and his companions vanished into the rift, another group appeared at the entrance. Their chests adorned with an emblem of a lion trampling thunder, a newly discovered secret realm that had evaded notice. Chuan's luck was truly astonishing. Lake Gang grinned coldly, his smile laced with malice. He had intended to pursue Chuan into the wilderness to exact vengeance for their previous encounter. However, he had refrained from attacking, as Chuan was accompanied by Wang Yuan and his group. Now, through this twist of fate, he had fortuitously stumbled upon Chuan's discovery of an entirely new secret realm. The mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware of the oriole behind, he thought that Wei Chuan, no matter how fortunate you are merely a treasure-seeking rat for my Thunder Lion Alliance. With a sneer, Lei Gang immediately sent a distress signal to the Thunder Lion Alliance, an entirely new secret realm, coupled with such a terrifying phenomenon, was enough to mobilize the most formidable members of the Alliance that if they could seize the initiative, all treasures within the secret realm would belong to the Thunder Lion Alliance. Silence, desolation, ruin, and lifelessness. This was Chuan's immediate impression of the world before him. The earth exhibited a bizarre brown hue, and as the wind swept through, it stirred up ominous black mist that sent shivers down one's spine. Gazing into the distance revealed the faint outlines of crumbling ruins. Everyone, be vigilant. If anything seems amiss, we retreat at once. Wang Yuan's expression was one of caution. New secret realms devoid of visitors could harbor unfathomable dangers. The group nodded in agreement and advanced in a triangular formation. The swift-tongued Yingyi took the lead, scouting ahead, while Wang Yuan and Jian Pan flanked him. Wei Chuan, along with another girl, Ho Xia, positioned themselves on either side of Wushuang, shielding her in the center, as she possessed the weakest self-defense capabilities among them. Suddenly, Wushuang felt something collide against her backside. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a fierce glare at Chuan, who was walking parallel to her. You scoundrel! They were the last three in line, and with no one behind them, Ho Xia, also a girl, would not randomly touch her by process of elimination. The culprit could only be Chuan. Chuan looked at Wushuang in confusion, wondering why she was suddenly berating him. However, he dismissed it, thinking she was merely acting irrationally. Noticing Chuan's lack of response, Wushuang felt indignant but refrained from further comment, choosing to endure the irritation. Being in an unfamiliar secret realm, internal strife was certainly not advisable. Yet soon after, Wushuang felt another bump against her backside. Then came a second, a third, and a fourth. Why Wushuang's fury ignited. Enough was enough. The first incident she could attribute to an accident, but not this string of deliberate nudges. Did he truly think she was easy prey? Chuan. That's enough, Wushuang exclaimed, ready to confront him. However, as she turned around, she discovered that the source of the bumps was not Chuan's hand at all, but rather a floating, cold corpse. The expression on the corpse's face was contorted in agony, as if it had suffered unspeakable torment before its demise. Its skin resembled gnarled tree bark, encasing its skeletal frame, evoking a sense of dread. Wushuang gasped in shock, leaping onto Chuan in fright. She could hardly believe that what had been jostling her from behind was, in fact, a corpse, with the obstruction of Wushuang no longer present. The lifeless corpse continued to drift forward. The attention of Wang Yuan and his companions was drawn to it, causing them to collectively gasp in surprise, a chill creeping into their hearts. Despite having maintained a vigilant awareness of their surroundings since their arrival, not a single one among them had noticed the moment this corpse had floated by. Summoning his courage, Wang Yuan brandished his spear to block the cadaver, scrutinizing it intently. Fear not, this corpse poses no threat to us. It has been deceased for many years, and moreover, it seems, it is not human. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow as he articulated his assessment. Although the corpse appeared humanoid, it bore wings that seemed to extend from its spine. Humans cannot sprout wings from their backs. This corpse belongs to the celestial race. A flicker of brilliance ignited in Wang Yuan's eyes. Among the myriad of races, only the celestial race resembles humans yet possesses wings. The purer and more noble their bloodline, the greater the number of wings they possess. The two-winged celestials are merely the most ordinary of their kind. Wang Yuan glanced around, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. This secret realm is undoubtedly connected to the celestial race that I care not for its race. My only concern is whence it emerged. Yu Xiaojun felt a shiver run down her spine, initially believing it was Yi Chuan attempting to take advantage of her, only to discover it was a corpse of indeterminate age. She mused that she would have preferred to be at the mercy of Yi Chuan. At least he was not only alive, but also rather handsome. I cannot fathom it. This secret realm. It is exceedingly strange. It feels sinister. Wang Yuan inhaled deeply, his expression growing grave. Just as he spoke, a second corpse drifted into view, this one also belonging to the celestial race. Soon after, a third, a fourth. In no time, a dense tide of corpses began to float in from all directions. A shiver of dread coursed down the spines of Wang Yuan and his companions, though these celestial corpses posed no immediate danger. Witnessing the multitude of bodies drifting ominously before them was profoundly unsettling. They attempted to evade the corpses, yet those cadavers seemed to possess an innate navigation, relentlessly drifting toward them, clinging to Yi Chuan like a koala. Yu Xiaojun suddenly uttered a chilling remark. Why do I feel as though these corpses are alive? Chapter 57. The ancient hall within the secret realm. Yu Xiaojun's words sent a wave of goosebumps across Wang Yuan and his companions. Jian Pan could not help but cover Yu Xiaojun's mouth. Do not speak such nonsense. They cast fearful glances at the drifting corpses, as if anticipating that the next moment, those cadavers would spring to life and open their eyes. At that moment, Yi Chuan took action. Under the bewildered gazes of Wang Yuan and the others, he approached the nearest corpse wielding a cleaver. Yi Chuan, be cautious. Those corpses are rather peculiar. Before Wang Yuan could finish his warning, Yi Chuan had already struck. He first severed the limbs of the corpse at the joints, then proceeded to eviscerate it, setting the head aside. Only when he attempted to detach the wings did he encounter some difficulty. After all, it was his first time dissecting a winged pig. Yet this did not pose a challenge for Yi Chuan. A pig, regardless of its wings, remains a pig. He swiftly removed the wings as well. Watching Yi Chuan perform the dissection with the finesse of a skilled butcher left Wang Yuan, Yu Xiaojun, and the others utterly dumbfounded. Before they could fully process their astonishment, Yi Chuan rapidly completed the dissection. The corpse of the celestial had been dismantled into a neat array of parts. Once disassembled, the corpse ceased to float, lying still. The previously drifting corpses suddenly halted. Then, as if receiving some unseen command, they began to disperse in all directions. The corpses arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing without a trace. With these corpses frightened away, Wang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined he would witness the day corpses would be scared off, especially by a human. Observing Yi Chuan's calm demeanor made his throat tighten involuntarily. What are we waiting for? Let us advance, Yi Chuan urged, puzzled. Advance, advance. Wang Yuan and the others nodded vigorously, for the level of unease they felt toward Yi Chuan at that moment rivaled that of the corpses they had just encountered. Who else could dissect with such ease? The group made their way toward the ancient structures deep within the secret realm, where the dilapidated architecture bore little resemblance to human design that on the shattered tiles below. Many were adorned with exquisitely carved feathers. Though many of these buildings lay in ruins, it was evident that this place had once been magnificent. To the heart of this architectural complex, they discovered a grand ancient hall radiating a white glow. While the other structures had succumbed to decay, this hall remained resplendent, seemingly untouched, emanating an aura of sacred inviolability. It was likely that the white beam of light they had previously witnessed originated from this very hall. Yi Chuan, it appears that any treasures of significance are likely housed within that ancient hall. The faces of Wang Yuan and his companions were alight with excitement. Discovering an ancient hall in such a location was invaluable, and it may well conceal the true treasures of the celestial race. As they hurried toward the Hall of White Light, the suddenly appeared secret realm had drawn the attention of powerful beings from all around. From the nearest Qingcheng, the members of the Yi and Xia alliances surged forth. The members of the Leisure Alliance, alerted by Lei Gang, were the first to arrive at the secret realm, where the spatial rift now accommodated 7 or 8 individuals simultaneously. Without hesitation, the Leisure Alliance stepped into the secret realm. Other races, not far from the site, soon followed suit. The first to arrive were the formidable goblins, 2 towering goblins, each 3 meters tall, their muscular forms clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive axe stained with blood. Yet, the true source of concern was a smaller goblin, only a meter in height, slightly stooped. This diminutive goblin was inscribed with various arcane and mysterious runes. It was well understood that such a being could only emerge from a goblin tribe with a population exceeding 10,000, a goblin priest. The goblin priest could command other goblins and wield the power to manipulate elemental forces, with their lowest realm being that of a master. Following them, several towering giants appeared, their bodies adorned with black manes and sporting 2 massive horns atop their heads. The Minotaur tribe had also arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Their presence put the human warriors of Qingcheng on high alert. Their instincts warned that outsiders could not be trusted, especially concerning this newly emerged secret realm. Should valuable treasures surface within, these foreign races would undoubtedly be their fiercest competitors. The members of the Zhoutian Alliance exchanged knowing glances with the powerful figures of the Shang and Xia families, each understanding the other's intent. If precious treasures truly lay within the secret realm, their human race would first unite to eliminate these foreign adversaries before competing for the spoils. Besides these major factions, numerous independent adventurers, having received the news, flocked toward the spatial rift. The once silent secret realm began to bustle with activity as crowds converged. We must hasten our pace. Upon hearing the commotion from afar, Wang Yuan's expression turned grave. It was evident that others were already breaching the secret realm. The group quickened their pace toward the ancient hall. Soon arriving at its base, the entire hall was enveloped in white light, and when Wang Yuan stepped forward to attempt to pass through it, he was violently rebuffed. His eyes widened in shock. What a fearsome power! No wonder the other structures had crumbled into ruin, while this ancient hall stood resolute, devoid of even a speck of dust. It was likely connected to the radiant white light shrouding it. Yichuan, though this white light is formidable, it has weakened over time. Let us join forces to tear a passage through it. Wang Yuan proposed but agreed, that why Yichuan nodded and drew forth a butcher's knife. Simultaneously, Yu Shaoan unleashed her resonance spirit light, augmenting the combat prowess of Yichuan and his companions. At that very moment, the 5 individuals launched their attacks in unison. Even Ho Xia joined in the fray. As their combined assault descended, the radiant white light enveloping the ancient temple erupted brilliantly. Countless pure and sacred feathers cascaded from the heavens, akin to a flurry of goose feathers falling from the sky, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Concurrently, the ancient temple began to ascend slowly into the air, radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to a blazing sun. Everyone within the secret realm beheld this mysterious and archaic edifice. Without hesitation, all rushed towards the temple, firmly believing that within its confines lay extraordinary treasures. Chapter 58. The colorful source pool after the resplendent ancient temple drew the attention of the crowd. It descended once more to the ground, and the protective white light that once shrouded it vanished entirely. What the hell? Wang Yuan's expression darkened considerably. They had initially held the upper hand, but this unexpected turn of events had diminished their advantage significantly. Yet, lamentation was futile. Wang Yuan charged towards the temple, with Yichuan swiftly following in his wake using windwalk. Wang Yuan delivered a powerful punch against the temple's grand entrance, intending to force open the bronze door. Bolstered by Yu Xiaozhuan's enhancement, this strike was formidable enough to rival a 4th-tier master-level adept. Upon impact, the massive bronze door creaked open, stirring up clouds of dust and releasing a foul odor of decay. Let's go! The group surged into the temple. The temple was entirely forged from bronze, exuding an overwhelming weight. Upon entering, Yichuan felt a suffocating sensation, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing him within the ancient bronze structure. The vast hall contained 8 passageways, each leading into an abyss of darkness, their destinations unknown. We shall take the first passage, Wang Yuan declared resolutely, opting for expediency over deliberation. Why each one made no objections. As he too was uncertain of the distinctions among the 8 paths, they ventured deeper into the first passage. Along the lengthy corridor, numerous bronze chambers were embedded within the walls of the temple. Shaoan, bolster us. Yi Chuan, you and Jian Pan handle the right chambers. Tung Yingyi, you and I will tackle the left ones. Wang Yuan, ever the savvy strategist, promptly devised a plan. The group commenced their assault on the doors of the bronze chambers, the resonating sounds of their strikes echoing as one after another swung open. Most of the bronze chambers were bare, or their contents had succumbed to decay, revealing nothing of value. Disappointment hung in the air until Yi Chuan cleaved open a new bronze chamber, and a cascade of vibrant light burst forth. Within this chamber lay a petite pond, just large enough for a single individual, its waters shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, entrancing all who beheld it. Is this the colorful source pool? Wang Yuan gasped in astonishment, equally taken aback by Yi Chuan's fortuitous discovery. The colorful source pool was indeed a coveted treasure for combat-oriented professions. A mere dip would allow one's body to absorb its potent energies, elevating one's abilities. Brother Yi Chuan, since you discovered the colorful source pool, it rightfully belongs to you. Despite his envy, Wang Yuan harbored no intentions of contesting the find. Why Yi Chuan approached the pool, extending his hand into the vibrant waters. As he stirred the liquid, ripples danced across its surface. Yet no further changes occurred. It was evident that, during his prior entrance into the nether demon pool, he had sensed its power instantaneously. Indeed, Yi Chuan squinted, realizing that such treasures, capable of enhancing the realms of combat professions, held no significance for him. After all, he was not a combat-oriented profession, but merely a humble butcher. Unlike those who could absorb the energies of precious materials and cultivate their strength, Yi Chuan knew that his best path to power lay in his trade. Wang Yuan, you all can keep the colorful source pool. I have no desire for it, Yi Chuan stated as he rose. You don't want it? The moment he spoke, astonishment etched itself on the faces of both Wang Yuan and the others, including Tung Yingyi and Yu Shaoan. Such a grand colorful source pool could potentially elevate one's strength by 2 to 3 tiers. How could he simply refuse? Brother Yi Chuan, do you not comprehend the value of the colorful source pool? Wang Yuan began to explain, only to be interrupted by Yi Chuan. I understand, but I truly do not wish for it. I am confident that within this ancient temple, there must be even more precious treasures awaiting discovery. Wang Yuan regarded Yi Chuan with deep contemplation before promising, very well, should we uncover any further rewards, we shall allow you to choose first. The 5 of them engaged in a brief discussion, ultimately leading Wang Yuan to shed his garments and immerse himself in the colorful source pool. The instant he entered, the waters of the pool erupted in a fervent boil, vibrant light flooding into Wang Yuan's body as his aura surged exponentially. Get out of that pool! A brilliant flash of lightning erupted as Lei Gang, who had been lurking in the shadows, could no longer contain himself. The reinforcement from the Thunderline Alliance had yet to arrive. He could not bear to witness such a treasure slipping from his grasp. Even for him, this was an exceedingly rare prize. The violent lightning surged towards Wang Yuan, whose face blanched, engrossed in absorbing the energies of the colorful source pool. He was entirely unprepared. Reverse the flow. Jian Pan attempted to obstruct Lei Gang, yet her efforts proved futile against the rampant lightning, which descended upon Wang Yuan like a great net. Cloud breaker. In that critical moment, Yi Chuan soared forward, cleaving the lightning net in twain. However, despite his intervention, the searing currents still left Yi Chuan reeling from the shock. Why Yi Chuan? You dare to jump into the fray? Lei Gang's voice dripped with malice. Fine, we shall settle both old and new scores together. Radiant blue-white lightning crackled around Lei Gang. Why Yu Shaoan? Grant me your enhancement. Yi Chuan called out, and Yu Shaoan, not daring to delay, swiftly applied her resonant spirit light to him. Yi Chuan's gaze sharpened, a dangerous glint igniting within. With Yu Shaojuan's support, he felt utterly fearless against Lei Gang, a second-tier master. Since Lei Gang had chosen to confront him, Yichuan saw no reason to shy away from the opportunity to eliminate him. After all, a thief cannot thrive forever without facing retribution. Lei Gang conjured lightning to hurl at Yichuan. The violent energy crackled ominously. Yichuan activated Windwalk, his feet propelled by gusts, augmented by Yu Xiaojuan's spirit light. His speed became astonishingly swift, outpacing even many master-level practitioners. As the furious lightning bore down, it merely grazed past Yichuan, failing to inflict any harm upon him. How can a fifth-tier adept possess such speed? Lei Gang's pupils constricted, suddenly realizing something as he cast a fierce glance toward Yu Xiaojuan. He raised his hand, pointing accusatorily at her, and coldly commanded his subordinates, "Eliminate that woman immediately." Chapter 59. The Butcher Who Loves to Slaughter Pigs Under Lei Gang's Command. The elite members of the Lei Shi Alliance immediately charged towards Yu Xiaojuan. Lei Gang had discerned that Yu Xiaojuan's profession was likely one that could enhance the combat abilities of her allies. Eliminating her first would undoubtedly make the battle significantly easier, as such augmenters typically possess relatively weak combat prowess themselves. Jian Pan and Teng Yingyi would naturally not stand idly by as Yu Xiaojuan faced this threat. The moment her enhancement enveloped them, Teng Yingyi surged forward, engaging fiercely with the members of the Lei Shi Alliance. Jian Pan, following closely behind, skillfully manipulated the airflow to assist Teng Yingyi, while Hou Xia swiftly lifted Yu Xiaojuan onto his back, guarding her against any sudden ambush from the Lei Shi Alliance. The battle was on the brink of eruption. With the overwhelming numbers of the Lei Shi Alliance, Teng Yingyi found himself in a dire struggle. Wang Yuan observed anxiously, feeling helpless as he desperately accelerated the absorption of energy from the colorful source pool. Yichuan furrowed his brows, then boldly charged towards Lei Gang. "You seek death." Lei Gang roared as he saw Yichuan daringly approach him. Unleashing a lethal strike without hesitation, the tempest of thunderous power coalesced around Lei Gang, crashing down upon Yichuan. Utilizing the illusory strike, Yichuan's form dissipated, allowing Lei Gang's attack to pass harmlessly through him. "You think to deceive me with the same trick twice?" Lei Gang barked. Thunderous fury. The thunder surged outward like a spider's web, launching an indiscriminate area attack that left Yichuan no room to evade. Struck by the thunder, Yichuan emitted a muffled groan. Even though the nemesis of the Pig Clan could mitigate half the damage, the sensation of being electrocuted rendered him sore and numb throughout his body. "I've got you now." Lei Gang lunged at Yichuan, his strikes mercilessly aimed at Yichuan's vital points. Each clash between them ignited a dazzling display of thunderous light. Yichuan's blade had accumulated power to the 8th layer. With one more strike, he could trigger the enchanting effect of the butcher's knife. Yichuan understood that against an experienced fighter like Lei Gang, he had to aim for a decisive blow. Otherwise, even if he managed to take down Lei Gang, he would likely sustain injuries himself. At the same time, Lei Gang remained wary of Yichuan's Blood Shadow Butcher, having previously fallen victim to this very ambush that left him gravely wounded. Yichuan refrained from executing the final strike immediately. Instead, he shifted the butcher's knife to his left hand and gathered his right fingers together. Shattering Stone Fist, he concentrated the surrounding power into his fist, unleashing it like a dam bursting. With Yu Xiaojuan's enhancement, Yichuan's strength had already surpassed the 200 mark. The shattering Stone Fist propelled Lei Gang backward, causing a tumult within his body as he nearly spat out blood. Yichuan offered no respite, immediately following up with a Blood Shadow Butcher strike. However, Lei Gang had anticipated this. Just before succumbing to fear, he roared, unleashing a tempest of lightning that lashed out like long whips. The furious thunder encircled Lei Gang, designed to prevent Yichuan from launching an attack. Yet, Yichuan paid no heed to the terrifying electric serpents coiling around Lei Gang. Instead, he confidently executed his 9th strike, cleaving through the lightning, followed swiftly by the 10th. The moment Lei Gang broke free from a state of fear, he was instantly ensnared again in the illusion. 3 or 4 breathtaking beauties appeared before his eyes. Their allure overwhelming. Lei Gang's breath quickened as the enchanting figures eagerly surrounded him. He realized he must not succumb to this beguiling dream, or he would surely perish. Just as he prepared to bite his tongue to awaken, Two stunning figures launched an assault from either side. The double wave of pleasure caused Lei Gang's eyes to widen in disbelief. The world around him gradually faded into darkness, for Yi Chuan had severed all his chances of survival with a single stroke. This master-level second-tier strongman of the Lei Shi Alliance perished in the illusion that Yi Chuan felt no surprise. The dual control of Blood Shadow Butcher and the enchanting effect ensured that Lei Gang's demise was inevitable. The butcher, Yi Chuan, had slaughtered a two-legged pig, elevating his level by 120 and increasing the extra damage of the nemesis of the pig clan by 1, along with a 0.1 point boost to his free attributes. With Lei Gang's death, Yi Chuan's realm surged, propelling him to the 7th tier of the Ascendant Realm. Subsequently, Yi Chuan brandished his knife and approached the remaining members of the Lei Shi Alliance. Since his strength could only be enhanced through slaughtering pigs, he would not waste this opportunity. With swift precision, Yi Chuan dispatched the Lei Shi Alliance members, who were merely at the Ascendant Realm. With a single stroke each, thanks to the astounding boost from the nemesis of the pig clan, he sent them all to reunite with Lei Gang. Witnessing Yi Chuan's ruthless efficiency in killing, even without a blink, Yu Shaoan and the others were left astonished. This fellow seemed utterly unfazed by the act of murder, as if he were merely dining or drinking. After resolving the situation with Lei Gang and his companions, Yi Chuan skillfully began to loot, collecting all the items into his luminescent realm wrist. His spirits were high, for the slaughter had yielded him 11 pieces of spiritual weaponry, although 8 of those were merely low-grade yellow-tier weapons. Even the smallest gains were still valuable. Selling 6 of them could fetch a handsome price. Yet, the most satisfying find was the high-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapon he unearthed from Lei Gang, a ring. Entirely silver-white, adorned with a fierce silver lion at its apex, Yi Chuan had already studied this ring. It could imbue an attacker's strikes with electric effects. Having felt the might of the lightning element firsthand after being struck multiple times by Lei Gang, he understood that, while it might not cause fatal damage, it could incapacitate opponents, reducing their speed and strength. Without hesitation, he slid the silver lion ring onto his finger and then swung the butcher's knife forcefully forward. Zing! At the moment the glistening blade flashed, a brilliant bolt of lightning followed, radiating with astonishing thunderous energy. What a treasure! Yi Chuan exclaimed in delight. Indeed, the butcher who relished in slaughtering pigs was not devoid of fortune. Chapter 60. The cold iron of the underworld. With the enhancement of the silver lion ring, Yi Chuan's combat prowess undoubtedly ascended to a new level. Splashing sounds echoed as Wang Yuan leapt from the colorful source pool. The once vibrant waters had turned transparent, indistinguishable from ordinary pond water. Wang Yuan's realm had surged from the 2nd tier of the Master Realm to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, mere steps away from the 4th tier. Brother Yi Chuan, those just now, were they members of the Lei Shi Alliance? Wang Yuan inquired. Indeed, Yi Chuan nodded without reservation. I have a vendetta with the Lei Shi Alliance. They came to hunt me down. Wang Yuan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as a hunting team operating nearby. They had certainly heard of the Lei Shi Alliance's notorious reputation, one of the top 4 powers in Qingqing. What are we waiting for? We must quickly dispose of these bodies to prevent the Lei Shi Alliance from tracing us. Wang Yuan called to Tung Yingyi, preparing to erase all evidence. Yi Chuan was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Wang Yuan, upon learning of the identities of Lei Gang and his companions, to choose not to distance himself from Yi Chuan. He said nothing further and stepped forward to assist in the cleanup. Moments later, Lei Gang and his associates vanished from existence, and the bloodstains on the ground were thoroughly washed away. Unless someone specifically came to investigate, it would be difficult to uncover that Lei Gang had perished there. After completing this task, figures began to appear behind Wang Yuan and the others. Having spent some time dealing with Lei Gang, they had also consumed time cleaning up the aftermath. The newcomers glanced at Wang Yuan's group, but none dared to provoke them. After all, Wang Yuan radiated the aura of a 3rd-tier master. In the absence of any vested interests, there was no reason to engage with someone of such caliber. The newcomers continued on towards the ancient bronze houses lining the sides of the passage. We should go as well. A group of individuals pressed onward in their exploration, only to find that their fortune seemed to have run dry. Subsequently, they discovered nothing within the bronze ancient houses that could rival the treasures of the colorful source pool. The opened ancient houses were either empty or contained only decayed remnants. It was not until Wang Yuan attempted to pry open the door of one bronze house and was met with a rebound that a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. Here, there was a seal, while the other bronze houses were easily accessible. This particular door bore a seal, suggesting that it concealed valuable treasures behind it. "Step back," Wang Yuan commanded, drawing his spear and thrusting it fiercely against the door before him. With a series of cracking sounds, the seal began to splinter as the door swung open. A powerful wave of energy surged forth. Wang Yuan's expression brightened. Indeed, there were treasures. The group entered and soon discovered that the interior of this bronze house was filled with countless floating crystals, each radiating an extraordinary glow. There were at least 100 magic crystals. So many magic crystals. "We are about to strike it rich." Wang Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Only high-ranking members of the demon race could condense such items within themselves. Their utility was boundless and their value considerable. These crystals had numerous applications, from enchanting spirit weapons to alchemy. After processing, combat-oriented class changers could even absorb the energy within to elevate their own levels. For instance, the alluring enchantment effect on Yi Chuan's butcher knife was derived from a master-level succubus magic crystal. With such a bounty of magic crystals, they could become overnight millionaires. Quickly gather all these magic crystals. "We will divide them once we are outside," Wang Yuan shouted, hastily collecting the crystals that Yi Chuan was also busy, employing a technique of swift movement to sweep through the area. Among the group, he collected the most magic crystals. Amassing over 30, Yi Chuan felt a rush of exhilaration. He had already experienced the remarkable benefits of these crystals, and acquiring 30 this time was undoubtedly a windfall. Without hesitation, he stowed the 30 magic crystals into his storage wristband. At that moment, a sinister voice echoed. "Human friends, have you not become a bit too greedy? Do you intend to hoard all these magic crystals for yourselves?" Yi Chuan turned to see 3 goblins had appeared at the entrance of the bronze house. 2 of the goblins, towering nearly 3 meters tall and wielding battle axes, seemed to defer to a smaller goblin in front of them, a goblin shaman. Yi Chuan's expression grew serious. This creature was far more formidable than an ordinary goblin. The goblin shaman grinned, revealing a rather unpleasant smile. "Fear not. I am quite fair. I only require half of those magic crystals. And as an added bonus, give us a woman, and we will leave immediately." Upon hearing the goblin shaman's demands, a murderous glint flashed in the eyes of Yi Chuan and his companions. Did this goblin truly believe they were easy prey? Yi Chuan assessed the strength of the 3 goblins. The 2 towering warrior goblins appeared to be between the 2nd and 3rd tiers of master-level strength, while the shaman was undoubtedly above the 5th tier. If a confrontation ensued, they would not fear them, but it would certainly complicate matters. After all, their priority was to uncover the treasures hidden within the ancient temple. Not to waste time battling 3 goblins. Yi Chuan exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Yuan, and they both understood each other's thoughts. Clearly, Wang Yuan shared his sentiment. "Let us take action." Yu Xiaojuan's resonating spiritual light instantly empowered everyone. With no hesitation, Yi Chuan unleashed a blood shadow butcher strike upon the goblin shaman's head, plunging the strongest combatant into a state of fear. Following this, he activated his silver lion ring, and amidst a flash of lightning, he struck out point. One of the warrior goblins raised its massive axe in defense, managing to withstand Yi Chuan's blow. However, the accompanying lightning paralyzed it. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chuan kicked it aside to prevent it from blocking the entrance. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan had also dispatched the other warrior goblin with a single thrust of a spear. The group surged past the 3 goblins, charging deeper into the ancient temple. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the goblin shaman regained his composure, Yi Chuan and his companions had already vanished from sight. The goblin shaman's expression darkened. "What a cunning human! Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? How ridiculous!" The 3 goblins, too, hastened towards the depths of the ancient temple. "Ha! How hilarious! Those 3 goblins really are delusional. They dare to attempt to seize our magic crystals." Wang Yuan laughed heartily, clearly delighted. "Brother Yuan, do not rejoice too soon. The goblin race holds grudges, and we must remain vigilant against their retaliation. Yu Xiaojun cautioned, her concern evident. Let them come. If we weren't in such a hurry to seek treasures, we might have just dispatched those 3 goblins. Wang Yuan scoffed at why each one said little. He harbored no fondness for the goblin species, and if he were strong enough, he would not hesitate to eradicate them all. With the recent experience fresh in their minds, they were disinclined to explore every bronze house thoroughly. They would only investigate those that bore seals. This approach indeed accelerated their progress significantly. About half an hour later, Yi Chuan and his companions emerged from the first passage into an expansive hall. The other passages evidently led to this very hall, as they had already detected the presence of others gathered together, diligently working to unravel a glowing barrier seal. Behind that seal lay a stone the size of a human head, coal-black in color, exuding an eerie chill. That is, nether-cold iron. Upon seeing the stone, Yi Chuan's face lit up with excitement. Nether-cold iron was an exceptional material for upgrading spirit weapons. If he could incorporate such a sizable piece into his butcher knife, it would undoubtedly transform into a profound-tier spirit weapon. No wonder so many were congregated there that a glint of determination flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes. He was resolved to claim that piece of nether-cold iron. Brother Yi, do you desire that piece of nether-cold iron? Wang Yuan discerned Yi Chuan's enthusiasm. Yes, Yi Chuan affirmed without reservation, nodding his head. All right, I shall assist you. I will break that glowing barrier seal. You can serve your strength and seize it directly. Wang Yuan retrieved his spear. Just moments ago, Yi Chuan had generously offered him the colorful source pool, and now it was his turn to return the favor. With a powerful thrust, Wang Yuan pierced the barrier seal, causing it to dim. The surrounding individuals, noticing this, exhibited wary expressions and began gathering their strength, eager to claim the nether-cold iron for themselves. Wang Yuan feigned ignorance of their subtle movements, continuing to assault the barrier seal. After a brief moment, the seal appeared on the verge of collapse. With a resounding shout, Wang Yuan unleashed his spear with all his might, shattering the barrier seal into fragments. Now, the many class changers in the vicinity immediately sprang into action, racing towards the nether-cold iron, their eyes gleaming with greed. But at that moment, another figure moved faster than them. Yi Chuan, with the grace of a gentle breeze, swiftly approached the nether-cold iron and promptly stored it within the space of his storage wristband. Kill that brat. As others witnessed the scene, not a hint of surprise crossed their faces. Instead, a murderous intent flickered in their eyes. Securing the nether-cold iron first was trivial. The question of whether one could retain it remained open to debate. Waves of attacks descended upon Yi Chuan like a torrential downpour, yet they passed through his form as if he were but an illusion. Utilizing the illusory strike, Yi Chuan deftly evaded the most powerful initial barrage. And at that moment, the blessing from Yu Xiaojun enveloped him. Without hesitation, he brandished his cleaver, targeting the nearest 9th-tier cultivator of the Ascendant Realm. Why Yi Chuan's strike bore no mercy, cleaving directly into the throat of the 9th-tier Ascendant, severing all signs of life from him. The butcher Yi Chuan dispatched a 2-legged swine with his cleaver, gaining a level, enhancing his extra damage against the pig tribe by 1, and increasing his free attribute by 0. Once the death of the 9th-tier Ascendant momentarily stunned the others. They had not anticipated that Yi Chuan, seemingly only a 7th-tier Ascendant, possessed such astonishing combat prowess, capable of defeating a 9th-tier Ascendant with a single blow. Yet before they could recover from their shock, Yi Chuan had already activated Wind Shadow, charging towards them with fervor. Under the influence of the Silver Lion Ring, his blade erupted with dazzling blue and white sparks, instantly cleaving through 3 more Ascendants. The butcher Yi Chuan dispatched another 2-legged swine, elevating his level by 18, enhancing his extra damage against the pig tribe by 3, and increasing his free attribute by 0. 3. Kid, that nether-cold iron is beyond your grasp. Hand it over. A 1st-tier Grandmaster warrior brazenly launched an attack, terrifying flames surging towards Yi Chuan, warping the very air under the heat. However, in the face of this Grandmaster's threat, Yi Chuan exhibited no inclination to retreat. His response remained a single strike. Cloud Breaker. This slash, swift as lightning, cleaved the approaching flames in twain. The Grand Master's complexion shifted drastically as he sensed the imminent threat of death emanating from Yi Chuan's blade. He concentrated his flames, attempting to form a defense before him. Yet before the flames could coalesce, the blade had already swept past his neck. The butcher Yi Chuan dispatched yet another two-legged swine, gaining 110 levels, enhancing his extra damage against the pig tribe by 1, and increasing his free attribute by 0 to 1 in that instant. Yi Chuan ascended a level, advancing to the 8th tier of the Ascendant Realm. He licked his lips in excitement, realizing that butchery was indeed the quickest path to advancement. Witnessing the demise of the Grandmaster, those surrounding were struck with fear, retreating hastily, no longer daring to covet the nether-cold iron in Yi Chuan's possession. The nether-cold iron, though precious, was of little use if one were to lose their life in pursuit of it. A true expert could discern capability at a glance. This individual killed with a single stroke, each strike precise and lethal, devoid of any hesitation. Even during his killings, his expression remained unchanged. Such demeanor transcended that of a mere assassin. He was, without a doubt, a butcher. As the crowd withdrew, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Chuan's eyes. He was not yet satiated with the slaughter. Had they continued their advance, he would have gladly delivered a few more strikes. Soon, all treasures within the hall had been thoroughly claimed. Yet at the center stood a bronze door, capturing the fervent gazes of the crowd, who believed that beyond it lay even more valuable treasures. However, the seal upon the bronze door was significantly more formidable than the others, rendering them unable to breach it. No matter. If they could not break it, surely the top-tier experts could. The crowd waited in silence for something to transpire. Moments later, a robust man strode into the hall with an air of authority. The crowd instinctively parted to make way, for they understood that this man was not someone they could provoke. Xia family's patriarch, Xia Beihai. Yi Chuan could not help but scrutinize the man further. Clad in black, he stood tall and imposing, clearly a product of years of rigorous training. Was this man truly the father of Xianan Nan? Yi Chuan assessed individuals by their stature, disregarding their heads. As to him, all heads were akin to pig heads, indistinguishable. Barely had Xia Beihai arrived when a hearty laughter erupted behind him. Xia Beihai, you old dog, your hands are swift. You snatched the Qingyu Tian grass and fled. A bald man clad in a trench coat approached, exuding an air of arrogance. Though he laughed, the hostility in his gaze toward Xia Beihai was unmistakable. Shang Guhao, if your skills were superior, you wouldn't have to resort to theft. Xia Beihai retorted coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the bald man. The Xia and Shang families had long been rivals in Qingshan. Moreover, it was evident that Shang Guhao had deliberately chosen to traverse the same path as him, seeking trouble that it's merely a Qingyu Tian grass. Do you think I find it precious? Though Shang Guhao feigned nonchalance, his heart bled at the thought. The Qingyu Tian grass was a vital ingredient for concocting master-grade elixirs. Both he and Xia Beihai were at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the Grandmaster realm, a mere step away from the Master realm. Should Xia Beihai secure the master-grade elixir and successfully break through, the Shang family would be in peril. As the two bickered, a woman bearing an ancient zither approached gracefully, accompanied by a middle-aged beauty. Chapter 62. The bronze door. The woman with the zither possessed an elegant stature, her youthful and exquisite visage radiating a hint of girlish charm. The middle-aged beauty trailing behind her donned a black lace gown that accentuated her jade-like skin, exuding the allure of a mature woman. To describe them, one might liken the younger woman to a new Model A5 and the older one to a classic. As these two women appeared, all eyes in the hall were drawn to them. Many men's gazes revealed a glimmer of greed, yet none dared to act recklessly, for they were well aware that the middle-aged beauty was the leader of the Jutian Alliance, Qi Chunyu. While the identity of the young girl remained a mystery, the young girl scanned the crowd with calm eyes before exclaiming softly, "Yi Chuan, what brings you here?" Jiang Shirin inquired, surprised. I happened to pass by." Yi Chuan replied, scratching his head sheepishly. "Shirin, is this your friend?" Qi Qinyu asked with a smile. "Yes, he's also a member of the Jiotian Alliance." Jiang Shirin nodded. "So young, and already at the 8th tier of the Ascendant Realm? Quite the talent," Qi Qinyu remarked, her lips curving into an attractive smile as she boldly reached out to pinch Yi Chuan's arm. "Your muscles are well developed. Keep up the good work. Wai Chuan took a peculiar step back. Feeling strange that he, a mere butcher, had just been touched by a pig. Oh, the little brother is shy. Chi Chunyu assumed Yi Chuan was bashful, laughing heartily. Yujia, please don't tease him. Jiang Shiyan shot Chi Chunyu an exasperated glance. Alliance leader Chi, you've become even more stunning. Shang Guhao rubbed his hands together, his gaze towards Chi Chunyu unabashedly filled with desire. Chi Chunyu, clearly accustomed to such looks, was unbothered, returning a radiant smile. Shang family master, are you lusting after my body? Why not bring all the Grandmaster tier experts from the Shang family to join my Jiuqian alliance? I promise to let you share my bed. Perhaps not. Merely observing is sufficient for me. Shang Guhao hastily declined, fully aware that Chi Chunyu was not a mere girl to toy with. She was a man-eating enchantress, and he wished to live a few more years. Moments later, the final major force of Qingcheng, the Thunderline Alliance, arrived. The leader, a man with a dark and brooding expression, his narrow eyes glinting with murderous intent, stepped forward. Oh, is that not our Grandmaster Lei Yongqin? What troubles you to bear such a sour expression? Speak up and let us share a laugh. Chi Chunyu inquired with a smile. Get lost. Lei Yongqin bellowed in anger, his mood already foul, unwilling to engage in idle chatter with Chi Chunyu. Who here is Yi Chuan? Step forward. Initially, the Thunderline Alliance held an advantage, but upon entering the first passage based on Lei Gang's intel, they found nothing of value. Everything of worth had been swept clean by Yi Chuan and Wang Yuan's group. More critically, Lei Yongqin discovered that Lei Gang was unreachable. This could only signify one thing. Lei Gang and his party had been eliminated. The individual most suspected of involvement in the incident is undoubtedly Yi Chuan, whom Lei Gang had previously mentioned. The expressions of Wang Yuan and the others changed dramatically. They had done their utmost to dispose of the bodies of Lei Gang and his companions. Yet they never anticipated that Lei Gang had already disseminated the information that Yi Chuan exchanged a glance with Wang Yuan and the others, signaling them to refrain from intervening. Their hunting team had been eking out a living near Qingcheng, and offending the Lei Shi alliance would effectively sever their chances of survival. I am Yi Chuan, he declared, rising voluntarily. And you are? Very well. Then you shall meet your demise. Lei Yongqin initiated the assault. A terrifying azure lightning coalescing into a colossal blade, descending upon Yi Chuan with deadly intent. That moment, a delicate, bone-like white hand gently struck out. The hand appeared devoid of strength, yet effortlessly shattered the mighty lightning blade, scattering it into a myriad of luminous shards. Lord Lei Yongqin, I understand your fury, but do hold your temper. Yi Chuan is one of my Jiuqian alliance members. When did it become your place to deal with him? Chi Chunyu said with a beaming smile directed at Lei Yongqin. He dared to slay members of my Lei Shi alliance. Naturally, I must avenge my people. Lei Yongqin's eyes burned with murderous intent. Oh. Chi Chunyu turned her gaze to Yi Chuan, winking as she inquired, Yi Chuan, do tell your sister the truth. Have you killed any members of the Lei Shi alliance? No. Yi Chuan's response was firm and resolute, ringing with conviction and devoid of any hint of guilt. You see, Lord Lei Yongqin, he claims he has not killed anyone. Chi Chunyu shrugged her shoulders. Chi Chun, do you truly believe my Lei Shi alliance is so easily bullied? Do you dare to toy with me? Lei Yongqin's hair bristled with fury, his eyes swirling with lightning. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Lei Yongqin, you claim Yi Chuan has slain members of the Lei Shi alliance. Where is your evidence? Chi Chunyu's expression turned icy. Very well. If you insist on defending him, let's see how long you can shield him. I will see to it that Yi Chuan meets his end. Not even Jesus can save him. Lei Yongqin shot a cold glare at Yi Chuan, his aura retracting slightly. Engaging Chi Chunyu now would merely allow others to reap the benefits. Esteemed leaders, let us prioritize harmony. Together, let us open the bronze door before us. Wouldn't it be better for us to work together and prosper? Xia Beihai acted as the peacemaker. It is not enough for us to join forces alone. Shang Guhao's piercing gaze swept across the corners of the hall. Our allies from the other races not intend to lend a hand? Or do they wish to pick the fruits of our labor? Certainly not. We simply move at a slower pace. The goblin priest who had previously sought to seize Yi Chuan's magic crystals stepped forward. A powerful figure from the barbarians crossed his arms and snorted, exhaling 2 puffs of white vapor from his nostrils. Simultaneously, a fair-skinned man, exuding charm with every gesture, appeared beside him. Although he bore some resemblance to a human, he sported horns and elongated ears. A succubus. Yi Chuan instantly recognized the man's identity, recalling how he had nearly perished at the hands of female succubus during his second venture outside the city. The top-tier powerhouses from both human and other races quickly reached a consensus. They would cooperate to first open the bronze door, and what treasures awaited them beyond would be determined by their own abilities. Jiang Shen beckoned to Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan, come over here. Once you Jia and the others open the bronze door, we could be among the first to enter. All right. Yi Chuan did not decline. He had amassed significant rewards during this venture, having obtained the silver lion ring from Lei Gang, along with 30 magic crystals and some nether cold iron. Yet, who could ever have too much treasure? He was also immensely curious about what lay beyond the bronze door. Chapter 63. Seeking death, let us take action. Xiao Beihai was the first to strike. A massive halberd, radiating an astonishing chill appearing in his grasp. The moment the halberd manifested, the temperature in the vicinity seemed to plummet several degrees. Xiao Beihai swung the halberd forcefully towards the bronze door. At that instant, Shang Guhao also sprang into action. He drew a 9-ringed broadsword, and with a series of crisp clinks, the blade surged forth, aimed at the bronze door, the surrounding air resonating with a sonic boom. Qi Chunyu and Lei Yongqin followed suit, unleashing a barrage of sound waves and brilliant lightning upon the bronze door. The goblin priest from the barbarian tribe and the succubus joined in the fray. As the combined assault of the 7 formidable warriors struck the bronze door, a luminous barrier flickered to life before the door, warping under their relentless onslaught. We have a chance. Seeing this, Xiao Beihai and the others intensified their efforts, the barrier beginning to tremble under their continuous bombardment. What level of powerhouse set this seal? It has endured our relentless assault for so long. Shang Guhao could not help but exclaim, regardless of who said it. After so many years, it is time for it to yield. Lei Yongqin's eyes brimmed with lightning as he delivered a powerful, thunderous punch against the barrier. Break for me. Accompanied by this roar, countless cracks emerged across the barrier's surface. The bronze door is about to open. The crowd in the hall stirred with excitement, all eager to be the first to charge forward. Although Xiao Beihai and his companions would undoubtedly be the first to enter once the door opened. Even if they could not claim the lion's share, they would at least partake in the spoils. With so many treasures within the 8 passageways outside, how could the riches beyond the bronze door be lacking? Crack, crack, crack. The ceiling barrier shattered into countless fragments before erupting violently, sending forth a powerful shockwave that swept through the hall like a tempest. With the seal gone, the bronze door could no longer impede the crowd. As Xiao Beihai's halberd fell, the bronze door swung wide open. Behind the door lay a vast hall, shrouded in darkness, obscuring everything within. Yet amidst the haze, they seemed to glimpse a grand throne at the center, upon which a silhouette Saturday charged. Seeing this, everyone in the hall surged forward, eager to avoid falling behind, pouring all their strength into the rush. Yi Chuan, let us go. Jiang Shen tugged at Yi Chuan, eager to be among the first to enter the hall. However, Yi Chuan abruptly halted. Wait. His expression grew grave. The instincts of a butcher warned him that something terrifying lurked within the hall. Just as Jiang Shiyan was about to inquire further, a chill ran down her spine. She sensed that something was rapidly surging forth from behind the bronze door. Run! Yi Chuan forcefully propelled Jiang Shiyan away and activated his windwalk to escape. The others quickly realized something was amiss as translucent black shadows erupted from either side of the throne. Sweeping toward them, the first-tier masterclass transmigrator drew their weapon and struck at the oncoming shadows. However, the shadows showed no signs of being affected. Instead, they burrowed directly into the transmigrator's body. The transmigrator let out a piercing scream. As their body visibly shriveled before their eyes, Yi Chuan gasped, a sense of dread creeping in. The floating corpses of the celestial race they had encountered outside were likely the work of these very shadows. What in the world were these shadows? Retreat! Realizing that the bronze door concealed not treasures but a multitude of dangers, Xia Beihai and the others promptly began to withdraw. They did not need to outrun the shadows. They only needed to be quicker than the other transmigrators. Though these formidable 9th-tier masterclass fighters had initially led the charge, they swiftly escaped in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, those who had recklessly surged forward were not so fortunate. Once the shadows infiltrated their bodies, they faced a grim fate of being drained to desiccation. Dawai Yichuan sprinted desperately, but two shadows seemed to have fixated on him, relentlessly pursuing his every move. Damn it! The shadows accelerated, closing in on Yichuan. In a moment of desperation, Yichuan swung his weapon, but the shadows appeared unfazed by physical attacks. His full-force strike had no effect. Instead, the two shadows seized the opportunity to invade Yichuan's body. Yichuan, Jiang Shiyan's expression shifted dramatically, and she felt an urge to rush forward and assist Yichuan. However, she found herself at a loss as to how to proceed. That why Yichuan's visage was exceedingly grim. He had already perceived the two shadowy figures establishing their roots within him, beginning to drain his very essence. He lifted his gaze, locking it onto the throne in the center of the grand hall. A closer inspection revealed that all the shadows circled the throne, seemingly imbued with a profound fear of it. In this dire moment, Yichuan resolved to treat a dying horse as if it were alive, hoping that perhaps a solution to counter these shadows might lie near the throne. You must leave. Do not concern yourself with me. Yichuan propelled himself against the tide, not fleeing but charging boldly towards the hall where the shadows surged. Yichuan, no! Jiang Shiyan exclaimed in alarm, while Qi Chunyu clutched her tightly. Hurry, that boy is beyond salvation. Even if I were to fall victim to those shadows myself, it would be certain death. This place is far too sinister. We must escape. Qi Chunyu forcibly pulled Jiang Shiyan away. The others, witnessing Yichuan's reckless charge akin to a moth to the flame, could not suppress their derisive laughter. Yet his audacious act inadvertently drew the shadows' attention away, granting others a fleeting chance to escape. Why Yichuan's form grew increasingly emaciated. Had it not been for the pig tribe's nemesis diminishing the shadow's consumption of his flesh and blood, he would have already succumbed. He dashed into the grand hall, just as the two bronze doors began to close slowly, sealing all the shadows away once more. Fear lingered in the eyes of those within the hall. The shadows were terrifying, impervious to their attacks, and once they entered one's body, they would drain them to a desiccated husk. What were these shadows? Such a phenomenon was utterly unheard of. Simultaneously, the onlookers silently condemned Yichuan to death for rushing into the lair of those dreadful shadows. There could be no escape in that grand hall. Chapter 64. The six-winged celestial with a swift motion, Yichuan slid towards the throne, finding himself directly before it. Only then did he discern a middle-aged man of imposing demeanor seated upon the throne. He bore 6 wings, emanating a sacred and formidable aura that instilled awe in all who beheld him. Were it not for the unmistakable finality of death, Yichuan might have believed this man still lived. Strangely, as he approached the corpse, the once restless shadows within him fell eerily silent. It was as if they were startled into retreat, fleeing from his body and avoiding the throne. Exhaling deeply, Yichuan realized he had made the right gamble. Had he not hastily moved to the throne's side, he would surely be dead by now. However, a headache soon consumed him, for surrounding the throne were countless bizarre shadows, their numbers easily reaching into the hundreds. In such dire circumstances, escape was utterly unfeasible. Although Yichuan's flowing light arm contained ample provisions, it was ultimately a futile endeavor without a means of escape that if he remained trapped, he would either starve or be devoured by those eerie shadows. Forever confined to this place. Damn! Yichuan sighed in resignation. Yet he was not one to relinquish hope easily. After consuming a rejuvenation pill to mend his injuries, he rose to his feet, intent on investigating the throne and the man seated upon it. If he could uncover the reason for the shadow's dread of this location, perhaps he could find a way to escape a 6-winged celestial. Yichuan recalled reading about the celestial race in a book he had perused. The celestials bore a striking resemblance to humans, but from birth, they were endowed with an additional pair of wings, hence their name. The nobler the bloodline among the celestials, the more wings they possessed. The celestial before him, with 6 wings, was likely one of the pinnacle beings within the celestial race, if not its leader. How could such a formidable entity have perished here? Yi Chuan pondered, stepping closer to examine the 6-winged celestial for any fatal wounds. Despite his thorough inspection, he found no injuries upon the celestial's body, and it still radiated warmth. Strange. Could it be that this is not a corpse, but a living being? Yi Chuan prodded the celestial's head. Yet the figure remained unresponsive. Thus, he leaned closer to the celestial's ear and whispered in a devilish tone, "Hey, can you hear me? Wake up!" In the next instant, the 6-winged celestial's eyes flew open. A terrible pressure surged forth, pinning Yi Chuan to the ground. The sheer force was overwhelming, rendering him unable to withstand it. What the hell? It's truly alive. Yi Chuan nearly lost his wits. The dilapidated surroundings suggested that this hidden realm had remained untouched for centuries. How could the 6-winged celestial remain alive after sitting upon the throne for so long? Was he not concerned about developing a sore back? Yet, Yi Chuan soon realized his error, for after the celestial opened his eyes, he made no further movements. Instead, a soft white light began to rise from the 6-winged celestial, gradually coalescing into a translucent, ethereal figure. That figure was unmistakably the 6-winged celestial. A human. Just a mere 8th-tier being? The celestial's spectral form gazed at Yi Chuan with surprise. How could someone so weak infiltrate this place? It was a stroke of luck? Yi Chuan stammered, feeling utterly unnerved. He had never encountered anything like this before. The 6-winged celestial shook his head, muttering, "I expected the first to return would be a descendant of my celestial race. Yet here stands a mere human." Why Yi Chuan dared not utter a word. Very well, perhaps this is fate. The 6-winged celestial scrutinized Yi Chuan, and in his presence, Yi Chuan felt stripped of all secret. An 18-year-old with an 8th-tier cultivation level was somewhat acceptable. "Young man, would you be willing to engage in a transaction with me?" In response to the 6-winged celestial's inquiry, Yi Chuan discreetly stepped back, placing his hand on the flowing light arm. What kind of transaction? His subtle movement did not escape the celestial's notice, who simply smiled. "There is no need for you to be so tense. I am merely a fragment of my soul left behind in this world. My appearance is fleeting and will soon dissipate into nothingness." The 6-winged celestial paid no heed to Yi Chuan's reaction and continued, "This place is the former abode of my celestial race, a sanctuary where we once thrived. As for the shadows you encountered, they belong to the nightmarish race. They lack physical forms, existing as soul entities from birth, surviving by consuming the flesh and blood of other beings. My celestial race waged war against the nightmarish race, and we were defeated, with only a remnant lineage escaping. Consequently, this place fell into desolation. Understanding dawned upon Yi Chuan, and oh wonder the surroundings were littered with ruins. A cataclysmic battle had once transpired here." "What is the transaction you speak of?" Yi Chuan inquired. The 6-winged celestial smiled faintly as a black token emerged from his form, soaring into Yi Chuan's grasp. Upon catching the token, Yi Chuan found it neither metallic nor jade-like. It felt warm and smooth in his hand. The token was adorned with 8 outspread feathers on either side, with the characters for celestial intricately carved in the center. "What is this?" Yi Chuan asked, raising his head in confusion. "This is the leader's token of my celestial race," the 6-winged celestial replied, a hint of sorrow in his gaze. "That I need you to deliver this token to the direct descendants of the celestial race." "Me?" Yi Chuan pointed at himself incredulously. The 6-winged celestial seemed to hold him in unexpectedly high regard. He was merely an 8th-tier being. How could he hope to locate the celestial race? It was akin to sending him to confront a formidable foe. "Of course, I'm not asking you to do so immediately." The 6-winged celestial shot Yi Chuan a reproachful look. Had he not been running out of time, he would not have sought out Yi Chuan for this transaction. Alas, Yi Chuan was the only living soul he had encountered in many years. "What I mean is, once you have sufficiently strengthened your abilities, return this token to the direct descendants of the celestial race. Rest assured, they will not mistreat you upon receiving it. Yi Chuan, upon hearing this, let out a bitter smile. "Senior, you hold me in too high regard. At present, I cannot even exit this grand hall, and yet you expect me to deliver the token?" Since I dare to give you the clan leader's token, I certainly would not allow you to be trapped here. The six-winged celestial turned and pointed at his own corpse in an instant. A terrifying blaze erupted from his lifeless body. Astonishingly, the flames were pure white. Chapter 65. Ascension of the Celestial Wings. Yi Chuan was momentarily stunned by the sudden action of the six-winged celestial, staring blankly at him. What is happening? Is he incinerating himself? Just as Yi Chuan was engulfed in confusion, the six-winged celestial cast a glance his way. You possess the aura of the nether cold iron. Have you obtained it? Bring it forth, along with your spirit weapon, and place them into this flame. After a brief hesitation, Yi Chuan decisively retrieved his butchering knife and a nether cold iron. Given the identity of the six-winged celestial, he would not stoop to scheming over his yellow-grade superior spirit weapon and the nether cold iron. The pure white flames radiated an astonishing heat, and before long, the nether cold iron melted into a mass of dark metallic liquid. With a flick of the six-winged celestial's finger, the metallic liquid began to erode the butchering knife, enveloping it entirely. During the fusion, the white flames burned even more fiercely. You are quite peculiar, using a butchering knife as a spirit weapon. The six-winged celestial inquired, somewhat perplexed. This knife feels more comfortable to wield. Yi Chuan replied dismissively, providing no further explanation. As the flames danced, the nether cold iron and the butchering knife merged completely, a brand new butchering knife soaring forth from the white flames. Appearing before Yi Chuan, quick as a flash, he grasped the knife. The knife's appearance showed no change, still adorned with demonic patterns. Yet upon grasping it, Yi Chuan felt an unmistakable chill, sharpening his senses that a fine blade. Thank you, Senior. Yi Chuan expressed his gratitude, recognizing that the six-winged celestial was enhancing his butchering knife by infusing it with a nether cold iron. The current butchering knife was likely comparable to a low-grade profound spirit weapon. With the infusion of the nether cold iron, this knife now possesses a hint of nether cold aura, which should inflict damage upon those nightmare clan creatures. You may wish to test it out. The six-winged celestial advised that I'll give it T-R-Y. Yi Chuan nodded, wielding the butchering knife as he approached the nearest shadow. The shadow, upon noticing his audacity to move away from the six-winged celestial's throne, lunged at him. With quick reflexes, Yi Chuan swung the butchering knife down. This time, the knife did not merely pass through the shadow, it plunged directly into its form. The shadow writhed in apparent agony. Yet it did not relinquish its intent to invade Yi Chuan's body. Observing this, Yi Chuan held nothing back, delivering 3 swift slashes, reducing the shadow to mere fragments. The butcher Yi Chuan successfully dispatched a soul body pig, gaining 3 levels, an additional damage boost against the pig clan by 1, and an increase of 0.1 in free attributes that IT truly works. Yi Chuan's eyes sparkled with delight. As long as he could eliminate those shadows, he would have a chance to escape. This was undoubtedly a momentous piece of news for him. Yi Chuan prepared to continue his assault on the nightmare creatures. But the six-winged celestial smiled and called out to him. Little one, do not rush. I have one more gift for you. Another? Yi Chuan was taken aback. The enhancement of his butchering knife to a low-grade profound spirit weapon was already a significant boon. Of course, when our celestial clan seeks assistance, we cannot afford to be stingy. Regrettably, I have long been deceased and possess little of value to offer you, but this item will surely be of use. The six-winged celestial said with a smile, the pure white flames engulfing his corpse gradually extinguishing. His physical form had been reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind, yet atop the throne lay a solitary black feather. Go, collect that feather, commanded the six-winged celestial. Yi Chuan obediently complied, and upon grasping the black feather, it appeared no different from an ordinary feather, merely glistening with an alluring sheen. With this feather, take the time to comprehend this skill. The six-winged celestial touched Yi Chuan's brow, and a vast torrent of information surged into his mind, causing his temples to throb painfully. Yi Chuan promptly seated himself to assimilate the complex information imparted by the six-winged celestial. 3 hours later, he finally processed the entire stream of information. What the six-winged celestial had bestowed upon him was, in fact, a legendary skill. This legendary skill was named Ascension of the Celestial Wings. requiring the black feather left behind after the six-winged celestial's incineration to learn that it could be said that the black feather was an essential condition for mastering the ascension of the celestial wings. Once acquired, it would enable the bearer to sprout wings and soar through the skies. With a tremendous boost in speed, Yizhuan could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Only those of the king realm could tread upon the void. To traverse the skies as if walking upon solid ground was the exclusive domain of those in the emperor realm. Should he diligently cultivate the ascension of the celestial wings and wield it adeptly, he could even traverse the heavens like an emperor realm powerhouse. While still in the ascending realm, it was undeniable that the six-winged celestial had bestowed upon him a true treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, Yizhuan commenced his cultivation. The black feather gradually disintegrated, transforming into a stream of black energy that merged into Yizhuan's being. Instantly, he felt a warm current coalescing around his shoulder blades. The sensation on his back was intensely itchy, as if something were attempting to break free from his flesh. The overwhelming discomfort caused beads of cold sweat to form on Yizhuan's forehead. Yet he persevered through the pain, continuing to channel the ascension of the celestial wings. The six-winged celestial offered a reminder, "Kid, the first emergence of wings is crucial. Endure the discomfort, or all your efforts will be in vain." Yizhuan gritted his teeth, a sharp pain radiating from his back, prompting a low growl to escape his lips. Accompanied by his roar, a brilliant light erupted from his back. Within that radiance, black and gold intertwined. And as the light dimmed, a pair of black and gold wings suddenly unfurled. The edges of the wings shimmered like stars, and with a gentle flap, Yizhuan ascended into the in that moment. It felt as though the entire world lay beneath his feet. The sensation of flight. Yizhuan gazed at the wings sprouting from his back, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he muttered to himself with an odd expression, thank goodness, they're not two ORLNS chicken wings." Chapter 66. Rescuing at the critical moment the black and gold wings, paired with Yizhuan's tall figure, made him resemble an angel descending from the heavens. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Yizhuan flitted about the hall, familiarizing himself with his newly sprouted wings. However, after a brief period, his expression turned pale, and he quickly landed beside the throne. The ascension of the celestial wings consumed an excessive amount of energy. After only a short duration, Yizhuan felt as though he had battled several ferocious beasts for a day and night. "Kid, don't be ungrateful. For someone at the ascending realm to be able to fly is already remarkable, yet you still desire to minimize fatigue." The six-winged celestial chided with a laugh. Yizhuan sheepishly rubbed his nose, acknowledging the truth in the remark that he retracted the ascension of the celestial wings, causing the black and gold wings to vanish into his body, leaving behind a black feather mark on his back. As long as he wished, with a mere thought, he could summon the ascension of the celestial wings once more. With the ascension of the celestial wings, whether in battle or retreat, it would provide him with immense assistance. To put it bluntly, as long as he wished to escape, he could soar into the sky, rendering even a master realm powerhouse helpless against him. "Thank you, Senior." Yizhuan bowed gratefully to the six-winged celestial. "There is no need for thanks. This is merely a transaction that if you truly wish to express your gratitude, return the clan leader's token to the direct descendants of the celestial clan outside." The six-winged celestial waved his hand. "When my strength is sufficient on that day, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my duty." Yizhuan readily agreed. "Yes, while I have not yet completely dissipated, hurry and deal with those nightmarish creatures. Otherwise, when they swarm you, it will be quite troublesome given your current strength." The six-winged celestial being cautioned, Yizhuan nodded, then brandished his pig-slaughtering knife and began to eliminate the nightmarish entities, with the assistance of the throne of the six-winged celestial. Slaying these fiends became exceedingly simple. Just as Yizhuan stepped outside, a nightmarish creature hurtled towards him. Having just slain one, he felt no fear. Instead, he raised his knife and swiftly dispatched the creature with precision. The pig butcher, Yizhuan, used his knife to slay a spirit pig, resulting in a level increase of 3, an additional damage boost of 1 against the pig race, and an increase of 0. 1 in free attributes. as he noticed other nightmarish creatures preparing to swarm, each one quickly returned to the side of the six-winged celestial throne, intimidating the fiends into retreat. He then repeated this process tirelessly. He would step out to attract the attention of the nightmarish creatures, slay one or two, and then swiftly return to the safety of the six-winged celestial throne before more could surround him. Utilizing this method, Yi Chuan continuously dispatched the nightmarish beings within the Grand Hall, and their numbers dwindled rapidly. After an hour, the hall was nearly devoid of any trace of the nightmarish creatures. He even ventured away from the throne to scour the chamber. Why Yi Chuan's level ascended once more, reaching the 9th stage of the Ascendant Realm. At this rate, he would not be far from breaking through to the Master Realm. Young one, I entrust you with the matter of the clan leader's token. Rest assured, once you deliver it, the Celestial Clan will prepare a generous reward for you. The six-winged celestial being emphasized, even as its ethereal form began to fade along with the throne. Esteemed elder, may I inquire your name? Yi Chuan asked hastily upon witnessing this. My name. The six-winged celestial being chuckled lightly. I am He Li, the 127th clan leader of the Celestial Clan. The voice of the six-winged celestial resonated throughout the hall, yet its phantom had already vanished. The grand hall was left desolate, devoid of any sound. Yi Chuan took a deep breath and bowed in the direction of the former throne. I, Yi Chuan, respectfully bid farewell to Elder He Li. He then gathered his pig-slaughtering knife and pushed open the bronze door to exit. Having already searched for nightmarish creatures, he knew the hall held nothing of interest. As he departed, Yi Chuan deliberately chose a different passage, hoping to uncover something of value. Unfortunately, the bronze ancient houses lining the passage had all been opened. Realizing the futility of lingering, Yi Chuan activated his windwalk and dashed forth. Upon leaving the Grand Hall, Yi Chuan made his way towards the exit of the Secret Realm. Not far from the exit of the Secret Realm, 3 goblins were confronting a hunting team of humans. Many bystanders from various factions witnessed the scene, yet none intervened. It was clearly not worth offending a 9th-stage Master Goblin Priest for a hunting team lacking any significant backing. Wang Yuan, he shouted, thrusting his silver spear towards one of the towering goblins. Given his strength, combined with Yu Xiaozhuan's support, dealing with this warrior goblin should have been a trivial matter. However, the warrior goblin had been imbued with a frenzy state by the goblin priest, rendering it impervious to pain and significantly enhancing its strength and agility. Wang Yuan's spear pierced the warrior goblin, yet it acted as if unfazed, roaring as it swung its massive axe directly at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan hurriedly released the spear and dodged repeatedly as a spear wielder. Without his weapon, his combat effectiveness diminished greatly. Before long, he was struck in the chest by the axe shoulder of the warrior goblin. The forceful blow caused Wang Yuan's chest to cave in instantly. He coughed up blood, his body flying back like a kite severed from its string. Brother Yuan, Yu Xiaowan rushed over to support him, administering a healing elixir that saved his life. However, in his current state, it was clear that Wang Yuan had lost his fighting capability. Meanwhile, Jin Pan and Tung Yingyi faced another warrior goblin, and their situation was equally dire, quickly succumbing to grievous injuries. What is wrong with you all? Why go through this? The diminutive goblin priest wore a smug grin. I just told you to surrender half of your magic crystals and a woman, and we would let this matter rest. But now, not only are the magic crystals ours, but all the women will also belong to us, and the men shall all perish. The goblin priest's smile twisted into a cruel expression. Go, behead the men, and take the women back to the nest. At his command, 2 towering warrior goblins slowly approached Wang Yuan and his group. Yu Xiaozhuan's face paled in terror, but lacking any combat capability. She could only watch helplessly as the warrior goblins drew nearer. Don't. One of the warrior goblins reached out, seizing Yu Xiaowan and hoisting her over its shoulder. For goblins, females were essential for nurturing offspring. As the warrior goblin's gaze fell upon Wang Yuan, it raised its massive axe and swung down, seeing the ever-enlarging blade in his vision. Wang Yuan instinctively shut his eyes, expecting imminent death, yet to his astonishment, the anticipated agony never came. He dared to open his eyes and found that a pig-slaughtering knife had been thrust into the goblin warrior's neck, unknown to him until now. Chapter 67. Facing a 9th-stage master, the knife gleamed with a cold light. exuding a faint chill. Half of the blade had sunk into the warrior goblin's throat. The warrior goblin clutched its neck, wide-eyed, stumbling back a couple of steps. The frenzied state only dulled its sense of pain. Not its mortality. In a flash, a figure dashed forth, grasping the handle of the pig-slaughtering knife and making a swift cut, ending the warrior goblin's life. The pig butcher, Yichuan, used his knife to slay a special pig, resulting in a level increase of 5, an additional damage boost of 1 against the pig race, and an increase of 0.1 in free attributes. Apologies, Brother Wang Yuan. I'm late, Yichuan spoke solemnly. Yichuan? You were still alive? Wang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, while Yu Shaoan covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at Yichuan. They had witnessed him enter the bronze door, only to be engulfed by countless shadows. Everyone presumed Yichuan was doomed, yet here he stood, vibrant and unscathed. How did you escape? Wang Yuan pondered in confusion. It was known that even the 9th stage master-level experts like Xiao Beihai had been powerless against those shadows. Just lucky managed to escape, Yichuan replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. All right, we can chat later. I must first deal with that goblin priest. Yichuan lifted his knife, directing his gaze towards the diminutive goblin priest, who was now observing him with uncertainty. You managed to return alive from beyond that bronze door, and your realm has risen to the 9th stage of the Ascendant Realm. The goblin priest's expression shifted as he seemed to grasp something, a look of greed suddenly surfacing on his face. So, you have obtained the treasures beyond the bronze door. Haven to you. Though he was unaware of what lay beyond the door, the priest was convinced that the terrifying shadows indicated that whatever was there was undoubtedly valuable. Guess? Yichuan winked, charging towards the goblin priest with his pig-slaughtering knife. Yu Shaoan, grant me your support. Okay. Yu Shaoan quickly unleashed the resonance aura, casting it upon Yichuan. With this amplification, Yichuan's speed escalated to an extraordinary level as he charged directly towards the goblin priest. The goblin priest remained composed, once again invoking frenzy upon the lone remaining warrior goblin. The warrior goblin let out a deafening roar, swinging its massive axe down towards Yichuan. In response, Yichuan retaliated with a swift slash of his knife. The clash of blade against axe erupted in a shower of sparks, producing a resounding clang akin to the ringing of metal. Yichuan felt a tingling numbness in his hands. The strength of the warrior goblin evidently exceeded his expectations. Yet, he did not panic. With the speed granted by Windwalk, he swiftly maneuvered behind a warrior goblin, leaping high with the intention of delivering a lethal strike from behind. That moment, the goblin priest intervened once more. Raising its wooden staff, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Yichuan. Caught off guard, Yichuan was struck by the thunder. Crack! The violent lightning erupted against his chest, coursing through his body with searing pain that made the veins on his forehead bulge. With a series of cracking sounds, shards of shattered scales fell from beneath Yichuan's attire. The flame-scaled armor that had accompanied him for so long was evidently rendered useless after withstanding this blow. Enraged, Yichuan activated his illusion strike and charged towards the goblin priest, clearly intent on eliminating the melee-averse goblin priest first. Despite the goblin priest's mastery at the 9th tier, if Yichuan could close the distance, dispatching him would be but a matter of a few swift strikes. It was precisely due to the goblin priest's ineptitude in close combat that he had summoned the 2 warrior goblins to guard him. As Yichuan advanced closer, the goblin priest summoned lightning once again, striking at Yichuan. However, this time, the lightning passed straight through Yichuan's form, striking only his illusion. The goblin priest narrowed his slit eyes, again wielding his wooden staff that a gust of wind surged forth. A bizarre, fierce wind suddenly swept towards the goblin priest, momentarily lifting him into the air. Simultaneously, the warrior goblin charged in to protect him, swinging its axe down towards Yichuan with tremendous force. Clang! The butcher's knife and the battle axe collided, producing a deafening clang of metal. Yichuan's heart sank. Had his butcher's knife not recently been fused with nether-cold iron, enhancing it to the low-grade mystical tier, such a clash might have resulted in severe damage to his weapon. Yichuan, be careful! Wang Yuan shouted, for the goblin priest, having escaped danger, was launching another attack. This time, a massive fireball hurtled towards Yichuan. The fireball radiated an astonishing heat, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. That's why Yichuan dared not take it head-on and activated Nether Shadow, using an afterimage to evade the goblin priest's eyes. He successfully dodged the attack as the fireball detonated nearby. The goblin priest narrowed his eyes, revealing a sinister smile. So adept at dodging. Then let's see if you can evade this next one. He hurled another fireball, this time aimed at Yu Xiaowan. Yu Xiaojuan's complexion paled, for Wang Yuan and the others had just been severely injured by the warrior goblin, leaving her utterly defenseless. Just as she prepared for the worst, a figure darted past her. Cloudbreaker slash. Yi Chuan sliced through the fireball, splitting it in two, the intense heat scorching his hair tips. He had evidently underestimated the goblin priest, even with Yu Xiaojuan's enhancement. Tackling a goblin priest of the 9th tier was no trivial matter. Impressive indeed, but how many fireballs can you withstand? The goblin priest's smile grew increasingly smug, as long as he targeted Yu Xiaowan. Yi Chuan's speed advantage would be rendered meaningless, making him nothing but a target. Just as the goblin priest prepared to unleash a third fireball, Yi Chuan moved. The malevolent aura of a butcher who had slain countless pigs coalesced into a tangible force as he charged towards the goblin priest. Blood Shadow Butcher. The goblin priest was instantly engulfed in a state of fear. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan gripped his butcher's knife, activating Windwalk as he surged towards the goblin priest. He understood that this opportunity was fleeting. The warrior goblin roared, attempting to attack Yi Chuan once more. However, at that moment, Yi Chuan's butcher's knife had stacked up to the 9th strike. He slashed at the warrior goblin, plunging it into a state of enchantment. The warrior goblin, entranced by whatever it beheld in the illusion, wore a blissful smile that why Yi Chuan disregarded it, stepping on its head as he charged towards the goblin priest. Once he eliminated the goblin priest, dispatching the warrior goblin would be a mere afterthought. Why Yi Chuan silently counted down his mind. The fear induced by Blood Shadow Butcher lasted 2 seconds, as he mentally ticked down those 2 seconds. The goblin priest's eyes regained clarity. He was taken aback, for he had never anticipated that Yi Chuan, a 9th tier novice, could control him, a 9th tier master. It was simply absurd. Yet now, the goblin priest had no time to ponder how Yi Chuan accomplished this. He needed to create distance, remaining calm. The goblin priest swung his wooden staff once more. Wind, arise! A strange wind surged, lifting him into the air. The goblin priest cast a cold glance at Yi Chuan, fully aware of how easily he could be ambushed. However, attempting to ambush him was no simple task, as long as he leveraged the violent wind to hover above. Who could approach him? Just as the goblin priest felt invincible, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. Yi Chuan's back unfurled a pair of black golden wings. The wings shimmered with a metallic sheen. With a gentle flap, Yi Chuan soared into the sky, confronting the goblin priest directly. How is this possible? You are human. How can you sprout wings? The goblin priest was utterly bewildered, while Yi Chuan had no intention of providing any explanations. Gripping the butcher's knife tightly, he struck down with precision, severing the goblin priest's throat and extinguishing all of its life force. The goblin priest clutched at his neck, seemingly unable to comprehend that he would perish at the hands of a mere novice. His eyes widened in shock as he plummeted from nearly 10 meters in the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Chuan, the butcher, had slain a special pig with his butcher's knife, leveling up by 9, gaining an additional damage boost against the pig tribe, and acquiring 0.1 points of free attributes. Yi Chuan retracted his wings of ascendancy. Descending gently to the ground, he secretly exhaled in relief. Had it not been for the wings of ascendancy, allowing him to briefly soar. Eliminating the goblin priest would have been a formidable challenge. After dispatching the goblin priest, Yi Chuan turned back and effortlessly dealt with the warrior goblin. Without the goblin priest's frenzy enhancement, the warrior goblin was no match for Yi Chuan, who swiftly executed it in mere moments. Yi Chuan, the butcher, had slain a special pig with his butcher's knife, leveling up by 5, gaining an additional damage boost against the pig tribe, and acquiring 0.1 points of free attributes. Wang Yuan and his companions were utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that Yi Chuan had suddenly sprouted wings and soared into the sky. Moreover, the 9th tier goblin priest had perished at the hands of a 9th tier novice. Yi Chuan, brother, What profession are you? How can you be so formidable? Wang Yuan couldn't help but inquired at me. I'm just a butcher, Yichuan replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Forget it. If you don't want to say, we won't press you. Everyone has their own secrets. Seeing that Wang Yuan and the others were incredulous, Yichuan felt somewhat helpless. He was merely stating the unembellished truth. He is indeed a butcher, capable of treating all living beings as mere swine to be slaughtered. Yichuan began to examine his attribute panel. Name. Yichuan occupation, God level butcher level. First stage master realm, 0. 2. Strength, 324 agility, 324 spirit, 324 professional talent. Nemesis of the Swine Clan, Blade of the God-Slaying Butcher professional skills. Blood Shadow Butcher, LV3, Soul-Slaying Blade Intent, LV3, Carnage Frenzy, LV3. Other skills, Feathered Wings, minor accomplishment. Windwalking, minor accomplishment. Phantom Shadow, perfection. Bewildering Strike, minor accomplishment. Shattering Stone Fist, major accomplishment. Cloud-Splitting Slash, major accomplishment. Nemesis of the Swine Clan, inflicts an additional 1,500 damage to swine for each pig slain. The enhancement of this talent increases by 1, and the damage dealt to you by pigs is halved. Blade of the God-Slaying Butcher. Designate a weapon as your butcher's knife. Each pig that dies beneath this knife will grant you 0. 1 points of free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher. The butcher releases his own malevolent aura, forcing pigs into a state of fear for 3 seconds. To Soul-Slaying Blade Intent. The butcher's knife possesses inherent blade intent, allowing it to ignore 30 defense points when striking. Carnage Frenzy. When the butcher begins a series of consecutive pig slaughters, after 10 pigs, a temporary bonus of 9 to all attributes is granted. For every additional 10 pigs slain consecutively, this bonus increases by 9, capping at 90. That after dispatching the Goblin Priest and 2 Goblin Warriors, Yichuan successfully elevated his realm to the first stage Master Realm. His 3-dimensional attributes doubled once more. The fear duration of Blood Shadow Butcher reached 3 seconds, and the defense value that Soul-Slaying Blade Intent could ignore increased to 30. More importantly, Yichuan unlocked his 3rd exclusive professional skill. This skill was nothing short of a divine technique for handling multiple foes. With the existence of Carnage Frenzy, should he slay 100 pigs consecutively, Yichuan's attributes would receive an additional boost of 90. It is noteworthy that only by breaking through major realms do attributes double, and a 90-point bonus is tantamount to elevating Yichuan by an entire major realm. How marvelous! Excitement gleamed in Yichuan's eyes. The exclusive skills of the butcher profession always brought him immense surprises. Moreover, these exclusive skills would scale alongside the growth of the practitioner's realm. Once he ascended to even higher levels, the enhancement from Carnage Frenzy would undoubtedly become even more formidable. At this moment, Wang Yuan and his companions also sensed something amiss. You have broken through to the first stage Master Realm? They gasped in astonishment. For other combat professions to reach the first stage Master Realm, it typically required finding medicinal assistance or at least a quiet place free from disturbances. Yet Yichuan had simply fought a Goblin Priest and achieved this breakthrough. Merely luck, Yichuan nodded. Wang Yuan and the others regarded Yichuan as if he were a monster. Yu Xiaojun couldn't help but inquire, Yichuan, given your age and talent, why haven't the teachers from Tianxiong Academy, Taichu Academy, or Zhenwu Academy taken you under their wing? This seems illogical. There's nothing I can do. They simply did not notice me, Yichuan replied candidly. Impossible, they exclaimed in unison, given Yichuan's prodigious talent. If none of those 3 academies sought him out, it meant that very few individuals from the 5th District of Humanity had the qualifications to attend those prestigious institutions. Yichuan shrugged helplessly. Alas, being an honest person in this day and age is truly challenging. Even speaking the truth is met with disbelief. Chapter 69. Return to Qingcheng. Well then, Brother Wang Yuan, let's part ways here. After resting for 3 days, once Wang Yuan and the others had sufficiently recovered from their injuries, Yichuan bid them farewell. Parting is such sweet sorrow, he thought, as he intended to return to Qingcheng to inquire about the current whereabouts of the celestial race. While Wang Yuan and his companions seemed to have other plans. Take care on your journey, Brother Yichuan. Wang Yuan clasped his hands in farewell, We owe you our lives. Should you ever need our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Certainly, if I require help, I shall not be shy about it. Farewell." Yi Chuan waved and activated wind walking, vanishing into the distance. "Brother Yuan, do you think we will see Yi Chuan again?" Yu Xiaojun couldn't help but gaze in the direction Yi Chuan had departed. "The likelihood is slim," Wang Yuan replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. "Do you not see? He is not of our world. Qingcheng cannot retain him. His future lies in far grander realms that must eventually soar to the heavens." Yi Chuan sped back to Qingcheng. He first arrived at the Qingcheng trading post, where he exchanged all the beast materials he had collected for cash. With the flowing light wrist, a storage item, this trip proved to be exceptionally fruitful. The beast materials alone netted him nearly 3 million. Additionally, his flowing light wrist contained a staggering 30 magic crystals. However, Yi Chuan did not intend to sell these 30 magic crystals. Instead, he aimed to barter, converting them all into succubus magic crystals. The enchantment of spiritual weapons can be further enhanced, but this requires using the same type of magic crystal as during the initial enchantment. Ultimately, the Qingcheng trading post provided him with 8 succubus magic crystals. "Sir, I apologize, but we are unable to procure that many magic crystals for you at this moment. Perhaps you would consider exchanging for money or other types of magic crystals?" The staff member wore a slightly apologetic expression. Succubus magic crystals are notoriously difficult to find, as few would directly hunt such beings. Most people encountering a succubus opt to capture it, subsequently employing a sealing master to bind all its powers, treating it like a prized pet. After all, succubi possess a unique allure compared to human women, and they are incredibly difficult to ruin regardless of how one engages with them. Is there not enough? Then please post a request on my behalf, stating that I am offering a high price for succubus magic crystals. I will take as many as are available," Yi Chuan stated. "Certainly, we will promptly submit your request to the task hall. The Qingcheng trading post will charge a service fee equivalent to 5 of the item's value." "How would you like to pay?" the staff member inquired with a smile. "Please deduct it directly from my account. Additionally, I wish to purchase information regarding the celestial race," Yi Chuan continued. Certainly, the staff member responded and retrieved a stack of documents, handing them to Yi Chuan. "This contains all the information we have on the celestial race, priced at 8,000. Yi Chuan opened the documents and began to peruse them. The celestial race is a species strikingly similar to humans, differing only in their innate wings. The name celestial derives from this unique characteristic. It is rumored that the celestial race was once a branch of humanity in ancient times, though they do not acknowledge this lineage. In more recent history, the celestial race suffered a near extermination during a great calamity, after which their standing among the myriad races plummeted. Since then, they have largely withdrawn from society, their presence scarce, found only near the 9th district of humanity. After reading through the documents, they suddenly ignited spontaneously, quickly turning to ash and scattering in the wind. "Truly a shrewd merchant," Yi Chuan muttered, realizing that the documents were one-time use only, hence the low price of 8,000. Fortunately, he had memorized the information contained within. It seems the cataclysm described in the documents likely referred to the invasion of the nightmare race, during which the 6-winged celestial leader, Healy, perished. Yi Chuan also uncovered a crucial piece of information. The active region of the celestial race lies within the 9th district of humanity. "Well then, for now, I shall refrain from seeking out the celestial race." Yi Chuan forced a bitter smile and shook his head. The distance between the 5th and 9th districts was not merely measured in miles. With his current strength, traversing such a vast expanse to reach the 9th district was nothing short of a fantastical dream. However, upon receiving news regarding the celestial race, he felt a sense of relief. With the pace at which he was enhancing his abilities, in a few years' time, he would undoubtedly possess the confidence to venture to the 9th district. After departing from the Qingcheng Trading Center, Yi Chuan returned to the Jiutian Alliance, primarily to hand over the task concerning the giant armored crocodile, and secondarily to reassure Jiang Shiyin and the others of his safety. Otherwise, they might assume he had perished behind the Bronze Gate. Upon stepping into the Jiutian Alliance building, Yi Chuan keenly sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. The members of the Jiutian Alliance appeared despondent, as if they had recently endured some distressing event. Without further thought, Yi Chuan proceeded directly to the task handover. During this process, he overheard two Jutian alliance transmuters, one stout and the other slender, sighing despondently. Alas, the members of the Glacier Alliance are truly ruthless. An entire squad returned with only one survivor. What's worse, their methods were remarkably clean, leaving behind no traces of evidence. Sister Yu has no grounds to confront them. The Glacier Alliance is evidently intent on avenging our Jutian Alliance. And it's a pity for Qian Ligong, such a valiant man. His injuries are grave, and he may not survive the day. In an instant, Yi Chuan dashed to stand before them. What happened to Brother Qian Ligong? The two transmuters paled at the sight of Yi Chuan, whose presence was akin to that of feral beast, emanating a terrifying aura. Qian Ligong. He has been severely injured by the Glacier Alliance and is currently recuperating on the 9th floor. Stammered the stout transmuter. Yi Chuan did not press them further, but rushed straight to the treatment area on the 9th floor. Yi Chuan, you're still alive? Upon witnessing his arrival, Jiang Shiyan covered her mouth in disbelief. Her expression filled with astonishment. Qi Chunyu looked at Yi Chuan with uncertainty. Had it not been for the blazing sun outside, she might have questioned her own sanity, as they had witnessed him being engulfed by those incomprehensible shadows. By a stroke of luck, I survived. But what of Brother Qian Ligong? Yi Chuan inquired urgently. He is inside. Jiang Shiyan's mood plummeted the moment Qian Ligong's name was mentioned, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Yi Chuan cautiously pushed open the door, ensuring he made no sound. Yet even with his mental preparation, upon seeing Qian Ligong lying in bed, his pupils involuntarily constricted in shock. Chapter 70. The 5th grade revitalization pill. Qian Ligong lay with his eyes tightly shut. His once recognizable visage now transformed into a charred mass. His entire body bore the marks of lightning strikes, scorched beyond recognition. Some areas of his skin had been completely burned away, exposing underdeveloped muscle fibers beneath. Were it not for the beeping machines nearby, Yi Chuan might have doubted whether the figure before him was merely a long-dead charred corpse. Yi Chuan's fists clenched tightly, a frigid glint igniting in his eyes. He had thought that after slaughtering so many pigs, his heart would have grown as cold as the slaughtering knife. Yet, upon witnessing Qian Ligong's dire state, a raging inferno ignited within him. After the departure of his parents, Qian Ligong was one of the few who had shown him genuine concern. Yi Chuan carefully closed the door and turned to Jiang Shiyan. Can Uncle Qian recover? It's quite difficult, Jiang Shiyan replied. Pursing her lips, her expression tinged with sorrow, he suffered a severe lightning strike. The high temperatures have cooked his internal organs, unless we can obtain a 5th grade revitalization pill within half a day. Otherwise, Jiang Shiyan's words trailed off. Given her standing, acquiring a 5th grade revitalization pill was not insurmountable. However, the challenge lay in the fact that it needed to be delivered to Qingcheng within half a day. Where could we possibly find a 5th grade revitalization pill? Yi Chuan inhaled deeply, pressing for answers. Even a 1st grade revitalization pill command a price of over 100,000. The 5th grade revitalization pill, capable of resurrecting the dead, is practically priceless, as only a king-level alchemist can concoct such a pill. Even if one existed, no one would be willing to sell it. To my knowledge, only the Xia family possesses a 5th grade revitalization pill. But Sister Yu has already inquired, and the Xia family is unwilling to grant us this favor. Jiang Shiyan said with a bitter smile, shaking her head. I understand. Without uttering another word, Yi Chuan strode purposefully toward the exit. He had to save Qian Ligong. If the Xia family truly refused to help, then he would take it by force. Yi Chuan, don't act impulsively. Jiang Shiyan attempted to block his path, but Yi Chuan deftly maneuvered past her. You've broken through to the Master Realm. Jiang Shiyan gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. When she first met Yi Chuan, he was merely at the 1st stage of the entry realm, while she was at the 9th stage. How could it be that after such a short time, Yi Chuan had not only caught up with her, but had also ascended to the 1st stage of the Master Realm? Although her circumstances were unique, making her progress slower, Yi Chuan's rapid advancement was simply astonishing. Don't stop me. I must save Uncle Qian. After leaving the Jutian Alliance building, Yi Chuan made a beeline for the Xia family. The Xia family estate was located in the heart of Qingcheng, a sprawling and ancient residence constructed from unknown timber. Present, the gates of the Xia family stood firmly shut, guarded by vigilant sentinels. Yi Chuan hesitated not for a moment, announcing loudly at the entrance, "I am Yi Chuan, daring to request the Xia family head to lend me the 5th grade revitalization pill." His voice resonated loudly, quickly echoing deep within the Xia family. "You audacious fool!" The guards at the gate erupted in fury. "Who do you think you are to request such a thing? Do you have the audacity to ask for it? Brothers, drive this brat away." 4 guards, all at the entry realm, attacked mercilessly, for Yi Chuan's actions were tantamount to provoking the Xia family. It was akin to a stranger approaching your home, demanding to borrow all your savings. Bang, bang, bang. The guard strikes rained down, yet Yi Chuan did not flinch or evade, allowing their blows to land upon him. The guards exchanged puzzled glances. They had not held back in the least. Yet even so, their attacks failed to make Yi Chuan retreat even a single step. How was this possible? "Xia family head, I implore you to appear." Yi Chuan's voice grew firm once more. Today he would acquire that 5th grade revitalization pill. The audacity of today's youth knows no bounds. A chilling voice emerged from behind the door. Xia Beihai's cold gaze fixed upon Yi Chuan, and he could not help but frown. "You are that lad who went through the bronze gate? You're still alive?" "Indeed, it is I," Yi Chuan replied. Originally prepared to act violently, Xia Beihai curbed his impatience and inquired, "It seems you've obtained something from behind the bronze gate?" Yi Chuan fell silent. "Here's the deal. If you show me what you acquired from behind the bronze gate, and if it satisfies me, then the 5th grade revitalization pill shall not be withheld from you." Xia Beihai proposed. Why, Yi Chuan couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. The 6-winged celestial had granted him only 2 benefits: the fusion of the hellish cold iron and the slaughtering knife, enhancing the latter's grade, and the impartation of the feathered celestial wing. However, the black feathers had already been refined by Yi Chuan. Even if he offered the feathered celestial wing, Xia Beihai would be unable to cultivate it. "Xia family head, I cannot present anything," Yi Chuan stated candidly. "Cannot present anything? And you still have the audacity to come here and seek my Xia family's 5th grade revitalization pill. Do you comprehend the significance of a 5th grade revitalization pill? You dare ask to borrow it. Do you think you can repay such a debt?" Xia Beihai's eyes glimmered with barely concealed ire. "Humph, begone. While my mood remains relatively tolerable, do not push me to take action." "Xia family head, I apologize." Why, Yi Chuan sighed heavily. It seemed that today he would have to confront Xia Beihai. Now, at the first stage of the Master Realm, with his exaggerated 3-dimensional attributes and the 15-fold damage bonus against the Pig Clan, he was confident he could defeat Xia Beihai in a direct confrontation. "What do you mean? A mere first-stage Master Realm practitioner dares to challenge me?" Xia Beihai scoffed incredulously. "It appears my Xia family has been too low-profile lately, allowing a first-stage Master Realm waste to come to my doorstep and provoke me. If that is the case, do not blame me for being merciless." As the 2 individuals stood on the brink of confrontation, a graceful figure suddenly emerged from behind Xia Beihai, dashing straight toward Yi Chuan and colliding into his embrace, simultaneously thrusting a small square box into his arms. Yi Chuan was momentarily taken aback, as he had already faintly surmised the contents of the box. "Father, please don't act rashly. Yi Chuan is the one I told you about, the person who saved me last time outside the city." Xianan and hurriedly clarified, "Oh, no wonder the name Yi Chuan sounds somewhat familiar," Xia Beihai remarked, his brows slightly furrowing, though his tone softened considerably. "In that case, considering you saved my daughter, I shall overlook today's incident. Let us depart. I understand that you must have someone important to rescue, but the 5th grade returning spring pill is, even for the Xia family, one of our most treasured possessions. It cannot be given to you today. So please do not behave unreasonably." Chapter 71. A favor. Xia Nan turned to Yi Chuan, casting a meaningful glance. "Did you hear that, Yi Chuan? Please don't cause any more trouble." Yi Chuan fell silent for a moment before bowing respectfully to Xia Beihai. "I apologize, family head Xia. I was merely too eager to save someone, which led to this misunderstanding. I promise to express my sincere apologies to the Xia family in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chuan turned and walked away. What an absurd notion! Does he truly believe the Xia family is a philanthropic establishment? Xia Beihai scoffed. "Father, please do not be angry. Yi Chuan is merely young and impulsive," Xia Nan said. clinging to her father's arm playfully. Gradually, the frown on Xia Beihai's face began to ease. Very well, he did save you. Can I really hold a grudge over such a trivial matter? It is in the past. After distancing themselves, Yichuan retrieved the box Xia Nan had given him. Upon opening it, he discovered a perfectly round, jade-green pill, its surface shimmering with phosphorescent light, and a rich medicinal aroma wafted towards him. Merely inhaling the fragrance invigorated his cells. Yichuan felt a surge of excitement. Without a doubt, this pill was the 5th grade returning spring pill. He did not rush off, but remained quietly in place. Waiting as expected, it was not long before Xianan caught up with him. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and save someone, she urged. Thank you. Yichuan looked at Xianan with genuine sincerity. For the first time, he felt fondness for someone. Oh, what are you thanking me for? This is merely a decorative item in my family, and is only lent to you. You must return it with interest. Xianan said, hands on her hips. All right. Yichuan nodded. Not only will I return it with interest, but I also owe you a favor in the future, should you require assistance. I, Yichuan, will not hesitate to help. Now go save someone, but remember, you must return this 5th grade returning spring pill within a month. Otherwise, if my father finds out, I will be in serious trouble. Xianan stuck out her tongue. Her face a picture of fear. Yichuan couldn't help but smile. Are you not afraid that I might be deceiving you, that I might simply take it without returning? I am not worried. I believe you are not a bad person. Besides, if you were, I would have been doomed when I was trapped in the gobliness lair, Xianan replied, pursing her lips. She had confidence in her appearance and figure. At that moment, she had been bound and unable to move, yet Yichuan had chosen to rescue her instead of taking advantage of her plight. This alone was enough to demonstrate that he was a gentleman. Thank you for your trust. Rest assured, I will repay you, Yichuan said, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to leave, knowing he couldn't delay any longer regarding Qianligong. Upon returning to the Jiuqian Alliance building, Yichuan went directly to the 9th floor, heading to the treatment area. Shurian, I have obtained the 5th grade returning spring pill. How do we save Uncle Qian? Yichuan asked urgently. Jiang Shurian's eyes widened in disbelief as she took the box from Yichuan's hands and opened it. This is truly the 5th grade returning spring pill. How did you manage to get it? Her expression was filled with incredulity. Even she could not acquire such a valuable item in such a short time. Never mind how I obtained it. We must save him now, Yichuan insisted. Oh, yes, we need to save him, Jiang Shurian exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement, with the 5th grade returning spring pill in hand. Uncle Qian's life would surely be saved. Summon all the healers. With Jiang Shurian's command, several master healers rushed in with great urgency. The atmosphere in Qianligong's hospital room quickly grew lively. Hours slipped by quietly as Yichuan remained steadfast in the treatment area, not leaving for a moment. Only when the healers finally emerged did Yichuan promptly rise to inquire, how is Uncle Qian? What is his condition? The healers bore expressions of fatigue. His life has been saved. He can live like a normal person. However, Qianligong's injuries were too severe, and he will likely suffer from numerous aftereffects. It may be quite difficult for him to become a combat class professional again. Yichuan inhaled deeply. Can I see him now? Yes, one of the healers nodded. Yichuan then pushed open the door to enter. At that moment, Qianligong had already regained consciousness. The 5th grade returning spring pill truly lived up to its reputation as a miraculous elixir. Many of Qianligong's burn injuries had healed, and the newly grown skin was as smooth as that of a newborn. However, his aura still seemed somewhat depleted. Uncle Qian, how do you feel? Yichuan asked anxiously. I'm doing well. Don't worry, I'm hungry as a horse. If those healers would let me, I want to go down to the 5th floor for a foot bath. Qianligong forced a smile across his pale face, clearly trying not to worry Yichuan. You need not concern yourself with me. Not being a professional anymore is quite all right. I have long grown weary of that violent lifestyle. Qianligong waved his hand dismissively, appearing carefree. Uncle Qian. Yichuan's expression turned somber. He could see that Qianligong was merely putting on a brave front. A master-level combat professional in Qincheng was regarded as a person of high status, always the first to eat when dining out. Yet now, he was suddenly reduced to an ordinary person again. This was akin to being a wealthy heir, ready to take his sports car out to impress the ladies, only to receive a phone call from his father informing him that the family had gone bankrupt, leaving them in debt of several million. Such news would be disheartening for anyone. Observing Yichuan's reaction, Qianli Gong fell silent, then revealed a bitter smile. Why, Yichuan, I truly do not deserve your kindness. The 5th grade returning spring pill is far too precious. Even if I had all my strength, I might not be able to repay this favor, let alone now that I am. As he spoke, Qianli Gong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had never anticipated that it would be Yichuan who had procured a 5th grade returning spring pill to save him. Although he had indeed assisted Yichuan in the past, he considered those to be merely minor favors. Uncle Qian, just focus on recovering. The moment I decided to save you, I never intended to expect anything in return. Seeing that Qianli Gong's spirit was relatively high and his injuries were healing well, Yichuan's heart finally felt at ease. I am not good with flowery words, but in short, my life, which I deem worthless, is now yours. If you ever require my assistance, I will not hesitate. Qianli Gong's expression was exceedingly serious, akin to an ancient warrior pledging loyalty. Very well. Then let me now assign you your first task. Yichuan said. What is it? Qianli Gong nodded. Focus on your recovery. Chapter 72. The tide of slaughter. 1 must repay kindness and seek vengeance. As Yichuan exited the hospital room, a flicker of concealed malice glimmered in his eyes. Having saved Qianli Gong, it was time to settle accounts with the Thunder Line Alliance. Shiyan, Yujia, I am feeling a bit fatigued. I shall return to my room to rest, Yichuan said, nodding to Qi Chunyu and Jiang Shiyan before making his way back to his own quarters. After Yichuan left, Qi Chunyu curiously inquired, Miss, how do you think Yichuan managed to obtain that 5th grade returning spring pill from the Xia family? Even I was denied when I approached Xia Beihai directly. How he obtained it is of little consequence. What truly matters is that he is willing to use such a precious elixir to save Uncle Qian, which indicates that this Yichuan is indeed a person worthy of trust. The beauty of Jiang Shiyan's eyes was filled with a glimmer of intrigue. I even have a sense that Yichuan's future may not be any less promising than that of the geniuses from Yuning City. Miss, I believe you are overstating things, Qi Chunyu remarked, shaking her head, clearly unconvinced by Jiang Shiyan's assertion. As far as I know, some of the top geniuses from Yuning City have likely already stepped into the realm of masters. Where does Yichuan stand in comparison? If it were not for the peculiar skill you cultivate, I fear his level might not even come close to yours. A subtle smile graced the corners of Jiang Shiyan's lips. Perhaps, but don't forget, those geniuses from Yuning City have powerful families or forces backing them, investing all their resources in their cultivation, while Yichuan has nothing, relying solely on his own efforts.